Good morning, everybody. How are we doing out there? Great to see you all, as always. How are you doing today out there? Getting your Twitch drops. We like getting our drops early here, chat. So on full day one. I see that you guys are enjoying the new emotes. Exciting, isn't it? Let's do a few button presses. Let's do this one and this one. Hello, everybody. Hope you are doing well. Let's turn all the lights on in here. Ooh. Good morning, suddenly daylight. Right, let's have a quick look at that. Exactly, look at that sun. Who would want the sun? Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Let's go to OBS. Go to the game. I can hear you shouting, Bailey. Are you okay in there? Meow. Meow. Hi. Meow. Bailey is very excited, chat. Good morning. How are we all doing? Good to see you. Apparently, I'm ginormous. First time in June in 8 days. Almost forgot the controls. I mean, that sounds about right. It's been a while since I was logged into the game as well. Looks like things running fine, though. Good morning. Good time zone land from Ladiel. How are you doing? Good morning to everyone out there. Lukewarm, Phoebus, Small Might, G, Sick a Smile, Lilithian. Hello, everybody. Are you excited because someone's in the food room, Bailey? Is that what's going on? The hole in the guitar is originally used to store soft cheeses and dried meats, which are fed to the drummer and does a good job. That sounds... I don't know enough about music to correct you, Verbiter, so I'm going to go with that sounds about right. Exactly, Phoebus. That's the way it is with cats. You know that you've got a good cat relationship when no matter what food you have, the cat thinks it's for them. As a log out earlier, was having weird interaction between carrier and Sanka on the carrier. The camera on the carrier kept getting stuck. That's interesting. Did a game restart fix it, Freya, or not? Your cat will actively try to steal food from the kiddo's plate while he's deleting if we don't keep an eye out. That sounds like the cat knows where they sit in the pecking order. Just saying. Hello, is it? Ah, don't worry, bud. That's not a problem. It's one of those nice things to have. If you're around, you don't feel too much pressure, bud. I don't want you to stress yourself out or anything. Let's take this, do this. You tried restarting Steam, verifying the game files. The grapple on the carrier kept going off on its own and picking up the sank, but they're not working when you did want it to. See, that's interesting, because that's an issue that we've seen a few times. We thought that it was specific to a very, very old carrier that we had. I want to do a big shout out as well to the Chorus for the resub at the start of the stream while I was starting up. Thank you very much for being here, Chorus. I really appreciate you and appreciate that support. How are we all doing out there today? Oh, I'll be right back. I'm just hearing B making suspicious noises. One sec. Look what I found, chat. Here's one I prepared earlier. Look, hello. Yeah, are you excited because you think there's more food coming your way? Who's a lovely cat, huh? Yeah, it's you. Cat. You're down to your last 4 hotel guests. Well, we'll have to gather some more guests today, Luther, because that just simply won't do. We can't have the hotel be that low on occupants. It is indeed the baby bee. It is True Soul Caller. It's a collar designed to shock me. No. What a weird option to do that for your pet. It's not necessary for most pet breeds, I think. Dune seems to be quite stagnant. Are you wrong? Not that you, I say there's quite a lot they're looking to do with Dune, but Dune's in a position where the end game is largely full and completed by people, and there's not a huge amount of people to do in these few months if you're already a player that's already gotten to the end of the game. If you're new to the game, then I think there's actually still quite a lot to do. So it's a matter of where you roughly sit in those two. Oh, a big sniff. Delicious. Lovely spice. We love that spice, chat. Do we play the game of how quick can I get Crones to Ancient Way me today? Well, I have got it with me, but the range of the Ancient Way hasn't been increased with the view distance, which makes me sad, as you might know. You're checking out more food? Okay, you're going to go sit in the hallway. Okay. It does depend on how much you're willing to commit to Dune Weekly as well, yeah, because ultimately, you know, we're near to, 500, 600, 700, 800 hours, depending on who it is. There's not always going to be a huge amount of game left after you've got that many hours in a game like this. Let's be fair, that's an awful lot of time played in the game. We'll go look at what the new Deep Desert looks like as well. So we'll scan that today while we're starting up, while getting you guys drops. Was that a daily restart? The H2 ring math was active? That's good to know. We can try that one out if we want to. Dane, gifted you a sub, so now you can lick all of the things. Exactly, Maple. Good to see you. F8 testing station is a treat this week. Raphael, how do you mean? In what way is it a treat? The spicy nacho Lilithian. Oh. Good choice for that emote, to be fair. F8 is criminally easy. We'll have to go and give it a try at some point. We've got a lot we want to do today in June. We want to check out the deep desert layout. We want to see what the drops kind of setup is. Check in on kind of our bank and our long-term storage and see what it would mean to store a few more things there, because, you know, the bank has been expanded, so it'll be good to be able to expand it out. You love the playlist, but you want more. You want more pendulum. Okay, Grouty. Well, I'll have a word with the great algorithm in the sky. We may do some more Escape from Duckov at some point today, but we'll wait and see for that. It might not be today. It might be there might be a tomorrow job. I was having a great fun with being a duck PMC yesterday. I have to say, it was surprisingly fun. I thought that game was going to be a lot more based on memes, but actually that was fun, very, very doable. All right, Luther, catch you in a bit. Hope you're around later on. Take it easy. Well, okay, well, apparently I'm not firing that in the right direction. That's great to know. That's not very nice. Leave me alone. You guys just want to see the big red duck with cake. That's what it is. I know what it is that you guys want. Cat only wants one thing, and it's disgusting. It's the duck with a big ass butt. What do you mean by double? I don't even think I want to know and answer that one. Actually, small mate. You know what? Fine. So be it. Look. We found it as an option, and I know what it was that chat wanted. Okay, I understood the assignment. It's better I don't know. I guess. I guess this is deeply concerning. I love how good Scout Ornithopters feel still. There's nothing quite like the assaults are good fun, especially with the change to their inventory size, but the agility of the Scout Ornithopter is just too much fun. Can you see wing gambling coming? Probably yes. You know that we only have the best wings here. I'm not actually sure that we won't be able to steal wing gamma before we finish all the scanning. Gamba. Yep, exactly, G. Exactly. I mean, I like economies in most things, so it kind of makes sense, right? Am I too low down? I am indeed. Am I just across the border? Damn. Here we go. I mean, it's been a long while since we dropped into Dune, actually. Like, I haven't probably played Dune for about 2 or maybe even 3 weeks because of how much has been going on with Bailey and everything else. I'll be honest, like, it's been a little while, but we had a nice chat with the devs at TwitchCon. Hello, Bart. How are you doing over there on YouTube? Good to see you. Yeah, so I had a catch up with a couple of the community managers at TwitchCon. Thor and I had a lunch with them, talked for a couple of hours, which was quite nice and quite promising. There's obviously quite a lot going on with them and with the game studio as a whole. And I think that the future for the game is promising. We just need to kind of wait around. It does look like it's going to be January kind of time, I think, for the next patch cycle, like I was saying before. So I wouldn't necessarily assume to see much substantial change in the next kind of few weeks, particularly, you know, even the next month or two. But it is promising to know that they are working on the end game. They are looking at what the options are, and they are very amenable and open to feedback, which is obviously all we can ask for a dev. I mean, I've not got a base out here. I've not even got anywhere I can base a carrier and sandcrawler. So unless we've got people who have got a setup here already, I'm not hugely fussed right now. We could probably do it we could probably do it later and build a deep desert base and do kind of more and more out here, which will be, you know, promising. Devilor, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. 152 people. You are an absolute legend. Welcome in, raiders. How are you doing? Darian, yes, we are indeed on a private server still set up. We've still got a network of private servers, 15 of them in a private world provided by Nitrado, which is, again, very, very kind of them. Things are going well there. Welcome on in, raiders. How's it going today? Hello, hello. Welcome on in. My name is Kronos. Great to meet you all. Did you call them raidies? Because that's kind of funny. I'm down with that. What suit have I got on to have that much water in reserves? I'm using Shaddam's Bladder, which is a 1.5 litre catch pocket, which is absolutely huge. Very, very useful. Oh, well, thank you very much for being a Devilor, and thank you for that kind of shout-out support. I really appreciate that. Welcome on in, and I hope you had a good stream today. Thank you for trusting me with the with your raiders. I'm hoping that you guys are enjoying the drops because, you know, obviously drops are always nice. We love free in-game loot. Official restarts in 1 hour. Wait for that to happen before you hop on for the day. I mean, it was a good shout. Waiting for that is good. The weight of carrying that much water around. I mean, yeah, my character's knees probably pop every time I every time I bend down. But it is, it's very useful, to be honest, but to be able to store that much water has a lot of value. I don't have to transport anywhere near as much. The only other water I carry around is effectively the 3 litre John that only weighs, or only takes up 2 litres of volume, which I very much appreciate because the physics behind that, being able to compress water to that extent, is phenomenal. What is Dune's future? Well, that's what we were talking about, really, is because I had a conversation with some of the devs at TwitchCon. and was giving them the feedback on kind of the approach forward for the game and kind of what we think the game is needing from our perspective. Because, of course, they see the perspective on the public servers a lot. They see a lot of the information on Reddit stuff, but actually having a conversation with people who are a little bit more positively engaged is a little bit harder to do. So the devs were really interested in getting our feedback, both mine and Thor's, for what's been going on in the game, what goes on going forward, and how we can build a game that has some longevity in it. Because, you know, I think a number of us are aware that there are bugs and things that we want to see fixed. There are design changes that we think are interesting that we don't necessarily need, but we're also in a situation where like they've had to make a bunch of changes to cater to players who might not be in the game anymore, and now working out what the game should be going forward is really important. Arctilus Major, well, thank you very much for that. I'm glad that you've enjoyed watching. I really appreciate that. That's really kind of you. It is really interesting to see how much Dune has changed since it came out in June. But I would say that the devs are at least listening to players, and I know that, you know, there's a lot of frustrations. I know that a lot of people have problems with the bugs, etc. But it's a Funcom game. We've always been used to a large number of bugs in those. Like for me, that was something I was expecting when we started playing this, that there would always be oddities during the patch cycle, as it were. They did say they would do monthly dev streams. Yes, Bart, that is a thing. And they haven't done one yet this month. I would expect one to be in the next couple of weeks, but you also have to remember they've had some layoffs internally, and therefore recovering from those and working out their new approach to working is going to be really critical. You found what looks like a cave entrance, but it leads to under the map. You flew your scout in and around. That sounds horrifying, Bitterfox. I'm not sure I would trust the game enough to do that. Although I'm glad that you sound to have survived. Wait, the Battlefield 6 devs have shot themselves in the foot. What have they done, Lego Aaron? I've been a little bit out of the loop on Battlefield for a couple of days. I was very into Escape from Duckov yesterday, which held my attention surprisingly. You love it still? You've been playing a few days a week since the last open beta? That's good. I'm really glad to hear that you're still enjoying the game, Darian, because a lot of people would be frustrated and let that get ahead of them. And it's really great to see that actually you're not letting that happen and not letting that take place. They removed all XP from Portal servers. Now, okay, so my understanding was, and I've not played a lot of Battlefield since the launch of it, really, but... Oh, hang on, 1 second. Arthur, thank you very much for that resub at Tier 1, buddy. 3 months, you are now a bread roll. Good morning to you. I hope that you are doing well. They removed all the XP in Battlefield from Portal servers. That's a problem, because my understanding was a lot of players have used this to get up to max level or max progression on guns already, and now they're stopping newer players who might have missed the launch hype from catching up. That doesn't feel great to me, especially after I'm in the cohort of people who EA attempted to sell the Battlefield 4 progression unlock approach to, which no one liked at the time or since. It was advertised for, oh, that's, if it was advertised as full progression on Portal servers, you're in a consumer protection situation there. Because if you advertise the game in that state and then walk it back, that's not necessarily going to be fair advertising. And if players bought the game on that basis, you've accidentally misadvertised. Oops. You should still have streams. You should have stream streaks. Yes, was it? I see that was it got a 3 stream streak earlier, which is awesome. They should never allow people to farm XP on custom games. It removes the point of a progression system. You could farm all in one day. Ultimately, yes. You just farmed 3 full spice runs. You're tired, so you're gonna look and see if it's 5 a.m. Well, I hope that you sleep well, Bitterfox. Thank you very much for being here and hanging out, and I hope you enjoy the drops. Let me just make sure that the drops are working so I can show you guys that they're up. Let's do this. Let's go to Planetologist and make sure. What are the current drops? Pan Miyagi, welcome on in with that raid of 3 people. Great to see you, buddy. I hope that you're doing well. But it's a combat XP farms. Problem being official servers are affected too if they fill it back with bots. Yeah, that's not the great. You're loving the new Dune pieces. I'm very, very glad. There we go. Well, I didn't lose my ornithopter, which is always helpful. I like that's fixed, since if you crash going across a server border now, that it will actually fix itself. Let me just finish fixing this thing in OBS chat 1 second. Copy this, do this. The ads are on, so we'll just wait a second, chat, while we're doing that. Meanwhile, I will freak out and do all of these changes. Let's see, drops. That a separate page. What am I doing with this? Let's do this. This is wrong. There we go. You missed the previous Twitch drops. Will you be able to get them now? They have confirmed that there will be a way to get those back in the next kind of few weeks. It's likely to be at the end of the Observer drop setup, which is going to be, I think, in November. They will release a way in-game because they recognize that not everybody is able or willing to watch Twitch to get the drops for it. and they're trying to find ways of like kind of delivering that in game while also being fair to the people who were here and did do the drops. So I would say if you have missed it, don't worry. They are finding a way that you can get those items back, but it will still be a few weeks away, I would expect. Which ones have you missed, but out of interest, Arctilus? Good morning, Thurston, over on YouTube as well, by the way. I'm waiting for the dev stream. That's ultimately what I'm waiting for. I'm really interested in seeing what the Dune progress is, what the devs are going to deliver, and what they think that the changes are going to be, that they are going to make, enable things like server transfers. Because a lot of people have been asking for server transfers since launch, and the ability to move to be with your friends or to be on servers that are still active and still playing is going to be key to keeping this game alive. You wouldn't mind doing in-game quests to get items? This is your first Twitch drop? Well, I agree. I think that doing quests in-game would make a lot of sense. A lot of the other stuff that's rewarded to you in-game is done for doing quests, and I think that doing a quest to receive certain... For each drops, being able to do a quest chain in order to regain that progress adds content by itself. Even if you already have the drops themselves, having a quest to redo adds more time in the game, adds more value. Isn't this game dead already? Patty P, it's still got more numbers than Conan and other games, so I wouldn't say it's dead. If you go by the logic that a game has less viewers when it's at launch versus when it comes out, well then that's to be expected. You're talking about how many. If to you the game is dead, then that's your view of the game. Objectively, the game is still going. It's still got updates coming. It's still it's still in development in a number of ways. So I wouldn't call the game dead, because that doesn't doesn't speak to the amount of activity that the game actually has. So, like you say, a lot of people saying in chat to you, it's largely that the player base has moved to private servers because the public servers, I'll be honest with you, have become a little bit too toxic for people to enjoy. And I think that come January, the game's going to be in a really good position. I'm really hoping that their end game changes that they are proposing on doing will give us a bunch of really kind of good things to do in the game long term. At the moment, the longevity of the game is somewhat impeded by the fact that, like, you reach a cap, like, there is not that much more to do once you reach a certain level in the game. Which is to be expected. In a lot of games, you are going to reach a content cap. That's a thing. But this is the kind of game where you really want there to be a really strong long-term looting and crafting and building cycle to allow you to fill that kind of downtime. Especially with the fact that the PvP section is very, very strange. The whole Deep Desert PvP balance is very, very odd. I gave this feedback to the developers directly when I saw them at TwitchCon. You quit when they put mediums in the PvE line and the best mine resource on A line. Have they reverted that? No. That's still a thing. This is why I was saying to them at TwitchCon that realistically you need to implement a PvE and a PvP Deep Desert. The current Deep Desert, you could under lore, LORE, say, look, this is the area of largest spice production on Arrakis, for the minor houses. Therefore, because the Emperor cares about spice production, this is going to be a protected area, therefore under Canley. I think they need to make a separate PvP Deep Desert that when you go there, you recognize that there is the chance of loss, there is the chance that you're going to lose shit, and that ultimately it's very dangerous to go there. That needs to be where you get many, many more resources. You need to incentivize people going into the PvP area to take on that risk. And then you need to leave it so the PvEers are not people's content. Because PvPers deserve to have content, but it shouldn't be at the PvP, so the PvE player's expense. PvPers need something to do. They need to be able to compete against each other. They need a reason to compete against each other, but they shouldn't have to do it at the expense of the PvE players, because in the long term of the game, that's just harming the health of the player base. Exactly. There should be more resources and rewards at higher risk, and that's what that PvP Deep Desert should look like, in my opinion. Your Siege is also dead on average 4 out of 60 even weekends. That sounds about right, yeah. And that's why I think we're all excited to learn about what they want to do about server mergers. Because we are keeping our servers going. There is no way that we're shutting our servers down at any point. That's not remotely planned. So we want to know about whether we can provide, you know, safe refuge to people who are leaving other servers. That's kind of the goal. We want people to move to our servers to keep having fun, to join the community. That's why we delivered these servers, was so that a lot of people could still have fun. PvP Deep Desert should make you scared to be there. Well, exactly. And the current PvP Deep Desert doesn't do that. It's not, it doesn't incentivize the kind of behaviors that we want to see or that we actually were expecting when we saw PvP. Who exactly is enforcing Canley on the Deep Desert? I think there's patrolling ships there. It would be the Sardaukar, most likely. Araphil. Well, I hated every single second of that. That was awful. The worm wasn't aggroed, he just happened to be on a direct path to me. So he rose up beneath me because he wasn't aggroed, there was no damage caused by his body. So literally you were just unlucky to be on a worm path. You made a new character on the pirate servers, it's been a week, and you're solid up to tier 5 gear, and about to go into tier 6. It's a reminder about how much I enjoyed the main story quests and side quests, because holy crap, is the grind for resources exponential. Well, exactly, Finn Bastard. I think that's the key point. While it's okay to have a grind for resources, it is ultimately the questing and the engagement with the game that's keeping people going. And I think that that's currently kind of lacking. That difference of activity over time is what's lacking slightly. Because the Deep Desert has harsher environmental factors, so PvP focus healers can't just camp out there. I think it's very difficult because there needs to be counterplay to each of those environmental factors. So there needs to be a way that a group can overcome them and, you know, keep pushing forward in progression and keep being able to do stuff. But there also needs to be balance to it. And I think that that's the problem. The balance that kept large groups from forming and swarming and dominating a server really played out. I wish you could create custom quests and bounties. I agree. I completely agree. You got stuck once between ornithopter and ground, nothing helped until you got eaten. That happens. Yeah, that's luckily those kind of issues do appear to have been fixed or largely reduced massively with some of the patch cycles they've been doing. Ultimately, a lot of the feedback that Thor and I gave to devs was about that long-term content cycle and how players need to be given something to play around with long-term to feel like the game has value for them, as well as like a challenge that can give them. I think a lot of players are in a position where there isn't a lot left of them where they actually feel challenged by the game. And I think that's the sad part, because realistically, you need to have a level of challenge in the game. You need to have a reason that people, you know, want to keep coming back and keep playing. Like whether that's, you know, resources that they want. They're not necessarily going to log in all the time, just left, right, and center without any kind of, oh, look, this week there's this, this, and this, because actually, why are they logging back in every week for a weekly task if the weekly task isn't actually going to benefit them? You've put 1,200 hours into the game. That's a lot of commitment. I think I'm at just shy of 700 hours of total playtime. The only time you've died in 350 hours because of the sticky sand bug, yeah, the only time I've died to the worm was getting stuck inside terrain, therefore I don't count it. Because it does suck when that happens, but like I said, they've been doing a lot of fixes in that space, so every single patch cycle, it seems to be the chances of getting eaten by the worm when you're stuck on terrain is less and less and less. You haven't played since the week they put those resources in A-line? I think the problem is, Patty, that they had to put those resources in A-line to allow the players who were being farmed to catch up. But the issue is that if you weren't in one of those groups that really needed it, it felt like a very unnecessary change. Catch you later, Pan Miyagi. Thank you very much for being here, buddy. Thank you for that raid again of 3 people. You're a legend. You want to be able to redo previous missions and content, but a higher difficulty. That's actually a really good point. But there's a lot of missions and quests out there which I'd like to be able to redo, like you say, at a higher difficulty level. Doing the Lost Harvest content on tier 6 was kind of silly. I think that where else would you have put it? Because in the story, it fits at the end of the main story, at which point you're nearly on tier 6, or you could be on tier 6 had that been your content focus. Died once when the worm just happened to breach yourselves flying over the spot. That's just unlucky, Darian. That's really cursed. Sorry to hear that happened. Like, were you flying near a ring mouth? Is that what was going on? I was part of the groups that needed it. It was impossible to go and farm the deep desert because we could only get a tier 5 flop down to people hitting us were using tier 6 gear because they could harvest. Yeah, that's exactly it. And I think it's really easy to forget from, you know, from our perspective that there are a number of players who are having very negative interactions on the public servers, and that was the basis for a number of the changes that we've seen, that they don't necessarily make sense to just our server and our experience. Marvel Rivals in a PvE zombie wave survival mode based on the what if. Super fun. Well, I'm glad you're having fun with that. You flew near a guy harvesting and it sprang right into your path. Oh no. Like, if you've scared somebody and that's what they've ended up doing, that is, I mean, part of me finds it very funny. And I probably shouldn't. Put this over here for the drop. Let's put me here. You laughed after a while. I can imagine that for the first few minutes of that, it wasn't a particularly humorous moment, yes. I'm glad that you could at least see the humor at the side of it after a while, because some people wouldn't have. It's like, what are you going to do? What are the chances that you fly near somebody and the worm breaches? Like, the chance of that is just... Nani? Exactly, exactly. Sometimes you just get wormed. The second time you died wasn't due to sticky sand, it was Skyhaloo, airborne, flying... Wait. Oh, okay. Wait, you were moving to avoid the worm and you got hit by a falling ship. I mean, Finn Bastard, that's... Like I said, that's just poor luck. That's... You pissed off a witch at some point and you got cursed. Morning, Spook. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. In the sandcrawl with the bug making the carrier incapable of picking you up, you got to experience the closest thing to riding the worm you'll ever get to bring you your brown pants. Well, that does sometimes happen. The worm has a habit of summoning the brown pants. That's the point of the worm, you see. Purely poor luck. Exactly. It's... The worm was that desperate to eat you that it summoned a ship to slap you down when you tried to run away. That'll teach you to run away from Skyhaloo. Will there be uppies with spice today? There very much could be if we have people who are wanting to collect it. Wait, Katamari stealth released a new game? What? I love when game companies stealth release games. It's really funny. You only got eaten by Skyhaloo once. That's because it did an illegal U-turn on you. You should write to the you know, the police and let them know about that, because that's clearly unfair. I think there's meant to be... We'll quickly do this testing station. I love the scout thopter. Solo crawling behind the PvE line on medium field so that we get you plenty of spices solo. Well, exactly. That's my whole point. Like, this whole area of Deep Desert has become a PvE player's dream and a PvP player's curse. So I don't think the game fits. Oh, thank you, game. That was a couple of little freezes. I don't think it fits anymore to have it the way it is. I think that the whole Deep Desert realistically should be PvE if you're going to be able to make, if for spice reasons you're making it available to all players. I think you need to accept that, like, the PvP dream for this Deep Desert doesn't work, and if you're going to have a PvP area where you want that to work, make it a separate thing. Like, make that into its own standalone area, play circle, you know, play style that players don't actually have to have issues with. Okay. Is that another connection error? Because that's not ideal. One second, chat. Let's see if I'm dead when I spawn back in. You've been getting those a few times the past years along with lag spike stuttering? That's definitely a thing. We'll just, like, at the end of the day, there's a reason that we bought the scout thopter out. We'll just fly back out there. It's just kind of annoying to have to deal with. Although, hang on, while we're here, let me check. Let me just quickly check what the status is on this. Okay, we are... Okay. What happened? We had a connection issue while we were fighting in melee. So, an enemy killed us. It's fine, there's only a flight out there, and while we're flying out there, I will do the wing gambers. Because the nice thing is, we've got an ornithopter that will definitely do this journey. Okay, so if I go across to Twitch, and I do this... Manage prediction. There we go. The gamba is up. Feel free to gamba. Do I know the reverse lift maneuver? Not by name. What do you mean by reverse lift maneuver? You were checking the stats on Steam and less than a third of players have even reached the desert? Well, exactly. That's a whole thing. Are you betting your entire life savings of channel points on that? Remember, chat, you can bet your channel points right now on the on what the integrity of the wings is. I'll do this. You can see the color down there. The wings are a little bit spicy, as you can see. That sounds like a bug slash exploit, Patty P, so I'm not going to try that one. Look at that great bet spreading going on across the lines. I can see that the majority of points seem to say that it's 17 to 18. But I know full well that you guys will try and 50-50 a lot of these things. Control doesn't stall your engines. Control puts you into a nosedive. It's a separate maneuver. It's a button control. You mean it's a bug that lets you go and fly in a weird way, which is more efficient than other way of flying? That is the end of the Gamba. Do this. It's pretty good split. 13% think it's 13 to 40. Excuse me. 33% say it's 15 to 16, 37% 17 to 18, 17% 19 to 20, 0% think 21 to 22. I can reveal, chat, and reveal that the integrity of these wings is 17%. 37% of this was right. Choose outcome 17 to 18. 193,000 channel points. Oh gee, not again. The generator is also a little bit screwed up. We should probably deal with that at some point too. When we land, we'll do some repairs. Only 1% off, exactly. And in Gamba-ing, that's all that matters. As a reminder to everyone, let me put these back up. This is a thing. We have new emotes that we're working towards, chat. Down to 3,000 points because you have 0 ability to gamble successfully. Oh no, you've lost all of your Krona. Let me just do this. I like how we were told that F8 was easy. It is easy if you don't crash. Anyone else have a bug where their observer pieces vanish from building option? You have every single one, they're all gone. I would probably make sure that your Funcom and Twitch accounts are linked properly. It sounds like potentially the two of them have somehow become unlinked, and therefore they aren't showing in the game. They are. Is this on a private server? Elven Lycan, or is this on the publics? Right, let's try this again. Time for your death. It's on our cluster. You mean, by our cluster, you mean the private service, yeah. Okay. I don't know. It's an interesting one. Just go down here, let our shields refill. Do this. Give these as a gift. Bartholomew Roberts. Okay, so you are on our cluster. I don't know for certain. What I can do is I can, if it's a problem which is more than just one person, if anyone else reports that today, I can report to the devs, because that sounds like a weird problem. It might be private server related, although I do doubt it. Okay, I'm just waiting for my stamina. Come on. Oh, that was quicker and easier than I expected. The difference between doing heavy attacks and light attacks is if they move away, you'll lose the advantage you have of basically just keeping them like juggled by doing damage to them. You have all the observer drops as an option, even the new ones. Have you watched the full amount of time to get all the drops, Spook, or have you got them early? If you got them early, that's also weird. Oh, Thornton is here. We'll keep doing this looting. You have a short time for the 3-hour one, so you're actually not far off of the 3-hour one already. Wow. Not sure if it's private server related, but on the private cluster, our guild chat is broken. Decent messages don't go through. Makes communication in game for our guild frustrating. That's also a new one. Are these new bugs since the most recent patch? Actually, yeah, that is a surprisingly easy one to loot. I'll be honest with people. I see what they mean. That is a surprisingly easy chest to get to loot. Not mad about it. That's just kind of neat. Given that you can do that every few hours, it's not bad. It's been happening for a week or two. I haven't encountered it since before I moved from public. So see, that's interesting because I've not heard of any other bugs with guild chats at all. Albatross wing modules. Jumping off flight, be back later. Well, enjoy, G. I hope your flight is safe and easy, and we will see you when you're back. Hopefully border control will let you through because they don't think you're sus or something. Not that I would obviously say that you're sus, but guild chat's been flaky since launch. It is an element of the game I haven't really engaged a lot with because most of our guild chat we've done just outside of the game, I think. Okay, back to scanning. We love scanning, don't we, chat? We are big scanners here. I wanted the other west rather than east. Whoops. The ads should be over, Bandai Roka. Apologies. It doesn't affect paths to your proximity. See, Bart's saying on YouTube that guild chat's been flaky since launch, so this might actually be a problem that other people have had as well. I can pass it across to Funcom. Isn't Dune basically dead? I love the game, but every week there were fewer and fewer people on top of you can get eaten by the worm and lose your stuff and buy it back for 6k. I mean, it's not a survival game anymore. You can't buy all of your stuff back when you're eaten by the worm, but you can definitely gain quite a lot of it back, so it's not as punishing as it was before. Whether that's a survival game for you or not, that's largely a personal choice. I wouldn't say the game is dead, because dead implies that it's not being updated, it's not progressing, that it's not changing. Well, it is. That is a thing. No worries, Sindri. I can pass across. Really? I just need to do this. A few meters makes all the difference. There we go. The ballprint, I think people will come back to the game. And there are still people who do play every week. People who are playing through slowly, but like, a lot of people have reached the content cap. And I think that shouldn't be denied. Like, I don't think that you can ignore the fact that people have wanted to reach that content cap since launch, but now they're reaching it. They're wondering what else to do with the game. And if there isn't anything else to do, well, then there's a lot of other good games out there. It's not the kind of game which is meant to be a forever game for someone. Like, it's the only game they play. Like, that's not what they've ever intended. So I'll be clear, any game that comes out with that intention, I will largely say is wasting their time. It's a really silly thing to try and aim to do, because you can't be a forever game to everyone. You can aim to be fun. That's the main thing. That's what they're doing. But yeah, like you say, people are still playing on private servers. That is still a thing. And that means that because of the way private servers work, a lot of people aren't necessarily willing to pay to keep it going. A lot of people don't know that there's servers like ours that are still around. And so I think that there's a lot that can still be done for the game. It's very interesting to see that the people are finally basically just done with the public servers. I think that's what I've been expecting to see for quite some time now. You slow down your players, you're near cap, but also avoid burning out. Well, there's that too. And you know, I'm a perfect example of that. I've played 700 hours of the game. I've got almost all of the blueprints that I want. I could do a bunch more things. I could get all of the area, like I could unlock every single point of interest. I could unlock, you know, every single blueprint in the game, but like this, at that point I am just creating content. Now still things I can save to do, but like I'm creating more for myself that the game doesn't really ask of me, and it's not necessarily efficient to do. So I know full well that when I'm doing that, it's more a matter of not necessarily coping, but it's me trying to fill time. You're at 110, you're at 1,100, you finally hit 200 and kind of just once or twice a week. Well, exactly. That's such a much healthier way of doing it. Collecting blueprints like Pokemon is kind of the only thing that's left. Yeah, see, that's the whole thing. Well, okay, Ballprint, like I said, that's your view. That's if you don't see a reason to log on because other people aren't logging on, then wait and play other games and wait till people come back. My ability to organize things has been somewhat stunted by the amount of stuff going on. And yeah, like you say, it's people making things to do. You're relying on the activities of all the players to create this. Okay, well, Bart, I'm glad to hear that it is working for you on YouTube. That's good to know. You hope it gets hyped again. You have a lot of fun. I'm sure you will, but I would ultimately draw to people's attention the fact that, like, if you've played the game and had fun, how many hours out of it that you've had fun for is enough that you've gotten your value out of the game, that the game was worth it long term. Because I don't, like I said, the game, to me, doesn't need to be a forever played game for it to be a success, for you to have fun with it. Like, that's, no matter what happens, I've had fun with Dune. I'm hoping that they fix it and make some of the changes that I think will be better for the health of the game long term. you know, they give there to be more of a reason. They give more evolving content and more that you can do in the game once you reach the content cap. But what would be perfect for you guys? Like those of you in chat who have a viewpoint on this, what is it that you want to see? What would make you want to play this as a forever game? Because I still don't think that there's anything in Dune that means that I would want to make. I would want it to be the only game that I play. Like, what's the win condition for them? You see this a lot now when games come out. It's like, oh, you know, is this going to be the WoW killer? Do you mean like WoW killer in that like it's a forever game that people only want to play that game and nothing else? Or do you mean that it's a commercial success or what? And I think I just struggle to know what people were expecting from the game or want from the game to be able to judge whether the game is on its way there or not. So if any of you have that viewpoint, please do let me know. Like, please do ask, because that feeds into, I guess, what we do long term with, you know, the game and the feedback that we give. Like, if everyone wanted to see a game that had, you know, millions of flora and fauna running around, well, that would be feedback that we gave. You know? You're a long-time WoW Classic player, so you were looking for another game you could have 20 years over and over. See, I think I don't think that's a fair expectation to have of Dune. I don't think that was the goal. I think that, like you say, you know, you were stuck in the forever game whole too many times. You're glad that something like Dune has an end, so you can log on, power your base, and not worry you're missing anything. I think that's a good way of seeing it too. Yeah, I think that's a good set of fair points. You want to see more of the sand rats? That would be good. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of very interesting lore that I'd like to see developed. And I would be clear that obviously we are getting close to the 3rd Dune film now. I think like that's going to come out at some point in the future. When that comes out, I imagine there will be a huge amount of interest in the game. Isn't it forever game one that gives you satisfaction to keep going back to regardless of how many hours you put in? It'd be quite different from person to person. Well, exactly, Sil Alpha. That's kind of my other point there. Everyone's looking for something different from a forever game, and like to have it be a forever game for the overall market, going to be a challenge. It's going to be a real challenge, I'll be honest. You had about 180 hours of fun out of 400 hours. With the bugs, it made it hard to desire the game, and the new cat that kind of spoils it, but you always have fun in games they positive. Well, that's really good to hear. Sneak the bear. 180 hours of really enjoyable game time is pretty good, but I will agree that the bugs, especially at launch, were a problem. And people losing things like ornithopters and that kind of stuff to the end game content felt really poor. So I'm glad that they've added this restore function in, because actually, I think that while it makes it less of a survival game, it also mitigates some of the bugs and problems that people would expect to see. Some of the worst pain points people have had was losing their stuff and losing their ornithopters that they've worked really hard for. You know, we ourselves lost, what, 5 or 6 ornithopters in total. The fact for it to be returned now is really nice. I don't feel like the same level of permanent loss almost from a problem with my gear or a problem with the game. Because how many people out there were really frustrated losing something like, you know, their best, you know, an ornithopter they farmed hours for, or losing their best kind of upgraded ornithopter gear because of a bug? Like, how many people out there, just feel free to like say X or whatever in the chat, experienced that and it informed their opinion to stop playing? I mean, at least a couple of you. Yeah, see, there were a lot of people I know who were disappointed by those bugs and by those problems. I mean, yeah, exactly. I was at the point where if I lost one more, I would have been like, you know what, step away. Karen losing their carrier, you step away. You lost your character twice in one night. See, that's an issue and a concern. I think that the fact that you can recover vehicles now helps. Sharon, I don't know if you managed to get yours back or anything. I don't know what happened that long term, but I doubt that you did, given its location. Too much loss for a moment's gameplay, and that's just kind of it. That feeling of loss was always disproportionate because you worked very hard to get these items, which are quite expensive. And if you lose them, it's a real problem. Catch you later, Bart. Thank you very much for being here over on YouTube. Catch you in your morning. Sleep well, dude. Take it easy. Oh, is that another one of those? God damn. Okay. I'm just going to quickly restart my game chat while we're doing this. Let's just Let's just do a quick restart. We'll do a verify the integrity of the game cache while we're waiting. Verify integrity of game files. And there's an escape from duck-off patch, 4 megabytes. Oh no! You lost 2 times to the Red Lions and EVE Online, speaking of which. Oh god. I spent quite a lot of time with Red Lions. I quite liked my Russian brothers for a while. The carrier of the Rift is perma-lost at this point? Oh, that's sad. That is sad to hear. It's fully sheltered and won't take storm damage. Just 1 side panel retrieve and you can get 3 of the wings, but that's it. And I'm assuming that you can't reclaim it using the restore function in the game. I mean, that was always a thing, Phoebus and Eve. Remarkably easy to lose ships without actually using them. Oh, it looks like I was missing a Steamworks distributable. Let's see. Maybe that will help. Steamworks, common redistributables. Just doing a cheeky relaunch chat. Restore won't work because it can't be destroyed, damaged. It's not even a PvP area, so it can't take damage from players. You lost your crawler twice today. How did you lose your crawler, Zook Music? Sorry to hear that that's been going on for you. It never happened to you? This is the first time it's done that. Wild. Solo sound crawler sounds stressful. I completely agree. You couldn't get back to your carrier. You couldn't enter your carrier. Interesting. It's likely connection issues or instability. The part where I log back in and I'm just inside of a worm's mouth. I'm like, oh, neat. Could you not turn PvP on in the Haga, in the hangar Charon's carriers in so it can be killed? I could, but I'm not sure how you're going to get damage off on enough damage off on it to kill it or damage it, because it's underneath the rocks. Which obviously has complexity to it beyond just enabling that temporarily, because that's putting PvP on in the Haga Basin isn't a small change. It might break that server. It might do a bunch of things that I don't really want to play around with. Or a maybe. I would rather just give Charon another carrier, to be honest. Like, I would... That's how much I don't want to change settings that I don't need to change just to test something out when it comes to our servers. I would rather just replace those items myself. You farm solo and it's kind of relaxing. You manage to know when there's low activity and you farm 2 lines. You farm 2 full times a full carrier with the Regis Centrifuge. Very nice. Okay. I mean, ultimately, like, if you are solo sand crawling, I'm going to be real. You have to accept that there's going to be a degree of chance of loss in what you're doing, because you are doing what's meant to be multiplayer gameplay. And if you're doing that in a, say, more risky way, there's always going to be a chance that might go wrong, you know? Yeah, I think on that one, I would rather help Charon replace the carrier than I would just turn the settings on with the chance of a maybe fix. Because the problem is that by turning PvP on, I don't know what else is going to break inside the Haga Basin on our servers. And last time I changed a setting across one server, it changed it across all of them. So imagine all of the servers all of a sudden having PvP on in Haga Basin, even temporarily. That's not what I wanted to do. That's not how you scan. You don't stab the sky to scan. Kronos moment, chat. A real Kronos moment. Good morning, Turtle Tamer. How are you doing? I'm not activating the purge on the pirate servers. No, that would be so mean. Wouldn't that be totally unreasonable? Yeah, that's how we scan it, right? You stab the sun. That's how you know what the area looks like. I need to go north. Do this again. Is there also not scan? What? Whoops. Don't listen to anti-knife here. Be free, stab the sky. I can't believe it. Why are you guys sky stabbers? Yeah, you can't. You can only stab the sky using a knife that you bought while inside the Deep Desert Block Party, like Rusty says. See, Zoot Music, that's my problem with this, with the split of the factions. I don't like that people were suggesting that you change PvP to be faction based only, because you then end up with people will just be unbalanced between Atreides and Harkonnen quite heavily on the in the other servers. Like, changing things to be faction based, I don't think changes it. Which I think is really strange, actually, when I think about it, when I think about what people want to engage with. The fact that people didn't want to go Harkonnen versus Atreides and they only wanted to stay one or the other is such a weird feeling for me. There's a ring mouth. The spice it calls to me, chat. You'd love to introduce more houses with unique stuff. I think that would be really good to see. I would then wonder kind of what's the development time cost of that, you know, like what value does that add compared to other things? I would like ultimately for them to fix the issues that I have with the game before they focus on new content and such. That people don't want to balance teams and that all people gang up on Atreides. That's kind of, yeah, everyone seems to have gone Atreides on a number of servers, and it was a problem. There should have been some kind of balance mechanic to it, or just don't run the risk of separating, of combining the PvP with the factions, because even between factions, like within Dune, there is conflict. It's not like if you're Atreides, you'll never conflict with somebody who is also Atreides. So I'm very, very glad that they didn't go down that route. The Lands Rad just needs major rework. The Lands Rad doesn't work as it seems.
Sector weather alert.
A sandstorm in 5 minutes. Do I have my still 10? I do. Fremen and Sardaukar? I don't think you should be able to join the Sardaukar. I'll be real with you, I feel like, and actually I would rather you couldn't join the Fremen either. Which might be a bit of a controversial take, but I feel like everyone would join the Fremen if that's the option, because the Fremen are just powerful. I feel like a storyline where you can align yourself or support either side would be good, but like being aligned as a faction to either of those would be, I think, OP. The Sardaukar wouldn't have enough control. House Carino would be interesting. Yeah. You don't want one of these structures which is outside of the house system, I think, in the game, because I think that's going to mean that that devalues the Atreides versus Harkonnen choice even further, and you would only ever choose, this, for example, the Fremen. You would only choose the Sardaukar because it just would make sense to do that.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
They said it won't be Carino. It might be something else. It might be smugglers. It shouldn't be another Imperial power structure, which isn't aligned to the house mechanic, I don't think. House Gregors will take power next, not if House Kronos has anything to say about it. How's it going, dude?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
If you could tell me where the sandstorm is, that would be nice. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's... Yeah, there isn't really much avoiding that one. You are sending like 60 emails and one to cry. That's corporate work, right? That's how that goes. That's the fun of it. Sardaukar are just mercenaries? That's not necessarily true. The Sardaukar are not just mercenaries. From my understanding of the Sardaukar, they're the Emperor's elite fighting force. They are controlled by and kind of under the whim of the Emperor.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, for fuck's sake, you had to get all the way to the end of that timer now. It used to be that you could fire the survey probe launcher off after it was at the 111 meters mark and it wouldn't be a problem. I think I'm likely tanking the sandstorm. But in the lore of the game, we're told Sardaukar are a big part of the War of Assassins. Yes, because the Sardaukar are the ones who enforce the War of Assassins depending on the location. So they're the ones who enforce the laws of Canley because that's what the Emperor imposes.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
So they are an important part of Canley, and they are an important part of the War of Assassins, but they are there to enforce the Emperor's will across the planet. The War of Assassins was deployed in the way it was because of the disruption to spice production, which is why the Fremen were ultimately exterminated, because again, they were the ones they were disrupting the production of spice. And the Emperor and the Imperium inside of Dune cares about spice production above all else, as far as I know. We're told by the game in the opening cinematic the Fremen were eradicated by the Sardaukar. We are told other things as you progress through the game. We are given hints as to the location of the Fremen. A number of people have theories as to the location of the Fremen, but ultimately we don't necessarily know for certain just yet what's going on. If you're on open sand and still tent, can a worm still eat you? Yes, if it finds you, it can eat you. I agree with you. I think it's very likely that at some point, a crescendo point in the story, they will bring the Fremen out and you will be able to see them and interact with them alongside. They haven't ruled out things like sandworm riding and other Fremen-related craft, so I would definitely believe that the ability to interact with the Fremen will exist at some point in some form, which I find very exciting. I think a lot of people want to be involved with the Fremen, understand more of their story. I really personally enjoyed the learning about the history of the Fremen through the tasks and the trials that we have, learning about what they dealt with on each planet, and it kind of tying all together to be the ultimate journey that the Fremen went through to end up on Arrakis. But we're told in the opening cinematic that the Fremen were eradicated. We are told elsewhere in the game that there's more going on than that, but I don't want to give anything away to you just yet. Excuse me. A small sneeze. Who needs lungs or oxygen? Certainly not I. The AI is possibly linked somehow. Again, there's a lot. I really like their delving into AI and all of that stuff that they've done. I think that it adds a lot of interesting flavor to the game that we wouldn't really have experienced otherwise. You know, the stories of Dune are written the way they are. They don't tend to go a huge amount into AI and kind of the Men of Iron kind of stories that we see in other things. What have I done here? This is a real mess. Can't believe it. Oxygen and living is overrated. Let your waters be reclaimed and put to better use. I mean, I guess that's how the Fremen feel, yeah. Well, exactly, Kato. Without spice, lots of things would break down. Withdrawal from spice addiction is often fatal, and without it, travel between planets takes months because the Guild have monopolized space travel. Exactly. And that's why spice is so important. That's why there's lots of things that you can do by using the desire for spice as a driver for the story. Am I catching up? I am actually gaining on the storm wall. You want to see more about the research facilities and some work towards terraforming, not on a planet scale, but building vivariums for resources would be cool. I very much agree. I would like to see a development of the flora and the fauna of Dune, because there is actually more to Dune and more to Arrakis than just desert and just the sand. You know, the areas we see in the rocks are a really good example that you do have some small plant life there. And we are moving towards the Watershipper's Mansion DLC, which we've been told will be the northern and southern poles of the, well, not all southern poles of Arrakis. So we should at least see some interesting development there of something that we haven't seen before. The Watershippers are an interesting faction by themselves, which is just neat. That's a spice blow. Boom. You know, sandworms are an invasive species originating from terraforming. I do, which is by itself quite interesting, because I think the sandworms have transformed Arrakis immeasurably. Well, that's just it. You know, why would we have all of those? Did I have that email? Which email? Oh. No worries, no. I just I hadn't seen the last message because I was answering a different Discord message. You know how it is when you click into Discord, you click someone's DM, and then it doesn't. You haven't read the most recent one that you were reading beforehand. Discord's a great app, and I would completely rebuild it if I had the chance and the technical skills to do so. I absolutely hate it. It's awful. There's in the most recent Discord update, there's people who have got, if you have your Discord open, sometimes your CPU usage will just be like 20% higher because Discord is just like stealing it. Who knows why? The polar caps for Arrakis are an area that I'm really looking forward to seeing. I really think that looking at the polar cap areas of Arrakis is a really cool thing to touch upon. And I love when games give us the ability to investigate and play around with lore in a way that we've not really seen it before. Because, like, you get to pick that lore up and you get to move around it. You get to exist in it more than just having it described to you. And I think it's a really nice thing to have. Like, and you know, whether we like it or not, I don't think that you know, every universe will never get its stories tapped out. Like, you know, the Warhammer universe is never going to be done telling its stories. The Dune universe will never be done telling that. You know, Middle Earth, a number of you will know that, like, the stories available in things like Middle Earth, the stories available in a number of different, you know, universes are great, varied, and there could be millions of them. So, you know, I think that it's really nice in that regard to see what they're doing with Dune. And like, to be fair, like, not everyone's going to enjoy having the lore of the universe they enjoy you know, that they have an affinity with, explored in a certain way because they might have had a different mental image. But the fact that we can explore the universes of, you know, of Dune, of Warhammer, in ways that, you know, we weren't able to do just by reading, that, you know, all of these things that, you know, we picked up so many different universes across, you know, great fantasy and great stories across the years, that like, to be able to have a time where you can actually run around on Arrakis, you can actually like run away from the sandworm, you can actually harvest resources, you can have some idea of what it was that the Fremen were experiencing, you know, in those stories when they were written. Like, I think that games that explore those areas of lore that we wouldn't otherwise see in a game, in a universe, are really neat, really cool. I think that the more media that explores a certain universe, the more you get to have that unified image of that fan base. It's why comics and such have such wide universes, because they develop their universes so well, with so much different and interesting information left, right, and center. I just like the fact that we, in this day and age, get to experience so many different universes and worlds. I'm sure you can get 3 hours tonight, Scraver. I believe in you. Expand to other planets will take the focus away from Arrakis, though. I think ultimately Dune's focus is always Arrakis. Whether if you popped off planet for some reason, I could kind of understand it, maybe. Temporarily, but I think Dune is in the name, isn't it? It's all about Arrakis. Arrakis is the center of that universe in that way because of spice. So stepping away from Arrakis, I wouldn't necessarily say needs to be done, but like, for example, experiencing the ice caps, an area of Dune that we've never seen. You know, dealing with the land tigers that are in Dune, like some of the fauna that we've never encountered but only seen or read about. You know, learning about things like the Tlaxu and encountering the Bene Gesserit ourselves. Like, you get to interact with that story, and it's a very complicated story in a way that is actually really like enjoyable. With the great ideas that turn this game into one of Paul's vision, I think that's again a really good way of having a branching timeline that exists within the lore and doesn't counteract or doesn't break any of the existing lore that people enjoy about Dune is nice. And the fact they were able to do little changes like introducing the lasgun changes, and they were able to do things like, you know, things that made sense for the game but aren't necessarily tracked to what happened in the main story, I think is nice. And the fact that it makes perfect sense. The universe they've come up with and the backstory of this universe that we're now in, this timeline that we're in, makes perfect sense. When you think about it, it is that simple. You have a world in which, in the original Dune story, sorry for the spoilers, you know, it's if you haven't read the books, you're a few years out. It is, yeah, like you say, it's the forefather of modern sci-fi. Herbert went so in depth and had so much dedication to his pure image of a world that, like, that's shaped a number, like Star Wars completely shaped it, Warhammer as a world completely shaped it. Like, you cannot deny the influence that Herbert's Dune has had on sci-fi as a whole, as a genre. And I think that it would be remiss of me to say that, like, it's up there with like Asimov's work on robotics. Like, you know, it fundamentally shapes the genre. I would like to do more in orbit around Arrakis. I think the one thing that we don't see a lot of is the satellite installations and global blockade that exists around Arrakis. Understanding the investment into this planet, which has taken place by the great powers of Dune, I think helps people to understand exactly how valuable spice is. I still think the one thing we don't see a lot of is why and how spice is just so valuable in Dune. I still don't think that this, like, because we harvest the spice in the game, I still don't think that we have the right understanding of just why we exist on this planet, why spice is a thing. Like, I still think the game doesn't do the best job of explaining all of that to you. what's the point? Why Arrakis? Why spicy? You get a bit of an idea, but like, how much of you know exactly how valuable spice is? That's another disconnect. This seems to be a problem. Query timed out. Okay. I think the books struggle from stepping up scale. And what I mean by that is when you read the first book, you only have a few characters, you only have one planet, you only have one network of information and one kind of string on which to pull. Second book rolls out, that expands out by a step. And then the third book and scale rolls out, and then you're like, whoa, okay, there's a huge amount of universe in this universe. What's going on? Hello, Mahoodles. How are you doing? It is lovely to see you. I hope you are recovered post-TwitchCon. Why is there spice in Arrakis? Because it's a byproduct of the worms. You're half asleep, doing well. I have largely recovered. I had a bit of a bad reaction to the painkillers when I was coming off of them a couple of days ago. So Wednesday night, I think it was, into Thursday was a bit of a rough one. But I am indeed largely recovered, thankfully, which is nice. I have so far, touch wood, managed not to get the con crud, which is nice. But it's always a risk. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Moo and Greg. Glad you guys met at TwitchCon as well. You're all great people. There's so much universe in this universe. I am doing all right. It was really nice to get back and see Bailey. He was very pleased to see me. He's been very loving and demanding since, which has been good. I was excited to come back and see the cat, so I'm really glad that he's doing well. Actually, there was one thing, Moo, that is relevant to you that I was quite surprised about at TwitchCon. I'm surprised the number of people who are getting more and more excited and talking about Star Citizen as a project. I was pleasantly surprised by the number of streamers who were talking about it and looking forward to what that game is doing and how they're making progression. Far more so than there was this time last year. Oh, Bailey was so excited to see me. He immediately started rumbling. He didn't leave me alone for the first few hours when I got home, and it made my heart feel very full. It was very nice. Being chosen by a cat is there's nothing quite like it. There were a few SC nerds, that's true. It was probably it was probably represented quite well as a percentage of people, but it was just nice to see, because I think that it's very easy to not have a lot of faith for the game, and I'm excited to go and learn more about it. I'll be honest, like, you know, there's, like you say, there's been a lot of changes since I last played, and I don't know where I'm at in the game anymore. It's been many, probably 5 years since I last touched the game and checked in on it, and I would really like to know what they're doing and where they're at with it, because the other game I follow, which is doing the same kind of development approach live, is Ashes of Creation. At the moment, that's not been, I wouldn't say that's been hitting the mark at the moment, in my opinion, as I'm sure some people in the community will agree. The thing with Star Citizen for me is that it costs so much in-game time to get anything, but you can just go and spend an ungodly amount. Well, that's the issue. The monetization approach is where I draw the line, and where my personal problem with Star Citizen is. But I did promise to Moo that I would give the game a chance, and I would put the monetization aside to see what actually is there and see what's in there. At that point, it just becomes this is a good game with lots of promise, but their monetization approach is shit, and therefore it's killing it. That's what I'm kind of expecting to get to if people I trust as much as, you know, Moo and other people have a lot of confidence in the game. That's kind of where I'm at. You're less interested in Star Citizen and more interested in Squadron 42. Squadron 42 is going to be their single player offering, for those of you who don't know what that is. And I believe, as far as I understand it, that a lot of the systems from Star Citizen are meant to come from Squadron 42. So I think that in terms of development, if you're excited about one, you should also be excited about the other, because there's going to be a lot that carries across, is my understanding. Remember, again, I'm about 5 years out of date on that. But I don't want to make any assumptions, and I don't want to assume the game is good, because, like I said, Ashes of Creation I was very excited for and pumped up for, and I've been vehemently disappointed by some of the choices that Intrepid have made amongst their testing phases. Because I'll be real, the best alpha that I've played so far for Ashes of Creation was probably the second one, maybe possibly even the first one. Blue Protocol, still good fun. I want to go back and play that some more now. The level cap will have moved on a lot from pre-TwitchCon. But I've got a big backlog of games to play at the moment. I've got Battlefield I soon to catch up and play on, although from what people were saying this morning, Battlefield's made some difficult calls, which might make it harder for players. They're pretty transparent and they're communicative with their updates and what they're working on. I don't keep up with it, but it's fun to check out in SC every now and then. And that's good. Like, being communicative with the updates is the absolute critical thing. If they weren't being communicative, I wouldn't even give the game a go. Because to have that monetization approach and to not be communicative with the players who are investing in the studio and funding the studio, ultimately at that point, would, to my eyes, be a failing beyond anything else. So the fact that they are communicating is better. A lot of you know that my big viewpoint is communicate when it comes to community management stuff. And their players are putting a lot of faith and confidence in them. I think that the only thing that they can do is communicate with their players, and over-communicating is probably better than under-communicating. They're very on top of it and actually following through, like, for years and years. They've been doing some really cool stuff. It all comes down to this server meshing, as far as I understand it. The ability to spin up and spin down servers is looking like it's going to be critical of both Ashes of Creation and Star Citizen and pretty much any multiplayer game for years to come. Because you need to have scalable server architecture and infrastructure, which is going to support the number of players in a given environment at a given time. And because that equation changes constantly, you need a system which can itself change constantly, live, without interaction from the developers. That's as far as I understand it, a big technical step. And to be able to get to that stage, I mean, that changes a lot of games as we know them. Because, you know, Eve is close to that. Eve has a different server for every few systems. And you can get a server reinforced so that each system will be on one individual server at a given time if there's going to be a large battle there. But imagine being able to have 5, 10 servers spooling up, depending on how much was needed. Like Eve, you can already fit, say, 9,000 players on one server. But because you can't have more than one server per system, you're only ever going to be capped at what you can do on that. If you could have Eve, but all of a sudden you could have 10 servers that were supporting one system, well, all of a sudden that 9,000 cap becomes 90,000 or even more, because where's the limit there? And what that means is that for all games where you rely on server counts and player numbers, you can have one mega server for every single server, and your server scaling systems are going to mean that those players can always work together and play together without any kind of negative interaction or negative server infrastructure problems, because of the nature of the server spinning up more servers when needed. Absolutely incredible as a system if that could work. And if you think about how that would deploy to, say, World of Warcraft, you know, say Elder Scrolls Online, to Dune, where you could have, you know, worlds of a huge amount, it seems like it'd be a nice multiple system, and that's what I think a lot of companies are racing for. As a tooling, that's definitely going to be very valuable. And I've said this to people recently. Ashes of Creation has moved to the most recent version of Unreal. To me, it would make a lot of sense for them as a studio to be developing these tools that they're making, like, you know, dynamic server gridding, server meshing, like their storytelling system. They would develop them as tools for Unreal, which can then be marketed to other studios. That I would imagine that is at least a goal for them, if not the goal for them, because that is a huge form of funding that doesn't come from their player base, and yet allows them to leverage the internal tools they developed to make their game already. To me, it makes the absolute most sense that that's what they would want to do with their time and with their money. Because surely, you know, if you're building a system for your game that's required for your game, but you can also use that to fund the game further once it's ready, that just makes sense, right? And I think that as players, we would want that. If, you know, if the players put in 100 million to a game, and yet by creating the system that the game requires, which is, again, you're meeting your obligations that way, you can also raise 200 million from companies to support the next few steps. That's just good business. Right? Now, I don't think Star Citizen are doing that, because Star Citizen aren't using something like Unreal. They're not using a well-known or well-used engine. They're using a very specific spin-off of what I think was CryEngine turned into Lumberyard to make, I think, is it called Star Engine for Star Citizen? Again, it's been 5 years. This might have changed since I last looked into it. But my memory serves, it's Star Engine, and it's to do with that. And it's got some kind of history of Lumberyard and CryEngine and a couple of slices of the core systems from those. So I don't think that Star Citizen can sell in the same way, but Star Citizen by itself has earned, I think, something like 800 million, maybe even nearly 900 million now. Do they need to earn more money from corporate customers? I doubt it. I generally don't think that's necessary for them with the amount of money they've raised. If Star Citizen reaches $1 billion raise, which it very easily could do, then you're looking up there with the game budgets of games like, you know, Red Dead, and you're looking at the kind of times of games like Red Dead, because while you have to remember that, you know, Star Citizen's been in development for 10 plus years, yes, you know, a lot of these games have been, building a studio of the size that you require for a game of the size that they are describing is absolutely huge, and building that company takes time. Building the efficiencies that a company has takes time. CD Projekt Red didn't make Cyberpunk as their first game, you know. GTA 5, you know, it wasn't the first game that they made. You know, Red Dead Redemption 2 was not the first game of its kind, but the scale, they built up to those scales, they built up to those development skills, didn't they? They didn't just come in from nowhere with a huge amount of funding and do that. And it wouldn't be fair to expect them to do that, but that's what we're asking companies like Ashes of Creation, or sorry, Intrepid. Oh, looks like some instability on my end. Yeah, SC's engine is a custom version of Cry and Lumberyard, same but separate, exactly. But like, if you think about how long it takes some of these big companies to create games like Red Dead Redemption 2, and yet they were existing companies with existing corporate structures and existing members of staff who already know what they're doing and know how to interact with each other. Intrepid don't have that. I'm having a brain moment. The company behind Star Citizen is it Robert Spacen? Is it RSI? It confuses me because RSI is also a ship manufacturer inside that game. SPI.ce, Spice. It's important to note they had to ditch about 4 or 5 years of initial development due to the company they were working with initially screwing up the integration modules of the ground and space sides of the game. Wow. Yeah, I could believe that. So when people tell me, oh, well, you know, SC's been in development for 10, 12 years, there's a lot of stuff in there as caveats that we have to think about. But also, you know, cynicism exists in our psyche for a reason. We are cynical creatures because that's how we, you know, we're like, well, is that actually going to be the way it works out? You know, we're all used to being burned, particularly when it comes to early access games. I don't think I need to ask how many people in chat have been burned by an early access game at one point or another, because I think that every single one of us has a story about that. Or at least a game that at launch wasn't what we were promised. You know, No Man's Sky is a really great example of where a large number of consumers got misled. though, that cynicism of, well, you know, they say they've needed 4 or 5 years to rebuild and they've lost that progress, but actually, you know, that's part of what we are entitled to or we deserve as consumers is an update on, you know, where our funding has gone for those. That's not wrong either. And it's an individual choice among each person. Like, you know, somebody who's been burned more might be more resistant to trusting than somebody who hasn't been burned before. Cloud Imperium Games, that's the one. That's a CIG, that's what I was thinking of. I knew there was another 3-letter in a 3H one. Thank you very much, Butch, that's very helpful. You have a policy you don't buy early access games priced above $10 unless there's a bunch of people I trust that say they're good? Well, exactly. Hype can be an issue too, case in point, Cyberpunk 2077. Well, that's also a very good point, because, you know, Cyberpunk, when it launched, had a lot of problems. I, for one, remember the teleporting police. You would just do something wrong, and all of a sudden, the entirety of the law enforcement wing of the entire city would teleport behind you and try and ravage your biscuits with a stun baton. We've all been there in real life, don't get me wrong, but, like, in-game, this is where we don't need art imitating reality. That's just police efficiency. I think I'm okay with not having teleporting police IRL. Unless they can teleport, like, between me and somebody who's trying to stab me, in which point, maybe I am interested. It's just a bad day, not a bad life. That's, again, not how I fire probes off. I don't try and mine the sky. I'm part of the House of Total Biscuit of thou shall not pre-order games because I've seen too many times where people get burned by pre-ordering games. I think that's very fair. Oh, you might want to drop a 225 ship manifest to House Leader to get one more plasma cannon BP. Leader, that's gonna be... See, I'm fairly sure I already have quite a few plasma cannon, but let's go and have a look. I thought I had more plasma cannons than 0. Just having a moment where I can't see them. I have got 3, there you go. I don't know if I need another one. It's not a weapon I tend to use a lot of because you end up being quite exposed to enemy fire when you're using one of those. The heavy weapons that I do have a lot of time for are rocket launchers. We're on a server where Harkins are there. I mean, Butch, we're on a private server, so we've still got active people. We've still got people who are bouncing back and forth. It generally takes it in turns. Obviously, you know, House Tradies won last week. It looks like the Harkonians are going to win this week. It's a back and forth balance because of the way that the 20% buff works. We've been switching back and forth quite fairly, which I think is quite interesting. Lazarus weapon vendor is quite nice. I mean, I think that Atreides have had every single 25% crafting buff, but I'll be real that I don't think it's made a huge amount of difference because, you know, that just means that, okay, well, we'll farm even more spice then. Don't shoot your wings. I'll shoot your wings if I want to. $169 manifests as the Harko for this week. Yeah, see, I don't need it, but it is very tempting to do. And I think that when they switch the Landsrad to being a contract-based system, it will be much more fun, because not only does that mean that players can get more XP more quickly, but it also changes it to doing those quests in a different way, picking up the ones that you want. You know, not having to deal with the same, not BS, but like the resource storing and repository system that we have, like we do hoard, and we definitely aren't meant to hoard. Definitely didn't need to fly that. That was like, you know, getting in the car to go around the corner to visit your friend. You know, that realistically I could have just walked around. The Hawks new server do a flip-flop on the lands for 1 week, they win it, next week they push, third week they do nothing. Well, at least they're, you know, keeping everyone guessing, right, Scravix? I'm tempted to join a private server to interact with people more. At the same time, I don't want to start again from where you are in the game. Arctilus Major, I completely understand that. That's a sentiment that's shared by a lot of people. That's why on our server, we do a system where if you are relocating from a different server to us, we help people catch up. So we provide a Mark IV pack for people. So basically, you can start off with an Ornithopter Mark IV gear. You can basically skip up through into aluminium, and when you've got the Thopter to start making a difference. That, I think, is a reason why a number of players on our server have kept going and kept playing, because actually they've been able to relocate where they've been having a hard time. We know that we can't do server transfers. Like, that's something that isn't a thing yet. We're waiting for the next dev patch notes before we can do that. Like, the next dev interview, they should be giving us that info, and I'm very interested to see what they give us for that, because a lot of people are waiting for it. But ooh, do I have my compactor on me? Got my Mark 6. I'd rather not use a Mark 6 for this. Be surprised how fast you level up when you re-roll even without help. Well, there is that. Yeah, once you've done it once, it's actually a lot easier to re-roll. I may very well re-roll a character at some point. I may switch to our mushroom servers and run a new character there and play some solo, show you guys what it's like to start again. If people are wanting to do a fresh start, we can do that as an option. I think doing that with a few people could be a bit of fun, so we like all do a little bit of a group. But I'm saving that. I might save that for when there's a lot more new content. So we can do the new content, we can run it all together. But otherwise, you are more than welcome to join us, bud. I've said that any member of the community who wants to relocate, who wants to join, is more than welcome to. At the end of the day, I understand that people don't want to leave the servers that they're on. They have a level of sunk cost. Sunk cost fallacy is a thing, you know, but if you're not enjoying yourself and you think you might enjoy yourself elsewhere, the offer is there. I can only provide that for people because that's all I can really do, is to say, you know, here you go, this is the option. Hi, Bailey. Meow. Meow. Yeah, hi. Oh, let's not crash into the sand. You might be cute, but if you cause an Ornithopter crash, you know, the Dune driving authorities probably won't be too impressed by it. Hello. Hello. You're such a lovable boy, aren't you? Oh. Well, I guess I didn't need that anyway. Server transfers are coming. We were told that we would get news on server transfers when the next dev stream was. The next dev stream hasn't been for the last couple of weeks. I was expecting it to be after TwitchCon, so I would expect it to be announced at some point in the coming few days. If it doesn't happen, then I think you'll start finding that players are calling out to Funcom for an update on it, because it's an area of critical care. Like, people are very interested in server transfers because at the moment they want to play on active servers, and a lot of servers have become quite quiet. So server transfers, server merges is something that I'm really looking forward to hearing about. Hello, Bazag. Hello, Miltos. How are you guys doing? Hello, Red Falcon. TwitchCon was great fun, thank you. I had a great time seeing friends, meeting new people, talking about, you know, kind of gaming and everything like that. I think I really enjoy TwitchCon. I'm a bit tired from it, but that's the nature of anything that I go to where my back is bad. Is that not scanned? Visual bug. Heaven Dark Gaming, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the community. You're an absolute king. I hope that you enjoy the Bailey emotes. He's a big snuggly baby, as you can see. He's just there. Appreciate all of you sticking around during the ads. Thank you very much. Welcome back after the ads, everybody. I hope that you're doing well. I would remind you guys that, you know, the ads support me making sure that I stretch. They support the channel. They mean that I can feed this delightful blob on the floor. But that you're also still getting your drops during those, which is absolutely key. So everyone wins. I appreciate you guys sticking through with those. And yeah, this is Bailey. Look at him. He's just having a bit of a clean. Hi, baby. Yeah, meow to you. Have you had your chicken? You're asking for more because you ask each human for the chicken in sequence. Because you're of the belief that we don't talk between ourselves about who's fed you and who hasn't fed you. Okay, you're gonna go and shout at the other human. Okay. You've collected your 2-hour drops? I'm very glad, for my. Oh, thank you, Kharkov. He is my baby. He's my grumpy son. Heaven Dark Gaming, good to see you, but thank you again for that Prime sub. Yeah, Bailey is my adopted son. He moved in with me about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago when I moved into this house, and he was actually living in the garden. He was basically living in the garden because it had some nice kind of quiet areas away from. It had some nice quiet areas away from humans. He actually had left living in his house full time because they got a dog, and he's a 13-year-old cat. While the Labrador that lives there is really lovely, super friendly. You know what Labradors are like? They're just such sweet dogs. Unfortunately, Bailey just doesn't get along very well with the Labrador. Probably because if the Labrador wants to lick Bailey, the Labrador's tongue is the size of Bailey's head. But B was living basically between 4 or 5 houses in the local area, basically getting fed by a bunch of people just out the front of theirs, but he didn't actually have like a home to go to inside, for example. So I moved in kind of middle of October, late October, after going through all the summer doing the house purchase stuff, and every morning I would wake up and come downstairs, and I would open the front door, and he would just be sat outside the front door being like, oh, hello, this is my garden, I live here. The property had been vacant for a long while beforehand. It was a probate sale for the place that I'm in. So it means that the previous owners had passed away, and it was being sold by the estate. But every morning I would come down, he would just be sat there, and he'd want to come in for maybe like an hour. He'd have a sit down, you know, just have a lie down on the carpet where it was warm. And then we'd go back out on Sundays, and he spends more time in the garden. And then as it got into winter, I would let him in, and he would spend most of the day here. He'd sleep on the sofa, he'd sleep on a bed upstairs, but he would always ask to be let out again in the evening. He would always come to me and ask to be let out. So that's just kind of how it was. We would check the front door regularly to see if he was there, and if he was there, we'd let him in, and if he wasn't there, we'd let him out. We'd let him out. You know, if he was inside and he wants to get out. And over time, he's just visited more and more and more. We put a cat flap in that first like second spring, because we were like, you know what, rather than leaving a door open for him or leaving a window open for him, we can let him come and go as he please. And he's really adopted us. Like, you know, we are basically his main humans. He no longer goes to the other houses to eat. We've got his weight under control, which meant that his heart murmur got a lot better for him. He's got a lot more energy. He's got so much more life. Like, you know, when you look at an animal and you can see the life in their eyes, you can see that they are awake and aware, and they are paying attention to things. Like, since we got Bailey's diet sorted, and we were no longer feeding him kitten food because he's a senior cat, we switched him from what another house was giving him, which was kitten food for 1+, to senior food, which is, you know, 7 to 9+, which is because cats need more protein in their diet as they get older, as far as I understand it. I'm not the expert. I spoke to a vet and a animal nutritionist, I think is their actual job title. But yeah. Did I officially adopt him from the other owners? No, he's still officially owned by my next door neighbors. But I, you know, when he was sick recently, it was a really good example. I keep them super informed as to what's going on with him. Hello, are you coming up? Yeah, come on up. Yeah, you want to sit by the open window again? Okay, let me open it for you. Turn on my heat so that I don't get cold. So no, he's still officially owned by my next door neighbors. So when he had a health issue recently where just before TwitchCon he was very, very unwell, and obviously a number of you will know that's why I was gone from stream for a few days, because I just couldn't handle him not being well and me not being here like on hand full time to look after him and to keep an eye on him. I kept them informed at all times, because ultimately he is still their cat. Like he still belongs to them. They still love him. They just like knowing that he is somewhere safe, that he is being looked after, and that if anything pops up, I think, you know, they're just happy that I will make them aware immediately. So he's not officially mine, Classic Buster. No, he technically lives next door, but he chooses to be here, and you know, I'm very lucky for that, and I'm not going to take that for granted. So, you know, I will always tell his owners exactly where he is and how he's doing. If they want that, I will, you know, I keep them aware, because if I was in the same position where I had gotten a dog and my cat that I'd had for 10 plus years had decided to spend more time away from home as a result, I would want to know that they were okay. And I think that I'll be honest, the owners are they're lovely people, they're super supportive, and they just like that he's got somewhere that he feels safe and that he feels loved. I think that's what they care about more than anything, which is really nice, because there are a lot of owners out there who might be upset that like their cat is paying attention to another human, or, you know, is going somewhere else, but like they recognize that it's his choice, it's what he wants to do, and that like I've not asked him to come and stay with me. I don't bring him inside. I don't pick him up. Like they asked if I could pick him up and bring him over. I was like, well, I can bribe him around, but I don't pick him up, and they were just confused by that, because like it's not. I'd describe this. Some of you will know that I have a medical issue with my back, where often I will be on my cane because I can't walk properly. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. If it is, I'm happy to answer questions about it. It's a L4, L5 injury and damage that causes compression and damage to my sciatic nerve. So that's my backstory. There's been a few times where I've been hospitalized for my back problem, and I've had to be pushed around in a wheelchair. And I can't describe to you the feeling of having to be in a wheelchair and having no control over your movement and how you're moved and where you're moved, and having to rely on someone else for that. It's a really, really strange feeling. It's a bit like if you've ever been in a hospital bed and you've had to be wheeled somewhere for a scan, for example. You've got the same kind of feeling, but at least that when you're lying down because you're unwell, there's not much you can do. But when you're in a chair and that's your primary form of getting around, it can actually be pretty bad. Mental health wise, big problem for me. As soon as I realized how I felt about having that autonomy taken away from me, I've never been able to pick up a cat or a dog in the same way, because like he gets around on the floor and around at ground level by running around. It's very important for him. You know, cats feel stress, they feel pressure, they like locations where they can feel safe. The idea of me being in that position and me being picked up, I wouldn't want to be picked up. I wouldn't want that control over my environment taken away from me, and I don't want to do that to him. He doesn't ask me to pick him up, so I don't pick him up. If he did ask me to pick, like if he gets onto my lap, that's his choice. If he wants to do that, absolutely love it when he comes into my lap. Like he will come and ask me to move from this room. Some of you will have seen it on stream. He will come into the room over and over again and try and lead me into the living room so that I can sit on the sofa so he can use me as a bed. He will actively ask for that sometimes. That's what I like. When he wants something, he's very clear about it with me. He's never asked to be picked up. He's never wanted to have that option. So I just won't do it. And I've been the same with multiple cats. Like the last cat in the house I was in before, the cat who moved in with me she was a little black cat. She was about 6.5 years old. When I moved in, she must have only been about half a year, maybe like 9 months old. And I remember moving into that house, and she came up the stairs in the house and was like sniffing around the new house as I moved in that day. And I was like, okay, well, you're very, and she stuck with me. You know, she came to visit me on a weekly basis for 5+ years, and then towards the last year and a half of me living in the house, she again, because her owner was very, very unwell. Her owner was an elderly lady who was in and out of hospital. She actually decided to come and basically get looked after by me and the spare humans. That was kind of our first practice cat that we received from the universe. And then obviously Bailey this time around, it's been an absolute gift. It was quite funny really, because the owner of that black cat actually passed away about 2 weeks before we moved out of where we were, and as part of that, the cat went to go and live with the elderly lady's daughter and their kids up north in, I think, like Liverpool or somewhere. So the only time I picked her up was when I carried her to the owner's daughter to give her to them. Like, knowing that she was moving on, it was a really convenient time, because like in 2 weeks time we would have been gone, and we were thinking about whether we would take her to the new house and whether she would be okay there. Turns out we didn't need to worry, because she actually had a home she was going to, and from all accounts, from what I've heard, she's very happy there now, and she's probably about 9 years old now, very happy living inside and outside. Like, she's very happy. So it's not the first time that I've received a cat, but this time it's the same kind of principle. It's just about giving them what they need and looking after them. Would I get one of my own at some point? Oh, 100%. When Bailey passes away, I will probably get 2 cats. I'll probably adopt 2 if I can. You got a cat for 18 years. You got to be 19 before the vet thought it was the best idea to let me sedated, and after that, stop her heart. Such a loss for me, as it was considered my last family member passing 3 years after my mother. I'm really sorry to hear that, Chris Dyke. And like I said, when Bailey was sick recently, I was in absolute pieces. Some of you saw me and had a conversation with you guys, but like, I wasn't myself. Even now, you can hear I'm breaking up thinking about it. Get back in there. I will definitely, yeah, if I'm going to adopt it, it's going to be 2 at the same time. I think that's the plan. I just think that's better. Like, he's an old gentleman. He doesn't need the extra pressure of new cats in his environment, and I don't think he'd benefit from it at all. So, like, you know, why would I risk that when he's got a really good life the way he is now? He's 15. He could still easily have 5 years left in him. So, you know, all I can do is spend my time making sure he's as healthy and happy as possible, look after him, give him a better life. And there's every chance, to be honest, that when he moved in, when he was 6.5 kilograms, so 14.5 pounds, which is obviously quite overweight for a cat, there was the chance that he might not have made it through the winter with that strain on his heart. So the fact that he did move in when he did, and, you know, I was able to look after him and we were able to get his weight in check, might have bought him all of the years that he's got now. So, like, I have to give myself credit for the fact that I'm looking after him and doing what I can for him, but, like, I know that it's not forever. What chair do I use? At the moment, I'm using a Fractal Refine. Quite nice, quite comfortable. I was using a Herman Miller beforehand that I acquired from my old work during COVID. As in, during the first 3 weeks of the shutdown, I was so annoyed with the chair that I was using before, which was basically a dining room chair, that one night at 11 p.m. I said, you know what, fuck this, I'm not getting up tomorrow morning and doing another day of work on a dining room chair. I got in my car, drove to my old office I think I got there at 11:30 at night, parked in the understory car park, went upstairs, took a chair, just put it in the elevator, down to the ground, down to the other store, car storage, put it into my car, just drove home. Just grand theft chair. So I was using one of the Herman Millers, so the Herman Millers before, but now I'm using the Fractal Refine. I also didn't tell my boss I was doing it until afterwards. I asked for forgiveness, not for permission on that one, and to be honest, I wouldn't have changed anything, because the fact that those lockdowns went on for as long as they did, like, I know that within 3 weeks of of me doing it, a couple of people have been like, wait, is that one of the office chairs? When I was on course, I was like, oh yeah, I just went to grab one. They were like, oh, I didn't know that was an option. Well, I didn't say anything. Well, I know for a fact that about 15, 20 other people went and did the same thing afterwards. So much so that my boss and her boss bumped into each other in the office at the same time, both going in to grab a chair one evening after work. Like, no, it wasn't theft. It was strategic reallocation of resources in a critical time to allow for optimum staff working from home. As you know, display and screen equipment, you know, DSE is very important in the office environment, and actually, you know, for me with my scrungled spine, it's doubly important. No, not theft, Jack, not theft. Reallocation of resources. Very British. Very British, you see. They weren't using it properly, so I showed up unexpectedly, I took it, and I put it somewhere where I would use it better, which was my house. It belongs in a museum! Ooh, I'm fading into the background. Thank you, OBS. Let's do this. Pick screen color. So let me disappear. Whoa, mystery. Oh, that's horrifying. There we go. It's a bit better. Now I'm not fading into reality quite as much. How's the ass support on the Refine? Pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, it deals with me sitting here for anywhere between 10 to 20 hours a day, depending on how much I stream and how much I'm working. I've been very, very pleased with it. It's a good... It's not like you sit on it and all of a sudden you feel your ass melting into 1,000 pieces, like kind of you become so comfy that you feel like you've died and transcended from the plane. I'm gonna be real, like I've never found a chair which is that comfortable, but mostly because I'm extra scrungled. But from what I was on before, and the fact that this is not only like this, the armrests are really good for like being raised and lowered, the headrest is really good for doing the same thing. Like I'm very, very happy with it the way it is. Like, I'll be real. One second, let me just respond to this DM. Go to this one. How many hours have I played? I'm just shy of 700 hours played in the game. So actually less than I would have thought, because I would have genuinely thought I was at a larger hours played percentage. But unpleasant to set your PC for a few years, you've been using your laptop. I feel that, like, when you're at the position where, like, spending time doing something basic like working or gaming becomes so stressful, like, or painful, yeah, it's not a good position to be in. I've been there, and I know how much that's difficult. You got the drops in game finally, but the hatch doesn't show for some reason. It might be that it's taking some time to populate for you, Chris Dyke. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer than the hours it says to watch, or it takes some time for it to actually tie across to the game and update properly. You're at 130 hours, so you're probably kind of at the start of the game, kind of technically, Turtle Time. You're probably kind of settled in the game with an Ornithopter, potentially. But, like, I can imagine that's the thing. Hello, Chicago Strong. That's another disconnect. Tied to the 1100 hours. I mean, Sabu, yeah, you have got a few hours in the game. A few, just a couple. Right, let's try this again. I'm getting very, very low on probes. I've got 11 sectors left to probe. And I have 14 probes. 870 hours to find the game. It's setting the story to feel to be amazing. Well, I'm really glad you're still enjoying it, Cosmin. That's really great to hear. Noibeen, 37 hours now. Thanks to a good friend introducing me to it. I'm really glad. Jasitra, 170 hours. 400 hours from Car Toys. 1400 from Lily Lulian. 814 from Chris Dyke. You have a little bit over 420, Charon. Nice. Good evening, Hondo Malistar. Enjoy. Do your drops. Hope you're doing well. 1200 hours from Greatest Freya. 502 from Fujiwarosa. What's my game with the most hours on? It has to be EVE Online. EVE used to do a thing where you could use the in-game system to request how many hours you had played inside of it. So I think at one point in that I had like 35,000 hours in EVE. But that's a very different game of a different nature. I think outside of that, New World, I got like a few thousand hours in. It's difficult to say. Like I said, there's a bunch of games that I've got a lot of hours in, and Steam doesn't always show the correct number. Goon, I was indeed for a while, but I was also in Northern Coalition. I was inside PanFam at one point. I spent some time in tests. Like, the problem you have with the EVE Online is that largely, by the time you've been in the game for a long time, you've kind of encountered every single faction. World of Warcraft, yeah, I mean, how much that time was spent spinning ships in a station? How dare you? I resemble that statement. Oh, you were in Against All Authorities. Nice. You've got 2,500 hours between Elden Ring, between PS5 and PC. Amazing. That's a lot. I don't want to know how many hours I've got in things like Dawn of War or Master of Olympus Zeus. There was an old Roman game called Praetorians that was good fun. I had a lot of time in that. You've never played EVE Online? Good. Friends don't let friends play EVE. EVE was great until a couple of changes made it very, very pay to win. Now, I'll be real. EVE always was slightly pay to win. The fact that Plex, a currency you could buy with real money, which was used for game time, was purchasable with real money and could be sold in game, meant that you could always, as long as Plex was around, turn real money into in-game money at ease. That is pay to win. However, it was mitigated by the fact that the real strength in Eve was the time taken to train your characters. We've got the ads in a minute, so I'll talk about it quickly. But realistically, as soon as you were able to buy skill points with skill injectors, that was when it became awful. That's what ruined it, because skill injectors meant that you could inject into a Titan on day one if you had enough real life money to do it. You could be flying the best ship in the game with all the skills required to fly it, and you'd on paper be indistinguishable from a qualified Titan pilot, even if you had none of the experience, immediately just because of skills. That's wrong. The fact that that made it so that you could, when they made the raw core changes, mine enough with one raw core to make another raw core character and get into a raw core in one day, meant that the massive industrial boom that you saw in 2019 functionally killed the economy of the game and led to a huge swathe of changes since they've never really recovered from. And if you could do that every day, so all of a sudden you would have 2, and then you would have 3 accounts, and you would have 4, and then you'd have 8, and you'd have 16, and then all of a sudden you've got multi-boxers doing dozens of counts. What am I doing now? I'm scanning the deep desert, so I have a full map. Then we're going to go do some exploring, get some blueprints. We'll check out the loot caves. Did I ever try City of Heroes? It doesn't sound familiar to me. I don't know. Hello, Raiders. Shadow Wolf, Lukey, welcome on in with the raiding party of 2, buddy. It's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for showing up. It would cost 20k to inject into a Titan. It would do, yeah. I think at one point it was less than that. At one point it'd be more than that, but that's still, the principle is still there. It doesn't matter how much it is. People will fight, like, people will wail. Superhero-based game? Interesting. Okay, I'm just gonna do this start this next area of scanning, then I'm just gonna nip upstairs and do my my back stretch, which I need to do, but otherwise my physiotherapist might actually cut me, and I would rather not do that because I value most of the blood and organs in my body. Have the devs said when we can expect game on console? I can probably talk about that a little bit after the ad break. Yes, they haven't said details, but there's probably some. It is Thornton Ramsey. It is Raw, and I will be right back. I'm just going to descrungle. Be right back. And I have returned. Thank you for that. It was a very quick stretch. You like how the chair hole is very useful. If I lean back, I go straight through that. That's obviously the problem. I've got the lamb source coordinates. Okay, calm down. The lamb is ready to walk. I'm waiting on garnish, Gordon. Let me have a quick snack, 1 second. Welcome back after the ads, everybody. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate you. Those ads mean that I can go and do my exercises, grab a drink, you know, do the things I need to do. They support the channel. And they also mean that you guys are still getting drops while we do that. Normally, I will pause for ads, so I won't do anything that's story focused or anything that you guys are missing out on during those, because I just feel like it's not really worth it. Like, if you can't afford the $8 or whatever it's a sub, so be it. I'm not going to make you, I'm not going to make you miss out on stuff as well. You know, we've all got enough going on that, and we can wait. Like, you know, what's a couple of minutes? Like, I take that time so that I can look after myself physically. You guys should have that time to do the same thing, and you shouldn't worry about missing stuff, whether you're a sub or not. Because if you're not a sub, then you probably got ads, so you're probably stepping away to do things. And if you are a sub, again, you probably need the same time to descrungle your own spines and ponder the great orb in the sky and pet your cat. I don't blame you. Oh, Luther's made some changes to some stuff on the planetologist side, but apparently the changes he keeps on making keep on breaking his app. Which sounds about right for development to me. Where? Oh my god, a Chronos? I think you mean a chair. You are a chat, Bazag. You're an exceptionally good chat. Proud of you. Gonna listen while trying to grind aluminum. Aluminum. I love it. Noibean, I feel that. I've done a lot of time farming that. I like to fly my ornithopter up on the walls and harvest it with the assault, to be honest. It's the quieter way of doing it. What CPU do I have? I have a Ryzen 9950X3D at the moment, I believe. Yes. My other PC has a 7950X3D. But that one is currently under maintenance because its RAM is upset. Which is normally what happens if you try using 2 sets of 2-stick RAM as a 4-set stick of RAM. Because they're not configured that way, and you had to do a bunch of things to make them work that way. To play around with your RAM stability. I have tried to download more RAM. Weirdly, it didn't do anything. Whoa, an anonymous gifter. Thank you for gifting out 10 tier 1 subs, bringing us ever closer to our new emote. Thank you for giving subs to Beppo, to Frogzil, Paranti, Jojover, to Jalgorti, to Zio Morris, Nico2300, and Frenchy Fries, Evo2G, and Helga Schmelga. That's a great name. Helga Schmelga is an excellent name. Well done. I'm proud of you, whoever nabbed that one. 10 out of 10. Thank you very much, anonymous gifter. You're a legend. I really appreciate that love and support, and that kind of keeps the channel going, keeps me going. So thank you very much for that. I want to thank everyone who took part in our push yesterday to get us to the kind of the next tier of emote. It was really, really kind, and I'm really excited to say that there are 3 more emotes that have arrived after Chrono Rave, which is kind of neat. We've got 3 secret emotes to be revealed. Because I know what people want, and it's a disgusting amount of emotes. Oh, well, thank you very much, Nobi, and I hope that you enjoy your aluminium farming. I hope that you are doing well, and I'm glad you're here enjoying the stream. Thank you again for those gift subs, whoever you may be. Kind, anonymous gifter. I love that anonymous gifting is a thing on Twitch. I'm going to be real. Like, it's a real neat thing. That love and support that people can drop is huge, but like sometimes people don't want to reveal that it's them, or sometimes someone might just want to be quiet and supportive in the background, but like, whether you choose to do it openly or anonymously, every streamer really appreciates it. So thank you very, very much for those of you who are on the platform supporting, you know, creators and, you know, other streamers and, you know, other chat members. You guys are all awesome. Thank you all for all the follows, all the love and support. You know, like I say, as content creators, none of us could do this without you guys as a chat. Whether you're a lurker or an active chatter, like all of you are massively valued. And I want to be really clear on that. Thank you. Like the one thing I pick up from TwitchCon is that everybody who chats, everybody who hangs out is super welcome and valued by like good communities. And you know, I want to be clear with all of you guys all the time that you guys are massively valued here, and that if any of you want to ask any questions or you want any advice about a game that I'm playing, or you know, you want to talk about something that's going on with you IRL, like I'm more than happy to do it. There's some stuff obviously we can't talk about that might be more sensitive or could be a bit more difficult to get into, but like I will always try and be reasonable. I always try and be honest with you guys. That's what I've always been clear. I've always been clear that, you know, I think you guys deserve honesty above all else. Well, exactly, Jason. Exactly. Yeah. Some people are very, very kind like that. It's awesome of them. But 1234 is unfortunately not a very safe password, though, is it? Why is the sky blue? I believe it's to do with the the reflectiveness of light rays and the coloration of space, but that's probably a Mahoodle's question. Maybe even a meteorology question. Wind Assassin, thank you very much for that resub, and you've been here for 3 months now, which means that you are now a bread roll. You have risen. Thank you very much for being here. Yeah, I do believe that the reason that the sky is blue is to do with the way that the light scatters its coloration. Yeah, that those are words. Raleigh scattering, sure, that's a thing. Yoshisuki, thank you very much for that sub with Prime. Welcome on in. I hope that you enjoy the Bailey emotes and the ad-free viewing. Prime subs are super important here. As all of you know, Prime subs are something that's contractually obliged to you. Well, so I'd hope you all know, if you have Amazon Prime. But what you might not know is Amazon is therefore contractually obliged to give you that ability to subscribe using Amazon Prime to a streamer of your choice. That means that when you don't spend your Amazon Prime, Bezos gets to keep that money, and he puts that into his diamond statue on the moon fund. We don't want that. We don't need Jeff to have a diamond statue on the moon. So if you have Amazon Prime, remember to use your Prime sub. I am personally guilty of forgetting to use it myself. I've done that a number of times, and I don't want to contribute towards the moon statue project anymore because I don't think he needs it. I think he's got a big enough head as it is. And I think a statue on the moon made of diamond is just a bit extra for him. So give your Prime sub to a smaller streamer, to an animal charity. Like, go give it to Ferret Software or to Alveus Sanctuary, or, you know, a small affiliate who's only just unlocked the ability to monetize their channel. You're more than welcome to use it here, and I really appreciate it. But just make sure that you use it somewhere. That's all I will say. Why is Winky in the timeout corner? Because he's looking at the drops, because Winky likes to watch. He's not allowed drops, you see. Has anything major changed in the game? Well, we've got this nice feature here called recovery. So any destroyed vehicle can now be recovered. The recovery mode in the vehicle backup tool gives the ability to fully restore vehicles that have been recently destroyed at the cost of cost of Solari and maximum durability. Items stored in the vehicle's inventory models will not be recovered. Only be performed in PvE zones or inside a land claim if you're within a PvP enabled zone. So like that's really nice. So where people had lost ornithopters before, they can now reclaim them. That was previously a big problem for the game. I'll be honest. Like, that was previously an issue that a number of us faced, losing an ornithopter, which wasn't great. Well, Yoshisuki, I very much appreciate you using your Prime sub here. Thank you very much, and I hope that you enjoyed the cat emotes. How do I rate melee combat at the moment? I think that a couple of the changes that were good that were needed for melee combat were the ability to be stable on the floor. That's made it a lot easier to at least know where we stand. Funnily enough, you know, pun intended as well. But they've also taken away some of the melee abilities, like Suspensor Blast. I hear they recently nerfed, and a couple of the other melee abilities, and I'm just wondering where they think melee's place in the game is, because melee is strong, but it has to be strong, because in a game where ranged gameplay is there, you need to have a reason to not just use ranged gameplay. JP Napier, I agree with you about some of that. If you've lost your Ornithopter in PvP, or you've lost it to something, I would completely agree with you. However, most Ornithopter losses have not been to PvP or anything to do with environmental effects. Most Ornithopter losses that I've heard from people have been to do with bugs, to do with disconnects, to do with them getting stuck in the sand, to do with them just getting lost inside their vehicle recovery tool. So to have some way of recovering from those bugs, for me, I think is very important. I personally have lost 1, 2, 3 assault ornithopters and 2 scout ornithopters. As far as I don't know, 2 or 3 scout ornithopters. I'm not sure if I have lost one of the, if I lost 3 of them or 2 of them. There you go. It's the whole area scanned. Nice. The deep desert layout is getting nicer. I think the island's difference, the variation is quite nice. I do think that if you've lost your Ornithopter in PvP, reclaiming it, yeah, that one's probably a bit of a weird one. If that is the trade-off, though, and that's what's required so that we can have a way of regaining our Ornithopters that are lost through bugs, so be it. You also think that they should go back to your original way with houses. Once you leave your house, you should not be able to leave, so choose wisely. I disagree on that one, purely because inside the lore of Dune, changing houses and the changing of alliances and allegiances is a very kind of core part of that universe and that lore. And I think that getting rid of that, and get rid of that political element, the idea that you can betray them and go back to them, or, you know, you can betray them and not go back to them, as it were, is important, because it recognizes that you can change your mind, but also actions have consequences. So, I don't know, I think there's a balance to that. Do you know what they're planning to add in the game? I know that the next patch is the end game focus one, so they're doing a huge amount of reworking to the lands rad. They are doing a huge amount of work to how end game contracts, etc. work. Oh, sorry, Rusty, I don't think I did the shout out for you for your 5 gifts. I think I got talking about Prime subs. My apologies. Rusty, those 5 subs are absolutely awesome and kind of you, giving them out to Looper, Lizarthrios, Hey, What You Drinking, Nikki's Addiction, and Clownmere. Thank you very much, Rusty. You're an absolute prince. I really appreciate when you guys come here and throw those gift subs, because, like, you know, that's you guys, you know, showing or indicating that you guys have faith in me and that you guys want to support the content, which is absolutely huge, because one of the things I was expecting when I started this was like, oh, you know, why would anyone bother to watch my content over everyone else's? And I'm just really grateful that you guys show up day after day and are here. And those of you here for drops, I'm really glad that you've chosen to get your drops here, because, you know, there's lots of other channels where you could get them, and I really much, you know, I really do appreciate it. You have high hopes for the game in the long run. I think that's it. I think that long run, the game has a lot of promise, a lot of future to it. I just think we need to accept that it's going to take time to get there. You know, I think that they made a bunch of mistakes with launch because it's their first game of this type, and that's fine. It's now how they recover from those and how they fix them and give us a good game going forward. I mean, if you look at Conan, that game's been going for a long time and is fun, and because of its replayability and what you can do with the game. I'm hoping that that's what they do with Dune as well. Is this starting to degrade? Oh no, I can just see through the windows. You come from Conan Exile, so you'll know how it is. You'll know that the Funcom patch cycle is a little bit slow, and sometimes it takes them a while to get things bang on, to get things exactly right. Oh, why are there so many thumpers in here? Okay, the handbag is empty. Let's see. Wow, we managed to do that scanning with like one probe left. You played that from the beginning, the dev team saved that game, and that's what I'm hoping for from Dune as well. I have a lot of confidence that the dev team will turn things around, that they are, like, the main thing I will say is they are 100% listening to their player base, and if they weren't doing that, that's where I would have the biggest problem. As you all know, I believe that communication when you're doing these kind of games and doing development is absolutely critical. And the fact that the devs are communicating, they are looking to do more, they are listening to players, they are on the subreddit, they are listening and looking and learning, what players want across the spectrum is very key. And actually, we as a group probably only see about a third of all the feedback, if that, because a lot of it goes to them directly. A lot of it is in various channels that we might have access to. It's in different languages that we might not be checking. We have to remember that our feedback isn't the only feedback that's being given. And so just because we have an idea that works for us and works for our server and our community and our culture doesn't mean it will work for everything in the game. They're the ones who have that overarching view, and they really need to be communicating more of that. I liked their dev streams. I thought that those dev streams were very, very good for letting players know what the rough trajectory of the game was going to be. I'd like to see them continue to do those and to continue to do them more often. I'm quite excited for what the next one contains, because realistically, that's what, like, server merges and transfers is a huge piece for the server, and it's going to do a lot to talk about the longevity of the game. When you look at how can a player, if they're done with a server or the culture on the server, or they're bored of what's on somewhere, change their minds. And I left my ornithopter in the deep desert. That was smart. 13,000 hours in... Wow, 13,000 hours in Conan. That's insane. You must really enjoy that game, Grimsworld. What is it that keeps drawing you back to Conan? Because surely that's not in one consistent long gameplay. That's going back over time, right? Right? You found purple bubbling sand. Is that environmental something harvestable? That's about to become a spice blow. If you're on the ground, you may take some damage if you're standing in it, so be careful. But that purple bubbling sand is about to be spice. It's pre-spice. And we all love pre-spice, don't we, chat? You're a small guild, you have 6 players, but only 2 are active. That sounds about right. I think that probably about 90% of players have fallen away from the initial waves, but it's great to see that there are still some active players, and, you know, there are still bases being made, there are still things being done by the community, there are still community initiatives going on. Like, there are still people who are getting together each week, who are, you know, doing sand harvesting, who are, you know, making bases, who are having fun together. And it's really great to see, because, like, while I might not be able to play every week, the fact that I can log in, I can see that people are still having fun, I can make sure that things are still ticking over. To me, that's absolutely key, because, you know, I never said that Dune would be the game that I play forever and endlessly. I wouldn't want it to be that kind of game, because, like I say, there's so many good games out that I don't want to be unable to play another good game because I'm too worried about playing this one. Did I go to TwitchCon? I did indeed, Arav. Yes, I was at TwitchCon San Diego from the Wednesday until late on the Monday. Your server in June is very active. You have an official server? Nice. Well, I'm glad. And that's what I think some of the official servers need, is they need somebody on the servers who are like, you know what? My server is still good, blah, blah, blah. You know, this is what we can offer on our server. There needs to be a level of, this is why you should come to this server, which might be dead. But now they need to solve the whole, okay, but when I'm moving servers, how do I make sure I'm not losing everything? You can always see a server that's by checking the E4 to E6 PvE areas of bases. That's very true. Because that'll tell you what the deep desert's like for people. That said, there are a lot of places where just Haga Basin is where people are focused on and just doing all of their work and effort. Like, that's a thing. There are whole communities and whole server clusters where, like, they just stay on Haga Basin. Thank you, Mango. I'm glad you're enjoying the longer hair. What Funcom do very well is to make wandering around the map fun. Making the repeat visits to combat points just adds to that. I agree. I think there needs to be more to encourage you to redo content in the Haga Basin. There needs to be something to encourage you unlocking all the points of interest, or, you know, going around and killing all of these low-level enemies again, because the game doesn't incentivize you well to come back to Haga Basin and re-engage in that content, which can be a problem, because there's a lot of great content just hidden away in Haga Basin that you might not have discovered to. Will they be consolidating servers at some stage? Yes, Slider UK. They've confirmed that at the next dev stream, they're going to be talking about server merges / transfers. That's what I think will bring a wave of new life to the game and consolidate the players who are remaining. I think after that, it's about how they change the end game. because the end game is now bit that I would say personally is lacking. Once you get beyond a certain situation, like the Landsrad is okay, but it doesn't feel like a very good experience to me. But the one thing to me that it bothers me is the Deep Desert. The Deep Desert's still not very well balanced. The Deep Desert is not a PvP environment. It should never really be one now because of the way they've made half of it PvE. They've made all of the resources available in the PvE area. The PvP section of the Deep Desert doesn't add any value or doesn't confer any benefits to actually taking that additional risk to going out there to harvest things. What we really need, and I think it's, I've said this a number of times, and some of you are going to get sick of it, we need to separate the idea of a PvE and a PvP Deep Desert, because PvPers deserve to have content for the game, but they do not have the right to make that content be at the expense of the PvE players, and that's what we're seeing with the current setup. The current Deep Desert means that PvPers go out there trying to, trying to take down PvEers, or, trying to prey on people who are taking the risk to get resources, but no one's taking that risk. So the only content they're left with in terms of PvP is to basically engage toxically or to force engagements that aren't necessarily what I would call naturally occurring, like the the idea of having to go out and people pinning people pinning other Thopters down and then putting Thumpers beneath them in order to get some form of kill. Like, it just feels wrong to me that's what's having to go on or having to be done so that players can get a PvP experience. And that means that the PvE players are suffering because there's no real counterplay to that. You're in the PvE area. You're not meant to be facing that kind of threat. So the PvPers are left with no PvP because of the system of the game. The PvEers are left to deal with those PvPers who don't have, don't have anything that they can do. So the PvPers generally, this is generally, it's not everyone, generally end up having some kind of toxic engagements or toxic interactions with the PvE players who are the lifeblood of the game. At the end of the day, you might say, oh, it's meant to be a PvP game, but without PvEers and without there being a functional economy, PvP doesn't have a place. So I know that some people get upset when I say that PvE needs to be the priority, but like PvE needs to have a place and then PvPers need to have something on top of that. So the suggestion I gave to the devs when I had a conversation with them at TwitchCon was, okay, you need to at some point create a tier 7, right? That's the next level of progression because we're all running out of content. That's a given. If we assume that is a necessity, then the following becomes much more true, much more possible. That why not take the current Deep Desert under the rules of Canley? Say, look, this area is where you get a huge amount of spice sand. From the Emperor's perspective, the wars here, the fighting here has led to a production decrease in spice, which is a big no-no for the Imperium. As such, the current P Deep Desert all becomes PvE. We accept that spice, tier 6 materials, etc. are all available in the PvE Deep Desert. However, with the introduction of tier 7, you introduce small amounts of those resources to the far end of the Deep Desert, so there is a reason to go into that. It is still safe, but it takes you a lot of time, a lot of effort, and ultimately you're capped by the fact that there's distance and the fact that there's not going to be that many people, there's not going to be that much resources there. Then create a PvP Deep Desert area, which is a combination of open sand, a combination of ravine, and a combination of, like environmental zones like caves or like the radiation fields. Once you've got all of that, you then have a reason that you've got this separate area that PvP is. When someone goes to join that, they get a big warning on their screen saying, look, this is a PvP area. While there are lots more resources here, there's also the risk of PvP. Make it so that if somebody knows that they are going into PvP, they're going to get PvP'd. That stops the PvE players whining. And then inside that PvP area, make it so that you can get those tier 7 materials, but that also you can make a PvP armor. That should be exactly the same as the PvE tier 7 in terms of strength for PvE, but it should also have an increased amount of damage against players. Remember that by default, you have a huge level of damage mitigation against the damage caused by other players as a player. as a player character, you actually have a lot of defense against other players. So having an item which means that you do maybe 10% more damage to players is actually just reducing the mitigation that you have. It's still not meaning that you're going to die as easily as you would to NPCs. Doing that, having a reason that people would engage in PvP, that PvPers don't want to compete with PvEers, but they actually want to compete with other PvPers because that's how they get the drops for the gear that they want for their gameplay loop, is fair. Make them cosmetically the same so that PvEers don't want to cosmetically take those items as well. And actually you're in a position where, okay, PvPers get something and there's a new area where they can go to and explore and get the resources they need. There's a reason to go to that area because you get increased rewards for taking that risk. And actually, if you get PvP'd there, because you've had that warning, it's kind of tough shit if you die. If someone's like, oh, I got killed in PvP, well, it's like, well, you shouldn't have gone to the PvP area. If you wanted safe PvE farming, you should have gone to the PvE area. That's kind of how I see this. They need an arena. Yep, I would like to see an arena in Arakeen or in Harko Village, or where the place where two players can get onto the same server, and they can, you know, duel for stakes. That would be cool. I'd like that. You were hoping they would bring in quest lines allowing players to ally with other major and minor houses. That would be interesting. So what I suggested. Oh, actually, I'll talk about this after the ads because they're about to start. One of my neighbors is working out how their car alarm works. As in, every single day it's going off. And they should probably work out how that works. Arenas with ranking and rewards, that would be cool. Being able to have like some kind of title that shows up saying that you are the top PvPer on the server in 1v1s. Allow for non-1v1 PvP as well, so like 3v3 or even 4x4. I think it would be cool. I would probably do 1v1, 2v2, and then 4v4, because that's the player size, that's the party sizes. Ooh, the ads are indeed here. We're just going to keep filling up the water supply. And that should be me full. Instead of squared off parts of the map, having rounded areas that PvP and PvE arena rewarding system incentivize PvP and make it a choice much better. I'll talk about some of the things that I discussed with Funcom when I had a meeting with them at TwitchCon after this ad break, because I think we're long enough into the stream now that we can talk about it, and they were very amenable to my feedback. So I think it would be interesting for me to share that, because I've shared it before with some of you, but not all of you have been here for a while. Not all of you have an updated view on my position of the game. So I'll do that. Segregating PvP from PvE is bad because it will remove the 50% worst players from the player base. Those remaining top 50%, those players will then be the worst players. You know, the top 25% engage in PvP. I disagree, because those 50% worst players in the player base are driving away the PvE players. So you actually want to retain the PvE players who are maintaining your base economy rather than the toxic PvPers who are forcing that griefing behavior on people. So I think that at the stage they're at, if they want to continue the way that they're continuing, they need to separate PvE and PvP, because they've already half done that. They need to either fully separate or fully integrate the two of them, and I'm of the belief that fully separating it is the easiest choice at this time for them. You very well may disagree, though. You're more than welcome to. I've always been clear that disagreement here is welcome as long as you provide your reasons and you're willing to have a conversation about stuff. I'm completely fine with people disagreeing. I think disagreement is healthy. You're playing chicken with the worms. That's going to go poorly, Noibean. If you get a disconnect, that's just going to go poorly for you. That's recycling. That's repair. Repair a bunch of these items. Some of this is the damage I took from those deaths during the respawn. Jeez. We're actually not doing... We're quite low on plastinium. I might need to farm plastinium today. Wild. That's very heavily damaged. Is that my only one? No, I've got spare. I'll be fine. Famous last words. Well, I wish you the best of luck. I hope that you are fine, but I have a sneaking suspicion that it might catch you out. See, I dislike... So one of the things that I think that makes me lean down that route of splitting apart PvE and PvP in the way that I recommend is if you look at how the Deep Desert now works, the resources available in the A band, the fact that you can get all of those tier 6 plastinium materials in the A band, I think is personally a bit gross. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like it. I didn't like it when it came in. I think that it devalues the deeper part of the Deep Desert. The only reason that you now have a base out there is collecting spice sand. That's the only reason. It's actually more efficient on almost every single level to harvest the A band for resources. Yeah, you can get if you get your drops, Winky will sit there looking sad that Winky also hasn't got Dune drops yet. I'm just kind of waiting for Winky to show up because Winky normally shows up in about like an hour and a half's time, and I just feel like it'll be great fun. Winky guards the drops. Winky guards others to a treasure that he cannot possess. You have all 3 drops. Well, congratulations. I'm pleased to hear it, Fin Bastard. I have a sneaking suspicion that we don't actually need much Stravidium. It's mostly titanium that we need, but I'm going to harvest this anyway. Stravidium mass for the Stravidium ass. I don't really know what came over me there. Dun, dun, dun. Music loud enough for everyone, game loud enough for everyone, everyone happy and pleased and content today. Thank you all for being here and choosing to get your drops. I appreciate it greatly. Good audio. Sweet. I'm speaking to a friend of mine about some software that they're working on, which will not only allow 0 ms latency from an XLR, so basically live being able to hear myself back like I currently do with this cable, listening to my headphones, but also will allow for auto balancing of sound inputs and other things. So that's going to be part of the upcoming stream upgrades when I eventually get around to doing that. Potentially when I move to a second streaming PC. Which is exciting. As those of you who stream probably know, audio balancing is not actually very easy to make sure that everyone's hearing the right thing, and it's different for different people's speakers and setups, and different people will hear things differently because of the ears differences and all kinds of stuff. Like having the thinking part of audio balancing removed actually saves a bunch of time and mental energy. And well, at the end of the day, streaming is a resource management game, the resource being mental energy. You struggle with the balance between yourself and the game audio. See, that's the thing. It would allow you to basically set that. So once you've got it right once, it will keep it right for you forever just by measuring what the sound output is versus your voice output. From what I saw at TwitchCon, very, very cool bit of software. Sometimes titanium is very, very hard to spot. There we go. Have fun, Bazak. Thank you very much for being here, buddy. I appreciate you, and hopefully you've gained and enjoyed your drops. It's called Mixkey, I believe it was called. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. Speaking someone's orbit. Oh, yes, their dying mic wouldn't buzz out the whole stream. Oh, dear. That's the problem I have. A lot of people seem to have microphones that just don't hold up very well. Like, I'll be real. Like, I've been real happy with the mic that I picked up a year and a half ago now. I picked up the Elgato Wave 3 just in a sale because I was like, you know what, it's a good microphone. It means that when I'm here talking and doing moderation meetings and stuff, it's just better. I've been really happy with my Wave 3. The sound software by itself is very good, and I think that when it comes to a microphone, the software and the software side of it actually can make a huge difference to how much value you can get out of your device. If I think about things like Armory Crate and other things that have never added value as a service or as a software, I cannot say that about the Elgato Wave system, because their audio software is very, very good. Would you be recording the stream update? Would be interesting to watch on YouTube. I could maybe record a video for this physical setup part when I do my desk, I guess. Meow. Hello. Hi. What's up, little guy? Just sitting there shouting at me. You think it's time for chicken? No, you're going to end up fat. You only ate 45 minutes ago. I know that because you're hungry for chicken, it's the end of the world and you've been starving for 1,000 years, B, but actually, you've not been starving for 1,000 years. You're just lying to chat. I'm sorry, chat. Bailey is lying to you and telling you that he needs feeding. He does not. You switch from closed to open headphones. Now you can hear yourself better and don't shout as much. The missus is really happy that I'm more chill on comms. Well, that's one of the reasons why I listen to myself, because it helps me keep my voice balanced and even. Like, I can hear when I talk louder and when I talk more quietly. So one of the reasons I listen to myself back the way I do live is because actually that means that I can understand what you guys are experiencing better. Hi. Hi, baby. You've got food. You're so adorable. Okay, I'm going to leave that camera on because I feel like he might come back in a second. He's just come back in from outside. I'm not starving the Bailey. No. No, he's just a fat baby. He thinks he's a panda. That he needs to eat 1 billion tons of bamboo a day. And by bamboo, I mean chicken. But yeah, I think that obviously you're taught that, you know, you want noise cancelling, you know, headphones so you don't hear anything that's around you. But actually, there are lots of situations when you do want to hear what's around you volume-wise. One of the reasons that I was benefiting from open headphones a little while ago was because actually it will let me hear when Bailey shows up more easily than like just having to wait for him to like visually make himself available. It lets me be more aware of what's going on around the house and such, so that I can be more responsive for him. So he quite likes open headphones as well. I'm just beginning to realize quite how much I dedicate of my life towards this cat, which is deeply funny. Meow, there you are, you're back. He was a good baby boy. Hi. Yeah, meow. funny. Is there any delay when you listen to yourself? No, I have zero delay when I listen to myself. It's 100% live because I'm doing it through the headphones, so it's just hardware monitoring. It also means that I don't have to remember to charge my headphones, because I'm not going to lie to you. As a long-time wireless headphone user, remembering to charge my headphones was half of the challenge. I got really good with it for a couple of years, but then there was a while when, like, all the time I'd just be like, oh, nope, headphone's dead. Forgot to charge. You'd be midway through doing a really intense Tarkov run, and all of a sudden, battery low. Which does tend to throw you off slightly from your immersion, or make you crap your pants in a really tense moment. Aloof101, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Welcome on into the community. I hope that you like the Bailey emotes. I hope that you enjoy. You're now dough. You are rising. The 3-month mark, you will be risen. You'll be a full-bred roll. Now, thank you very much for that sub of Prime. And Pos for Life, thank you very much for the 4 months at tier 1. Absolutely huge of you. Welcome on in again. Good morning to you too. I hope that you are doing well. Thank you all for all the follows. Oh, excuse me, all the follows and all the subs today. You guys are absolute legends. We are taking a look at Dune, getting you guys the drops, and I know that you guys like getting your premium drops here because you're all premium gamers. There is a 1-second delay in your sound and your lips moving. That might be on your end. Twitch does sometimes end up with a like a local audio delay sometimes. Do a control F5. Yes, it's you. You're a lovely baby. Yeah, meow. What's up? You weren't playing chicken, but you were trying to salvage a ship that had been shot down and you didn't count a solid land, and that's why you got eaten? Oh, no, I'm sorry to hear that. See, that's the problem. That's why, at least I'm glad that there's a vehicle recovery system now, because when it did that before, you would lose everything and it was awful. Oh wow, we're still early on in our farm for this. You fix it's on your end? That does happen. I'm not really sure how it does it with Twitch, because you'd think that the audio and the video would be received at the same time, but apparently not on Twitch. What I would love for Twitch is audio channel control. I would love it if you guys could be like, oh, well, the music is on audio channel 5, but I don't want to hear the music. I want to hear the game music, which is on audio channel 6. Hi, baby boy. This is Bailey, chat. He's a sweet prince. While he is in here being a prince, I will make the camera larger because it saves me having to move it around so much. Okay, you're such a baby, aren't you? No, I'm not following you. I'm not going to follow you to the food. You were fed 45 minutes ago. You know that you can't eat this much. Look at that big floofy tail. Twitch, game and cat? No, I'd rather not. He's just... He stays. He's just cat. Cat is all. Oh, hello. I know. I know. You're a big baby, aren't you? Okay, chat, just give me 1 second to follow him, because he's just being a cat, and I want to make sure that he's okay and that he's got food in his food bowl, so give me a second. I'll be right back. Where are we going, baby boy? Yeah. There we go. I've given him a little bit more wet food because he hasn't had any of that for a little while. He's had his chicken though, so he's doing well. I will not end up on the sofa, don't worry. If I was going to end up on the sofa, I would have to apologize to chat and end the stream, and I'm not going to do that. Because I'm enjoying chilling with you guys, and I've got stuff to do. We've got Dune stuff to do. Connection doesn't want to come back to you. That's strange. Is your server down for any kind of downtime? No, I can't. No, there's no downtime today. Maybe try relaunching your game, Noibin. Sofa stream, I mean, no. A sofa stream would just be you guys watching a film with me while Bailey sits in the lap, and maybe we sit in like just chatting or something at that point, because we just be talking about the cat all the time. Or maybe we'd be in like animals, aquariums and zoos or whatever it is as a category, because it would just be Bailey. Which I'm sure all of you would be deeply upset about, of course. If I'm ever like super pinned in the morning, I'm meant to go live. What I might actually do to be funny at some point would just be go live from my phone, be like, "Hi chat. Well, we were gonna go live with X, Y, and Z, but instead, here's B." You got 8 and took 2 minutes to reconnect to the official server. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Noibin. That's kind of weird. Like I said. Oh yeah, thanks for sending that, Morg. Yeah, Dune Gaming Tools server status is one that we use here as well. My house would need to be significantly more organized for me to stream all of the morning routine. Also, the idea of having a morning routine is kind of strange, because most of my mornings are pretty different. Wake up and deal with whatever chaos has come. That's how that works. Alpha, I'm sure that it's better than you think. Everyone's very critical of their own homes. That seems to be a thing. This is Kyne's Cutaway. It's the faction Mark 6, or it's kind of the upgraded Mark 6 variant. Plus a bunch of upgrades, because yeah, so I'm getting 70 titanium per one of these. Morning routine applies doing this before noon. That seems wrong. Well, I'm glad to know where the line is for you, Scraybox. I guess that's good to know. Haven't found that yet. Yeah, it's well worth getting. I managed to find it reasonably early on from a Landsrad reward, I believe, which is quite nice. Pepita, thank you very much for that resub at tier 1. You're a legend. Great to see you. One of the YouTube videos able to be edited, uploaded. It was uploading last time I checked. So I can put it live some point later on today, ideally, and then send it out. How am I feeling after TwitchCon? I'm feeling alright. I'm still feeling quite tired, but I'm on the mend. The main problem for me was just my back. So obviously I've gone from walking about 5,000 or 6,000 steps a day, which is what I currently do. At TwitchCon, I think the first day was 26,000. So like the near vertical increase is a challenge. That's just hard going on my body no matter what. And doing that several days in a row with the late nights, with the, I say lack of self-care, but mostly the fact it's a lot of standing still. Some of you who are differently able might know how difficult it is to do a stand when you've got a spine problem. Doing a walk is okay. You can just about deal with doing a walk. But just doing a flat like stand, or doing a stand is a challenge. So, and at TwitchCon, you do a lot of standing. I try and grab a sit wherever I can, but like it's not always doable, especially if you're at a, you know, a social event or you're at a meeting of some kind and there's not actually any room to sit down. Because of a challenge. So the problem for me for TwitchCon is actually my back and my spine. When I was there, TwitchCon was pretty good, to be honest. I was talking about it yesterday and I can talk about it more, but obviously we dealt with some of the more secure sides of Twitch this time. So a lot of the stuff that people have been talking about in the news, we have first-hand experience of dealing with recently because, you know, we had security for TwitchCon, we needed security for TwitchCon, and a bunch of other things. So like, lots going on, and I think that Twitch are very prominently in the news right now for a few mistakes they've made. But I'm happy to answer questions about that side of TwitchCon if people are interested, but I know that I talked about it yesterday, so some people might not want to hear. Which I will never blame them for, to be honest with you. You have one leg shorter than the other, so standing in one place is a lot worse than walking. Art Imperious, that sounds pretty difficult. I know a friend of mine who's got one leg shorter than the other, and they actually, I think last time I checked, they were actually using lifted shoes on one side, and it's about 4 inches of difference between one leg and the other, because they've got a, they were born with spinal bifida, like a curvature in the spine as well. And it's led to basically a bunch of like physiological changes to them. They're managing to slowly work through them, but they are now 25 now, I think. And they're only just about getting to what I would call like able to have kind of a generally normal day to day, having had a bunch of surgeries that had to wait until they were fully grown. Because one of the things that they don't tell you is if you have spinal problems or musculoskeletal issues when you're growing up, sometimes there's not a lot that can be done until you've stopped growing. Because bodies are great. Can you ask about the bullshit that Thor was dealing with? Is it still happening? I mean, it depends. I think the nature of the internet now is that that bullshit will always be around in some way or another, but like, the whole point is that it's all just the same kind of drama and bullshit. Like we all know it's absolute bollocks. Anyone who's met the guy knows that it's bullshit. It's just silliness at this point, and people can believe what they want online. I'm not going to get too upset about it. I'm not going to have some kind of righteous crusade where I require that everyone gets treated the way they should be online, because I'd be here forever, and that's a thankless task. So when you say like, is it subsided? I mean, it has subsided, but it is also still happening, because it always will do. There will always be people who think it's funny to come into chat and say, you know, horrible things about the ferrets, etc. Because people online are deranged sometimes, especially where they think that they are faceless and immune to consequences. One center respond to this DM. There we go. Imagine a world where people were just nice to each other. That's what we like about this community. Well, I'm glad. I've always been clear that anyone who isn't nice and reasonable as a default view in the community doesn't really have a place here. I know that people will sometimes annoy you and that you don't have to agree with everyone, but at the same time, there's ways to disagree and there's ways to be reasonable and kind in those interactions. You're dealing with pain in your shoulders and your knees from tightness and lack of space due to a dip in your mental health, not being able to work out, and from working on a computer all day. Alpha, that's why it's so important to get up and stretch every few hours. That's why, one of the reasons why, you know, I remind people with the mirror checks and stuff, you know, make sure you descrungle your spine, make sure you look after your body, because you do only get one of those, funnily enough. Stealing them is generally frowned upon. Not that I know from first-hand experience. Ooh, what happened there? Weird. Okay. Has the transition to a full-time stream been challenging? I think it's difficult because I am also moderating still on the side. I'm still doing a bunch of stuff that I was doing in my private life on the side as well. So while I am doing a lot of hours of streaming, it is kind of a full-time thing on the side. It's also a part-time thing in that I have other priorities. So I'm in this really weird kind of mid-ground where streaming is kind of both full-time and part-time. If that makes sense, Andreo? Oh, there you go, Alpha. Speaking of, you should do your stretches now. You should stand up, stretch around. Oh. Well, heating pad time, that's a good shout as well. Warm bath can help as well with a lot of things. That's... I have been finding... Well, it's one of the things I need to speak to my my surgeon about when I have a checkup with him in 2 weeks, or maybe next week. I've lost track of which week it is. One of my feet just gets cold. My bad leg, the foot just gets much colder than the other leg. Do I know why? No. But it's got, like, the surface temperature gets about 1.5 degrees of difference. So, like, there's something going on. I think it's likely the fact that the nerve is damaged there and it isn't telling my body that it's cold, so it's not getting the increased blood flow that you would normally get when an area of your body is cold. But it's very, very odd that it's like, just by default, one of my feet will just be cold. Just one of them. Even if it's, they both got socks on, they both got trousers on, like, strange. Because the surface temperature is definitely colder on the bad leg. Like, there's definitely an actual, it's not just feel, it is actually different. But I don't know why. That's kind of strange. It doesn't do anything other than, like, ache, but it's, you know, when your hand gets really cold, you know the feeling, chat. It's the same kind of thing. That's a real fun DLC bit that comes for free with this. Put both socks on one foot. That would make the other foot much colder and one foot potentially warmer. That's true. Not the kind of situation that once it starts getting cold, putting more socks on it doesn't help it. Like, it won't do the work to heat itself up. Just the strange part. That's why I want to speak to my surgeon about it, because I think it's a nerve-related issue. Nerves are strange by themselves. Yeah, nervous systems are weird. Exactly, Freya. I was having a conversation with somebody about how weird and wonderful the human body is, and someone close to me wasn't getting it. So I use this example. Put 3 grapes into your mouth and try and eat 1 grape. So pop 1 grape and chew it and then swallow it without eating the other 2. It's very doable for pretty much every human to do that. But the calculations that your body is doing on something that it can't even see purely by touch is absolutely cool. If you pick up a pen, for example, let's see if I haven't got a pen, I've got a torch. If I hold this and I put loads of force through my fingers, you can see that I'm holding it really strongly. I can shake it around stuff. But if I'm holding it really gently, and I put it down, and I just try to pick it up just as gently as possible off the desk, the least amount of force, the calculations that your brain is doing to pick up that pen or that item is really cool, because based on just touch and the micro slipping of it against your fingertips, you can tell exactly how much force you need to pick up that item. Really cool that your body just knows all of that information, because you're not constantly being like, I need to exert 6.1 psi of pressure. You're not doing that. You're not even really controlling the full extent of what the pressure that you're applying is. You're just reacting to what your body's telling you that you need to complete that task that you're doing. Bodies are really cool, but they're also really dumb. They're like most computers, real smart but real dumb at the same time. They'll do exactly what you tell them to, but sometimes that's the worst thing possible for you. Look at autoimmune. That's just an example of a very smart system doing something dumb. So that's just DM quickly, chat. My apologies. Just answering a question from the dev about some accessibility things that I reported. There we go. Sorry about that. I was just answering. Do Thor and I still collaborate on future projects? Are you tries trying to make a network? Yeah, we definitely collaborate on a lot of things. Like TwitchCon for me is all mostly work for Thor. Like, I'll be real, at all times when I was at TwitchCon, I'm in a position where I'm doing the pirate software work as my priority, and anything I do as my kind of content creation is secondary. Sometimes there is, and I hate using the word because of the business stuff, there's a synergy to be drawn there where, you know, me doing a certain bit of work or attending certain meetings works for both of us, so that in that regard, that network side still exists. But broadly, that's still a massive focus of my work, and in a lot of ways, more of a focus of my work than my own stream. I've been clear with people that, like, if there's a problem with the community over there, sometimes I might have to end my stream to deal with that. A good, in quotation marks, but also horrible example of this is right before I went to TwitchCon, there was an incident where a member of the community required mental health support beyond that which could be provided by general users, and they needed somebody to sit with them while emergency services were called, and a few other bits and bobs. Like, that's part of my work. And if I had been live when that had been needed, either I would have gone completely mute and I would have put something up on stream for it, or I would have ended stream, because ultimately, you know, if somebody's in that kind of position, my priority is to help them out of that and to basically make sure that everything is being dealt with in the way that it needs to be. And that might not necessarily be the easiest answer for everybody. Like, some people might not like the idea that I'll have to end the stream sometimes because there's drama going on in the community, or, you know, I need to go moderate, or it's a mental health crisis, but that's what I signed on for, and that's the job that I want to do. Streaming is amazing. I love putting on a show for all of you guys, but if there is somebody in the community who desperately needs that support, that's always going to come first for me. That's someone's life, or the life of the community. Is that the brand? Let's grab some more water first, and then we'll go back and get some more titanium. A couple of weeks ago, we did those server stability updates. Farming turned horrible, ended up deleting the game. I don't PvP, so didn't much care what happened to the PvPers, but when they did that, it made the lag so much worse. Red banding like crazy, closed down, deleted the game. Smokey Stonkerson, that is completely fair. If an update comes out and you have a bad interaction with it, or it doesn't feel good, or it makes you feel like your time and effort has been wasted, I don't blame you at all for doing that uninstall. Let me see. You've packed all your stuff and banked it. Now it's big enough. I think the bank changes are absolutely needed. I really agree that making the bank larger to support people taking time away from the game was a step and a change that we'd been asking for a long time. The ability to interact and to cut off, the ability to interact between your resources and your storage from your vehicle is really key, so you're not cut off from your resource when you fly them in. Previously, you had to only carry what was on your inventory, whereas now you can actually take everything from your assault ornithopter into the bank. You can start to actually build up a real stockpile and supply of stuff that's out there, which is really neat. And when we've got even larger storage available, I'm looking forward to basically being able to manage that bank on a different basis. You started 7 or 8 weeks ago and I've gotten very into it, but you're a little confused by some of the updates Funcom is making. Do they want people to keep playing or not? Most updates seem to be a net negative to the playbase outside a repair glitch. I think the problem is that there's going to be some net negatives on their way to own overall positive experience, and communicating that is currently lacking. I'm hoping that the dev live streams improve in their communication, their function, and their kind of frequency, because that's really what lets the player base know what Funcom is doing and why. Like, I can guess at some of their intentions behind it, but when they tell us what they're intending to do from a certain change, all of us know and understand better. We can look at the future direction of the game better, and we can assess for ourselves how happy we are. But to not know their intention and what they're trying to achieve and create when they're doing these changes can be a problem, particularly where they nerf something that to us doesn't look like it needs changes. A really good example for me recently was they changed Suspensor Blast, and one of the melee abilities in the Swordmaster tree, they give it a bit of a nerf. And I'm wondering why, because it was already a bit of a challenge to balance the idea of using melee versus using range, because range is just so powerful. To take even more functionality and ability away from melee seems like a bit of a misstep. They made melee a lot worse. See, that's my point. Melee, in a game where you have ranged and melee combat, melee is always going to be your less likely option, because range is just much more flexible and adaptable. There needs to be a reason to use melee combat, and if you make melee combat significantly worse than you make ranged combat, well then why would anyone ever engage in melee combat? In Dune, melee is meant to be much more of a thing because shields are just used everywhere. Like, why would you use a range weapon where shields block almost every single type of range weapon attack? It doesn't... It means the player feels very invulnerable unless you're closed in melee, which is broken. Take it easy, Shadow Wolf Lukey. Thank you very much for being here, but thank you for that raid of a couple of people earlier. I really appreciate that support. Thank you. Crippling Strike was very strong. It was dominant PvP style. So yeah, exactly. Different servers, different metas, and that's what it comes down to. If they could communicate what was going on to all the players and why they've made this change, it would be a lot easier for people. But they're not, they haven't done that, and therefore people are left to guess at or interpret their viewpoint and their wishes, which generally doesn't have the same kind of value add. See, I play this with melee still. I like my melee gameplay, don't get me wrong. I think it still has a lot of value to it, and I still like running around like a Sith Lord and stabbing people, but I know that there are likely more efficient builds, but I'm having fun with this. Oh, 1 second, Dilly Dally, let me approve that. It looks like Automod says that you can't use the word crippling strike or cripple because of the fact that it's used as a derogatory term, apparently. Thank you, Automod. They need to look at Warframe does communication about updates. I completely agree. Hello, Darian. Well, thank you very much for moving across to YouTube, buddy. I really appreciate that. The YouTube, I'm trying very hard to grow up to 500 subscribers, because that's when we can start doing a bit more with the channel. So thank you for being over there and for chatting, bud. It's awesome of you. I'm glad that you've got your drops, Darian. As a reminder to those of you who are here listening, if you haven't got some kind of extension like Better Twitch TV, which will auto claim your drops, make sure you go into the drops menu and that you are claiming those, so you are keeping making progress. I know that it can be very frustrating to log back in and see that, oh, you've actually only gained 1 drop after watching for 6 hours or being AFK for a bit. So if you are here and you are doing that to get your drops, please remember to claim them, because I don't want you wasting your time. Because I would feel bad, although I would benefit, from you guys being here longer, I guess. It still doesn't feel fair to me. So make sure you claim your drops. Weirding Step, Knee Charge, and Shiga Wire is fun in T stations. I switch into Weirding Step. Knee Charge is one of my backup abilities as well. So there's a lot of stuff I definitely agree with your build there. Like those are all great abilities. They are the must-have ones to make a melee build possible. Who are you? What's Better Twitch TV? That is it's a plugin, a bit like oh, what's the other one? It's one of the ones that lets you see things like Keck and Kappa and stuff and see channel-specific emotes. 7TV, that's the one. Thank you, Calzor. But yeah, it does depend on which type of drops there is as well, Sabu. I think some drops do allow you to continue without claiming, which is nice. But for a while, at least, it's worth checking. I didn't last night, Eccentric. No, I finished stream, then went to go do some work, and then made dinner, and then passed out. It was a series of unfortunate events. But I did have a cuddle with Bailey in there as well, which was nice. But I've got a few things to read and catch up on. It was mostly time for answering DMs, because after TwitchCon there was a bunch of stuff I needed to get done. Dilly07, thank you very much for the subscribe out here one. You are awesome. Thank you very much for being here, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the content. Aaron says you're trying to get to where you can move away from Twitch to where you're only there for drops. You subscribed. You can see if I'm live. I also hate YouTube's notification system as well. I completely agree with that. That's one of the things I want to work on, is getting better notifications for YouTube stuff, because like I said, I want to start doing like standalone YouTube videos at some point, like with my content, or at least like shorts and stuff, and being able to communicate that better would be just nice. But yeah, I appreciate you being over on the YouTube, bud. Karkov, you are new to Twitch. Where do you claim drops? If you use !drops, you will find there's a twitch.tv inventory /drops in there, or drop/inventory if you use !drops. Inside that menu, you can see the where you can claim them. It'll also be an option there that lets you claim. If you don't want to use that link, you can also, if you're just on the platform, you can click on the profile image in the top right of your screen in the browser and choose drops from there. That's Kapogi, there you go. It's just above you in chat, a couple of lines. Nightbot doesn't let you post the same, yeah, you can, I don't let Nightbot post the same command over and over again over a 10-second gap, because very easy to fill the chat with commands that way. Yeah, like they say, it's a cooldown. I love this new pop-up as well, showing you how much time you have on resources. That's just a really nice change. You are very welcome, bud. It's always it's never a problem having to like I say this to Twitch when we have conversation with them. I'm like, look, when people come onto Twitch, a number of them don't understand the UI and some of the features that they are getting. So making there some kind of, this is how you use drops, this is how drops work, this is where you can claim them from, is something that I think is long overdue on the platform. I think that they need to help people with the new user experience on Twitch do a little bit of tweaking from what I've seen. Because knowing where drops are, like drops are a key reason that somebody would switch to watching your stream. And to not know or understand how drops work, I think is Twitch failing in a way. This might sound weird, but your voice is very pleasant and soothing to listen to. Well, thank you very much, Noibean. What that is hundreds of years of training to make you think that a voice like this can be trusted. It's the same voice that used to be, oh, you live there? In those? Oh, let us show you some civilization. It's that kind of voice. It's just taken, you know, down the line a bit. We had to do a bit of rehabbing for our image. But I'm glad that you find my voice pleasant and soothing to listen to. That's always kind of the goal. It's one of the reasons why I like to not have too many people on comms if I'm ever doing something on Discord, or why. Oh, hang on one sec. It's very kind of you to say, Noibean. But I know that a lot of streamers get like quite heated and quite passionate about things when they're streaming, and I think that's really good. But like, I've never been the kind of person who shouts and screams when they get excited. I tend to be quietly impressed, or while my voice doesn't raise, you can tell when I'm excited about something or I'm a bit more interested in something when I'm kind of very engaged with it. And I think that some people quite like that. Some people, they'd rather that I got, you know, a bit more visually and audibly excited about things. But like, I know that it benefits those of you who are here lurking, particularly those of you who are co-working, because that's how, well, that's ultimately like you're not getting disturbed while you're working that way, and you just get some quiet background noise from me yapping away about Bailey or about Dune devs or about, you know, everyone's like favorite type of pasta. You know, I think it's staying calm and level. I think it's a bit easier as a broadcast for me personally, but I will never begrudge the people who get really excited and really enthused, because like we need people like that on the platform. It's just not, it's not me. Of course you like the Lil Stars. Lil Stars. How you doing, Nuss? Oh yeah, you have to stay calm even while the League music is playing. Which kind of pass then? Personally, I'm a big fan of no, I'm allowing that. Nice, there you go. There you go. I'm allowing that one through auto mod. Personally, my favorite type of pasta is rigatoni. Large tube, very convenient. Small tube can be a problem because sometimes it doesn't get like fully cooked through properly, or like sometimes the inside of a tube might not be done, but big tube work well. Big tube is good. I'm a big fan of big tube for pasta. Not penne, I think is overrated, but rigatoni good. What is girandole? That one. Are we getting low on titanium? We're getting low on plastinium. It is a pasta shaped like a corkscrew. Similar to fusilli. Interesting. Good for both thin oil-based and thick chunky sauces. Interesting. The small corkscrew. Hmm. There's a place near me that makes fresh pasta that you can buy in like pouches, and I think you can buy like a kilogram at a time. And it does this kind of fusilli, which is just, it's extra wide, but the curls are quite like long, if that makes sense. So it's very different. It's more dense than it's more pasta rich, more pasta dense than a normal fusilli. And I'm quite, that's kind of the only form of fusilli I now enjoy is extra special. Low has 800. I've got 900 plastinium. That's not very much plastinium in my opinion. Every inventory of this, we get about another 250 of it, which is quite nice. So I'm just doing a couple of runs. There's a couple of runs of bodies. It looks like Sabu is making a base out on the front, so we might do some spice harvesting a bit later. There's, you know, the world is our oyster. I know that my good friend Greg was going to be planning on playing some Dune later, so we may join him, you know, providing some fire support where he needs it. I'm not sure that Greg has been out to the deep desert yet, so we may take Greg to do some spice harvesting. And I will try not to dump Greg into the mouth of a ring, into the mouth of a grandfather worm in a ring mouth. Oh, hi, Greg. Fancy seeing you here. I didn't mention anything about that. You don't like the idea of streaming or being on Discord comms when gaming because I get frustrated in vocal, which means mute, and then you forget to unmute when you have to say something. I mean, better to have to unmute and forget to do it than have to mute and forget to do it, in my opinion, if you're going to be having a moment. Like, it's completely fine to get frustrated during a game. Like, I'll be real, like, that's not a personal flaw or failing. A lot of games have frustration as part of their gameplay loop. Like, that's a whole thing. Don't beat yourself up for that if you are getting frustrated. And it sounds to me like you do manage it in a reasonably sensible way. You mute yourself so that other people don't have to deal with it. And, you know, that's the key thing. Like, you manage your behavior without inflicting it on others, and yeah, you know, it might not be great, but you're working on it. What more can you ask of yourself, bud? I'm gonna be real with you. Hello, Twin Blade. Great to see you. I'm glad that you enjoy getting your drops from the #1 premium drops farmer here on Twitch. I appreciate you being here. Glad to see you all for the Dune drops. When Greg logs on, he's going to find that his base is very much out of power, but I think because of its location, it's actually very sheltered, so none of it will be lost, which is quite nice. We'll probably go and see Greg's base later, potentially help him get a carrier and a sand crawler so that he and his friends can do a little bit of sand farming and they can hit the end game. Because I think that because of real life commitments, Greg didn't manage to make it to the sand crawling end game sections just yet. Oh look, there's a vehicle here trying to harvest the stuff that I wanted. Can't fire rockets at it because I'm not in the PvP area. You powered it, it was okay, you did not. Sadness. Well, there's still time. Like you say, we can do some of that now. What tier did you get up to, Greg? I know that you had ornithopters, and you'd moved into the Udam, so I would assume that you were comfortably in tier 5, but you hadn't gotten into tier 6 yet. You are nearly tier 5, okay. Nice. Well, we can help you with some tier 5 content, and help you with some tier 6 stuff. There are some storyline bits and some stuff that we won't be able to help with because it's instanced, but the rest of it. Oh wait, you are to 6. You were in the deep desert. Okay, well in that case, yeah, you should be good at deep desert stuff. What? The ads are here. I like making faces at Thornton. It makes me feel good. I'm not mad. No, JP Napier. We actually were Funcom kindly provide not Funcom, sorry, Nitrado kindly provided 15 servers for us in a private world for the community, and then the 10 servers on a different world so that we can actually have community servers at launch. You can use exclamation point server to get that info, but Nitrado have had some absolutely great private servers, and I only have good things to say about them from the service we've received. So, in all honesty, I rate the private server experience a lot, and it's allowed us to kind of curate and moderate our experience. Because, you know, a really good example is week 1 of the game launch, people obviously very in high spirits. There were some people who decided that because they couldn't PvP effectively with the game's mechanics, they would use racial and homophobic slurs in global comms and in Deep Desert chat. Because when you can't PvP, global chat is primary, apparently. Long story short, this meant that we were able to very quickly moderate against them, reset their progress, and have them intervened against, so that wasn't going to be a problem that we had to put up with long term. Because that's not behavior I'm going to condone. This is indeed Angels and Airwaves Humane World. Yeah, this is a cracking album. It's the weekend, get down, and dance with your best friend. I'm fairly sure that this was playing in the car while you were sleeping at some point. No wonder you fell asleep, it's just the soothing music tastes. Mouthless Gary Lineker, oh my god, yeah it is. Like I said, it was we wanted a private server so that we can moderate our own communities and take some of the pressure off of the public ones. And from what's happened, to be honest, I'm so glad that's the path we went down, because I think our experience has been fundamentally different than what people have experienced on the public servers, and that's actually meant that a number of people who would otherwise maybe have quit the game have actually kept playing or given the game more of a chance. I take it as the highest of compliments, so I'm just pleased that you were able to get some rest, because obviously it was after a very, very long flight for you, so. A little bit of interaction there. US or UK based servers, these are NA East based, so they're based in the New York server region. So my ping is pretty typically around 75 to 100 ms in the UK. Thor was getting between, was it 40 and 70 ms ping in Washington State, and even in Europe on the mainland, people are getting, you know, 110 to 150 ms ping most of the time. The most of the Nordics are absolutely fine as well, yeah. I'm playing with fire jumping, there's folding wings every time. I've gotten so used to it by now that, like, I don't know any other way. They're just a thing to deal with. I don't know why they've made it so that the wings just don't have collision, because they don't collide with rocks. Why do you make them collide with players? I will head on my way. Thank you very much, Spook. GPU updates. I did mine yesterday. I think it was the first thing I did when I got back, because I was like, you know what? If I don't update this now, I'm not going to update it at all. Oh, Darian, yes, I completely agree. YouTube needs a bunch of work on their streaming side. I would say that. Hello, Avender. How are you doing? Where am I looking, Spook? You can now get 400 FPS on an Ultra. I mean, that's kind of insane. Up here. Oh, up here. Up here, but I checked these. These were empty. Oh, they're less empty now. Nice. Thank you. The idea of gaming / streaming on an ultra wide just sounds amazing. I should look into doing it at some point. It's when it comes to having a streaming PC, I think that I would probably do most of the streaming support stuff. Like I'd just keep OBS open and stuff on an ultra wide. I feel like that's just a good use for it to have, you know, Discord open, Spotify open, everything on one screen. Yeah, I remember you saying that the Dune's got a great ultra wide support. That base had an awesome layout. That's the deep desert base that we basically create every week. That was made by Charon, I think, this week. Sabu used to make them every week as well. Watching Dune with Katamari Damacy sound in the background is pretty funny. Well, I'm glad, Ham, that it gives you such a unique experience. We built our second deep desert of processing this week. Tough with only 4, but it's been so much fun. Yeah, I mean, we weren't doing any processing in the deep desert for a very, very long time. I'll be honest about that. Like, we stopped doing processing in the deep desert purely so that we could just do, like, as a resource repository. And we just shipped things back to the Haga Basin so that we could make the stuff that we wanted and needed. And that worked for weeks and weeks and weeks. Windy out there today, apparently. So one of the things that I was talking to Funcom about was this overworld map is really empty. You could do so much here with just like a system where like you get 1 hour research base, which has got increased loot in it, and it's just you get small time-based events on this overworld map where you can drop in and you can do a bunch of various activities to keep that overworld feeling fresh, just flying between areas and flying back when you're ready. Rather than the deep desert, which seems to be the only place that you can really go other than the social hubs, give them more reason to go onto that world map. Even if it's just like, there's a fallen shipwreck here and it's a really small area that you can't fly outside of because there's strong winds, for example. But, just something to give players a reason to use that overworld map. Dilly, I think that would be a great idea. I think the challenge there will be how you stop players from interacting between server clusters and how you keep the economy level. The example I would give is that on Harmony, a single irradiated core is 70,000 Solari, and on our server it wouldn't even sell. Like that's a complete mismatch of server economies that you can't just easily fix and resolve. And I'd be very nervous if they just kind of threw around a bunch of solutions onto that before we were ready. Be cool to dynamically place a bit of desert with a spice blow visible from the overworld map. I think having a spice blow, like having a ring mouth that's formed somewhere else, would be cool. I think that's a thing. Like, you can make that a thing. Deep desert makes sense with instance loot. Well, yeah, instance loot means it doesn't really matter if you have all of these areas. Now, there we go. Nice. More titanium. Time to dismantle those. We need the survival fabricator for these tools. We will take the Holtzman Shield Mark 5. What are we low on for this? Duralumin. I've started gathering more particle capacitors as well because we were getting low on this. Having a moment. We're okay on cobalt paste. Yeah, just particle capacitors. Just low on. Which we get from doing research bases. Twitch drops activated. Twitch drops are indeed activated. Duck Source, they are live right now. Right this second, you are getting them. I think this is still my stuff, which is just a random collection of shite. Do this, put myself back up at full health. Thank you, good sir, for the continued support for Dune Drops off to bed, but I hope you have a pleasant day. Well, Afea, thank you very much for being here. You are an absolute legend. I'm really glad you've been enjoying the drops, and I'm just glad to be able to provide them for you. Glad you guys are doing good. 1,000 particle caps is low, given that 50, yeah, 50 makes something, but like, I need more. I need more of all items. Like, we cannot be low on any item. It would be wrong. I might have a problem, okay? If people are wanting to collect spice at any point, you'll have to let me know when you're ready if we want to do a spice production thing, because until we do that, I'm going to gather materials and make sure our repository base is doing quite well. Well, look, it's okay for them to be wrong. We as the hoarders involved know what's up. We know how it is. Thank you very much. I'm just a Dave. I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, it's great to see you, bud. You transfer everything back to Haga Basin, that way you can process at your leisure. Same. I think that moving everything back to Haga Basin just feels a bit safer and a bit more rewarding. It feels right to do. But it doesn't feel like a safe place to be doing the resource processing. Hello, Maul. I'm doing very good, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Today is doing very well, thank you. It's great to see you. The ingots are lighter than the raw mats. Lighter versus taking up more volume. The ingots in real life, I would imagine, are actually more dense than the basic materials because they're combined. But they should take up less physical volume because of the increased density. I don't know if the game does a great job of explaining how density works. Sorry, volume. The volume system works. Like, where everyone is used to doing games by weight. And actually, like, that's not what the system is here. And I'm just guilty of it. I keep on saying it's heavier, lighter, but actually that's not what I mean.
Huh? Someone's here. They're here.
Nope. Come on, where's that body gone? I didn't say you could hide down here. All bodies must go. It's the body sale. More observer drops, exactly. Get your premium drops here. This is where you get the best drops on Twitch, as we all know. $70,000 flower sand might be excessive. Yes, it might be, but also you never, like, depends on how much you're playing. You might need that much flower sand. You've finally built an assault thopter. You won't be assaulting all of it, but carrying capacity is, the carrying capacity is huge. Like that 2,000 carry capacity it's game changing. For doing things like this, gathering bodies, you can gather 21 bodies because 20 inside the ornithopter and 5 in, oh sorry, and 1 in your inventory. That's so much better than the scout where you can get 6 and then plus your inventory 7. Like 21 is a vast difference and improvement. A lot of people harvested a lot of flower sand when they changed how the flower sand patches worked in the Haga Basin. Most people I know of who are still harvesting flower sand do it in the deep desert now because it takes longer for the worms to get to you. Yeah, so yeah, you go harvesting flower sand in Haga, you're pulling the worm into 3 compactor piles. See, that's insane. That's not a good balance anymore. Whereas the deep desert, you can actually harvest that flower sand much better. But should you have to go to the deep desert every time you want flower sand? Well, maybe not. It's an early game resource, so you don't know if your base is still up anymore. Well, if it is, Sabergene, and you're wanting to restart, you're more than welcome on our servers to ask for like a restart pack. That's a whole thing. You average around 130, Darian. That's a good ping. That's a very good ping to connect to NA West from Japan. There are still good spots to harvest flower sand in the Haga Basin with no worm worry. Well, that's good. That does need that. I'm not sure how well known they are. The original ones were very well known because they've been around since the start of the game, but I don't know. It was a very strange change. I think I understand why they made it. Like, it was just too safe to harvest. There was no risk to it, but at the same time, people liked not having that risk. Steffi Doll, thank you very much for that resub. You are a legend. Oh, let's not allow these guys to... You farmed 500,000 flowers. See that? There comes a point when I'd be like, do you have a problem? And I think that above 100,000 flower sand, I'd be worried that you've got some kind of flower sand addiction. You're snorting lines of flower sand. Everyone knows that if you're doing the, you know, flower sand, you should actually be doing spice sand. It's the better drug. We're spice enjoyers here, not necessarily flower sand enjoyers. You wish you could use the crawler for flower sand. I agree with you. I think that there should be a crawler attachment, like a vacuum, specifically for flower sand at the front. I think it makes sense from a law perspective, and also means that vehicle has multiple use cases outside of just spice, which, while obviously important, you know, it's nice actually to have another reason to be taking that sand crawler out, to be utilizing carriers, etc., is the harvesting of flower sand. Nearly 20,000 melange in your base. You're a major farmer. Same. Melange has now become a meme. I like collecting, you don't get me wrong. I love doing some flowers, like some spice harvesting, but like, do we need it? Absolutely not. Do I want it? Yes. Number go up, exactly. You put your base into a sort of hibernation mode, down to 5 turbines. You need to log in and make glue every month to keep it alive. That's just it, yeah. You can basically get your base to be about a 1-month cycle, which I think is really good. We actually lost base power due to not playing as much. Both of our scouts got lost in the hangar due to the storm this week. Well, you've had to redo your base with battery only. Sometimes battery only is nice and easy, because at least you can replace those pieces quickly. There you are. Maybe log in tonight and check. Probably worth doing. At least you know where you stand. If you have lost stuff, again, you're more than welcome to reach out, and we can find ways to get people back up on track. Oh. Okay. You recently got several thousand fuel cells from the one who wrote balls in the spice field. Well, I'm glad that you've gained a bunch of fuel cells. That's very helpful. You have one spice generator holding your base with everything turned off. Every 31 days, all they do is log in for when they make major changes. I think that's it. And like I said, I've pinged out before when there's been changes or issues with power, so that people know what they're doing. Realistically, that's all we can kind of do. If your base is gone, I'm pretty sure Nihilus is keeping his alive, so should be fine. I'll be able to get back up and running out of his. If not, I'm sure you can find a community member who will help you out. We have a community base, I believe, that's still up on one of the public servers, so that you should be able to go there and, you know, base out of that temporarily if you need to, do any kind of resource production. Obviously, our repository base, Luther, has been keeping that done, which is awesome. Very kind. Hello, are you online, Greg? Is that what's going on? Okay, what is it that you're doing in the game, Greg? Because I can come and help you support. We can jump onto Discord. We can do whatever, really. I just kind of want to know what you're planning on doing with the time. Because when you're ready, I can jump across to... All out confident. I'm not too sure I would agree with that, but it's very kind of you, bud. Good to see you. I need to make sure I keep refilling our hotels. You know, where they check in, but no one ever leaves. That one's empty. Is this one empty? Oh, this is also... Oh my god. We've gone through a lot of bodies. Oh, okay, let me send a quick message to somebody. I'm sending a quick message to Shay briefly about some ferret stuff, so give me a second, chat. Okay, done. Okay, let me answer the message from Greg. Okay, we're gonna do spice. Okay, we're gonna need to get... Sabu, are you in the game? Are you set up? Do we have a carrier and a sandcrawler available? I have a carrier. I could take Greg to go do some sand harvesting, I guess. Did I see the challenge yet from One Prat to run his maze? I did not see that, no. Sabu, I did not. Oh, thank you, Spook. If I'm going to do carrier shenanigans, I need to be bringing... bunch of these. And then vehicle storage. Sandcrawler chassis. Spice container. Threads. That engine is absolutely gagged. Let's not use that. Vacuum. PSU. Cabin. What do I feel like we're missing? PSU. Engine. Sandcrawler. Chassis. That goes at the front. That goes either side. Goes on the back. Okay, I've got all 8 items. You have a carrier you can fly with? Okie dokie. Let me give Greg a ring on Discord and we can work out what we're doing. Hello? Okay, let me unmute you so that the community can hear you. This button, this should work.
Hello. Is that working? Can everyone on my stream hear Kronos?
I mean, it seems that, yeah, that's working. It's coming through on OBS. I think people can hear you.
Talk for me again?
I like Beans. Beans is my favorite ferret, and he definitely hasn't bribed me to say this.
No bribery at all.
No, just coercion, bit different. Bit low. Okay, let me do this.
People cannot hear you. I'm apparently talking to myself, so I need
Oh,
to
okay.
fix that. 7 and 8.
I mean, talking to yourself is underrated, I think. Sometimes
I do it constantly.
sometimes I do it if I'm looking for non-intelligent conversation. Still quiet.
Hold up.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, just say something for me again.
I love Beans. He is excellent. I'm not being bribed.
Why is that not coming
Beans
through?
is king.
Huh.
Man, I have somebody I know who's great with audio. I can send you their way if you want. They'll help you out. Their name
Is it me?
Mr. Greggles on
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, really good really good dude. Will absolutely help you out with any audio problems.
Everyone hears an echo. Why is that not coming through? I love having a complicated audio setup. It makes everything really easy to do all the time.
Yes.
Why so that should be coming out as 7 and 8, but why is that not coming out as
I'm glad
7?
you're enjoying Winky in the chair, Code Space. It's very funny.
Dante, what are you doing? Right, okay. Cool.
Nice.
I will fix this, and then yeah, I was thinking some spice would be nice.
I can, if you can get yourself to deep desert in an ornithopter, we can spice harvest. I can fly the carrier. You can fly the sandcrawler.
I can do that.
We can do that. That's not a problem.
Let me just the routing for 7 and 8 is going into 7 and 8.
Winky, I'm glad that. Oh, look at you! You're sitting on Thornton's shoulder like that. Perfect. Look at that. The combination. Thornton knows the drops are raw. Crawlers do attract worms nowadays. Yes. How you doing, Winky? Good to see you. I thought you might enjoy seeing yourself on stream today. I needed somebody to supervise the drops while I was while I was doing stuff today. I hope you understand, Winky. Obviously, I trust you with the drops because you like to watch them and make sure they're not going anywhere. You know, very, very observant, very astute. Our friend Greg has just joined us on Dune, so what we're going to be doing is I'm going to take him out to go and do his first sand crawling. So I'm going to fly back to our base and go and grab my carrier. We will assemble a sand crawler out here on the side of the building if we can, because as everyone knows, that's the classic way that one should assemble a sand crawler. Absolutely perfect. They work better in a vertical spot. So yeah, it's going to be nice. We're going to chill with Greg. So Winky, actually, I meant to ask you at TwitchCon, and I didn't. But I can kind of guess what the answer is for you. What would it take? You know, I was going to ask you kind of what would it take for you to come back to Dune? And I'm assuming the answer is along the lines of having a rebuild of a PvP system, so there's a reason to PvP and it rewards you for it. You know. You enjoyed Dune in short but intense doses, especially on the private servers. You're currently taking a break, but you knocked out the entire story within a month. Wow, Codespace. I mean, yeah, that's some good commitment. Is Greg's personified? No, Greg is one of the offshoots of Greg's. I mean, yeah, I can definitely talk. Getting me to talk is the easy part. Getting me to shut up is the real trick. That's kind of the fun part.
Okay, people can definitely hear you now.
Lucky
but for some
people.
reason, my audio is like the routing of it's totally messed up, and that makes no sense.
It's always lovely when you go away for a few days and you come back and stuff has changed on your PC and you're like, oh, okay, well this worked before. I have no idea why it's not now.
It just makes no sense.
It's normally like one specific update. For me, it's normally Windows deciding to be in its normal ass cancerous self.
Right, okay. What? I think it's OBS.
Oh, that's always fun.
Right. Okay. Apparently, my microphone. You can hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I think I've found out what the issue is.
You fucked around with it and now you found out. Is that how this works?
Yeah, I did. I fucked around and found out massively. Apparently the routing I did. You know when you build something, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, I know that.
And you're like, this makes perfect sense, and then and then you come back to it and you're like, why the fuck did I do it like this?
All the time.
Okay, cool.
Hang on,
Confirmation.
I'm just adding a link to your. Why are there so many Mr. Greggleses? Oh my god.
By the way, I'm curious. You said Stream Together was causing you an issue.
Yes, I saw an uptick in error 3000s on the community.
Okay.
When I use Stream Together, it's really strange.
That is cool to know. I'm gonna go and report that to a couple of people.
Nice. I've let a few people know already about it, but probably you know the closer people to it. I've just added you in so I've just added a link to your in the title, like to your channel in the title.
Oh, I will do an at
It's just easier that way. That way when people are like, who are you talking to? You can be like, it's in the title. You can click on their name. Rather than just being like, oh, 2 British people in one call. There must only be 2 of them watching the borders.
No, you're the Swiss Guard, remember?
That's true. I'm being outsourced, but as everyone online knows, there's actually only 4 British people, and at any given time, 2 of them are having to do, official tasks.
Yeah, we rotate round. We have really, really good, convincing flesh masks.
Exactly. No, Winky, sorry, I saw the answer there. For Winky to come back to the game, they need to ban the blatant hackers, make the survival game feel like your survivor game, make PvP incentivized and exclusive rewards. I think the banning the hackers part they've been doing a lot of, so that's good. I think for me, it's banning the people who have been breaching terms of service in other ways. I think that's where I'm seeing a bit of a breach in. There's still a lot of people on the public servers who have been doing naughty things who probably still need to be actioned, and having a bit more transparency around that would be good. I will turn the music down slightly. Thank you very much, Snotty Ron.
I've got some wonderful synthwave on. It's very nice.
Very
right,
nice.
where do you need me to get to?
If you fly to the deep desert, you go into the middle section.
Cool. And then I go from there.
And then you just go directly north up the edge of B5.
Cool. I'm just untracking all the stuff that I don't need to do.
Oh, all those fun quests and stuff you're supposed to do.
Do you want shared chat on? We can't. Can we do shared chat without being in stream together?
No.
I don't think we can, Aqua.
It might also drown out your chat. That does sometimes happen.
My guys will get through. They're very loud. They watch a drum stream. They're used to being loud.
That's fair.
It's just we'll do it really easily. All of my guys everyone in my stream will just talk in caps.
Okay, that's ideal. That would never be a problem ever.
Not at all.
No. All caps, no flair. It's like being on Reddit on Mega Thread Monday.
Oh, I need to.
What do you mean not enough support? There's clearly enough support on the side of this building for me to place this.
It's not enough emotional support.
This is the Chromotional Support Services. We've got enough support. Well, I'm going to be honest. This base is getting a 0 out of 10 from me if I can't place this. Everyone knows that there's only one way to make these. Fine.
He's good. Cool. Slightly too loud. Okay, there we go. The joys of having an audio mixer.
I mean, it'd be awesome if there was a piece of software that would do all your all your audio mixing for you. And set all the levels and everything. Wouldn't that be really convenient?
It would be so cool. In fact,
here's one I made earlier.
I was gonna say, and now our sponsor. What a great segue.
Great. Last item, and then my crawler has been manufactured.
Okay, that should be better, everyone. There we go. Can you all hear the game okay as well?
I think
It's
everyone
been
just
so-
wants to hear more Chronos, Greg. I think that's what it is.
Just more. I can
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, the only audio stream that actually matters, right?
The beautiful dulcet tones of Kronos here on Chrono FM. On all the time. 24/7.
Chrono
365.
FM. It's getting him to shut up. That's a trick.
Turns off radio, turns back on again.
Exactly. I've always said that, you know, when I transcend my physical being, becoming an AI that just messes with people is going to be great fun. That's my plan.
I've got this image of someone being asleep and you just being like, hey,
Good
you heard of Dune
afternoon.
drops?
Yes.
Thank you for the follow, Sabu Maru. Sabu Maru and Annie Finley as well. Andy Finley.
you
Wow,
can-
I can't word.
You can call him Saboomerang because he just keeps coming back.
Saboomerang. Hey.
Hey. That chair's actually very comfortable, I'll have you know, Barons. You know, we all saw it when we were there at a meal. Greg can attest. You know, Winky
I was
looked
about
very
to
at
say,
peace
are
in
we
that
talking
chair.
about the chair?
Have you seen that Winky is guarding my drops?
Winky's guarding your drops.
Oh yeah, Winky's guarding the drops on my channel just to make
Oh
sure.
my god, he is. I didn't see that.
Sometimes though, sometimes I do let Winky have a break. Sometimes you know, there you go. Winky needs to go to the loo and, you know, hydrate and do all kinds of things.
I've just realized I need to mess with my settings on Dune because I'm not getting my peak FPS. Why do they do this to me for fun? Because we love
400 FPS isn't enough. Is that what you're saying?
No, I limited it to 120, which is you know,
Yes.
thingy. Do I go full screen or windowed full screen? Full screen is better for input lag. If I do resolution scale 100%,
Just doing everything at native.
AAA, quality. Let's see what we get. Okay. You want me to go in the middle, yeah?
Yep, pick the middle one and then fly pretty much directly north out of that until you see the desert drop away beneath you, but there's like a spur of stone cliff that goes out ahead of you. I'm on the far corner of that spur.
Cool. Let me just finish my little...
I'm going to do the important job and repaint the sand baller. So...
display, yes, I want to apply that. No, I don't want to quit the game.
No, turn the whole thing to that.
By the way...
By the way? Oh.
Sorry, I muted myself to talk to everyone. I didn't want to... Basically, I suck at game streaming. I'm really, really, really bad at talking to people in chat while I'm game streaming. So I was just apologizing in advance.
Oh, that's fine. Winky says that's a
ignoring
feature.
everyone.
That's something that you're meant to do apparently as a streamer, is you're meant to ignore your chat. It's news to me, but you know, Winky is the expert. I heard that ignoring chat is so in right now.
It's just the best.
Yeah, it's so hot right now. Exactly.
FSR, SFR. Where's my render distance at? Ultra high. Cool. Yeah. No, don't quit the game.
This chat is what it's like to be a
Why do they give you the
streamer.
option to quit the game when you apply your graphic settings?
Just to keep you guessing, to make sure that you're reading the screen.
Fuck! Well, I'm just in the deep desert right now. Like, I'm stood there. My ornithopter is in the middle of nowhere, and I'm just chilling, and I'm not even...
It's okay. It's not the deep desert isn't a PvP zone or anything. It's not like there's anything of any risk in the deep desert, so you're perfectly fine,
No.
right?
It's not as if it wipes every Tuesday. I'm good at this. I'm so... Always ignore chat. So what
No.
you're saying, Winky, is just constantly observe them, but don't say anything.
Yes.
What happened? Screen's purple. I accidentally quit the game, Aaron the Bear.
Wait, what, your background is purple when you haven't got a display behind it? Why purple?
It's just a really good color.
I mean,
Even though my favorite color's green.
that's fair. I'm a big fan of like forest greens at the moment.
Oh, that's a joke between me and Nos, because I used to say that my favorite color was green, and then she was like, Greg, walks into, you know, the studio, purple, purple, purple. And she's like, "Are you sure?"
It's just very good Twitch theme, you know. You're just in line with the branding. That's all it is.
Yeah, genuinely. Like, do you want to see how many hoodies I have next to me?
I can only imagine.
They're both purple.
They're
different shades.
You're just well color coordinated, so you can blend in on the platform.
Yeah. By the way, I've so you were saying about Stream Together giving error 3000s. I had an idea for fixing something with a certain company that, you know, I know, which I'm not naming because I don't self-promote. But would a, like, theoretically, if you had the ability to press a button and just add someone's voice and camera into your stream if you wanted to, with like a connection, you know, friend system, would that be of use?
So you can just add somebody else to. So for example, I could be showing your camera at the same time in like a smaller segment.
Yeah, obviously turn the camera off, but keep the audio in as like a direct feed into OBS rather than just it being Discord.
That would be very useful. How would you get the visual across without there being a large delay? Unless you're just using.
Easily.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, you could use something open source like Video Ninja, which is basically a point-to-point system for video and audio delivery. You can have up to 20 megabits a sec, 20k bit rate video, and just
go full
studio
send.
grade audio. And because it's point-to-point, the latency is so low that my friend Rick, who helped me design my lighting system for my stream, was able to do the lighting in time.
That would be very cool. I'd love to. Ooh. That would be sick. That would also work really well for things like D&D campaigns. For example, if you've got, you know, four people and the DM can have the large one. You can basically put a smaller person in each corner, and you can then just have stuff around. You can have visuals or graphics or a level or just like a little player card. Even if you're relying on the theater of the mind, it'll allow you to have some kind of visual tie-in of all the players together, and then all the players therefore could basically have the same stream being shown. You're shown doing stream together.
It's funny you should say that, because I did that actually about 3 years ago now with my friends who run a D&D group called Session Zero. But we basically, they did the D&D, but I did the production of it.
Nice.
And
okay, cool.
It got to the point where I was running in and out of my studio trying to find things to do Foley down the microphone.
Oh my god.
Like sword clangs, which was hilarious apparently.
That is great fun. Right, are you back in the game?
And stuff could spawn like here.
In the A band, that's one of the changes they made more recently to allow players to catch up that were stuck. It's one of those issues that's quite controversial because we didn't need it for our servers, and I at the time didn't see the point. However, having heard some of the stories that have come out of the public servers and some of the issues where players were stuck in just tier 5 and weren't able to get to a tier 6 ornithopter because every time they tried to go out to get tier 6 materials, they would get attacked by swarms. What's happening?
I'm flying, but my PC just crashed.
Oh. Well,
like everything just froze. That's unusual. Oh, I hope it hasn't updated Windows.
Take it easy, Caraday. Thank you for being here.
Oh. Is it just a graphics reset? The PC, what's happening? out of video memory.
That's
Trying
Dune.
to allocate resources. Where's
That's-
my mouse gone?
That Dune's eaten your mouse and all of your all of your VRAM, all of it.
Okay, I am actually still live.
Yes.
Um,
You may find that you get some stream delay.
yeah, I was gonna say. Question: everyone in my chat, put a 1 when you hear this. 1.
One. I'm not actually
I've
in the
ran
chat.
out of VRAM on a 24 GB card.
Yes. Yeah, Dune can do that.
That's not good. We're gonna fix that. Okay, so the latency is pretty bad. Well, not awful. Oh, no, that was pretty awful.
I would cap
One
down to
sec.
60 FPS personally, because if that's what you're broadcasting out at, that's what I'm. So stream sees what I see. That's basically how I do it.
Yeah, I usually do 120, which is my monitor's refresh rate.
Yes.
Thing is, I was trying to get maximum frame rate there just for smoothness for myself. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna cap down to 120.
So you could feel. So wait, you were running uncapped or?
Yeah, I didn't realize because I was messing with the settings. I didn't realize I'd left it uncapped.
Gonna be honest,
um,
you probably deserved this. This is
did.
probably just your actions coming back to haunt you.
my camera is now compressed as well. Like I'm for some reason. Like,
Isn't being a streamer great fun, chat? You know, you just load a game up and then you think you're doing fine, but you make one mistake and all of a sudden everything's on fire and you're screaming.
just oh god no.
Exactly.
Every normal stream exchange.
Look, I have a rule where I don't mess with OBS and OBS doesn't mess with me, and this has been working out quite well for a couple of weeks. Okay, that's how this works. Otherwise, OBS gets mad and it doesn't like it, and I don't need that pressure in my life.
If I go here, how much GPU usage am I using? Oh, that's why. That's cool. That's cool. That's all good. Right, if I restart the game again.
I think it's
Isn't that
something that should be. Yeah.
The description of being on the internet. Yep.
Fair.
4.3 seconds video latency. I hate it.
No, Void Goblin. I'm not using a dual PC setup. I think Greg probably is because Greg's got a very.
Not right now.
Oh, not right now. Okay, not for this. Interesting.
No, I'm on my brand new Threadripper system, which is
okay.
easily able to do everything singularly when I'm not uncapping my frame generation.
I think that's just it. Like when a game comes to by default now, like even the most powerful system won't run games if you aren't paying attention to your settings. Like if you're not running capped frame rates, you're not not taking care of the quality that you're streaming in. Even having the most powerful PC isn't going to do a huge amount. Like because you're competing for resources.
One second, everyone. I'm going to force restart OBS so I can get rid of the latency. So bear with me.
Oh, that means they can hear you on my channel, but not on yours. That'd be funny.
They can. I am actually. So we were saying I'm not running dual PC. I technically am, but I'm not running dual PC for. I'm not running dual PC for video capture. I'm actually running all my audio through a separate system.
Of course, you do it in a special way. That would make sense.
Yeah. Well, it's basically so I can hear my. I should be back. Woo! We're back. It's basically so I can hear myself through my headphones because my audio setup, my professional audio setup for drumming, has 0 latency. Well, I say that the current round trip latency on how long it takes for my microphone to go in, be fully processed, do Discord, all the audio for the game and everything, and then put it back out to OBS is 0.93 milliseconds.
So not even 1 millisecond, which is by itself a thousandth of a second.
Yeah, it's faster than the time it takes when I hit my snare drum for the physical sound to go from the snare drum to my ears.
Man, that sounds walking to you. It's real slow. I'd have a conversation with that. That's really not putting in the effort. That sound wave could be moving faster, honestly.
just God, man.
Yeah, just break
Speed
physics.
up.
Yeah, make sound work different. Come on, jeez. Just lazy at this point. Can't believe it.
Lights there, like, bro. You know that scene. You know that scene out of oh, we have echo. I know why that's happening. Do you know that scene out of The Winter Soldier? When he's running and he's like on your left.
Yes. Yeah.
That's light compared to sound.
Fuck's sake. That's not even wrong. I can't even be mad about that. Like, that's entirely accurate.
It really is, isn't it? I'm gonna pop out your chat so I can see your chat as well.
Nice.
Because I feel left out of the conversations.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's, you know, intelligent chat, but they're trying their best. I'm very impressed with them. They've been doing good today.
They're doing so good. Also, wouldn't it be lovely if there was a multi-chat that you could just, you know, like plug everyone into?
Yeah. Wouldn't
And
it be
find other people's chats. Colin, what was that? It's just ideas. Okay, right.
You're basically talking at that point about incorporating Chatterino as some kind of system into one overarching provider. Chatterino is very, very good for that. You just type in the channel name and it's very, very convenient to have all the filters and all the moderation tools inside of it. Hello, Sketrov.
Well, that's kind of nice. It landed me.
Yes, that's a new change to the game. So now when you crash in the deep desert like that, you won't just keep flying when you're in your flopter. You will actually land at the ground and you will keep going.
Okay, I really like that. Oh, I need to get rid of
I mean, Vinny's, you're asking a question that a lot of people are asking. You know, you've been playing the game with friends and you've enjoyed the journeys. What's something you can do solo now when you're not spice mining the deep desert? You've still got resource collections to do. You've still got quests to do. There's still a lot of fun story. You've got the lands rad. You can even harvest spice with mediums using a compactor without having to use an extra person as well. So there's so much more that you can make out of it. If that's you in the ornithopter, then you should land where this beam is.
Where am I landing? Wait.
Inside the building. You'll just kind of tuck your nose in.
I don't think that's me.
Oh, is it not? Oh, that's you. There's different ornithopters.
Is there an ornithopter hovering over you right now?
Yes.
Oh, I see you.
Yeah.
There we go.
Come and perch inside this building. You can just kind of chuck the nose of your ornithopter into one of these. The assault ornithopter, unfortunately, isn't as smooth to be able to do a fun, sharp turn like that.
Yeah, the assault isn't as agile as the scout is.
Okay, and then we'll come out here, where you see this sand crawl that's out the side.
Oh, I definitely need to fix some of my other settings just because I messed with something to restart.
Well,
so
the good news is well, hang on. Well, let's do this. If I've dropped a power cell for you. If you grab that, and then if you get into the sand crawler, and then you get into you get into the passenger seat of the sand crawler. Press and hold F in the passenger seat.
Yep.
The reason you do that is because if you're in the main driver's seat, when I'm carrying you across this distance, for some reason it still counts as the engine is running and it's driving this whole distance. Which is obviously...
so it takes a lot of...
Yeah, it just kind of chunks the durability.
That's annoying.
Right, now I can press right shift and I can just auto fly. So now you can play with your settings while we're actually en route. It's more efficient.
Amazing.
Right, last time I checked, I think it was G4 that was live. Go check.
What's that? Holy!
What have you done?
You dropped me.
No, I disconnected, that's why. I've been having a few of these. Just give it a second, I'll be back in. Just don't move.
What about the worm?
You're fine. You're fine. I've got time.
If I get eaten now, I swear to God. Oh, that scared me. I thought I'd done something in my settings then. Anybody else just clench a little at that point?
That clenching means that you've just got a healthy muscular structure. That's a good sign.
I can grip tight. Oh, there you are. You're back. Oh, whew.
Ooh, what is going on here? Why is that so... Copy. I'm going to need to take you back up top and do a game restart because this is unhappy.
Is your VRAM now full?
No, my GPU is only running at 66% load. 69%, nice. It's just having a bit of an upset. Although, to be fair, I don't mind doing a restart because I've had some disconnection problems, which does make me feel better.
We are connected to a US server anyway.
It's probably the sharks gnawing on the undersea cables. I mean, look, what's wrong with that?
Num 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 num
Num, num. To be honest with you, I don't blame you. If I was under the sea and I knew that there were delicious cables full of internet, I'd probably chew on them too.
Why do I have to restart every time I want to change my frame generation?
Because it's already using those frames. It needs to, needs to generate them.
It's just wait. I changed it back. Why are you now? Okay. Discard. There we go. Oh, thank you for the follow, Snake Pliskin.
What flavor?
A little. I'd be cracking walnuts. I did think I was about to be eaten by a big old wormy dealy.
Oh, that happens. Yeah, that's part of what's character building. That fear of being eaten by the worm makes you stronger.
It does it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's weakness leaving the body. That's what that fear feels like.
Right. Okay. Has that dropped my GPU usage?
I'm glad you've enjoyed the drop, Solaris. 70% seems better.
I was at 95, so this is a really nice view. So
the game does a good job of its view. Like when you're up on like a nice cinematic point and you're up, looking out over the map, it does feel good. I'll be honest. Like they've done a good job with that.
I've got my frame rate capped right at 120.
Yes.
It's saying I'm getting 256. What? Anyway, I'm going to stop messing now. It looks good. OBS isn't freaking out. It's all fine.
It's just about stable enough that you want to stop messing with the systems. That makes a lot of sense. I think that's very fair and reasonable.
Do you ever get to the point where like everything's fine?
That'll do. You're just at a that'll do moment, and you're like just waiting for the next thing to go wrong. Okay. Are you still in the sandcrawler?
I am. I have not moved.
Okay.
Yay!
I will add you to party. I'll add Spook to the party. It looks like Spook is here with us as well as a scout. And I'm going to move us towards Golf 7. So we need to be 3 points this way.
Ah. I love the fact I have not revealed anything.
I mean, I don't know if that's the location we're going to, but that's just where I'm pointing myself. It's the last place I saw Spice. If anyone else wants to come and gather Spice, you're more than welcome to from the community. You know how we feel about community efforts. Just announce yourself before you're coming to do stuff, or I might have a rocket launcher with your name on it. I believe in sharing personally, Greg, and I think the greatest act of sharing that we can do is sharing heavy ordnance. The only higher power in Dune is firepower.
Very tempted to just start playing Danger Zone.
It's one of the ones in my song playlist. Yeah, that's in there in rotation. When we had, I think, 3 carriers doing this, the temptation to play Rise of the Valkyries was pretty good, pretty solid temptation, right?
Sorry, I just asked everyone in my chat. You were saying about sharks nibbling internet cables.
Yeah.
And then Murwok was like, they don't have hands to explore and surf the internet. I was like, what would a shark search on the internet? And so far we have how to swim backwards, desperate tuna near you, and how to dodge a nose punch.
I feel like there'd be sommelier courses, but for blood smells for sharks. I feel like that's something they'd be big into. Yeah, like wine tasting. Yeah. A
This
hint of
one,
mammal
definitely
with
American.
some Mediterranean spicing. How to dodge a nose punch is great. It's how to not get rotated, I think, is probably what I would be googling if I was a shark.
How to not get rotated. They are basically just big. Thing is, everyone's like, "Oh, it's a shark. Oh, it's really scary." No, they are the dogs of the sea.
I
Just
would
turn them
go
upside
as
down and
far
give
as to
them a
say
scratch.
they are more like cats in that if you're interacting with a cat and their eyes go wide and they go into instinct mode and they will try and claw the shit out of your hand. That's kind of what sharks like. If you trigger their predator instinct, they'll end up trying to rip your face off. But like most of the time, they're reasonably placid in just kind of investigating smells and sights that they haven't seen before, from my understanding.
I was just about to say, Colin. Colin said another thing they'd search would be, why does everyone call me Bruce?
Oh, Bruce. Fish are friends, not food.
He didn't know his father. More people die each year from vending machines than sharks. Why are we not? Yeah, I mean, God.
You know, I've never seen a vending machine hunting, but that does worry me.
It's when it tempts you to put your hand into the box.
Oh yeah,
we've been there. To take out the sweet, juicy treat that it's offered up.
So when something gets stuck inside a vending machine, what it's actually doing is trying to tempt you to put like your hand in and up so that it can try and devour you. Is that what we're saying? Because I would believe that. That's a good mimic, like a thing to do.
100% a modern mimic. Instead of a chest, it's just a vending machine.
You know what? I'm fine with that.
Vending machines are ambush predators.
The land anglerfish, yeah. I would believe that vending machines are ambush predators. Yeah, that makes sense.
Have you? Do you know what SCPs are?
Well, yeah, secure, contain, protect. Yeah, that's
yes.
The SCPs are great. I've lost many an hour looking at like obscure SCPs.
I just love the one about the vending machine, the literal vending machine that gives you anything, and the guy typed into it, "Oh, I'd like a cup of Joe," and Joe down the hall collapsed, having had the equivalent amount of a small paper cup of his leg like extracted from him.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty awful way to go, to be honest. I'm not feeling that one.
He was fine. It could also dispense a cup of liquid gold, which they couldn't explain why the pure molten gold didn't eat through the plastic cup.
Plastic cups are, you know, overpowered. They need nerfing. They're an SCP by themselves. I think of all the things, like, people are scared of sharks, right? And it kind of makes sense. You know, we're told that, you know, shark attacks are a thing, blah blah blah. But like, I think to me, like, it's killer whales that get the bad rap, or, you know, orcas, because obviously we call them killer whales, but like, there's been no reported killer whales attacks on humans outside of captivity. Like, that's kind of like wild. I think there's like one, maybe.
Killer whales, unlike a shark, just goes in and eats, right? But killer whales are sadistic. They play with their food. They like flip the seals up in the air, and then they're actually like scary ass predators.
I mean, they're incredibly smart. If you've seen like scans of their brain structure, they're basically like the same kind of shape of brain that we've got, but with like extra brains tacked on the side. And that's basically all the brain power that allows them to process echolocation and other things. Orcas are really incredible creatures. If I was going to be like any animal, being an orca would be kind of the one. I'd be down with that. That would be great. Most notably because most things in the sea aren't going to fuck with you.
Do they do lots of cosplay as Lord of the Rings characters?
No, they actually like they prefer to cosplay as nuns because they've already got the costume color sorted.
I'm gonna nickname an orca Urukai.
It's just bad habits. Right, I need to go and find out where the ring mouth was.
So are we going to the big spice plume that's just exploded in front of us?
I'm aiming for a ring mouth, so one of the really big spice plumes. That might. I don't know if what I'm looking at is the ring mouth though, because I don't think that is. I think that's a medium spice blow up ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't look big enough to be a a big daddy?
They can be quite deceptive. It's sometimes difficult to tell on the scale at distance.
Yeah.
They've
I
not,
also
but,
find
but
rings
Cam, they've not
deceptive.
eaten people. Taking out boats, I don't blame them for, because boats are a threat to them. The propellers on boats are pretty rough. It's one of the main ways that orc could get damaged and get killed in a.
The butts? Don't you mean boats? Oh, wait, no. I meant the other way round. My joke failed. Ignore me.
Okay.
I'm going to go into 5 minutes of silence to mourn my joke. Oh, by the way, can you remember the tick that I had that made you really laugh at Spaghetti Factory?
There were like 3 of them.
Aside from the
I
ones
think
that
it was
kept
the
stroking
one
your
where
face.
Thor sat down in the middle of the table, and you just and he started tearing the bread apart, and then you just went, "He is Jesus," and I just couldn't handle myself.
Wu-Tang Tea, thanks for the follow.
I'm gonna warn
Yeah.
I'm gonna warn chat. For those of you who don't know, Greg here does have Tourette's, and sometimes the ticks are fucking hilarious.
It was just the fact that he didn't even like break it in front of him. He lifted it up and then broke the bread. As my Tourette's goes, you know, he is Jesus.
Oh my god.
Also, my ticks kept stroking Kronos's face. It's
a normal day in public, to be honest. That one was I was like normal. This is the titular Greg of Greg's, indeed. Yeah. So the thing I think that most people don't understand about Tourette's is that, like, when you're the reason that the ticks often seem contextually relevant is because, like, your brain is basically throwing a thought at a dartboard and ending up somewhere near where you were where you were thinking or where you were, and there's no logic to it. It's completely and utterly random in a number of ways.
It's contextual, because if you're in the speech center of your brain that is making you think about a certain subject, for example, you know, I'm just talking, so my speech center of my brain is engaged, but you then see Thor hold up bread, it means that the neurons next to the word "hi, how are you" are also next to the words Jesus, you know, or the word "fuck."
Yeah.
People are always like, well, it must be what you're thinking. I'm like, no, contextuality in the brain and neuroplasticity is a wonderful thing.
Like I said, it is like throwing a dart towards it. You might hit any of the random things around it, and they can all have different points and different like factors, it's just fascinating. I find brains like really interesting.
It's like the tick I have now, which just yells, "Update me, daddy," which was so random, but we were talking about Windows.
Yeah.
And naturally,
to be honest with you, rather than you know, new Windows update available, I think if Windows shouted "Update me, Daddy," I you know what, I'd be more likely to do my regular updates.
Can you imagine turning on your PC and it just yelling at you, "Update me, Daddy"?
I can imagine.
It would be like,
Windows.
They're there. There is a Linux distribution somewhere that's made to be ready to be made for that.
I think it would be gold. I think that more operating systems could be made fun like that just by increasing their memeism. The amount of memes included in operating systems is too low these days. Everything's too functional. They try to make it clean and usable, and it's just not. I'm fine with something being, you know, an inefficient piece of shit if it's also funny.
Thing is, we had Clippy. Clippy was the source of so many memes and jokes.
And I miss Clippy.
They ripped him from us.
Clippy now would have too much AI tied in. It wouldn't feel the same. The joy of Clippy would be when it would just at a really inappropriate moment being like, "You look like you're having trouble with this file," and they'd be like, "I'm having trouble with life, Clippy. Please send more help than you can provide." We've all been there.
I would love to see the replies if you could get Clippy nowadays, right? And so you have Clippy, right?
Yep.
And you compare it to the conversation you'd have with a current AI. I think Clippy would still win.
Oh, Clippy would win. Clippy's got some sass. Clippy and Microsoft Sam would team up and just start dunking on the AI.
I've got this image of like ChatGPT being in the fetal position on the floor, being kicked by Clippy.
Yeah.
I came before you. I
Be-
was the OG.
Be gone, Brand.
Oh.
Flippy getting in trouble for war crimes. Sorry, war suggestions.
Colin just said, be even weirder if you were having issues updating, and then Clippy goes, you look like you're having some troubles with updating me, Daddy.
Oh my god. This is how Clippy gets himself cancelled.
I've got this image of Clippy in like BDSM outfit.
Oh my god. I can't believe I'm the sensible one. Cat, what happened to this? What? Hello, bees. How are you doing? This is Greg, who you may have met at TwitchCon. If not,
I love how earlier you were like, I'm the calm one, you know, I get a little bit excited, like, but my voice doesn't raise, and there's me here being.
But at least when you cackle with laughter, you move away from your microphone, which means that it's not too loud. It's very appreciated.
Well, yes, yes.
Spice. Look at that delicious spice.
Mm.
Okay, so what you can do is you can press, I think, Foxtrot 1, F1 on your keyboard to
Let's
go back
put
to.
it in lines and snort it. Sorry.
Nice. Yeah. No, that tick is exactly right. That is how one spices.
Spicy. I see. I'm getting excited now, which means I'm going to tick more, and I'm not drumming, which means I don't have the natural thing to stop me from ticking. So
oh no,
this is going to be a fun spice session.
Oh no, content. So for those of you who don't know, Greg, who's in a call with me, has Tourette's, has been in a number of very, very fascinating Tourette's documentaries, like has proper Tourette's.
And a film now.
And a film. Wow, you are the most published. Right, so yeah, if you press F1 and switch to the driver's seat.
Oh, is F1?
Yep, you can now fast switch. When I drop you down, you will press C, and that will start the Hoover. And you'll go forward. C, Charlie. Yeah, that'll start the Hoover. Yep. You'll see the icon. You'll need to go over some spice twice, and you'll need to go over some spice once at the edge. So the thicker spice you'll need to go over twice. Basically, I would advise driving to the center a bit and then starting to do a spiral inwards from a circle at some point, and I would just fly over you, and I will pick you up if I'm paying attention and when I notice the worm.
Okay. Going to collect some spice. I am now.
You are spicing. You are. I would probably
Tell me when you think I should spiral.
Right hand down and start doing the circle here. You did meet Greg at the Yamaha booth? I agree. Greg is awesome. I'm glad that you guys have met. Yeah.
Dune, the vacuum simulator. Indeed.
Yep. And then you can just basically work in a circle. And then you'll basically go over your own tracks in that circle as you spiral inwards, and then you'll have a nice fully harvested circle.
Nice. The pumpkin spice must flow.
Exactly.
Are you a Starbucks employee undercover?
I mean, this is very clearly grape Kool-Aid and not pumpkin spice, but I understand.
I'm kind of sad that like Starbucks haven't done an activation with Dune.
I know that there was a brand that did a chai tea with Dune, which is meant to be very popular. A lot of people have said that's very good. And you get murals and stuff. So there is Dune related tea which is spiced. It's just not Starbucks. I think that a lot of these large brands could do better by working together though.
The amount of times that I've like pitched ideas to brands, because I have a lot of friends who work in community management, in brand positions, etc., and I've gone, what about this as an idea? And they're like, oh my god, that would be amazing. But the problem is that they have to get it passed by their boss.
Yes.
And the bosses don't understand the level of true addiction to memes that the online community have.
Yep.
Slaps the roof of the Sandcrawler. We can fit so much pumpkin spice in this bad boy.
Well, exactly. And it's
Thank you for all the follows, everyone. I appreciate it.
Nice. Let's pay a lot to the Herbert Foundation. I mean, there is some of that, but you know, is paying a large amount to the Herbert Foundation a bad thing when they're doing very well for the game and for the lore and stuff. Yeah, you'll need to go over the area you've already gone on. So you see how there's like a purple residue still in that place. Once you go over it twice, you'll see that the area actually is like completely clean. So where the spice is thick, you'll actually need to go over it twice. There is an argument as to whether going over and tapping W, so you only go 8 kilometers an hour or something, so you don't have to harvest it twice, is more efficient. I'm going to be honest with you. You spend the same amount of time moving either way. So going over it twice just means that
I can see the difference in the sand. Cool.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it does make a difference, and I think like going over it at 8 versus what you're doing, which is probably about 20. Like I think that 20 is still the faster if you're spending time to
I was
just
going
go
to
in
say
circles.
there's going to be a mathematical. You could easily create a mathematical equation to see how much distance you would travel with 20 miles compared. I mean, what 8, 16. You get like 2.5 times the speed.
Yes.
So even though you'd be going slower, you would be harvesting still only about half of the actual spice.
Yes.
Right.
Yep. Exactly.
Even if you are, because if you're going slower, you have the potential, yes, to suck up more, but you won't be covering more ground, and more ground will give you a greater yield. Don't trigger me, math, please.
There's also the added change that when you're going over it twice and you're moving at full speed, you have more opportunity, you have double the opportunities to recorrect your angling to make sure you've collected missed spice. So from a collecting all of the spice in the field perspective, I think going faster is still more efficient. We've proven that if you harvest every single grain of spice on a field, then you will reset the field. We've shown that. I think we managed to do.
Oh, it does. Oh,
you're fine. I heard a worm, but I think it might have just been in the distance.
I can't see anything. I can see
you'll need to press C again when you do that. Let me put you back at the start, and then when I pick you up, you'll have to re-press C.
I'm good.
Line you back up nicely. There you go. And if I disconnect, then it's going to be anyone's guess as to how this goes.
The big suck. Sorry.
Nice.
The pickup is a really cool dodge. It's awesome.
And this is obviously only a carrier and a small sandcrawler. If you think about what's in the larger Dune universe, is the size of some of the carryalls and some of the carriers and various things that have in that.
I really hope that they bring those in at some point.
So I was talking about this with the devs at TwitchCon. So I went for a meal with a couple of the community managers. Thor and I did, just to basically talk about some of the game. We've been very involved with the game from the start. And one of the things I was talking about was that end game PvE style thing where, the larger houses are going to have large spice production like devices that they're using in these areas. And it would be great if you attack one of those, you have to fight off house troops, but because you're messing with spice production, the Sardaukar get called in. And so you have a limited amount of time to fight these, tier 6 troops before these tier 7 troops show up and you've got a real fight on your hands.
That sort of gives me, if you've played Rust, you have the oil rig and the crate container, which the cargo ship that goes around the map, and they have the ability for reinforcements, and you have to kill the scientists on board, and it's a really cool raid mechanic. But I was thinking, if you did have a large enough guild, you could build a big sand crawler, but it has to be manned by several people, and that's you could, if you were to use it with just one person, it would only gather as much as one of these.
I think my only issue with that is that there is no need for spice production at that scale yet in the game.
Oh, here we go.
So we should be doing this every little while. We'll just basically do a sequence of the shield on your base advanced sub-thief console was disabled. That's horrifying.
Oh, that's not. Did a sand
climb some more
storm come over? Dylan!
Chuck some more fuel in while we're waiting for that one. There he is. Is he coming back?
Oh, I made an egg, not a circle.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Disconnected. That's fine. I've got time. Just don't move in the The vehicle.
Oh, I was gonna get sand spice.
I wouldn't create any more threat just until I'm back in
shit.
because you've got no
Oh
coverage.
shit. Oh shit.
What happened?
It's still here.
Yeah, that was why I was like, don't move.
I'm gonna move to the passenger seat so I'm not losing, not
Yep.
even vibrating. Wow,
Mm.
you just dropped from the sky. It's like,
Yeah,
suddenly, Kronos.
the Chromotional Support Service.
I just
Okay.
clocked 2 Kronos' brain is an hour behind. It's fine. Don't you worry, Colin. Right, okay. I'm back in the driver's seat. Are we doing another round?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that worm has moved off and that aggro is properly
Can't see
reset.
them.
Sometimes they wait. They've made worms smarter, but he does seem to have moved away.
Yeah, I saw the tail of it, but it was definitely leaving.
Would you like a nice control drop off, or would you like some fun?
I'm always down for fun.
Nice. Okay, there you go.
Whee! Turn on the sand. Let's go in. Oh, look at that peak sand crawling.
Now you're spicing.
Can you fly forward and drop me so I get some momentum onto the sand?
I can, but it doesn't really help you with the sand crawling. Like, not particularly.
Oh no, I don't care about that. I just want to look cool.
I can do that.
I've been
Okay.
deployed in.
I can do that on the next one. So if you look behind you, you can see that there's actually like there's quite a lot of residue that's been left behind. So when you next come around, don't go based on the edges of it. Just basically focus on picking up some of what you've missed in the middle. What I would advise.
Yeah.
I like to basically, my basic rule is if we're sand crawling, I like to make sure we're as efficient as possible because other people have to use this spice as well. Other people want to gather the spice, and if we are leaving some of it on the field in an annoying way to harvest, it's kind of inconsiderate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's about considerate and respectful farming.
I'm fine with that. We are doing efficient practices.
Exactly.
Spice farming,
Sustainable spicing here. Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't use pesticides on the worms.
No, just atomics.
Just atomics. Just a little bit of a swat. Cuddles are us. Thanks for the follow. Bowling for Spice sounds like they write a song about Lady Jessica.
I would listen to Bowling for Spice.
Bowling for Spice. We need like a Dune radio.
I mean, there is radio in game.
There is?
Yeah, if you pressed L. Is it L? No, that's Landsrad. It's one of the ones in there, the Communinet, I think it might be N.
I really want the equivalent of a Dune GTA radio.
That's kind of how that is, but I know what you mean. Like, that would be good. Press N, November. Yeah, for the radios. There's a Harkonnen and Atreides and a Spice Harvesting Guild one.
Oh, there is.
Yeah,
you
the
see,
Spice Truckers.
Actually, that would be amazing to have the radio, like you. So if you were to do the mechanic that you were saying of having the raidable larger spice refineries,
yeah,
it would be cool to have to listen to the equivalent of a police radio scanner.
Yes.
To find out where they are, so you're not just searching.
Exactly.
And maybe
to work it out.
Maybe there'd be some form of like cryptic, because obviously they're not going to be talking. They'd be talking in a form of code. So you'd have a Harkonnen and an Atreides.
They're not going to say, there's a spice harvester in Gulf 4. What they'll probably do is you'll have to use some kind of, look for X landmark and navigate through these objectives until you get to the location that you're looking for. Oh look, there's another sandcrawler dropping down. Look at that now with spicing. Okay, now under guild rules, if they are going the opposite direction to you, so you're going clockwise and they're going to counterclockwise, you have to wave from the cab to the driver of the other one. That's the rules.
How do I do this?
Are you just on your stream? You just wave.
Oh, I just waved.
You just have to wave.
They're
That's
not going the opposite way.
Spice Union rules. That's how this works.
Like Spice Union.
Yeah.
Why am I being messaged? Oh, right. Dune radio, as in universal version of heart radio. Exactly, Dodge.
One.
And Dune in radio. You know what? You could Dune. Oh, that would be a great sort of like. So I've wanted to for a while, right? Do this little show where I do a radio show, but in the personification of a character.
Okay.
So like I love Has Been Hotel, so for me it'd be like I want to do a radio show with the voice changes and everything in the character of Alistair.
Okay.
But it would be awesome to do like a Twitch show where every week or so it's a different character.
Maybe do it for the character from a game release that's come out that week, no matter how large or small the game. It'd be quite fun.
Yeah, something like that gives you the ability to change it up. But because I have all the pro audio stuff, I can do the proper voice effects and make it sound authentic, etc. Oh shit.
Okay, so the next stage is when you start seeing or hearing worm sign, you start seeing that worm just pop into existence. That was weird. The code word for wanting to be picked up is uppies. That's what we say. That's it. There's no miscommunication. When you say uppies, I will grab you. That's how that works.
Okay, cool. Not oh shit. Dune Radio is only allowed to have sand-related songs in it, though.
What, like Sandstorm?
Or Walk Like an Egyptian.
Yeah. Songs by the Spice Girls.
There is a playlist. There's a... So, tell me, what do you want? What do you really, really want? I want spice.
Everyone
Enter
wants spice.
Sandman. Oh my god. Okay, this needs to be a Spotify playlist now. I need to make a shared...
I recently started creating a playlist because it's really strange how many songs are about fire.
Yeah.
If you're ever doing like a long music listen, it's surprising how many songs are about fire.
This is Anakin Skywalker. Welcome to Dune Radio. Just to let you know, I hate sand. Weapon of choice, obviously. Yes. Did you know that? Did you know that Christopher Walken has been involved in 2 things that are to do with Dune? One was playing the Emperor in the new films, and the other one was the song "Weapon of Choice" by Fatboy Slim.
What? Christopher Walken is in Fatboy Slim.
He's in the video for the song "Weapon of Choice," and if you've not listened to that song, you should do and listen to the lyrics.
I'm gonna have to go and listen to some Fatboy Slim.
It says in it, "Walk without rhythm so you don't attract the worm." Weapon of Choice is about Dune.
I'd be more concerned about attracting Christopher Walken, to be honest.
So,
Anyway, I'm Christopher Walken.
Is this being streamed? No.
No.
When is Matt? This is all in your head.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't turn on the sand.
That was fine.
Why won't it turn on?
It just sometimes it takes a second. If you're driving and you're going like you're capped at like 20 kilometers an hour, that's how you know the sand thing is on. The plume of sand behind you gives it away. When it's not on, you just go much quicker in a straight line. There you go. That's on.
Okay. Yeah. There we go. For a second there, I was worried.
Sometimes after a pickup and a drop down, it'll stop visually updating the sand behind you. That is a thing. There's still some visual bugs around sand crawling. So sometimes that's a thing, and you'll just have to kind of try and remember where you are, and you'll see it updating behind you about 30 or 40 meters, and you just kind of have to shrug and move on with life because that's how things go.
Fair enough. Lights on the back of your fill level, by the way. Oh, they are. That's really cool. I love it when actual like in-game stuff is represented on the model and not just a UI element. Space Engineers is fantastic for that. Have you ever played Space Engineers?
I have played. I've lost many hours to Space Engineers while I was in my first few years of work. I love
that game.
It's just fun, just to mess with people, like just to turn around power things so they think they've lost their mind. Lots of small little inconvenient things are just really funny.
I was part of a little server where we put on a weekly challenge. So you had all week to build 3 large ships and as many fighters as you had people. And then we went into battle. And the aim was to basically destroy the capital ship, or steal. We had certain like custom items we put in the game, and you had to steal those from inside the ship.
Okay.
So I made when they brought in like the automation stuff, I made a load of drones which would deploy from our main ship. They would fly out, find the other people, and then I'd use the jump drive, because I could get the coordinates from those drones, to just jump in behind them, attack them, and then jump out
Nice.
with alternating jump drives. And it used to piss people off because we'd suddenly appear, unload all of our rockets and like, you know, homemade warheads at them, and then just blink out of existence.
Surprise! Then gone.
Yeah.
Like DoorDash, but infinitely worse, more destructive.
DoorDash. Hello, did you order your big boomies?
Look, I would find it difficult to ignore the delivery driver if they popped up with a bunch of rockets and warheads. Let's be real. Like, you're gonna make sure you tip well, aren't you? Is there a method to the madness of the lights on the back of the crawler? Yes, there is. So they start at the top and they work their way down in incremental percentages. So, for example, when you get to the final separated blob, that's like 10%. It's just that the percentages are not necessarily normal. Like, it's not like it's 5 stages of 20%. That would be too convenient. The distances seem to be different depending on by how much spice you're carrying, which is unhelpful.
Worm? Was that a worm?
I'm going to lift you up just in case. It might be that you heard the other carrier.
Something. I think I might have heard the other carrier. I'm very sorry.
And remember, the code word is uppies. If you don't say
sorry.
uppies, I might forget. That's why it took me a second. Uppies.
Oh shit! Uppies. See, it was a worm. I was
that
just
might
premature.
be the ring mouth. This might be your. Have you seen the grandfather one before?
No, I've never seen the grandfather worm. Oh yeah, I can't. There's no normal worm. It's definitely grandfather, isn't it? How high up does he come?
We're fine with this.
Premature wormulation. Oh shit! We get to see the big boy.
There she blows. You can see that the ring mouth kind of palpates and deforms, and then
its penis. Sorry.
Nice. This is not quite as good as that, but num 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 num.
Tasty sand. That's so cool. I'm so glad they added that in.
It's just
a
nice feature.
A reset mechanic as well.
Yes.
Dune has such a good, like the story makes for such a good survival game.
Yes, exactly. The mechanics aside and the things that Funcom are working on, whatever, but like, yeah, they're doing a good job with this. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna fly us back to base because it looks like you've got about 15,000 spice sand, maybe a bit more on you.
I don't know. Let me switch seats.
If you go into the inventory, you can work out how much spice sand you've got.
6,884 out of 11,250 apparently.
So as a weight amount, you're at like 1,000, 2,000,
10,000, 10,000, 20, 30, 40.
The whole thing. What? Wait, you've got how much spice sand have you got?
2,500, 2,000, 2. That's 10. That's 20. That's 30. That's 40. That's just under 45,000.
Okay, so that's a small amount of spice. That's enough to make you 800 melange.
Oof. And how much melange do you need for a carrier and things? Because all tier 6 stuff uses melange, doesn't it?
Yes. Oh yeah, you need quite a lot of melange in general, but like that's enough to make a carrier.
Baby spice, scary spice, Greggle spice.
Yeah, we'll fly back. I will then leave the sand crawler and the carrier there. I will go and scout the next sand blow, the next spice field,
Cool.
and then
Ooh, a
we
ship.
can come back. A ship? What? Oh,
You're tempted, aren't you?
yeah. If I wasn't carrying you, I would do it. If there was an island around, I would do it. I'm being
I mean-
very well behaved. I'm being very restrained and sensible. Now it's going to be very confused.
We could totally go in and do things.
That's how I lose you with the 800 melange worth of spice that I'm letting you take home with you,
Yeah,
so
no,
that you can have some spice.
That's fair. Oh, we're not splitting it?
No,
I'm happy to
you're
split
taking
it.
all of this. All of this spice is yours, and I'm not letting you have a choice. Get spiced, nerd.
Get spiced. Just shoving my face in a pile of spice.
Exactly.
I see things.
Hostile base? Oh
Ooh.
no, not hostile base. In the safe zone.
Within the...
Can I fax you some spice if we have some spares? Maybe we could probably fax some spice. I feel like the Spacing Guild and Chone wouldn't have any problem with sending spice by fax. I haven't sent a fax for God knows how long. I've only had to do that in my first ever job.
God, I don't think I've used a fax machine since school.
Most people who were born like between like 1990 and 1995 will just about remember situations, I think, where fax machines were still in use. But anyone after that, I don't actually think that you'll interact with them. Yeah.
The Herpetological Society just asked, "What's a fax?"
Oh.
Basically, it's a printer connected to a phone line.
Yeah.
It's basically a form of sending information in text form from one person to another before email existed. You're just messing with me. Thank fuck. Oh, there was a moment there I was like, I felt like I was having to explain the birds and the bees. I mean, my daughter doesn't understand what the save button icon is. That hurts. Why do you have a 3D save button, Grandad?
A 3D save. Oh.
Floppy disk.
If you don't know what a 3.5-inch floppy disk is, then and I'm not sure. You know, I'm not sure we can be friends.
Me on a Sunday afternoon. Tick. Sorry. I'll hurt. Jesus Christ. Sometimes I try and just let the Tourette's go by, and then I hear you giggling. I'm like, well, that's acknowledged.
That one got noticed. I just want to do a shout out to UNSC Snowman for the Prime sub, buddy. You are absolutely awesome. How are you driving at 20 kilometers an hour and making a clean pickup with no streaks? Going over the sand twice. That's the trick. That's just a trick.
Imagine just sending nothing but memes to your friend via fax. You know how people print out subs on receipts, right?
Oh yeah.
That would be absolute peak, like, stream memery would be if you could have your community fax you memes. I would totally hook up a fax machine if it meant that I could have fellow streamers fax me the latest meme.
If I knew a friend with a fax machine, I would be sending them faxes at really inconvenient times of day and night, just with random memes. Like yes. I would fax Winky a picture of him in the chair. I wouldn't even hesitate.
Look, I wouldn't even hesitate.
Not even for a second.
It's Sunday at 7 a.m. and the house is asleep. Let me play you a song of my people. Oh boy. Hey Valen, how are you doing, man?
Some people in chat have gotten upset that the wings on this are a little bit damaged, and to them I say, if it's above 10% wings, that's still good integrity on the wings.
Until it's not.
Look, they're still orange, not red. That's kind of how I see
pretty
it.
red on my side.
Skill issue.
Honey,
Okay.
we're home.
I will drop this here. That should be close enough to your carrier that you can go inside to one of the containers, empty the sand crawler, and then fly back.
Where do you want me to? Do you want me to just empty it into my
take it into your assault, and then I would probably say fly your assault back home. Like take that spice back and start doing stuff with it, so it's safe.
I've realized I have to go into. Do I have access? I do have access. Everything. Is there not a dump all option yet?
There's a take all. There's not a store all button.
Oh wow, my assault really can't carry that much. I'm gonna be here a while.
I mean, your assault should be able to carry 2,000 volume.
Yeah, but as in like the amount that we did, I can't take the whole thing. But
that's fine. You can put the rest of it inside, and it can just be stored there for a while. Or you can do multiple runs. Like it's going to take me a little while to go and find the the spice flow. So yeah, that's the whole point. Like you'll probably be able to carry something like 16,000 volume in one go. Sorry, 16,000 spice sand in one go. Plus whatever you've got on yourself. Maybe a little bit more. So probably like maybe
I
some
didn't
18,
fill up
19k.
my own inventory. I should have done that. It's fine. I'll do better on the next run. So you're in film, I swear. I think it's so very good for. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Get Deluxe. Yeah, I am there. I am in the film, and I cameo as myself, which was the weirdest thing ever to do.
Having to play yourself in a film does seem strange.
It was. So I had to basically go and reenact. I had to go and reenact what happened in 2017. Where so I don't know if you know this, but there are, and it doesn't sound as sinister. It's not as sinister as it sounds, but there are Tourette's camps where lots and lots and lots of people with Tourette's go and gather, just to share their experiences with Tourette's. It is as chaotic as it sounds.
Okay, I've seen you and Sweet Anita in a car, triggering each other. That's two of you.
People.
But 100. There's a sketch where I can't remember who it is as a comedian, where they're in a phobia support workshop, and they keep on. I think it's Lee Mack and a few other people, and they keep setting each other off. I imagine that's what it would be like, but with even less control.
It is. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Like, it's also, you die, you come away hurting, laughing.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah.
But yeah, so in 2017,
I went away from our meal laughing, like, let alone. Jeez.
Let alone a Tourette's camp. Yeah.
Yep.
No, we in 2017 I did a drumming masterclass for a load of people with Tourette's to talk about how music and finding the right thing to concentrate on allows you to control your Tourette's more.
Okay,
without
cool.
drugs. Because that's the way obviously I control it. Is I imagine I'm drumming all the time in the back of my head. Took me 15 years to learn it, but now I don't tick anywhere near as much as when I say should, I don't tick anywhere near as much as I do when I'm not doing
as you otherwise would. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So I was trying to teach other people that, because a lot of people with Tourette's, when it's bad, I mean, like, I have the most severe form of Tourette's, but most people now can't tell. Which is great, in one way, but also then going, hey, I actually have it, is people are like, well, you don't have it because you don't take. Anyway, whole thing. But yeah, I was doing that, and I was sort of teaching a load of kids how they can sort of have a more positive outlook on life, because it's very freaking scary when you get diagnosed for the first time, and you're like, oh my god, I suddenly can't control myself or anything. I mean, so.
You wouldn't have been able to control yourself beforehand, but the diagnosis means that you actually know what it is, and that kind of can make it scarier in some ways, I guess. Yeah.
It's a bit
label
like,
for it at that point.
yeah, it is comforting in the way that you're like, I'm actually nothing stupidly wrong with me, but at the same time, you're also like, oh no.
Sometimes I'm going to say things that are going to get me in major trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. However, benefit of being in school, one of the funniest things ever was the fact that my science class kept passing all of the interim, like, you know, monthly or topical exams, right?
Yep.
Everyone kept getting like 95 or above, and they were like, someone's cheating, so someone's passing out answers. No, the reason was because people kept reading the questions and relating it back to whatever I ticked at that time, so it became the best memory cue ever. Almost everyone in my class got 100% on the reproduction topic.
That's so funny. I mean, fine, sure, I guess. And like I say, a lot of them are what I would describe as they're very, very funny. So like, I feel like that would actually work as a revision tool almost, in that like,
especially for 15-year-olds.
Oh, dude, yeah. I don't know. When I was in what the Americans would call high school, one of our teachers said that we were going to have a debate about whether or not maths was a good idea, and then he called it a maths debate. And I think for 4 years we got some real good mileage out of that joke. Like,
Yeah.
To be honest with you, looking back at it, we really shouldn't have found it as funny as we did. But hey, what you're gonna tell a bunch of like 15-year-old kids? Actually, no. How about 13-year-old kids at that point? You're gonna say mass debate? I mean, come on.
Yeah. Oh no, it's. Come on, it's kids.
Yeah, 100%. And that's I imagine that.
There you go, Herbological Society. I'll put that song on. Ah.
Right, I'm just emptying my thopter, and then we'll go when you get back there. If you just fill up your assault thopter, don't actually fly back with it.
Yeah.
Because we've once it's full, we'll actually just go and grab another load of spice because there's a fresh spice blow.
Cool. Asking your Scottish teacher what 2Q times 2 equals. What does it? Oh no. Foolish Sasquatch, thank you for gifting the sub to Sabu Maru. I really appreciate it, dude.
It's a boomerang.
Saboom.
There you go. You're having a stronk now, yeah.
Call the ambulance.
James Non's having a stronk.
Take.
Apparently, all of our bases look like the evil overlord's castle of evil, and I resemble that statement. Anytime you're using, anytime you're using Harkonnen pieces, you just look like Dr. Evil, you know, has made an evil base. Okay, I'm flying back to the desert.
What's the difference between a Scot and an Aussie? The ancestors of the Aussie got caught. Oof.
I mean,
Everyone makes such big bases in the deep desert, and considering it gets wiped, I like. Then again, I realize that's why you have the Salido replicate. Blah, blah, blah. Wow, I really can't talk.
The Salido replicator, yes.
That's the one. But at the same time, what server are you guys on? We are on.
We're on a network of private servers provided by Nitrado. So we've got 15 private servers in a private world that make up what you're seeing. I've got a command on my channel for that, which takes people to the details on how it all works. But effectively, Nitrado at the start, we reached out to them because I've worked with Nitrado before, and I know how public servers go in a game like this. You know, I've played Ark. I know what's up. So, we reached out a little bit before launch, and we kind of got a server for, you know, my community, Greg's community, you know, Pirate Software, Annie Fuchsia, Red Z, Jay the Bard, Winky, Vicky, a bunch of people all got together, and we basically were like, you know what, we'll play together on the same server. And so we provided that for the wider community, and so that's why we're on private server still. So we've actually had what I would define as a better experience in gameplay than a lot of people who are on public servers. And while, you know, I've had the experience within gaming to know that that's going to be a thing and always going to be a thing, not everyone did. And I know that some people have had quite bad gameplay experiences as a result, just being on servers where maybe things could have been handled a bit better.
Yeah. Let's see if I've actually earned drops from watching your chat.
That's the fun part. You had to watch your own stream or someone else's stream in order to get the drops. It's just funny.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't. Where is the? It's not telling me how much I've done in like the way of progress. That's
If
annoying.
you can't, oh, you might need to claim. You might need to control F5 inside the drops inventory window.
How to participate? Go to the participating channel. Yes. Use drops inventory page to monitor.
Yeah, so it's the click on your user image in the top right of Twitch and then click drops.
Oh.
Or drops and reward.
I've apparently got most of them.
You've got nice. There you go. Perfect.
However, right, here's a question. They added in some more building blocks, which are actually just called like Dune, right?
The Dune set, yeah.
Yeah, which is amazing. But I only have half the bits for them. Can you get like the equivalent of the half walls and everything, or is it only those individual small parts?
I think the Dune set is only the set that's been released. They don't always have like half. They're not always a full set.
Yeah,
just parts.
I really want half walls.
That would be nice. I mean, I can pass it along as an ask. I think, they like the feedback on the building. They recognize that the building is like a key part of the gameplay now, and so they are looking to do more with the systems that they've got, which is neat.
The thing is, I don't mind if they introduce new building packs and you got like a little taste, but if you wanted the rest, you then had to do a mission or you had to go and buy it, so you're actually engaging in gameplay and not just getting new stuff. That would be great. But
so they've confirmed
like
they've confirmed that after they've done things like the last of the Observer drop releases, and once they're all out, they're going to make it so that people who either don't engage with the game on Twitch or people who miss the ones on Twitch have a way of getting those back. So it'll likely be done through quests or done through what's the word? Through contracts potentially, I would imagine. But they are going to make it available. We asked a good few weeks back, and then they pinged out to their community a couple of weeks after we had the answer. So for a while, the content creators were relying on word of mouth through the content creator Discord, but we made it work, and I'm quite thankful they are going to bring them back. So I think the people deserve the chance to get the ones they missed. Not everyone who was into Dune, not everyone was into Dune from the start, and they did a free weekend that brought a bunch of new players in. So I'm glad they are meaning that the people who originally missed it can get that stuff back. And that includes things like the Atreides officer suit. So like not just the building stuff, but also some of the wearable cosmetics. That one was available if you donated 2 subs. So they've got obviously an exclusivity period for the item, but like it will be made available in game afterwards.
I realized that I got rid of my Atreides officer suit.
You'll still have it.
Like, oh, this is useless, and
if you press U for uniform, and then you go to the armor section, and then you scroll down, inside the social options, you'll see like Mauler breeches, Mauler braces, boots. If you click on one, you'll actually see the Atreides officer suit and stuff in there. So they are there. You and then social clothing, and then they are actually in there as an option. So you have them as a variant.
Cool, that's cool.
I want them to do the same thing with Harkonnen.
A ship. Are you not tempted by the ship?
Nah, it's in the PvE area.
Oh,
the ones in the PvP area have fun blueprints, and I like blueprints.
Right, gotcha. Okay.
They have good resources, but like most of the resources aren't needed. Fix the wings. If someone attacks, you lose the carrier. We're fine. We're fine. Don't worry. If someone attacks them and we lose the carrier, we lose the carrier. So be it. But like, we are on a private server. The only people who are currently on are community members who are also watching and taking part in the group. So I'm not hugely worried. But we can repair at some point. What's the fun in that? Well, originally we had a good PvP core, but most of the PvP is because they don't want to PvP at the expense of PvE players, because we're all part of the same community. Most of those PvE players are just the only people who are left. The PvPers have largely moved on to other games because other games do PvP better. They incentivize it. There's a reason to engage in PvP.
Yeah, I like certain types of PvP. I think what appealed to me about this game is the fact that you can sort of have the constant rolling enjoyment of it.
Yes, Taffy, it is.
Especially with the Haga Basin being PvE and then the desert. I like the separation because
Yes.
I'm a hardcore Rust player, or at least used to be.
Yep.
And one of the hardest things about Rust is you spend all that time building your base, getting all your stuff, etc. You go offline, you come back in the morning, it's all gone. And
Yep.
it killed the game very quickly once I sort of got out of my hardcore phase with the game, because I'm like, oh, I just want to jump on and play a bit of Rust.
Exactly.
Right?
It's not a game you can play casually for that exact reason.
Yeah, exactly. And whereas I like the separation with the deep desert because you have that ability to go in and be like, right, okay, I'm just going to PvE today in the Haga Basin, or I'm going to go out and I'm going to do something risky in the deep desert. And
yeah,
like if you lose everything in the deep desert, it's like, cool, at least I have my base to recover. Whereas in Rust, it was just, well, that's it.
Well,
I've got to wait
I think
until the urge takes me again.
that is the advantage to the system that is currently kind of created by the game. That having that separation is nice. That safe spot is very good. I think that the issue people are now running into is when you're doing that farming in the Haga Basin, you are by yourself and you are solo. People want to be doing a little bit more collaborative gameplay, but everyone's at different stages. The servers are quite quiet, and so I'm really looking forward to them talking about server transfers or merges or consolidation of some kind when the next dev stream is. They said that they would announce the next dev stream after TwitchCon, so I'm hoping that we should get that anytime soon. I'm expecting it to be announced and then probably go in early November.
Some form of banking system.
That exists.
It would be really cool. I know we have the banking system and you can store stuff, but like inter-server banking.
The challenge there is, I'll give you this example. Harmony, one of the largest public PvE servers, one of the largest public servers, even items you get in PvE are insanely valuable. It's 70,000 Solari for one irradiated core because of the inflation on that server. We haven't had that problem. And how are you going to combine that? Because here, that's probably like maybe 100 Solari. Like, that would be nothing.
Yeah.
So
but
how do you balance those?
Make all of that Solari and then bring it back.
Well, you could, but then you're devaluing that way you're creating a homogenized economy across all the servers, and that currently in the short term will absolutely trash the balance of any new players or even old players who aren't around. If you miss out on getting that Solari, then all of a sudden you're like any of the stuff that you do have is devalued hugely. So they need to work out the economy before they do that. I don't know if a server wipe makes any sense, because again, you're losing everyone's progress. But fresh start servers might be a thing, all kinds of stuff.
Server wipe would kill the players' enthusiasm to continue, which is not good for player base.
Yes.
I mean, it would be interesting if there was almost a conversion dependent on, maybe you could form some form of, it wouldn't be hard to create a mathematical equation to basically translate things across in the way of value, but also maybe the only things that you can transfer would be, for example, green weapons and things like that you can only get by actually playing on
I think what you'd have to do there is some kind of level related or story unlock related restart. So you'd start with tier 6 if you were level 200. You'd start with tier 5 if you were level 170, for example. Something like that might work, but again, you're still losing a bunch of stuff that you're leaving behind. It's about making it worth it to leave back. So I don't think I think it's a very difficult system. Give me 1 second. I just want to give someone a shout out.
No worries.
Nihilus, thank you very much for that resub. 6 months at tier 3. You're an absolute prince. It is great to see you, buddy. I hope you've been doing well. Tier 3 subs are absolutely huge, so thank you very much, Nihilus. You're massively appreciated. Yeah, Pottrack, the game is still very, very much enjoyable. Very much enjoying the game still. There's still a lot to it. There's still a lot of fun to be had and joys to be made. Right, there we go, and we are closing on the objective.
Nice. I see someone's already there as well.
Someone's already done the cut line across the middle. Yeah, we can. They need to spread out from the center. Do a circle. Hype for Arc Raiders. I am looking forward to Arc Raiders. It looked very promising when I saw it on the screen to TwitchCon. I'm just interested to how the long-term progression works for that game, because for a game like Arc Raiders, any kind of extraction shooter, the long-term meta progression is the important part.
Sorry, I was just chatting to everyone.
Fine.
Cool. Are we gonna go up and down then? Do you think?
Nah,
Or are
start
we
a
gonna end
circle. We'll start a circle here. I'm just gonna come in and drop you.
Oh, we're going in hot. Change seat. Let's go. Sorry.
It's
I was
fine.
doing my best Nunu from the Teletubbies impression.
I know how it is. Nunu was also the best character in the Teletubbies.
100%. I lived for Nunu's appearances.
Still feel weird about the sun with a baby inside of it. That's kind of odd. I never really got
Hey,
that.
Dragonfire. Did they make any updates to Dune or just activate Twitch? There's been several updates, haven't there? Oh, worm, uppies.
I mean, he was fine. I was sad they released the Arc Raiders stuff while a bunch of content creators were at TwitchCon, and I was just a bit like,
there's no worm. Is this a grandfather worm?
no, there was a worm. He's over here. He directly ahead of us.
Oh, thank. Oh,
He swam underneath you, so he wasn't aggroed. He was just passing through. But now he's interested and intrigued.
okay. He's still circling.
Good job.
Okay,
Yeah,
Uppies
exactly.
just sounds like you are training Kronos for Pavlovian response.
Oh yeah, uppies is a great term. Like honestly, it's very, very important. It's a system that we all know and use now. Yeah, with the server slam for Arc Raiders being on on the TwitchCon weekend, it meant that a bunch of creators weren't able to try the game out in the same way, which is kind of a shame. Okay, thank you, game.
That was interesting. Coming down to
Yeah,
crawl the spice with me, I see.
It threw me down onto the ground. Yeah, it's out very soon. Arc Raiders. Have you seen Arc Raiders, Greg? I mean, the booth was reasonably near you, so I saw you. I'm sure you saw a bunch of stuff on it.
I have no clue what the game is about or does in any way, but it looks really cool. Like from just aesthetically and the movement and everything that I watched, it looks cool. But I have no clue what the game is actually about.
Same, broadly.
Sabu Maru, thank you. I appreciate it. Is this a mini harvester? This is, yes, Askerian.
So the other carrier can deploy their crawler down. If they want to, they could follow along, and we can basically do two sides of this. We can basically just do a big circle and circle inwards with it quite nicely. The thing, they're more than...
My aim is to try and make a perfect circle.
It's surprisingly difficult. I've managed it like once or twice. The other challenge, I'm going to be real with you, is making sure you make a circle that's wide enough that you can fill the crawler, but not so wide that when you do fill the crawler, there's a small amount left in the middle that makes it look decidedly like a boob with a nipple. Yes, that's the whole thing. Hello, Kaibo. So you get loot to make better guns and go shoot more guns? That sounds like any other extraction shooter, to be fair.
I was going to say that sounds like most games nowadays.
Oh, that's Winky's chair, Machara. He's just having a bit of a break at the moment. I'm sure he'll be back in a little while.
He's just...
Yeah. He needs to go and wash his hands and think about his life choices.
Don't we all? Don't we all?
Oh, look, Winky's back in chat and... Oh, they're starting on the outside and working in.
What
okay,
about
nice.
TTP? Ask Kronos about TTP.
Oh, the time to penis. The time to penis in June was surprisingly low, but it wasn't as low as Battlefield, which was about 35 seconds. TTP is the principle by which, in any game or any given circumstance, the time to make or draw a penis is there, and it's different in every single game. So, in June, for example, you can draw it in the sand with your footprints, or you can draw it in the spice. In Battlefield, if you're playing as an engineer, you can do it with a torch on a wall. So that's what TTP refers to, the time to penis.
There's a mathematical ratio for everything, ladies and gentlemen.
Every
That's
game.
all you need to take away from this stream.
Yes.
Schlerple de purple. See, again, right? Vimto. Why haven't Vimto done something with this?
Kool-Aid, grape Kool-Aid. Like a whole brand in the US, massive. Vimto as well, also big brand. They're missing out. They're missing out on this sweet ad revenue.
Sweet, sweet purple. Tick.
That if you picked that up as a permanent tick, I wouldn't even be mad.
Purple nurple. Tick. Oh, God. God.
The stream is getting spicier in more ways than one.
Tick, sorry.
See?
Have you had your spice today? Tick. I just... Can you imagine the cereals, the cereal boxes in the Dune universe?
I can.
Transcendence.
It'd be great. Yeah. Daily Spice.
No, that would be like a health benefit thing. Have you had your daily spice
it would be like whole brand, but it would be like Daily Spice. That's what it would be. Spice in 37 flavors.
Makel's vision of the future. Please consult your doctor before ingesting spice. It just
Exactly.
Lisan Al-Gaib may not or may be in you
Lisan Al-Gaib accepts no responsibility for any spice-induced hallucinations or psychiatric damage induced from this product.
Exactly. That this is
We're currently on a yeah.
Oh. How much we got? How much?
Probably about 30,000. No.
No.
Less than that. 25,000.
We're coming up to 20,000.
Okay, nice. It's quite hard to see the green lines from the carrier, to be honest.
Yeah.
They should have made, say, the top bar left to right just an indicator, to be honest, like a bar that goes, it's green when it's running and then it goes, you know, yellow or red as it fills up, and it's which would have been nice to make it even more visible.
We just stick our face in the sand. Mr. Pipe Dream, we do. Just
Oh, sorry, someone asked a question.
Motorboat that spice like your life depends on it. Tick.
I will 100% motorboat the spice that my life depends on. What do you think I have boxes full of it? Do people grief you in the PvP area? No, on our server we've got a very different culture around spice collecting and spice harvesting, because we recognize that the game is, you know, in a state that the in-game content isn't really ideal. We've not had a competitive end game that like set up for a while. Everyone is quite collaborative. You're fine. Everyone is quite collaborative in that if we're going to PvP, we want to PvP for a reason where there is actual stakes, so there is a reason to conflict with each other. Whereas a lot of people on the main servers are just basically competing for resource denial. Spice harvesting doesn't tend to draw that much PvP on our server, unless the only PvP it will really draw is if somebody is compacting and some carriers show up with a sand crawler and they want to clear the compactors off. That happens.
That happened to me. That happened to me.
But that's kind of fair.
Space. Those treads look pretty tore up. I don't know. Do they?
Yeah, a bit. They're probably about 40% integrity, but it's fine.
Oh, yeah. No, actually, yeah, they're really red. I didn't realize that's what was showing on the...
Nah, it's fine. Tis but a flesh wound.
What are you talking about? Your arm's off.
But yeah, we went down the private server route for our community and for the cultures of the communities that we were part of, and I'm glad that we did, because yeah, lots of people have been reporting the same griefing issues, which just doesn't seem like fun to deal with.
I've really enjoyed building my base where I am. I haven't finished it. I really do need to finish it. Speaking of which, actually, would you be able to do me a favor? When we've finished Spice, would you be able to fly over to my base and see whether what I've built to park a carrier will actually take a carrier? Because I've built a massive hangar, and I want to actually see whether it will fit one.
I can definitely do that.
I was basically going off what you told me on how wide one needed to be, but I still don't... I've basically been able to build it into a mountain, so I've still been limited by the space on the mountain. Also, here's one thing which you need to ask the devs. Are they planning to allow people to add more than 6 staking units or more than 5 staking units? Because while there is obviously the limit on the amount of pieces you can have on a base, sometimes the shape of the base you would like, the staking units just don't cover it. Talking from experience.
That's I know they are working on their building improvement system. the original limit to the staking claim was prevent abuse of like making bases to block certain pathways. So I don't know
Which
if
I
they will
totally get.
undo that. But they may do it, or they may make it so there's a larger claim unit size than the one we have. That's and the devs know that the building part of the game is really, really key, and a lot of people are really into the building side of the game more than anything else at the moment. That's why they've done some building competitions, which have been really cool. So I hope so.
I also kind of hope that they do increase this sort of amount of overlap you can have in certain pieces, because there are some really like I spent ages building the chandelier inside my base.
Okay. Yeah.
And it took so long to get. I had to do what you used to do in Rust, where it's like you build out using triangles.
Okay,
which
I've crashed
you then,
again.
Oh.
Yep.
Literally. If you wanted to get that close to me, you should have just said, "Oof."
Let's buy dinner first.
Yeah, I really hope that. I'm gonna stop moving. Oh, they're moving. Yeah, I'm gonna stop just in case the worm comes back. I really hope the worm.
You've not got a huge amount of choice, but
Oh shit!
What?
There's literally one going underneath us right now. Oh.
Okay, that's fine. That's not a problem as long as it's not doing the breach. The breach is the dangerous part. If it breaches, you should get out and try and move away from move away from the carrier.
It's coming. It's coming. Oh my god. Oh my god. Low fuel. Low fuel. Anyway. Holy fuck! That was close. That's cool. That was the worst time, but we made it. You made it back.
Like a golf, indeed. Yeah, exactly.
Like a golf. Oh, stop with the groveling. I hate it when people grovel. Yes, I love. That was a little bit of squeaky bum time, indeed. The treads are absolutely shot on this, by the way. We've got 10, 20. We've got like nearly 30.
If you press and hold and then you go to manage vehicle, you'll be able to see the integrity of the wings and stuff. What percentage of the treads at?
26.
Oh, that's
Okay,
fine.
no,
That's loads. That's honestly, that's just extra. At this point, you're just being demanding. I think you just need to calm down.
I feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes. Spices all around me. Come on and let it flow. We quoting Monty Python now. This is a dead parrot. Me after a couple of drinks. Spice.
One of the things that always surprises me about TwitchCon is it shocks me how much people are willing to drink and then still do IRL streaming, because the idea of that to me just scares me. Like we were saying about the IRL streamers on the final night, like we went into a restaurant, there were like 3 different tables, all of them live, and we just were like, okay, well, this is just a thing now.
Yeah.
Wild.
Well, I put out a tweet basically summing up my thoughts on it, which was, obviously, again, Tourette's.
Yes.
The one thing is that on the convention floor especially, or out in parties and stuff, I can get stressed. I can get overpeopled, and it can cause my Tourette's to come out. And it just takes one IRL streamer walking by and my Tourette's to shout something that I don't mean, but then goes viral because they're like, oh, this person shouted that. And it's, that level of, sometimes I really don't want to be on camera. That's why I like streaming from home, because I can go, I can turn this off now.
Yes.
You can stop at any moment. You are in control. And
exactly.
Sort of the situation at TwitchCon very much made me feel like I was not in control of where I was.
Yes.
In the way
of how much if you were being other people's content at that point. This is why, like, Espen, who's a good friend of mine, does a lot of IRL streaming. He does it in a really respectful way. He will ask you if you're with him and he's going to go live. And if he goes into an establishment, he will go in and check first to make sure it's okay to stream before he goes in. His cameraman will wait outside. I think the problem I see is that a lot of, particularly newer IRL streamers, don't have that level of courtesy or don't have the ability to do that if they are the only person there, because you can't have somebody hold the camera and say, hey, can I go live, without being in front of the person saying yes or no. And if they're on stream, that's not a, that's almost coercion at that point, because they're under pressure when you're asking to make that decision, and they're very publicly faced. Like,
the thing is, I think there is a level of, say you're IRL streaming, you don't have a team around you, which again, a lot of people starting out, that is exactly it.
Yep.
If you accidentally get someone on camera, but you immediately go, "Ooh," and you turn the camera away and you go, "Hey, look, I am streaming. Do you want to be on?" There's again, it's that level of respect.
Yep.
If you aren't able to ask them immediately, it's like try and be respectful, keep them off camera as much as possible. If they say yes, then you're all good. If they say no, then just wait a second or move away. If they're obviously in a position where they want to stay in that place, then you as the streamer should move away.
Yes.
I think,
like Winky says, it's
unfortunately,
about respect and being, it's about being socially aware. I think, and that's some people obviously will have a different challenge with that.
Yeah, my issue just was the amount, as Winky said earlier, there are some fantastic, and again, it's a couple of bad apples give the whole thing a bad look, but unfortunately, the public in general right now sort of sees streamers as these people who walk around with their phones and either cause drama or the amount of stuff you see in restaurants where people are going into restaurants and getting thrown out because they've been rude, or it's all the drama content, and that's the issue. That's the problem I have.
And like when we were invited to that party of sorry, this is Mr. Greg, was a friend of mine. We're playing Dune together. He's the one who is in the sand crawler. You can hear him. They're linked in the title of the stream if you want to link to their channel.
I usually drum. I don't do the. Oh, sorry. I usually play the flute on stream. I don't suckle at the teat of Arrakis.
Drum set, not drum sand. Exactly. Yeah.
Playing on sand, by the way, is a great way to train the strength in your wrists for drumming.
Doesn't that absorb a lot of the vibration? So in order to get the same kind of sound, you're going to put a lot more like oomph
But it's
into
not even
stuff.
that. It's one of the things with drumming is when you play on drums with less rebound, you have to pull the stick back, right?
Okay.
Hey, Enigma, how are you doing? So yeah, like you've got the snare drum, very bouncy drum. But if you've got a floor tom, which is a very loose drum, when you hit it, the stick only comes up about an inch off the top of the drum. So you've got to use your wrist to pull it back. So playing on a pillow or playing on sand or something which doesn't have rebound trains you to pull the stick back up.
Oh, interesting.
Here we go. Uppies. So you sort of have to you have to play on different and train yourself on different surfaces to be able to develop that control and strength, because as well as you've got to play on bouncy surfaces and extra bouncy surfaces to be able to learn how to control the opposite, which is you got too much bounce. But playing on sand is really weird because if you have sand and say the sand is on top of concrete, that gives you a different rebound to sand on top of sand, right?
Interesting.
And
okay.
Because of the way it displaces, actually your stick will, like as it does on certain drums, unlike a practice pad or a pillow, sand displaces and gets moved, right? So it's the stick won't come up the exact same way it went down, which again is exactly how you play on drums. So yeah, sorry, sand is actually great for drummers. There you go. That's your tidbit of the day.
That's fascinating.
Sorry, I just info dumped.
No, that's fine. I think it's very interesting. Like I wouldn't necessarily have thought about it like that.
Oh, they really wanted to get down to the spice over there.
It looks like they either crashed or they had some kind. Yeah, I think they went to do the drop and then ricocheted down.
Dr. Crowley doing your best Anakin Skywalker impression, I see. Drummers have great stick control. I've been told that by my wife.
My chat would like to know why you're playing on sandy concrete. You know, just hoover things up. Come on, what are you doing?
Weather alert. A large
Oh,
sandstorm.
sandstorm.
fine. I will teach you something fun and interesting here.
I like fun.
A combined carrier and sand crawler can tank the storm in a way that no other vehicle in the game can.
Ooh.
At least last time I tested it. So we'll test that out. In worst case scenario, we're repairing things.
We're doing it live.
Yes.
Puppies?
No,
There's
that's
a
the other
worm just
carrier.
went by. No. A worm just to my right. Just.
Oh yeah. See what you mean? Yeah.
I don't know if he's just going by, but I don't want to risk it.
It's good to pick up
Welcome
there.
to Arrakis Radio. It's Sandstorm. You know what? We haven't had Sandstorm yet.
That's Darude.
God damn it.
Honestly,
such
that's
a good joke.
Every time I tell a joke like that, I lose viewers and followers. But to be honest, I think it's worth it. Some people just can't handle the dad jokes, and that's
No,
how
if
I know
they
that
can't
they're
handle
not.
those jokes, they don't deserve to be in stream. I'm
Well,
sorry.
there is that, you know. Although it's like the time when I did the Valley Girl Kronos, and I lost 3 followers, which was probably my favorite interaction on the platform. Very funny. So I mean, yeah, what we're doing right now, the circles I think are the most efficient way of doing the sand mouse, and this splitting it apart like this just makes it kind of easier to manage.
Sorry,
the
I'm
line split across the
dancing to
middle is good.
Sandstorm.
You're
It just
Oops, me.
Oh yeah, I just put all the monitors on screen.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I want to build towards.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm
Like I said,
is approaching.
three screens
Oh, wrong
plus ultra wide, 2 monitors, that's 2 PCs, good new desk. That's kind of the plan. That's just got to fundraise for it because it's a big old investment to do a bunch of that stuff.
I sent some emails.
Nice. We love emails. We don't love emails.
No, I hate emails, but the emails do reap good things.
Do you find that you do your emails and then you go live, and that's just kind of how you can manage your day?
So I have a really weird way because I'm ridiculously dyslexic. Oh, there's a worm passing by. Uppies. Because I'm dyslexic and ADHD and all of that, I have to write 3 emails at a time. So I write an email, I will phrase it out. I will then go into the second email while my brain processes the first email.
Sector weather alert.
And then
A large sandstorm
I'll do the same and go into a third email. And by the time I finish the third email, I can come back to the first email and I'll be like ready to finish that. So I have to take like a couple of hours of being like, right, it's email writing time. And I get a lot of done, but at the same time, afterwards, my brain is exhausted.
That makes
so
sense.
I either feel like drumming, because sometimes drumming is like really Monk,
Therapeutic.
Father, thank you for the follow. Yeah, drumming can be therapeutic, or like today, my brain was like, I have enough juice left
Do again.
to do something
Nice.
like yeah. And the thing is, Dune is my like calm game, you know. Thanks for the following.
I'm finding it quite funny that a couple of people have asked why there's budget Doug on my screen.
Another worm. I don't know if we aggroed them or they're going away, but
A large sandstorm is approaching.
thank you for all the follows, everyone. Blind man, an exploding monkey.
Same worm.
Okay,
he's
yeah,
just doing
going away.
laps.
Sorry, I'm very cautious of the worm. Just I've died once to the worm, and I don't want to die again.
Oh,
think we're
Winky,
good.
that's sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. Give me a second. Streaming stuff.
The 3 email problem was very relatable. Yeah, it's the thing is, I have to write. I do a lot of stuff. So I broker sponsorships for several friends who are streamers. I run ATOM. I stream and have to do my own personal like stuff, and then I'm also the community manager for Steinberg. So
Weather alert.
there are like
A large
I
sandstorm is
constantly am
approaching.
context switching between what type of email I'm sending or the calls I'm on. Like, you know, earlier today I was on a call with Twitch and the Twitch devs, and then the next thing I was doing was writing a sponsorship email to do with getting PCs, and it was just insane. Are we going?
No, I'll show
to
you how to
base now?
tank the storm.
Oh, the storm's coming.
Do you have a repair tool on you?
Yeah, I do, but I don't have any. I don't think I have any welding.
That's fine. I just need to repair my wings more than anything. So you can keep sand crawling if you want, but be aware that if you move away, then the worm might come and say hi.
No, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna jump in the passenger seat. I'm not risking it. Jeroboros, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Rennie, how you doing? Drummer failed to walk without rhythm. That tracks. We haven't had that song yet.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Can I DM you on Discord some questions I have about stuff that you're affiliated with? Yes, of course, Winky.
Just be aware that those questions might be good questions or they might be horrifying chaos balls. Bearing in mind, I've updated I've updated the image on my screen with what Winky last DM'd me, so like.
I thought it was a giant cup of coffee for a second.
It's it kind of is, but also forbidden coffee.
Are we tanking the storm or can I keep sand crawling?
We're gonna tank the storm, but you've got time to sand crawl a little bit more, so.
Nah. Let's. Oh,
fine,
okay.
fine.
Oh yeah. Catch me there.
By the way, sorry, I've spent quite a lot of time in the carrier doing sand crawling, so I'll do a couple things. You'll be like, wait, what, how? Don't worry about that.
Is that even gonna hit us?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's dead on hitting us. But I want to show you something interesting. So obviously the sandstorm's very, very dangerous naturally. I'm just going to check my wing integrity before we go in. We're at 47% on most of the wings. If you get close to 750, as close as possible, 748, and then I'm going to try and punch through this just by going through it. So I'm going to go. I found the thinnest point, and I'm just going to go in at pace. So as soon as we enter the sand crawler, like the sandstorm part.
Here we go, boys! Wow!
So I've gone into jet. So I'm using maximum forward thrust, so I can get the maximum distance in a shorter period of time. And my basic goal is to try and fly through the sandstorm as quickly as possible. And you'll see how little damage we're taking.
I can't see anything. I'm in the passenger seat. So
if you hold F and you look at the integrity of your treads and stuff, you'll see that actually it's not going down by a significant percentage, even though we're in a sandstorm. You would normally think this is going to absolutely ravage. Like you would take 100% damage by being out in a sandstorm to the treads. Like that, those would be done.
We're on 12% on treads now.
There you go. And now we're clear of the sandstorm.
Nice.
So we just flew through a sandstorm. My wings went from 47% down to 37%. So I took 10%. 10% integrity for flying through a sandstorm in a carrier carrying a sandcrawler. Insane.
That was interesting.
Yes. So that is how you can how one can tank the sandstorm.
Where are we?
Okay, on the way back to the island, I'm going to drop us at this one. I'm going to repair the treads on your vehicle briefly.
Oh wait, are we going back to?
Yep, we're going to go back towards the spice. Yeah, we're going back towards the purple.
To your right.
Yeah, I'm landing at this island first so I can repair the treads for you.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were going to repair it while we were there, and I was like, risky, but I'm down.
Nah, I'd rather do it here because it does draw a lot of aggro.
While you do this, I'm very quickly going to run to the toilet.
That's fine. I'm in ads as well, so there's nothing substantial. And now I just leave Greg here, chat. Wouldn't that be fun? Hello, Greg's chat. If he's left me with you, welcome. My name is Kronos. I make memes for a living. No, I'm just kind of kidding. Yeah, when carrying, get to 750 or just below, take minimum damage from the carrier crawler. That's exactly it. The usual damage at in the storm, if you're not at height, is quite a lot. Like, if you go through at like 300 or 400, you'll lose all of the integrity that exists. I just meme at Thor for a job. Kind of fun. Sometimes he ignores the things I put in the calendar, but then I make him suffer. Yeah, you're very welcome. This is the this is sand crawling with Kronos. Also, give me a sand crawler vacuum that works on flower sand, please, Kim. Oh, actually. Oh, actually, that's right. I need to. Hope those of you out there are doing well. Thank you for sticking through the ads. I appreciate that. And you will still be getting your dropped progress despite the ads being on. That allows me to do things like stretch. Also allows me to keep this channel going. So thank you all very much. Did they re-implement the repair glitch or is that still gone? I believe that is... When you say repair glitch, you mean the one that allows you to send everything back to full health. I believe that one has been removed. I haven't tested it in a long while though, because it's again not something I would use. Yeah, but yeah, let me crawl for flower sand. Oh.
I'm back.
Good timing. Hello. We are rapidly approaching the spice.
I thought you said guten timing then. I was like, ooh, okay.
Guten timing, ja. I only slip into German of any kind when I'm thinking about Werfing Flammen.
I can only say one thing, like one sentence in German.
Is it Hans fetcht die Flammenwerfer?
No, it's Ich bin ein Kuli.
You are a... What's a coolie?
A pen.
You are a pen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Fine. During the ad chat, we flew through the storm and took 10% wing damage just by flying through the storm at 750 height. So drastically reduced. Very, very nice. You know that was the same laugh from Feel Good Inc., but pitch shifted, right? Like you were like 1 octave off.
Oh no, it needs to be harsher.
Nah, but it was still the same notes though, I'm pretty sure.
My Tourette's can do a really good impression of certain cartoon characters.
I can imagine.
For example, have you ever heard the most cursed Elmo impression in the world?
Possibly. Go on.
Hi, I'm Elmo. I will eat your soul.
Okay, that's fine. I always knew Elmo ate souls. It kind of shows.
It's true, yeah. Right, okay.
My personal, impression is Gollum from Two Towers.
That's very good. That's very good. Ist mein, which is my pencil sharp or blunt? My pencil is definitely blunt. Right, okay.
Ich bin ein Flammenwerfer.
You can't really solo farm, can you?
Oh, you can.
With a sandcrawler.
It just like, you know how you had a shit yourself moment? Imagine every single time the worm shows up, you have one of those.
Cool.
There are people who are braver than I am who will solo sandcrawl with a carrier and a sandcrawler, and I still think it's too risky to me.
It's a lot of investment to lose.
Yeah, the only thing we're currently running risk with is disconnect. Like, if we get a disconnect at a bad time, theoretically I could lose the carrier and we could lose the sandcrawler.
Strange that you've disconnected several times and I haven't.
Yes. I don't know why. Since I logged, I know a couple of other people who have got the same disconnect issues, and there's no rhyme or reason behind it. It's. I don't know why.
I thought I heard a breach then.
Nah, it's the other carrier. Definitely didn't hear a breach.
I missed weapon of choice. I'm gonna put that on again.
Nice. There you go. I just had a disconnect. Nice.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's fine. It happens. Like I said, if I lose a carrier, I just literally roll and replace a new one. That's the funny part. There's nothing from a network perspective that seems to be causing it, so it's just having an upset time. It's just June being upsetty spaghetti.
Sorry, I am clenched right now. I'm like...
Oh, you're fine. Don't worry. Winky's clenched right now too. If it hasn't breached by the time that you see me back in the game and like going, then you're normally pretty fine. Okay, you can start sand crawling.
Oh, uppies. Again, what? The timing there. I'm glad you can reconnect fast. Winky is always clenched.
Do you know how many times when I was introducing Winky to people at TwitchCon, I said, "This is Winky. His name is the British word for penis." Like, I think Winky got very sick of that, but I was having fun every like that joke. That was the joke that kept on giving. I was very much enjoying myself. I'll be honest with you.
Just like my dick. Sorry. I-
Exactly. You know what's up.
Okay. Goodbye, Mr. Worm. How much have we got?
Isn't that by the Hoosiers?
We've got. We're nearly into volume red.
That's we need more volume.
We always need more volume.
More spice sand.
And 10 Provine. Sorry. L'Oreal,
I reckon there are a lot of brands who you could sell your ticks to as just sound bites.
Sell my ticks to. Thing is, do you realize to have a tick develop, I need to basically indoctrinate that thought and that tick
over time as well, yeah. Because
yes.
I've seen you do lots of like one-off ticks, but in order for a tick to become permanent, I imagine it takes a lot more than that, or repeated stimulus to the same thinking or same kind of style of thinking that you've been in when that one originally happened. So situational ones, like when we're all hanging out having food, aren't going to happen that often.
Nope. My Tourette's, the thing I'm actually like in the Tourette's community, sounds weird to say, famous for shouting is chicken, or I'm a chicken fucker.
I mean, of all the things to shout in public, I'm a chicken fucker is probably up there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm from Yorkshire, so no one blinks an eye, but you know.
Oh, fine. I guess whatever.
Nothing beats a jet tick.
See, you started on that one.
No, people are saying it in my chat. They know what they're doing.
That makes sense. That's become a real cultural thing, the Jet 2 Holidays advert.
Mm-hmm. It really has. The amount of money they must have made from that as a meme from TikTok, from people, it just being in people's minds and being like, you know what, I want to go on holiday now. Oh, Jet 2 are doing.
But imagine how many people's marketing algorithms are just absolutely shagged because they've said the word Jet 2 Holiday one too many times.
Destroyed, yeah.
If any of you in Twitch chat now get Jet 2 Holiday adverts while you're watching the stream, please do let me know, because that's even funnier than when we said the word Subaru several times and got Subaru adverts.
Tick about people stealing his sandwiches, yeah.
That must happen a lot. I can imagine sandwich theft is very difficult up in Yorkshire.
No, it's more sausage roll theft.
You'd steal sausage rolls? That's disgusting.
Yeah.
What kind of person steals another man's sausage roll?
You'd be surprised.
That makes you Gregsless and soggy. Sag.
I'm not Gregless. I'm always Gregged.
You could be Gregsless. If you're out of spoons, for example, Nos is very rarely Gregsless, I would say.
It's very true.
She's done very well to get a permanent supply of Gregs.
What annoys me is the fact that people in the UK, if they're called Greg, don't get a free sausage roll on their birthday.
Well,
No, wait, people do.
Everyone gets a free sausage roll on their birthday. Are you saying that anyone called Greg specifically gets left out?
No. Anyone who's called Greg should get something special on, like, the day that Greg's was founded every year. We should get a free thing
on Greg's Day, Gregsmas.
Yeah, Gregsmas.
Gregsmas.
It's a new holiday which is national.
To be honest, I think that's probably one of the least objectionable holidays we've come out with in the UK in recent years. I would celebrate Gregsmas.
What would you do on Gregsmas?
I'd go to a Greg's. And
Can you imagine the amount of uptick in people calling their son or daughter Greg?
Especially if you get a free novelty bun on Gregsmas. I think that would be the good trade-off.
A novelty bun. What would the novelty bun say though?
Probably like, I don't know, maybe the top Tourette's tick of the year.
So basically, only related to what I'm saying.
Yes, you are the one true Greg.
The one true.
He's the one true Morty.
Tick. How you doing, Drop Tree? Oh yeah. Don't know why Drop Tree mentioned it, but when you have Tourette's as well, you can't play poker.
Oh, that would be fun.
I just shout out my cards.
Oh my god. Because you're trying to suppress it and not say, and you know that you're not. Oh, that's deeply funny.
And it's always true. There was once that I managed to hold it in. I had a pair of aces, and there were a pair of aces down, and it would have been an insane hand. And my Tourette's just shouted aces just as we were about to, like, you know, the final round, and everyone folded.
I'll be honest with you, weaponize that and just start using it more. If you can't help that, the only thing you can do is to, when you're playing poker, on purpose shout out cards that you want other people to think that you have, so that you bluff
The
them.
only reason I've never done that, because it had occurred to me, is I never fake a tick.
Well, yes, but this is poker.
And you need every advantage.
Well, if you've got that disadvantage,
Obvious.
the only trade-off, I think, is to mess with them in other ways. And that's on them. That's on them for trying to cheat. They shouldn't be listening to you. They should be focused on their cards and the odds. That's all that matters.
Let's play muted poker. Everyone has to wear earplugs.
Like silent disco, but poker.
Yeah. I'm really shit at a silent disco too, because, well, I can't stay silent.
That's so funny.
I think we are, yeah, we're almost full.
Yes.
We're at 10,671 out of 11,250. So.
Okay, here's the next pro thing. If you've got your inventory open, you can drag some of the spice sand from the inventory of the sandcrawler into your inventory. That's spice maxing. We only spice max here.
Spice maxing. I could only drag 593.
That's still 593 spice that you would otherwise have left here.
It's fair. It's fair. Right, I'm going back to my soothing music.
Your soothing music.
Yes, I have soothing synthwave I put on to play space games. Drop me, daddy! It's like, no. That
Fine, but on it.
Ooh. I did a heck and bounce.
The crawler was very excited for that as well, to be honest.
Very excited.
Jack, clip it.
That's the tick that sold me.
Good job, Small Knight.
Before you were just like, I'm not sure about this guy.
I think it would be safe to say that now you've ticked all the boxes.
Fuck off. Fuck right
Okay,
off.
so...
you know that's I told you that's a thing on Blurp, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can now get Update Me Daddy as a Blurp.
I'm tempted to get Blurp set up just so that I can get people to use your and Evie's voice lines.
I want Atom to eventually have like a shareable
Soundboard.
thing.
Nice, that would be cool.
But until then, yes, Blurp is fantastic. Okay, I think we're nearly full.
You'll know when you're full because you'll just suddenly start driving at a rapid pace forward. And that's my job to try and grab you like that. Yeah.
Let us go. Crash into them, crash into them, crash into them. Don't do that. Let me kiss them. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Is my tick sexually frustrated?
That's amazing. Honestly, what more could we want?
So many things. So many. Honestly, though, for anybody watching my stream, if I show you like what this looks like in ultra wide, this game is so incredibly gorgeous to play on ultra wide. It's amazing.
I can, yeah, from what you showed me with the on-up flight, I mean, you only normally capture the middle section of your screen, don't you, when you're broadcasting
Yes.
it? You basically capture as if you had a 2K monitor or something in the middle there.
You can actually, because of the increased bit rate, stream ultra wide to YouTube.
Interesting. Okay, because YouTube caps way higher than what Twitch caps at, doesn't it?
You can go up to 52,000 bit rate.
Okay, versus the 12,000 that Twitch will normally take.
Well, technically, for a single stream, 6.
Yes, but you can set it to 8, and then it will, for some reason, still use 13 kbps in OBS.
So that's because you haven't turned off ignore in the streaming settings, you need to turn off the shit. Wrong
Enhanced
camera I'm
broadcasting?
messing with. No. Ignore streaming platform recommended settings.
I've done that. That is
in
ticked.
Okay, so the optimal bitrate, if you are not using enhanced broadcast, is actually 7,680.
7680. That's wild.
Because your audio bitrate should be set to 320. So in combined, it hits 8,000. Because remember, audio bitrate is also a data stream that you are sending.
My audio bitrate is 320 in track 1 and then 160 across the rest of them.
You should probably, for your music,
the only thing that gets
VOD audio. In fact, actually, your VOD audio will be not great because of that. Because your VOD audio, remember, is sent on track 2. Well, and if you leave it as the default in OBS, so your audio for your VOD will actually be subpar compared to your live stream.
They should have been watching the live content then. Honestly, that's on them.
Very true.
I can't believe it. That's on chat really. The one thing I've learned as a broadcaster is it's always chat's fault. Winky taught me that well. Perfect. Oh, thank you for being here, Binaural Beast. Good to see you.
I'm sorry. 6 monitor setups. Let's just go back and you can recount that.
Oh, if they're from my chat, don't rely on any of them being able to count. It's genuinely become a standing struggle. I don't ask chat to count anything now because
I can't move that light at the moment. I have in my total setup between this room and the other room, 17 monitors.
Just attention seeking, really.
I need more.
It's them seeking your attention. Yeah, I feel like changing all of my streaming settings is something that I'll definitely do once I've got a new streaming setup on a streaming PC and stuff.
I will help
It'll
you.
be, oh, Greg!
Yoo-hoo!
Yoo-hoo!
Tell them about the cameras. We don't talk about the amount of cameras I have. I have a problem. And I want more.
You want more? What would you even do with more?
There are questions and answers there which you really don't want the... well, no, there are answers to those questions that you don't want.
I think I'd be okay with it. Ooh,
so, the one thing that I would love to do is I have the ability... Currently, my bullet time, which uses 20 cameras.
Yes.
I have the ability to run another 8 cameras for the bullet time. And on top of that, I have the ability, if I swap out some capture cards and do some various things to the PC, I have the ability to run every single one of those cameras in 4K. So, if I say you just were like, here, Greg, have an absolute fuck you budget, I would buy the Blackmagic Micro Studio G2s, which are amazing little cameras, and I would have every single one of the bullet time cameras as that, so I could have the bullet time in 4K.
Isn't each of those like 1,000 plus? Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. So in dollars, 1,000. I know we were looking at them. I was looking at them in dollars before, I think. So.
Yeah. So, but I currently would like all of my cameras, every single camera, I would like to be the Blackmagic, Micro Studio 4K G2s, because they're insane and the colors on them are great. But if you were like, Greg, you have just an unlimited budget, I would go with the Mini Ursa 12Ks, so I could do the best digital zoom possible.
Small bear. Okay, that's kind of neat.
I'd whack on like a really wide angle lens. I'm talking like a 10mm, nearly fisheyed but not fisheyed lens, and then do digital tracking and like movement and lots of stuff. And I have the PC to take it, but I don't have the money to buy the cameras.
I mean, I was thinking about getting like 2 decent cameras for the Bailey cams, just so they've got their own pan tilt zoom in, so I'm not doing it with my hands. Because that's where the issue happened with the last Elgato one that I still need to send off on RMA, and I just remembered I need to send that.
The Elgato cameras, especially the 4K, the Facecam 4K, absolutely fantastic. But they do need to bring out a PTZ version.
Yes.
For those, obviously, recommend. There's like 100K's worth of cameras. about that, Night Owl. Maybe slightly more. How are you doing, by the way, man? But the yeah.
I just need high quality camera, like cat cameras. It's basically the main goal because like that's I know
you need the OBSBot.
I know that's what people show up in my chat for. Like I know they want to see Bailey. Like I'm fine with that. That's completely reasonable. I just need to make sure I can get better quality pictures of Bailey.
It's the goal. For me, I just want a prettier pictures of my drum kit.
That's true, and of you playing the drums, I would hope.
No, just the drum kit.
Oh, okay.
I'm not the reason people show up for stream.
They just want to
It's for
come look.
snare
They want
cam.
to come look at your flutes.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
they do.
Okay. Because you can't show drumming on Twitch, surely not. But flautists,
Flautists.
people who float.
To people who float. Thank you for the follows. Code Space and Quilzaz. We like his dump truck. I can't drive.
Drump truck, nice.
Drump truck.
Yeah, you'll get 250,000
fucking
spy sand and a bit more from a full field.
Thank you for the follow as well, Bearful One. Appreciate it. It's pronounced flautist.
Logical Sky, when they say mechanic repair glitch, I'm not sure what they're referring to particularly. That's probably I'm guessing there's a new repair bug where people are over repairing vehicles of some kind or doing it without damage to things.
Imagine if you repaired something so much that it then damaged it.
I'd
Just
believe
went
it.
round.
That it could even, I mean, that would be like some kind of overflow, wouldn't it? So I could imagine that actually being an issue or a problem inside the system.
Yeah, if you had 100% and every time you hit 100% it'd go back to 1.
Yeah.
Just
As long
like,
as you
oops,
get-
I
you get
broke my whole vehicle.
Minus 1%, you end up with like, negative 1.4 trillion, integrity, and it just stays strong forever.
Strong.
Exactly.
Isn't that a thing with restorations? Yeah, it is. Ah, the base has come into view.
This is a weird conversation to bench press to. That's a great sentence in your chat. That's one of my favorite
Mossy.
chats of the day. Good job, Mossien.
That can apply to a lot of things.
Weird conversation to bench press to, but not impossible. Stop.
As a
I know what you're thinking of.
nothing. What are you talking about? I am innocent. Sorry.
That's a lie.
I will definitely. We don't lie here. What are you talking about?
That tick could be very useful for you one day. Just saying.
I hope never to be in a court of law ever again in my life.
Fair. Sometimes same.
Unless you're representing me.
Even in that case, definitely same.
I have this, like, so the one thing when I did have to go into court for defending my own
Yes.
intellectual property and stuff was I had to actually have a very serious discussion with the judge about what would happen and what would be noted down by the stenographer if I ticked.
Oh wow, yeah, okay, that would be a thing. You can just leave your assault up to here. We're going to go straight back out to the Stanfield while it's still up.
Oh, okay.
Fine, just land again and you'll be good to go.
Let me fly back.
Yeah, the stenographer has to record things as they are said. So they would likely record that properly and then have to mark down where you've said tick afterwards. As literally verbatim. That's I have never thought to look up legal cases involving people with Tourette's, but now I feel like I could do a little bit of a deep dive because that would be very funny. There must be some great transcripts out there for those. Oh, that's a whole untapped area of law content I've never even considered.
Legal Eagle is just like, oh, I need to get out of the main seat so I'm not using fuel. Yeah, no, being in court with it as a person with Tourette's is not a fun experience.
I'm going to be honest with you. You could have left the being a person in Tourette's part out of that. Being in court isn't a fun experience anyway. Like 99% of the time, whenever you're in court, you're only going to be in court because it's the worst time of your life and something's gone seriously wrong.
Yeah. Literally, the lowest point I've ever experienced. It's why I ended up streaming on Twitch.
Well, there you go. It's
to get away from it all.
It's brought
So
good things for you at least.
Beneficial.
Yeah, that's a thing. Like I said, when I was doing work at Citizen Device Bureau, which obviously you'll know what that is, often the people that we would deal with would be like people in the worst situations of their life, people whose like their their husbands run off with the kids and left them while they were at work, kind of thing.
Shit,
or like
shit.
You're fine. You're all right. You're still in the vehicle. You're good.
I'm not in the vehicle. I'm on the vehicle. Okay, we're good. Sorry.
You're fine.
I tick press E. I'm putting my hands behind my back now.
That's.
I'm very glad it puts you on top of the spice crawler.
Sometimes it might just drop you. You're all right.
Do go on. Sorry. Panicked for a moment there.
There were times at the Busbury when people would be dealing like you be coming to Citizen Device like dealing with the work like in the worst time of their life, like they're being evicted and they can't afford to live in their house, and they don't know how to get onto they can't get onto benefits, for example, because of like they have a house, and it's not until they lose it that you can really help them. It's not until people are like, oh, I've been trying to get my roof fixed for 3 years and now whenever it rains I get soaked. Like people were having a rough times, and like law's the same thing.
So Mivixov in your chat said, "Stop yelling objection and blame it on Tourette's." Remember the Johnny Depp case? I had a tick for the whole thing of that, which was just hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor.
Anything people would say to, oh shit, here we
disconnect.
Go.
You're fine. We'll just crash to the ground.
Bye. The spice over there. Can I drive and get it? No, I should not.
Back in the day, before the last big patch, the new DLC and the content batch, sand crawlers with the default engine didn't cause worm aggro. So actually, yes, you could have driven across there to get it without any kind of risk. If you just want some fun information, it was a different time, different time in the game. And that was when most of our carrier pilots learned to be good carrier pilots, because once we were done with harvesting, the crawlers would just try and run away. Like that was the whole point. Yeah. So we would just make it so the carrier had to come and try and catch us, and they're surprisingly quick.
Yeah, they can motor. Just then when I'd like filled it up, it could really go quite fast. Onward.
I still want to do these carrier flights with stick and stick at some point, because I think it would be great fun.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. I want to do I've been wanting to get back into drawing, because I haven't done pencil drawing in a while. And one of the things I was considering, I was like going through last night and trying to find source images and stuff like that. I want to do an illustration drawing, pencil drawing, like really detailed, almost blueprint style drawing of an ornithopter, because I think they are fascinating in the way that the game and the new movie have done them.
Oh yeah.
The dragonfly aesthetic is just wonderful.
Moving around my various windows. Here's my question: if you're using 2 PCs and you've got one keyboard and mouse, right? Or do you have 2?
No, I have 1 keyboard. Well, no. I have 2 because I have a setup for my gaming, which is a gaming keyboard. But for the other 4 PCs in here, I have 1 keyboard and mouse.
So how do you switch that between PCs?
So I have so you can do it multiple ways, but the way I do it is I have a Logitech MX Masters and a Craft, which comes with something called a unifying dongle. So you can actually have it connect to 3 dongles. So you have 1 dongle per PC, and it connects to those. And there's buttons on the keyboard to rotate between 1, 2, and 3.
That makes sense.
And then the 4th one, I just have a little KVM thing. But you would use probably either a hardware KVM, which, do you know what a KVM is?
Yes. Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, you'd use a hardware KVM with a switcher with a button in front of you physically, or you can go the software route, where you can actually do KVM and multi-PC control over the network. So you have your keyboard and mouse plugged in. Exactly. You can use something like Synergy, and there's other versions out there.
Interesting. Okay.
I have aircon, Winky. I have server grade aircon in the studio.
Well, you need it with that many PCs now, otherwise you would just die.
Yeah, and I'm making a server cluster for my Minecraft server that I've built. So there's going to be even more heat. My electricity bill is horrendous.
I can imagine. Hello out there, everyone. Hello, Omascarino.
But
Hello,
no, I
Wallo
would.
James. Yeah, go on.
I would use. Personally, I prefer hardware KVMs. Just
I would have
because
used it.
of the
I think
fact-
I've used hardware ones before and I preferred those, but I was just kind of wondering how you're managing it with so many PCs. But I guess if you just got one that, you know, it's a 4 rather than 2, for example, makes sense.
Yeah, the I won't lie, the Logitech stuff with the ability to do the digital, you know, the dongle KVM, is really nice. I wouldn't game ever on the MX Masters and stuff, but from a productivity point of view and controlling everything for setup, because remember as well, I do my setup with a keyboard and mouse, and then I get behind the drum kit, and the drum kit controls everything. So my sort of like interaction with the keyboard and mouse is very minimal for the work I do. But as well, a lot of the control that you would need to do with dual PC streaming, you could do over the network with something like Atom or StreamerBot or the other options out there. You could map a lot to a Stream Deck that's connected to a, you know, the main system.
I think that, yeah, having something that I can just control all of it together is just ideal. No, Dan McGuinn, this is we're playing on a private server network provided by Nitrado for a bunch of different like streaming communities, including like Andy Fuchsia's, Pirate Software's, Redzy, Mr. Gregor, who I'm streaming with.
Nitrado, we like sand.
Nitrado, we like some. That should be their new tag. That's perfect. I'm gonna let them know that now.
I need like just a really goofy 90s like poster advert of that. Nitrado, we like sand. And the next one is Nitrado, we like spice, with just a person doing a line of purple spice.
Oh my god. That's gold. Like I say, I think that more brand combinations is absolutely fantastic.
Popter, thanks for gifting the sub to We Like Sand.
That's wet like sand.
Wet like sand. I really can't read, can I?
That's fine. You can drum. You can
Yes,
leave the
because
reading
that
for me,
substitutes half
and
of
you
life.
can leave the reading to me, and you can do the drumming.
So essentially, I am here as a just portable badumts machine.
There's worse things to be.
True.
Jay is mad. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You are awesome. Welcome to the community and enjoy your Bailey emotes. We love emotes of Bailey here.
Warlord James, thanks for the follow. Okay.
That lick emote is it's just something else.
I've never seen that before.
Have you not? That's brand. It's pretty much
amazing.
brand new. Only released that like I think yesterday. The community got to the goal for it, which is great.
You need to put a gasm emote and then that emote after it.
There's a bunch of different emotes it works really well with, like.
I have a taco emote you could do it with, or a
Perfect.
sushi emote. Popper, Jesus.
Oh god.
My picture's really grainy. Oh, fuck off. That was horrendous. I hate that on so many levels. Oh, look at us. We made a really cool pattern.
It's quite it is neat making some fun patterns with this. Like that's very artistic.
CoSpace, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Helping me on the way to the 70-30 split. I really appreciate the tier 1. Thank you. The lick emote with the worm emote is the best. That wins.
Stop licking the sandworm. Stop it.
Sorry, Tick.
Drop you? Okay.
Fuck. We're coming, Spice. Gonna snort this bad boy like a champion.
Nice.
I wasn't even in the driver's seat, so I couldn't do anything.
That's fine. I'll drop you where it makes sense for the circle. You said your tick said drop you, so you know that was my plan.
It's D&D rules. You have to obey.
Exactly. Yeah. Hi Bailey.
Michael Osterberg, how are you doing? Thanks for the 100 bits, dude.
I'm just gonna kind
me
of.
ship be torn asunder. Hey, dude. Okay. When you harvest, is it you either harvest all of it or there's a timer on Granddaddy Worm?
There is a timer on Granddaddy Worm, and there is an amount of spice to be harvested that seems to change depending on the number of sand crawlers there, and it's almost like a re-roll. So when the other sand crawler gets dropped here, it might just immediately reset, but it might just go all the way to the end, at which point then we have to harvest every single bit of spice sand. We have proven that if you harvest every single last bit, Grandfather will reset no matter if it's early.
That's cool. That's cool. I like that.
But it took us doing, like, one of them, it took us, like, harvesting the final bits of sand took a long time, because there were a couple of bits that were missed.
Oh, when you say, as in, like, even the smallest little...
Oh, yeah, even the stuff that's invisible outside the rim of the ring mouth.
Oh. Right. Okay.
Yes. Most people don't know there's a bunch of spice sand outside the ring mouth, and it appears to be a couple of squares. It's kind of strange.
Lick the baggie. Sorry. Okay, yeah, I am.
I don't think we need to lick the sand crawler. I think we're all good. Cat's having a clean. I've never seen more than one large spice field have spice at a time, though, no.
Oh, is there only one per
There's
deep
only
desert?
one active ring mouth at a time, as far as I understand it.
That's cool. Oh, Voltmog, thank you. Did you enjoy the film?
Hello.
I have yet to see it.
I thought you were going for the premiere for that. Was it while you were at TwitchCon?
It was while we were in Hawaii.
Ah, well, to be fair, that would have been difficult to attend a premiere from Hawaii.
Slightly, yes. So it only had, and everyone's going to be like, oh, it's a lot of money, but for films, it only had a budget of 2 million. Which is an incredibly tiny film, like feature film budget.
But for a film about Tourette's, there's actually a decent amount of funding for, you know, the whole thing and for the story of the person who it's about. Like, that's actually a decent amount.
Well, the director is he's got very good standing in the circles he's in. He directed Nanny McPhee and a couple of other really good sort of like smaller films. So
what's his name?
Kirk Jones.
That's the one. I remember you telling me.
Jones? Yeah.
I remember you telling me the name at some point, but I'm terrible with names. Better with faces.
I feel like I've been over that section several times and it's not picking up anymore. So I'm just gonna leave that.
Finio, I can pick him up just by releasing C now. So this works now as it is. That's why I'm in front of him rather than behind.
I'm glad, Volkmog. Speaking of spicy, cooking time for me. No worries, Tree. Enjoy food making. Is the crawler full? Nope.
Okay.
Oh.
I mispressed space, which took me above the height, which means it picked you up.
Don't know why this game looks all grainy. Maybe it's the sand.
Of course it is. The guest streamer is Mr. Greg. I've got him linked in the title of the stream. He's a friend of mine. We've just been hanging out at
Hello.
TwitchCon. He is also live playing Dune because he's in the Sandcrawler. And it helps to be able to communicate when we're doing this.
I do be doing the crawling.
They see me crawling, they hate it. Patrolling and trying to catch me spicing dirty. That it just works, okay?
It really does just work, doesn't
Yeah, it does. You'd be surprised at how many songs work when you convince them to be about spice. Keep my reticle to his side, which is behind him. Why? This works, Phoenix. Like,
it? It was
what's
lovely
the
to meet
problem?
you too, Mr. Cupcake. Cuppy Cake. Right, okay. I am actually... Yes, I am. For a second there, I was like, am I actually getting any? Welcome to the Sand Parade.
In that case, you can let it go in case you need to and not pick him up again. See, I'd rather pick him up and not mean to than not pick him up when I need to. That's the trade-off.
Mm.
You okay there, baby bee? You having more of a clean? Okay.
How's he doing?
He's doing good. He's just having a clean at the moment. He's just...
Foolish Sasquatch, thank you for gifting the sub to Aaron the Bear. Thank you, man. Help keep the lights on and the many, 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 many monitors. When I was a young lass, my mother sent me into the convent to be a Bene Gesserit. You could rewrite with enough affirmative action. You can rewrite all the words to that.
Oh
song.
yeah. When I was a young boy, my father, he took me to Arrakis to harvest some spice sand. I mean, it just works.
It does.
You're going to go see your sister's cat tomorrow for the first time since you got him. That's exciting. Visiting a cat is the best thing that you can do, honestly. A number of times people have come to visit my house just to visit Bailey, and I completely respect that, to be honest.
I mean, that's why you, aside from the bag that was forgotten, that's why we went back to yours.
That is the
was to
main
meet
reason.
Bailey.
And
Yes.
I think that everyone was happy with meeting Bailey, to be honest.
Very.
I was happy.
Foolish Sasquatch, thank you for paying for half a kilobyte of memory in my new Mac Studio that I will be buying when I can buy one. Because my audio PC is one of the dying Intel 13th generation CPUs.
Yeah.
I caught it just in time, but there's definitely been some damage, and I keep getting like audio glitches and things. So I'm going to be moving to a Mac Studio because just Macs are better for audio. And yes, for anybody who's going to be like, go Linux. No, the audio drivers are shit. But the amount that they charge for storage is criminal. Truly.
Doable, Sprinkleman. I could do that at some point. I was thinking about getting a blue mat for the floor for him, or I could even put one of the. I think I have a blue screen which could go on the floor. The sunrise made the spice on you look red for a second. And that was really confusing.
Oh, no, Linux is terrible for audio. Amazing for many, 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 many other things, but horrendous for audio. The thing that gets me with Windows, and Linux does it as well, is Apple Tax no fun. I totally agree. But the thing that Apple does right is the fact that all audio streams and all MIDI interface streams and all devices that you put in, uppies, are shared. So, for example, right now, when I want to run, I have my drum kit control my camera changes on my main stream, and I have to open Atom to grab the MIDI for that first before I open Ableton Live. Because if I open Ableton Live first, it grabs the MIDI and doesn't allow it to go to anything else, which is horrendous. Where Apple, any device can talk to any piece of software, they're not grabbed.
Okay, that makes sense.
Engine is looking very red, by the way.
The Regis container on the back. That's kind of makes sense. The
actual.
The actual engine.
Oh no, it's only 40%. It looks a lot redder on the UI than it actually is.
That's how it often is. It's just everyone else. It's just the machine being a bitch. Don't worry about it. He's just complaining. Beat the machine harder. Okay, Bailey. Yeah.
All hail the machine god.
I like how Bailey likes to go. Bailey likes to go for attention. Sometimes you just fall off. Don't worry. It's just physics. Sometimes Bailey likes to shout for attention immediately as I need to start focusing again. Hi, baby.
It's Bailey.
That said, I'm going to hover over the middle here because you've still got a little while until the next worm grows, and I can pet it.
Yeah.
Meow, you know it's chicken.
Sandcrawler will be like, do a kickflip, just do a barrel roll. Spice, spice, baby.
Delaron, thank you very much. That reset, buddy. You are awesome. Love this cat.
I'm driving and queuing music. Don't recommend it.
You're slightly wide on the field. You could probably go in tighter and harvest more.
Spice, spice, baby. That's
I need a solution for a tiny little microphone for Bailey.
Old MIDI setup sometime. I want to go Mac, but I have all my MIDI in Ableton to stream and stuff. But I don't know your setup. My setup is quite extensive. I would be more than happy, Logistical Sky, on a music stream to give you like advice on how you could rig up anything. If you let me know the configuration you want, I have done enough with MIDI now and audio and everything to be pretty confident that I could tell you a solution.
Pretty good offer.
Is Vanilla Ice a house flipper now? Nice.
You know, people need to have a hobby. If that's his, so be it.
Did you manage to sort your studio lighting issue yesterday? Sort of. Foolish Sasquatch. Sorry, my pronunciation is not great today. I'm going to have to do a little bit more messing. I actually need, in all honesty, as much as it's going to cost me electricity to run, I need more lights in there. Because currently, the way I've got things lit, I've got basically a 3-point light system, and I need a bit more control. So I started looking at new lights yesterday. I've been meaning to replace the light that was the problem for a while. So it's always the same thing. It's money.
That's often the way of it, and it's really inconvenient. That
man, like, studio lights cost an absolute bomb. Everything costs an absolute bomb.
Everything's so expensive. Why can't everything just be free?
Do you want to know how much it would cost to replace just one cymbal on my drum set?
I don't. I feel like I don't want to, because I know that like instrument prices are kind of ridiculous and make me feel physically unwell.
I am very lucky the fact that I am endorsed by Minor, but if I wasn't and I had to replace them at cost, it would be about £750 to rebuy my ride cymbal. Just my ride cymbal.
Okay, just what? Wow.
For the whole setup, you're looking at about $5 grand.
Mad. I mean, it makes sense though, because you know you invest in high quality musical instruments. Like, they are generally, you pay for what you get with a lot of them. They're not
brass. Bronze. Cymbals are bronze. You can get crap cymbals that are made of alloys of brass and bronze. But yeah, high quality cymbals like the ones that I've got are made of B2 brass, which is not B2 brass, sorry, B2 bronze, which is very expensive. And they have to be handmade as well. Any good cymbal is hand hammered. A lot of formulaic cymbals are machine hammered, and while they sort of sound the same, they don't have the fidelity that you get in a proper hand hammered cymbal. So you're paying not only for the material, but you're paying for the time that someone's taken to make the thing, which again, I am all for uppies. I am definitely all for uppies, but I'm all for supporting good work. But yeah, it's a very pricey.
I can tell, like, geez.
Yeah, paying for craftsmanship is always worth it.
Yeah, I mean that's how it is with most most tech. Oh, that's bad timing.
No.
Okay, I'm sure we're fine. I'm sure we're fine. These things happen. Hi, Bailey. Did you show up because you can hear the sound of panic? Of course you
Oh,
did.
holy shit. Oh, holy shit. Oh, holy shit.
Nah,
oh,
you're
holy
fine.
shit. I
You're
can't do-
fine. You're fine. Remember, the worms smell the fear. You're just fine. You just clench and go. Clench and go.
Red
Smile and
alert!
wave, boys.
No, don't go to red alert. Go straight to brown alert. Go to red alert. Are you sure, sir? That will mean changing the bulb. Okay, cool. Right, that's enough spice farming for me today.
No, it's not. No, your blood
Jesus,
pressure
he
isn't high
dropped
enough
my-
yet.
Bring me the bread. I'm gonna need a change of pants. Yay for Red Dwarf quotes. I love Red Dwarf.
I'm gonna make you a co-owner on this area, so that
fuel low. Let me fix.
you
that.
should be fine. You've got enough. You should have enough fuel on you.
I've got 4, 5.
That's good.
Um.
Oh, I think I might be out of fuel. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to take us back at some point. That's fine. We'll go for a bit longer. At about 20%, I need to take us back for more fuel.
Astrag GD. Very, very different conversations when it comes to, you know, a setup for work compared to some setup with someone's health. I don't believe anything for someone's health should cost anything. So, you know, it's.
So if I
It's
need a mental
horrendous that
health
anyone has to-
Flammenwerfer, that should be free, right?
The fact that anyone has to pay for medication and stuff in this world is, I could talk about that for hours on the injustice of it. It's horrendous.
Go wide if you need to and grab some of the spice that you missed and stuff. Like, that's
I'm
take
gonna clear
take
the
time to
middle.
reposition and clear some out. Like,
But no, by the way, though, Ostras, I can't say your name. I'm so sorry. You were saying 5K for a whole setup. 5K was to replace just the symbols on my drum kit. If my whole setup costs about 250,000.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I have to do insurance for this building, and it is not cheap.
No, one would imagine not.
But then again, it's my livelihood, so it's.
Yeah, it's all the computers, everything. It's the same as everyone, you know, most of the people's offices, or
Yeah.
you know, it's very different, very highly technical, and there's
The
a lot
difference
of
is,
like
though,
specialist tech in there as well.
Yeah. I've built it up over years, which I'm thankful for, which is. I cherish everything I'm able to. You know, I wouldn't have any of this if it wasn't for streaming and the community. So
Exactly.
I know I'm very lucky. Very lucky.
But
Right, okay.
like we were saying yesterday in DMs, if you had 4 arms, you could drop a beat so harsh it breaks the sun.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see General Grievous
Yeah,
in a
exactly.
hardcore death metal band.
I think it's the kind
Just
of thing
taking
he'd
up
be
sticks,
into.
being like, I led this to make election. Okay, right, we're going. The other crawlers there. I kind of don't want to get in on their ring. Feels crappy. General Grievous in a metal band. He is a metal band.
Like I said, and General Grievous on drums. Like imagine the hype. What an absolute hype beast. We are indeed using the Regis spice container, yes. So there's going to be an awful lot of spice we can harvest.
Wait,
Most
one
of
sec,
this will
one sec.
require 1 pass, Greg.
We need to wave.
Exactly.
Everyone wave. Wave at the other crawler. Hi guys. Hi.
There you go. I know that White Castle, but I don't know if Greg knows about reverse mode yet. The fact that
Reverse.
you,
is it?
well, yeah, in
is it more
reverse you
efficient?
well, if you're going a straight line and you just reverse in a straight line, then fine. But if you're going in a circle, then it doesn't really work. But yeah, you can reverse at the same speed as going forward, and it does the same amount of extracting as when you go forward.
Make a General Grievous the drummer for old school Slipknot. Oh yeah, that would be. Oh yeah.
I reckon general agreements, but upload Phil Collins' drum skills. Just some of Phil Collins' music, just with 4 arms. Imagine how hard some of that could go.
The thing is, everyone knows Phil Collins, right? From the frickin' gorilla bloody song, as every in the air tonight.
Strangers Like Me from Tarzan.
That is the Tarzan and the Brother Bear soundtrack. That's what is Phil Collins' masterpieces. I know, obviously, Genesis and all of his personal stuff, but In the Air Tonight is honestly the most boring song in the world to play as a drummer, because it is 3.5 minutes of a drum machine and then one fill and you're done. Uppies. And then you're done. And the amount of times I get requested it and people are like, no, play this song. And I'm like, no.
No.
If you want to hear the fill, I'll play just the fill.
I think the reason why Genesis, etc., you expect Phil Collins to go hard. The reason that it's like, he had no business being like, oh yes, a kid's film about Tarzan in the jungle. Yeah, let's just create one of the greatest amounts of drumming in a kid's film probably ever. And then Brother Bear was like, you know what? Let's do it again. Neither of those films needed the level of drums that they have until it was done, and at which point you can't imagine the films without it.
The thing is, Trash in the Camp is one of the best like drum songs ever.
The worm is circling back.
Yeah, he's over there. In the Air Tonight, but it's all cowbell. Have you been in my stream when I've played Through the Fire and Flames with my cowbell drum kit?
You know what? That doesn't even surprise me that that's a thing. I've got the ads. Oh, okay.
Holy!
We'll try that again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sometimes the landing is a little bit spicy. That just happens.
And meow.
And Meowgy.
Meowgy. Thank you for the follow.
It's Pan Meowgy. There we go. Also, the one you were struggling with, the one we were struggling with earlier is Arturius GG.
Arturius GG. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, this is why I hit things for a living and don't read.
I read for a living. It's overrated. Hello, Gerbil. How you doing, bud?
Bum 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 bum. Bang 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 bang. Bum 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 bang bang bang.
I like how Winky's chair is kind of on Thornton Ramsey's shoulder now on my stream. It's like he's perched on there. It just works really well. Catch you later, White Castle. Thank you very much for getting your drops here, buddy. I appreciate you.
Spice extends beyond the crater. It's an actual square.
Yes.
Yes. Original grinder. Kronos was saying actually, which makes sense considering the way that games are built, and especially this game is built on a grid. Yeah. Makes sense that they actually made it a square. Oh.
Hi, Bailey.
Sindri 94. Thank you for the follow.
Hi, are you sitting behind me?
Mm.
No, you've gone into the kitchen. Okay, you cheeky little bugger. So funny. Wait, where did the other sandcrawler go?
Oh, I have the channel points on for the drum stream. Sorry, everyone. Those don't do anything right now.
Winky is Gordon Ramsay's parrot. You know what? That's true. I believe that. I would watch an episode of Hell's Kitchen where Winky was just kind of around, vibing.
I can hear a breach. I can't see a breach. And it.
Okay, well, we'll lift up and I'll switch to the cat.
Oh,
because he's shouting at everyone. Meow. Yeah, are you hungry? Of course you are. You're always hungry.
No Man's Sky. Need you breach it came out taking Dune. Don't have anyone to play with it. I need to play No Man's Sky again just to mess with the building, the ship building, so I can make the ship from Firefly. That's what I want to do.
Poke the cat. I'm actually a long way away from him.
Right, how much space have we got left?
Oh, loads. In fact, I need more fuel.
Do you need a large fuel thingy cell?
I need several.
How many?
If you could drop 2, that would be helpful.
I've got 3 on me.
If you could drop,
I
how much fuel have you
transfer
got? Like, what's your fuel gauge at?
Half.
Okay, if you use 1, then drop the remaining 2.5.
Cool. Do we need to jump out for this?
Yeah, I'll lower you to the ground.
Cool.
Then I'll park alongside you. You can just drop it on the stand somewhere in front of you.
There you go.
You'll need to move away. Thank you. Perfect. That's perfect. Now we can continue the operation. I don't know what happened to my fuel cells.
You gave me one.
That could have been it. I should have had more than that, though. There you go. Start harvesting. The spice is ready for us. Waving to them. We are indeed on private servers. Yep.
Oh.
Let's put you down properly.
Oh, gotta start the suction. I really would suck for the Granddaddy Worm to spawn in Kronos game. Don't say that. Because if that happens now, I'm blaming you. If the Granddaddy Worm swallows me whole, it's your fault.
Fair. I will also blame the Herpetological Society.
Yep.
Are you attracting the worm? We are indeed attracting the worm. You connect to the private servers by going !Dune Discord, which is just a shared Discord server for all the communities using that. There are the passwords for the servers in there. If you want to join them and give them a go, you are welcome to do so. It's open to any members of the community. If you are like you exist elsewhere and you're already like level 4 plus, so you're kind of not level 4 plus, or you're at tier 4 plus, so aluminium and above, you're free to contact a few of the people who are running kind of our replacement program. Basically, the catch-up program allows people to get like a tier 4 ornithopter, some of the tools and stuff that you would need just to get started back in the game again. So if you are looking to restart on a new server for whatever reason, you're more than welcome to join our private servers. Grandfather.
Thank you.
Get clear.
Oh, a second one of the day. I've not seen one the whole time I've played, and now I've seen 2 in a day.
That's how you know you're spice maxing. That you're really spicing when there's a bunch of different when you see multiple grandfathers in one day. That's how you know you're really spicing.
Yeah.
We do spice. We are casual spice enjoyers here. You understand? Watching Bailey having a clean outside. Look at that.
Please. It's such a wonderful in-game world event.
Yeah. And it's something that like the game really brings to life in a really great way. Like you understand the threat of the worm and like the power of the worm when you see the grandfather going off.
Yeah.
Sure, but that would actually be really helpful. Yeah, if you're in the E-band, we can meet you in one of the if you want to meet us outside Foxtrot, well, basically at the E5 edge, I can okay. Actually, if we meet in Echo 6 at one of the midpoints, it's probably good. There we go, that one there. Gotta go fast.
Is your drink being green screened out?
No, that's just what I drink normally.
Oh.
Greg, I can't believe you farted like that. Terrible.
I'm so sorry.
The flatulence. I've actually never
Slapped me
told chat
after a
about
curry.
you eating spicy food.
Say that again. Sorry.
I've not
think
told chat about the time when you ate something very, very spicy. You know what I mean?
No, I eat spicy food. I
Yep.
eat Carolina Reapers as snacks.
Yep.
And what I ate was not just spicy, it was chemical. I nearly had chemical spice capsaicin poisoning from it. Well, no, I did. And I had to go to hospital for it. So they've officially changed that on the menu now because of me.
Have they actually? That's like I think that's a banner of approval and success there.
They offered like compensation and everything like that, and we were like, look, they were so good that they offered us free food for a year, and we were like, yeah, sure, we'll take some free food, because when are we going to be back in Bath, sort of thing. We're not going regularly. But they offered loads of other stuff, and we were like, no, it's fine, just make sure that it doesn't happen to someone else. And they've like re-regulated that whole thing, the whole burger. All the ingredients are listed exactly, rather than it just being like, because on the menu before it was like, this is stupidly spicy. And what got me was the fact I had this burger, which was a spice challenge. I ate it in 5 minutes. It was one of the best burgers I'd ever had on Monday. And then I go back Wednesday, I have another one, same burger, hospitalizes me.
Yeah.
So that shows you how different it was basically just on the person who was making it at the time. And you really can't have something in today's day and age in a restaurant that is just on the chef's, it's like, oh, I'm feeling spicy today. No pun intended. No, I still can't eat stupidly really spicy food. I haven't gotten back to that point.
Because as I said in my chat before, but some of you, I can't remember if I mentioned to you, when I was in 2022, the painkillers I was on burned a hole through my stomach, and I spent about 3 weeks in hospital. One of the most harrowing medical experiences of my life, and I didn't recover like food wise for years, possibly ever. Like my appetites have never recovered fully. After that, I no longer will have spice. I will not have anything that's too acidic. I try to stay away from anything that's too hot and spicy, because they told me like that kind of damage can reopen if I'm not careful with it. So I would really rather not have a repeat of that, because I did okay for like 7 days and I couldn't hold down water anymore. And at that point I was like, okay, well, if I'm being sick because I can't hold down water, there's something seriously wrong with me. I should probably go and get some medical help. And then I was in hospital another 14 days after that, and they were like, you probably should have come sooner.
Yeah, the thing for me was the fact that we were driving home, and obviously the pain had started, and I was like, oh god, do I need to get to the toilet? And I was in the toilet, and my body went into shock, and my whole body like froze. My hands cramped up to the point where my hands closed, and my whole body went to the shock. I couldn't move at all. Scariest thing ever. I thought that was it. I was like, I'm dead.
So when somebody asks how hot is too hot, that's where the line is, right? That's how we
that was the line. Yeah.
We've all agreed that that's the line. Aren't the NHS wait times insane though?
I really felt
mine. I was very, very quick because the one thing I will say about the NHS is, yes, they have slow wait times if it's what I would call non-emergent. But if you are in a situation where your life is at risk, our National Health Service is absolutely incredible. So in that kind of situation, Greg was at risk, and when I was in hospital with my issue, I was at risk. And like where there is risk to life, the NHS is really exceptionally good. It's a great system to have, I think. But if you're in that kind of need,
the thing is, unfortunately, pain doesn't always mean life-threatening. It is horrible and it's uncomfortable, and obviously you're in pain. But if you have someone who is going to die, unfortunately, someone suffering a bit of pain and being uncomfortable doesn't weigh up to someone losing their life. And that's what the NHS does well, in the sense of that priority.
Yeah, triage. Just wait there, I'm just grabbing some fuel.
Of course, everyone misses the mark every so often, but
those of you asking about where the safe zone is, it's halfway through the Echo band, so the E band. So we are now in the PvE zone, but only just. This line here, broadly down the middle, is where that border is.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the fuel. Very much appreciated, Chirper.
So what's the plan now? We are...
I'm waiting until we can get another deep desert area scouted, so we can make sure that we know where the...
Would I be able to start doing some transitions back and forth from...
Yes.
With Spice then, in the meantime? Because I have a lot to transfer, and it's going to take me probably about 5 or 6 trips.
I will help you run to your base and stuff as well, that's not a problem.
Oh, thank you.
Which will obviously cut down your trips by half. The other thing is, if you leave Spice here, I can pay you 200 melange for every 10,000 Spice sand that you leave in the base, and we can just give to another member of the community.
Okay.
Because I really don't mind giving away melange to the community. Like I've got enough of it. I mean, there's no such thing as enough Spice, chat. What are we talking about? Not a problem at all.
When I alt-tab, the carrying leads that are holding me up sort of like flip back and forth.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Do you ever pray to the giant space worm in the sky?
All the time. Yeah. Yeah, that's normally when I disconnect. Speaking of, we're overdue for next one.
Oh my god.
That's all that's in the sky. Like, that's a whole thing. Logical Sky, yeah, we're going to fly back. Gray's going to start doing some transfers to the Haga Basin from the Deep Desert, and while he's doing that, I will scout out another spice blow.
Of a logical society, Jesus. I wish I could zoom further out on the Deep Desert map. I really do. Have they made more exit points now in the Deep Desert? Oh, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, they're in pairs. Nice. Do you think it would be possible to make it across the Deep Desert from the A band to the... Oh, shit.
I told you we were overdue one.
Yep. From the A band to the E band just by running?
No. In a straight line, no. If you were to do island to island, yes, you could do that.
I drove a Mark 6 tread wheel across the Deep Desert and never got aggro. I need to build and make a tread wheel. They look so cool.
They are very strange to use.
They remind me of the droids out of the Clone Wars.
You're thinking of a Hailfire droid that you can find on Geonosis in Star Wars Battlefront 2?
That's the one, yes.
Yeah, I did that comparison on stream. Yeah. There's something on fire in that.
Yep, there is.
That's fine. I'll deal with that in a second. It's
It
because
is,
you're
I
in
will
the
tell you in a
engine still.
second.
You're still the pilot. You need to get out of that.
Oh, bugger.
Fine.
Fixed.
This is now
But
a smoke screen, so they can't
slidey?
find out where we are.
Everyone can now see the black trail.
No, that's camouflage. See, it's like a smoke screen. If you look from just the right angle, you can't see any of. Like, there you go. Perfect. This is
Oh,
how I
yes.
feel when I'm out in public and somebody walks with one of those vapes that's got like a massive cloud. Vape Nation.
I'm slipstreaming, boys.
Battlefront 2 oh yeah, Battlefront 2 was my first game that I played on the PlayStation 2 and like really got into. There was a great way, if you were playing as the droids on, I can't remember which asteroid base it was, but there was one of the maps where if you captured the resource points in the correct order, all the enemies would spawn in like a small hangar. They'd take a second before they would actually, like, their AI would pick up and they would run out. If you were playing as Darth Maul, with the dual lightsabers in a cramped environment as they all try to run down the hallways, When I was having a bad time, like if I was having a bad day, it's a bit like in Dune when you go to the starter area and you just go and kill the low-level NPCs. Nothing felt better than just going and wiping out, hundreds of Republic soldiers with the droids just being like, there, and Darth Maul
So
ripping
my
through.
my favorite game mode was Mos Eisley Heroes and Villains. That
Good
was
fun.
incredible.
It was a great fun version.
However, I won't lie, one of the best gaming experiences ever, which everyone's like, what really, was when they remastered Battlefront. The first one, the graphics on that were mind-blowing, but also just the gameplay, like the multiplayer gameplay, doing the Walker takedown on Hoth.
Oh yeah, those were great.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then they totally changed the game mechanics and how it was done for the Battlefront 2, and I hated it. I hated it. But the sniper you had on Battlefield 1 that you could charge up, that you could just take out TIE fighters with.
Yes.
I got really good at sniping TIE fighters out the air.
There was a lot of fun stuff in the early Battlefront games.
Yeah, I'm really sad that the servers are basically dead now.
Yeah.
You jump on it, it's just impossible to find a match, and that really saddens me because one of my favorite games, but no one plays it. And Battlefront 2 never really like hit the mark for me. Anyhow,
Battlefront 2 was one of the games that the youth center that I used to go to when I had when I was just chilling in the evening had. So it was good fun.
Right, I'm gonna take some spice back.
Yep. No, I need to get some more welding wire.
Yeah, I'm gonna find out what was causing it. I don't know whether it was a dust related issue and it just looked like smoke, but we'll see.
What happened?
Yesterday I had to stop stream because I was playing a song and it looked like smoke. It looked like there was smoke, and I couldn't find where it was coming from.
I mean, yeah. When they say drop it like it's hot, they don't necessarily mean like that. That's.
I checked everything last night. The thing was, I could see what I thought was smoke, but it didn't smell like smoke.
Oh, interesting.
So I was like, that's why I thought maybe it could be dust, but it didn't look. I know what dust particles look like in light, and it definitely didn't look like that.
Dust is pretty distinctive. So, you'll know dust when you see it.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was a weird, because my drum skins are reflective, monitors and things are reflective. I don't know whether it was a bit of an optical illusion as well. So I did some testing, and I couldn't find anything. But obviously, I wasn't taking any chances last night. It was like, right, okay, everything's turning off.
You haven't got any hydraulics or something that could have sent a mist out if it had breached or anything?
Yeah, no, nothing really hydraulic. But
the one for that is normally the piston in a chair. That's normally, if you get like a weird spray of half smoke in that's normally the piston in the chair failing, which is normally an error. Oh, there you go.
Don't use the hydraulic one anymore.
Well, yeah, because mostly if something goes wrong with them, you can theoretically launch yourself through the sky to the moon with them.
Yeah. Had it been particularly humid, mildly, it's quite dry in the studio.
With air conditioning in there, yeah, it would be.
Oh my god, it actually is. Right. Spice, baby. Okay. I really hope that the carrier fits. In what I've built.
We can find out later. Yeah, it's not a problem. It's as long as it's like a 7x4 is kind of the square that you want for it.
I made it with triangles, so we'll see.
Okay. Triangles are the best shape.
It's true.
This time I'm definitely gonna have enough fuel. Don't worry. My entire inventory is just full of fuel.
Home sweet home. I need to finish this base. I put so much effort into the start, and then I was like,
That's how a lot of the bases go. Like, it can be a lot to build a really nice base. Like if you're still progressing through the game, sometimes just be like, you know what, I don't feel like making this change yet or making this upgrade, like because it's more energy than it feels. Or you're like, oh well, when I unlock more stuff or when I've got more things, I'll need to work out what it is then. It'll be a bunch of different things. Make sure you bring some welding wire back with you as well, by the way. That would probably be safe to have.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, I didn't start that.
Okay, stuck on the terrain.
My spice thingy isn't making melange, and I don't know why.
Has it not got enough water?
Oh, it needs water, doesn't it?
Yes.
That might be it. I might have exhausted all of the water in my base.
Sizer, I do use a still tent, yes, when I'm out and about scouting, but not that often. I'm going to be real with you. I carry it because it would be nice to have. It's not like a vital thing. Start with golf.
Let's set some neighbors.
Oh yeah, if you're cold, they're cold. Oh, thanks, Sherpa. Appreciate that.
Human juice.
I'm not sure how I feel about that, but fine.
What? Human juice?
Yeah.
You're not a fan of human juice?
Not normally.
Fremen slurp slurp?
Fremen slurp slurp, that's a different flavor. I'm fine with Fremen slurp slurp.
As I like to call them, a straw mate. Just get your friend, stick a straw in them. The Fremen way. Stay hydrated.
Hi Bailey, you're back. Yeah. Oh. What's that? It's cold and you demand chicken? What a surprise. The skin on my glider is the Atreides swatch with the Harkonnen skin. So Atreides pattern body, but Harkonnen colors. Shut the window he went out from because he's now inside through the front door. Are you in the kitchen? Are you checking the kitchen for food? Meow. You're having a clean. Cats, honestly. How's your doggo, Greg?
Oh. So close. He's good. He's good. Glad to have him back.
Was he happy to see you guys? I bet he was.
He was so happy. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed that. Judged perfectly.
Apognum, you shouldn't be milking the off-worlders. Okay, you didn't crash, therefore it was meant to be. That's how I feel about my connection issues.
I'm really, curious as to what could be causing that.
I don't know, but it's not unique to me. It's a shared thing with a bunch of other people who are also playing, so I know that it's a general issue.
Okay.
It might be tied to anything from the Steam user ID all the way through to the fact that we're in the UK. Like, it could be anything. Like,
Yeah.
it could be that I'm on, BT or something. They don't like BT. Who knows? Like, zone name.
Right, okay. Let's go. Oh. The landing gear didn't even start to deploy you, so you had plenty of room. It's true. But I still got to pull off those sick moves.
That's the only kind of sand that Greg likes. It's from sand. Yes, Ruchi. Correct.
I'm on Leela Connect, Dumas, which is they only supply to Stoke-on-Trent, but I get a gig parallel up and down for £35 a month with a static IP.
Nice.
Which is pretty insane. Considering that if I wanted Virgin, I get a gig down on 100 up for 80 quid a month.
Oof.
I can go to the 2.5 gig connection for a whole 65 quid a month, which I have been tempted to. I don't know why I would need that. Even running servers and stuff.
I mean, who knows?
Alpha Ninja, thanks for the raid.
The true streamer is back. Yes, correct, chat. Yeah, you just chilling.
Bailey.
Yeah, you are.
After I've gotten loads of spice, I'm going to need to get Stravidium. Because I believe I have quite a bit of titanium, but no Stravidium.
If that's the case, fly yourself out to Foxtrot 8. There is a research station there, which is in a that's a really good research station to run because it's a really easy one, and there's an awfully large amount of Stravidium around it, so we can fill up your assault thopter while you're here.
Nice. Oh well, I'm gonna take more spice back first, and then I'll.
Yep. The
Cool.
Atreides body shadow being isn't currently available, but it will come back at some point in the future, likely in November. I would expect some news when they do the next dev interview, which is coming shortly, soon. TM.
Codespace, how much? Because I've been running a Minecraft server. Because I have a Minecraft server that I'm putting together modded, which I'm hoping can support up to 100 people. Thing is, it would need to make money for me to upgrade my internet.
That's often the problem with home-hosted Minecraft servers. Like, there's a level of cost to it that, as you scale up, that was not very pleasant.
Thing is, the cluster I'm building, which is out of, you know, like, oh, I've pre-gen the whole map. Whole map is pre-gened. It takes up two. What was it last count? Like, oh no, I've multiple servers, so I've I think it was 1.2 terabytes. It's a big map, but I'm actually splitting it now into multiple servers.
Okay.
To sort of like
segmenting it to reduce the load on the servers effectively, yeah.
Because it's modded. When you start using machines and everything, it gets a little bit, you know, well, it consumes a lot of processing power. So
yes.
I'm splitting things across servers. And I've also got a cool idea for, like, people will have to buy a pass to... They'll have a main server, and then they'll have to have a pass to go into the other servers to raid other people and stuff. I will stop talking about it because I'll go on for hours, but...
No, it's something that in future I want to open up to the community. We were talking about it before TwitchCon, weren't we? Like, you know, it'd be nice to have some Minecraft stuff going on. And block game's obviously an option on one side, but people aren't block game fans. There might be other things that they want to do.
Yeah. Basically, I had the Threadripper system I had running it, but the clock speed wasn't good enough single core. So
yeah, dude,
I've gone to four mini PCs that have, well, basically varied CPUs, but they run anything between. I have them locked at 5.1 to 5.6 gigahertz.
Why in 2025?
And two machines with 5.1. So.
Jeez. Why in 2025 is Minecraft still single core and single threaded? Like
Java.
Yeah, but why not address that 10 versions ago?
That's not rendering. Because it's because of the way Java actually works. That's why Bedrock is a thing.
Yeah.
Okay. This is. I am having to. Oh, the terrain generated. That's nice.
Oh yeah. Sometimes you just don't get terrain until later. That's. Don't worry, we've got terrain at home.
Yeah. So you can actually make Java Minecraft sort of multi-threaded.
Yes.
There are mods to do it, and I have all of those mods installed and configured correctly. So the server, considering it's modded, runs very well. Even on the fact that I actually talked to a friend who runs a load of Minecraft servers, and he was like, the fact that you have, with what you had running it, you were able to get that many players on was impressive, because it was only running at the single core that was running it was only running at 3.5 gigahertz. The moment I moved it to my audio PC, which can do, I've got it locked at 5.5 gigahertz, didn't even touch the sides, which was when I was like, right, okay, instead of me going for high multi-core and sort of trying to virtualize, I went for these mini PCs. So I can have...
we can do single core, but do it real well.
Yeah, exactly. And they use... Like, I can have those 4 machines running, and it doesn't even touch the amount that the single Threadripper was consuming in electricity.
That sounds about right.
So I have more performance for less cost.
Less cost, yeah. Makes perfect sense.
But yeah, no, I'm gonna. I just need to actually finish installing everything on the cluster, set it up as a cluster, and then I'll have the server live again. At which point I'll be opening it up like to the wide world.
The wide world. What about? Why are you shouting at everyone? What's up? You want to be involved? You want to play Minecraft too, or you want to have a clean? You want to have a clean.
I would love Bailey to play Minecraft.
Officially endorsed Minecraft server by Bailey. Is that what we're saying?
Thousands of people queuing up to play.
I mean,
I'd
fair.
queue to play with the server with Bailey.
I'd probably queue to play as well. Although B would probably just be like, "This is mine. This is mine. This house is mine. I like this. I don't like this house. You can keep it. This house is mine."
And then 5 minutes later, no, I like it now. This is mine now.
Yes, I keep this. I made this. That's how he feels about one of the windowsills in the house at the moment. That's his. That's if anyone else goes there, he gets cross with them.
Sophie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Sound like Stewie Griffin. Cool whip.
God.
Did I just awaken something?
Exactly. It just brings it all back.
Say cool, cool. Say whip, whip. Say cool whip, cool whip. Oh no, my suspensor belt is about to break.
Oh no. Anyway. Okay, I'm on my way back to the base. We have more spice sand available. We want more spice, right? You want more spice?
I want more spice.
Okay, good.
It's perfect timing because I just got back into the deep desert.
Excellent.
From another run.
I'm 8,000 meters and closing.
I'm erect. Tick. I'm not. Sorry. Tick. Tick. Tick.
Hello, Sophie. Welcome on in. That's deeply funny, Greg. I'm sorry, but that just is. That just is.
It makes me. The thing is, it always makes me worry because if someone came in and didn't understand they had Tourette's, they would be like, "Well, that's it. Never watching this stream again."
I feel like some people might have done that,
just
but
left,
if that's their loss. To be honest with you, that's how that works. I would never do that. Don't worry, Prism. He's my sweet baby boy. Look at him. He's just curled up on the floor, just chilling.
Talking about Bailey.
Yeah.
I was
just... it's the old shot collar jokes. You know, don't shock him kind of thing. There's been a few of those.
Oh yeah.
That's that wild thing on the internet.
Yeah, that whole thing happened at TwitchCon.
Well, just before it, yeah.
Oh no, has not told you about that.
No, I don't think so.
To not have a stream and ask it.
Okay.
I'm not going to say on stream.
Fair. Rough.
Yeah, you'll be just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think one of the other things I want to get sorted is a tiny activatable mic for B. Yes, that'd be good.
This is the midnight code space. Yes. Sorry, you said you want. I cut you off.
I need like a mic of some kind, which is just specifically for Bailey when he comes in and shouts, so I can enable it so that people can hear him.
Oh, you could get something that would clip to his collar.
He doesn't have a collar, and he won't wear one.
Tiny. Oh, fair enough. Well, in that case, no. You could use. You know what you could do, which would be really smart. Get a tiny shotgun microphone and attach it to the top of a PTZ camera, which then follows him around, which would mean you get like a cone of audio that follows him around.
I think that would be great. Ideal. I think everyone in chat is now interested in being able to hear Bailey shouting as he walks around.
Everyone needs to hear that.
Yeah. He's so loud though. Like even the vets who came to visit while I was at TwitchCon, they were like, he's so vocal. And like he just But like me, it's getting me to shut up. That's the trick. That's the whole thing. Bailey just wants chicken. At least he's obvious what he wants. Me, I just get distracted.
But I do listen to Gunship as well, Codespace. I love synthwave. Synthwave is one of my favorite like genres at the moment.
2 points this way.
Tick.
Okay.
Oh, there we
I
go.
can't believe your tick was the specific sequence of sounds enough to disconnect me.
Yeah, just it's like at the in the core when he sings that note and he gets free cell service for the rest of his life.
Exactly.
You only been to the deep desert once. It's an interesting experience. I, for now, have gotten so accustomed to Kronos disconnecting that I'm not even worried about the worm. I'm just going to let whatever fate deals me, just, Greg's tick speak modem. Be tick.
I like that you have dial up for a tick.
Tick. Yep.
It kind of makes me feel weird that there are some people alive today, like who are active on the internet, and, like every day will be on the internet and have never heard the dial-up tone, like themselves.
They will never experience the, being on the internet and the phone rings.
Yep, all the time.
Anyone been eaten by the worm? I have. In the very start of the game, I tried to run across the massive gap in the Haga Basin that you get to after like the very starting area. I was like, oh, I didn't realize that walk without rhythm,
Yep.
didn't apply, and I got munched.
Yeah,
it was in like my first 2 hours of playing.
I can't believe that you walked with rhythm.
For a drummer, yeah, I'm so surprised.
Yeah. Terrible.
Greg
Terrible
is an
behavior.
AOL CD. My parents still use their AOL email, and I am just surprised the fact that AOL still has email servers.
I was going to say, I'm surprised that AOL is still functional.
Yep. Nope, their emails, you can't sign up for an email.
You still have one. Okay.
I still have one somewhere. I've got a Hotmail.
I've got a Hotmail. I've got several Gmails.
No.
Nice.
Sorry, just
no apologizing. That's great. We love this. Good energy. I still think that there will be times when I'm going to bring you along to things. I'm just not going to warn people on purpose that you have Tourette's because I'm going to find it funny. That's my only concern. Because that's exactly the kind of thing that I would do. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, at least I'm being upfront about it.
I once got invited to a party, which I can't tell you what it was, because technically it was under NDA, and it still might be, so I'm not going to risk it. But this party included a lot of very, very pompous, rich people.
Okay.
And I didn't tell anyone I had Tourette's on purpose. Because I just was, I had no respect for any of them. I was like, you know what, fuck it.
Perfect. That's
needless to say, that was an interesting evening.
Like I said, sometimes it's just really convenient to have something like that, so you can just kind of mess around for a bit. You just don't tell someone that you've got Tourette's. Accidentally lean on someone's foot if they're being racist in public with a cane. All kinds of fun things that
just accidentally.
Accidentally was the operative word there. If anyone challenged it in a court of law.
Oh yeah, no what, dude? You say I'm now worried because I say so many things jokingly, and them being taken seriously has taken a whole new level with ticks. I have had to take a lot of time in my life to explain to people what Tourette's is. Before it was known, and my Tourette's would shout stuff, I've been in positions where, I mean, it's even the film that's out, I swear, shows like John in positions where his Tourette's has done stuff like knock drinks out of people's hands. I've had to like run for my life several times because of what my Tourette's has shouted or done. So so again, it was one of the reasons I was worried about the IRL streamers at TwitchCon, because if my Tourette's shouted the wrong thing, and it was, oh jeez, not fun.
You got to laugh about that, haven't you, afterwards?
Well, that's the thing. If you don't take a lot of people when I tick around them, they'll go, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh." And I'm like, no, please laugh, because if you laughed, it was a positive thing rather than you being silent and offended. If you laugh, I know I'm like not off the hook, but it diffuses the situation.
Like I said, when I was a teenager, I had a friend with Tourette's, so I'm very used to just having to laugh along. Like, it's just hilarious because, like, some of the stuff that you say will be so out of left field, but it still kind of makes sense. Those are the best tics, I think, because that makes it even more funny. Because
it's the contextual ones.
Oh yeah.
That are just...
And the problem is that I can't, like, the really funny ones during dinner when we were at TwitchCon the final evening. I don't remember what the really funny one was, but I remember laughing so hard that I genuinely couldn't breathe, and I was in pain. That's the kind of conversation I enjoy. I won't remember exactly what it was that did it, but that's exactly what I would enjoy. And I think that's fine.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think is I'm trying to remember what the one that made you laugh was, because it was so hilarious, but at the same time, I have so many tics that I've gotten to the point where I can't retain them because there are so many. Yeah,
makes sense.
You just make whooping noises throughout the day. Yeah, there are varying levels of Tourette's, the real Joe Green. I have what you call full-blown Tourette's, or as the Americans call it, super Tourette's. But
of course.
My daughter has not the speaking, but just the moving. Yeah, so I have physical and vocal tics, and the physical ones are horrendous. So annoying. I used to have this one where no matter what I was doing, if someone said pop, just the word pop, my tic would like blow up my cheeks and then slam my hands on my cheeks to make a big popping sound. Oh, there was a time where I couldn't eat broccoli. I don't know what it was, but I would just throw broccoli.
Okay. Later 7.
You don't seem that bad, to be honest. What, my Tourette's?
I mean, you manage it very, very well now. Yeah, that's I think the key thing is it's such an interesting and specific way that you have of managing it, because, like you say, that constant rhythm of doing the drumming in your head allows you to kind of maintain a count almost across everything else, and kind of keeps you from ticking, which is so fascinating. It keeps your brain focused in this the right way.
For anybody wondering what Kronos is talking about there, basically when I had my first drum lesson when I was 15, I picked up the sticks, I played my first beat, and my Tourette's just stopped, and I cried my eyes out. And since then I've taught myself to multitask constantly. So right now I'm playing drums in my head, and it will, for the most part, stop my Tourette's. So a lot of people think I don't have... It took me 15 years to learn, but it means I am not medicated. I don't have to have medication, because they put me on medication when I was 6 for it. They were like, oh, let's give him an antipsychotic, which they told us was a Tourette's drug. But long story short, I now don't tic. I do have ADHD. I also have autism. I also have cataplexy and a load of other stuff.
You really rolled a 1 on the Constitution roll, didn't you? Like, for that,
dude,
for the brain constitution.
My medical file is over 460 pages long.
That's where all your reading skill went, isn't it?
Yeah, but so basically, a lot of people, when I say I've got Tourette's, they're like, oh, you're really not that bad. But I can choose to stop drumming in my head, and when I do, it comes back so fast and I can't talk. I am ticking so much I can't actually hold a conversation. But again, people then, unfortunately, because I've learned to control it like that, a lot of people then accuse me of faking it if they're like, oh, well, you know, because I don't turn off the drumming, shall we say, in my head. It's the easiest way to say it. I don't turn it off often. But when I'm like really fatigued, I just can't keep that mental level of concentration going up. And then people are like, well, you're obviously faking it because it came back and you're just putting it on. I'm like, oh, well, here we freaking are.
Anyone who claims that you're faking it, like I said, those of you who are wondering, there is a female stream with Tourette's, Exploded Monkey. Sweet Anita is very well known for it. There is a great clip of Greg and Anita in a car together, because the two of them know each other, just setting off each other's tics. Like, there's no way of faking that, but my God, that's fucking funny. Like,
the whole... The other thing as well is a lot of people, a lot of people do the whole thing with like, oh, I wish I had, the amount of times I've heard someone say, I wish I had Tourette's, I could get away with anything. And the thing is, I've spent all of my life trying to convince people that Tourette's is not just bad behavior. When I was a kid, the amount of people who called it bad behavior was horrendous. So I would never fake a tick, because the moment you fake one, you lose people's trust, and all of that trust I have spent time, my whole life gaining would just disappear out the window immediately.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So if you follow the edge of this and make this the outer edge of the circle, and then spiral in from there, you'll likely be crossing open sand each time you do this for a while when we're going over it. But it's the best way of dealing with this large compactor circle.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, like the sort of thing.
Sector weather alert.
Oh,
Large
sandstorm.
That's fine. We can deal with that. That's how I feel about my leg pain as well. I was told quite early on that I was faking my leg pain. And
oh my god,
like very, very early on I think I was like 13, the doctors were like, well, there's no real reason why you'd be having this pain. It might be growth pains, but you're probably faking it. I'm like, well, I'm not faking it because, fine.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
With the rise of like TikTok and everything, there have been so many people on TikTok specifically TikTok, who have faked Tourette's just for views.
Wild.
And it is horrendous. But there's also people who fake physical issues. I'm like, what possessed you to do that? Sorry, I apologize.
Nah, it's triggering. Exactly. That's fine. Let me just ask a couple of questions in chat. So drops are live. Anyone who's watching mine or Greg's channel, you will be getting drops already just by watching. Even if you're in adverts, even whatever's going on, like the drops progress will be counting for you now just by watching. You can use exclamation point drops in my channel. You must claim them sometimes. I don't actually. I think the drops. I think these ones are actually the ones that you can just watch through, and you will claim all three of them. It depends on how they're set. Yeah. Slower is faster because we're going to be going over this twice, and going at 20 kilometers an hour versus 8 kilometers an hour, going over twice in constant movement is just as efficient, and means that we can get more of the spice harvested up, so it's not any less efficient. And if you don't like the music, that is entirely your choice. I'm not going to force you to listen to it, Proxy. You can go check out Greg's channel where he has different music, so you should do that if you don't like the music on my channel.
I really want Twitch, and again, I pushed them about this at TwitchCon. I was like, look, the fact that we have VOD audio as a separate channel means that we should... Did you just land on purpose?
Yes, I did.
Cool. Means that we should have a third channel for music, so you could have the ability for users to mix.
Yep.
I'm not going to go too far. All right, you're back in the air.
Fine.
Cool.
Yeah, I was doing a quick repair, so it looked like I missed a couple of my wings when I was doing stuff.
A large sandstorm is
Things aren't considered severe. Oh, yeah, I hate that mentality, Herbological Society. Give me the spice. Tick.
Good tick. Sometimes your ticks are based.
Uppies. Oh, that was coming straight for me there. Oh, I'm glad I was not watching the other way.
See, uppies is a great word. Like no one's gonna mishear you when you're saying the word uppies. It's very distinct.
No.
That's our code word. That's what we do every time. I think we can probably move around this storm. But there's still time for more spice.
I'm still getting the red. Oh no, it's subsiding. Okay, I think he's gone. Are we moving around the...
I heard the one, and also Bailey arrived, so I was distracted for a little bit.
Fair. It's better safe than sorry. Oopsie daisies. All of a sudden, thank you so much for the follow.
There we go. I'll
there for a second.
bring you back down. Even if I did disconnect, it's just storm damage.
Sorry, yes. Sorry, I'm trying to lean away from the microphone when
That's
I tick.
fine. That's fine. You're doing a good job of it. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what the crawler vacuum is meant to do. That's exactly what's going on there.
My wife is going through all of the stuff to do with getting diagnosed with EDS, Karaya. So yep.
That's one of those chronically underdiagnosed conditions.
Look at all that lean. Oh, that's gonna misses, isn't it? The sandstorm.
It looks like it might catch. So there's actually those clouds you can see are just kind of a visual effect. There is actually a kind of a circle inside there, which is actually where it is, and the radius can kind of vary slightly. I think that part of the sandstorm, like part of the area, will have actually been inside the sandstorm, which is why we were getting that warning, but we didn't get the 1 minute warning where I am here. So I think actually where we were on the edge of the sand field here, I can't ping right now.
Yeah, we would have gotten. I can see that being covered by the visual effect, let alone.
Like, we're actually very close here to just being very on the edge. Like, so here we go. It's now moving away. And the worm's busy being a big bitch at the same time, so that's a whole thing. Hi, Emperor Bailito. How are you doing? Meow meow, Emperor Bailito Atreides. Meow meow. Yeah.
Okay. All because I'm not flexible enough. I'm not flexible. I can't even do that thing where you like touch your hands behind your back. Can't do it. Not flexible enough. Actually impairs me as a drummer not being that flexible. This is a nice.
The stars are not in position for that flexibility.
No, not today. Oh wait.
Not do it.
Okay, I have about just under 3/4 worth of fuel. I don't have another fuel cell.
I do, we're good.
Because I gave them to you. No, I know EDS isn't just hypermobile. There's lots to it. I was just saying in the commenting on my own flexibility. Used to be able to do that. Then I dislocated my collarbone. Now I'm less flexible. Oof. I've dislocated both my knees. That wasn't fun.
That's a bit careless.
I did do it by coming off a half pipe.
That sounds about right. Are you listening to me because you want more fuss? Oh, sorry, Bailey wants more attention. He's not ready for me to do any more sound recording.
That's fine. We'll wait for Bailey. It's fine. Winky can just watch you while you do this. Winky's watching you play with you. No.
That was very nearly very good.
That was a tick.
Yep, that was great. Enjoyed that. I know where that one was going immediately.
Yep, we all know where that was going. There was no hidden double entendres there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that was definitely not going to be, anything specific.
Not letting the cat out of the bag. Oh, sometimes I'm disgraced at my own brain.
Yep, it's in the stream title if you want to find Gregor's channel. How much spice you can have in the crawler? In this one, we've got the upgraded spice container.
Mr. Gurgles tick. Oh
my god, Mr. Gurg, that's great. Next time I'm going to put that in the title.
Only sticks. I considered getting the domain only sticks at one point.
That would have been also would have been very funny. Yeah, I agree.
Mr. Gurgles. Oh my god. Mr.
Can you ask why Winky is in a not specifically named chair? You can ask. The answer is Winky is just watching. Winky likes to watch.
He's an excellent chef because he can cook. Oh, I'm so sorry, Winky. Oh my god.
Chat, clip it. Clip it.
Oh no. Oh. It's been a long week.
Oh my god.
Winky, I love you. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's a 10 out of 10, that one.
This is why I don't clip like my gaming streams. I would go viral for the wrong reasons instantly.
Oh yeah. If Winky was watching, he'd be very upset. But that's
Fine,
that is the level of comment that you made. Like you made like a sequence of them, one after the other at dinner, and I just couldn't handle it. Like it was a series of things of that tier or higher. And
oh, tier? Are we starting a
Okay.
like a ranking list of my Tourette's now?
Oh yeah.
My tics
All right.
now?
Cross inside here on this patch. So you cross inside onto this the bit you've already done over here. And then start harvesting inwards.
Am I on that? Yeah, there we go. Cool.
And then I would say make sure you angle to the outer edge here and then cut back in
Yeah,
and again
so-
at the far end, so we can slowly work down the stuff as we go. Yeah, perfect.
I'm glad I filled up on water. Right, I'm gonna cut back in.
Yep.
You spin me. Tick.
That's just
What was
something
that thing?
exploding. That was probably a ship crash.
Oh right, yeah, they
Sound
happen. I forget.
There was no shockwave that normally comes with a spice blow that was nearby, so I'm assuming it was a ship crash.
I'll give you a spice blow. Tick. Sorry. Cool. Cool.
Great Dune-related one. Nice.
Valdoon the Bear, thank you so much for the follow. The thing is, like, with the ticks, I've always tried to keep my own channel, especially with the drumming, like away from the whole Tourette's.
That's true, yeah. You don't make it part of
Virality.
your identity, exactly. It's not something you're doing
Well,
out of choice. It's just literally a byproduct, and it would feel like you were doing it for the attention, I guess, maybe, if you were doing it
Yeah.
as part
I
of the
spent
focal
25
point.
years of my life promoting Tourette's. It was time to be It was time to be Greg rather than not the guy who shouts chicken fucker.
Yes, yeah. Time to be Mr. Greggles, not
Yeah.
chicken fucker. Yeah, that was a good time for the ads.
Thank you for the follow.
You having a nice clean there,
Dragon
B?
Daddy. Dragon Daddy. Sorry, thank you for the tick. Tea Time Fudge, thank you so much for the follow as well. Okay, I'm going to get this last bit of the end of this circle, and then we'll work it
Perfect.
around.
Well, no, you just work your way
Amico
over
Gaming
the.
as well. Thank you for the follow.
Basically, just keep
Say that
working your
again.
way over the gap. Like you'll go over the open sand a few times, but just make sure you gather up every bit of spice in there and just kind of make it into a circle and keep going for a while.
Tick.
Your ticks know what's up. Snorting spice is the best way to go.
You're up.
There's my crash.
Oh, that was at the worst time.
It's been a while since I lost worm breach.
Yeah,
If there
but
is a
that's the
worm breach, you
problem.
can get into the carrier quickly as the pilot, and
Like that.
I'm hoping so.
How do I pick up?
See over it, you'll see like it press and hold C, and you'll see a. I'm on top. That's fucking hilarious. If I'm on
Nope,
top of the
nope.
vehicle, that's fine. If I'm on the ground, I can do.
Are you good? I got it. Oh, there he goes. Oh, no, Kronos, no,
Nope. Nope. Sorry, Bailey. Game bugged and I couldn't do anything. Yeah,
Oh, dude.
that's fine. Shit happens. Just disconnect. I'll replace my stuff. These things happen.
Rip.
No, these things happen,
Where do
like
you
I
want me
said.
to go?
You can fly back south.
How do I fly
Yeah.
this?
Oh, you just fly in a straight line. Right shift is your friend. It's the auto fly.
Does-
Base is up.
Wait.
Same stuff as normal.
I didn't know autofly existed. Okay,
These
that
things
is
happen.
scary. I saved the spice though,
You just save the spice. That's the main thing.
and the carrier, and the. Okay. Whew, that was.
The challenge will be that I
Those
don't think you have enough
disconnects
fuel.
Really, really do not. Say that again.
You'll lose all items when character. I've already lost all my items on my character.
Oh, I hope we have enough fuel to get back. We're at about a third. Is that enough? Wait, where am I? Where's the? Oh, I need to head there. Right. Okay.
Let's see what I started and died with. No, see, I've lost everything apart from my ornithopter.
Yeah, you do lose everything when you get eaten.
Yeah.
It's the only time you will lose everything.
Yeah.
Even if you get killed in PvP, if you die to NPCs or anything like that, you get to keep your stuff. The worm wipes you.
Yep.
Which
Like
is
I
why
said,
it's
I shouldn't have run really. I should have. There wasn't really much I could do though. Should have saved my my Bindu sprint. Didn't have a lot of time. I fucked that up. No, that's on me. I should have done better with that. I could have done better. And lessons learned. The vehicle recovery tool is nice. At least I can get my ornithopter back. So you know I'm actually back and able to fly again.
Oh, your ornithopter got destroyed. Does that not wipe it?
Not anymore.
You don't have to build
You can
a new
now
one.
the vehicle recovery system, which is now in, means that if a vehicle is destroyed or goes missing, you can get it back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I lost one of my vehicles in the radiation zone previously, and I had to build a whole new one to then go out and try and pick it up. And by the time I did that, it was destroyed.
Oh yeah, that happens. That happens all the time. It's 100% a thing. Okay, the only thing I'm concerned about is do I have enough of... Okay, I have one Shaddam's bladder. That's annoying. Hoping I had two. That is my first... Well, again, I'm not sure I would have died there if it hadn't been for the disconnect bug, so I'm not really sure if I'm going to count it or not. It's a bit of a difficult one. That one probably counts. That's my first death that I could probably have stopped or possibly have stopped since the start of the game. I'm just gonna fly back and quickly replace some of my stuff. Just give me a moment. Like I said, these things happen. This is one of those things. So be it. Like,
It is a
ooh.
part of the game. Paul, thank you for the 5-month reset, man.
Now you know how a carrier works. It might be a good time for me to be in the Sandcore and you to be in the carrier, because that way, if something goes, if I disconnect, you can just pick me up.
That is a good point. We will need to fix the either the wings or refuel. I will let you judge on how long we've got left on the wings.
I'll do a repair. The worm knows that the bugs are delicious. Yeah, glorious splat. Yeah, the worm knows that I'm possibly delicious. Happens.
It's now like it's like TikTok, the crocodile out of Peter Pan.
Oh yeah, that's exactly how it works. Yeah, that's what it's based on. What would be it'd probably be a good time for you to fly some of your spice back home while I'm just getting myself kitted up again. I should to make myself a new set of kit.
I'm still making my way back to the base.
You're making your way downtown. Are you flying fast? Rock Island's Pass and you're homebound.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry. Is there a Steam achievement for getting eaten? I think there is. Isn't there?
There is. Yeah, there's a Steam achievement for. That was a good tick. Good job. I'm proud. I was kind of hoping, to be honest. And as soon as you started making the noise, I was like, you know what? Mission success.
My best Terry Crews impression.
That was loud. I apologize, Mivixov, but to me, worth it. Worth. To all of you as well out there who are listening in to get your drops, I know that you also think it was worth it. I did indeed just get nommed due to the disconnect bug, so these things happen, like I said. On the bright side, it's the emptiest my inventory's ever been, and wow, I forgot I didn't have a suspensor belt on. I didn't need that health anyway. Okay, nice. So we want vehicle welding tool. I take 2 of these. Take 1 power pack. I take a Holtzman shield. Don't use that power pack.
Let's turn Greg into a soundboard. It's basically been my whole life, Mohawk.
Greggles.gg.
Greggles.gg.
Or
Yeah.
just greg.gg, so it spells Greg. Another Kind's cut array.
I'm wondering whether you could get .les.
Quite possibly.
I did not know you could auto fly, by the way.
Yes,
Look,
yeah.
man, no hands.
You can
Tick.
auto run, auto fly, auto
Worst
drive.
rank ever. Tick.
Evie, if you want to come play Dune, you are welcome to give it a go. I think it would be fun to steal all the stuff from Winky's base, personally, for you. I think that would be a good use of your time in Dune.
That would be so mean.
Winky wouldn't notice. He'd be watching. Okay, let's see. I've got one or two
I
Hallex
love that.
picks.
Actually, yes. Oh,
Looked up the clip. I couldn't get my thought because of the backup tool out. It wouldn't let me. I was pressing escape. I was pressing different buttons, but the game wasn't letting me. As soon as it dragged my camera in for the worm, what's the word? The worm effect. That was it. I lost complete control of my character.
yeah.
Oh no.
Operation
Anyway.
Steel Winky shit. No grinding for me.
Actually, I'm not even going to make an ancient way because the ancient way is now shit. They've ruined it. Yeah.
Sadness. Hey,
Yep.
Bora.
But it also means I'm carrying less stuff as well, which is actually quite nice because I have a habit of carrying quite a lot of things.
You can also then carry more spice.
That's true, and I love carrying
Think about
spice.
the games.
I can also carry more friends, which is helpful.
I like carrying friends.
These things happen. Like I said, that's my first eating since excuse me, since the game came out. So one of these things happen. Reduced stamina gain while sprinting. I don't need, but what I do want is a pincushion helmet. I want circuit gauntlets.
Oh, I don't want to be. Shit! No! 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 No!
What are you doing?
Nothing. Not dropping the. Not dropping the sandcrawler. What are you talking about?
I would rather you didn't drop the sandcrawler. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good job. Glad we had this talk.
It's fine. I didn't drop it. What are you talking about? That didn't happen. I
We've
didn't
all been
realize
there.
that shift
Oh
was
yeah,
the thing that dropped
yes.
it.
That's a good lesson to learn.
I am so low on fuel. Holy crap.
If you need to stop at an island and fly back a different way, you should do so.
I've got about a fifth,
A fifth? Okay.
and I'm
What
yeah, I
what
just
cell are
got
you
the
in?
low fuel thing. Oh my god, why does my view keep doing that? And I can see where the base is.
Okay, you should be fine. Needs to make a personal light. You go there, you go there. I'm going to need to make a Dune. Well, I don't actually think I need the Dune watch. I don't use a sniper rifle very often. Let's run a more pared down kit.
Right. I've just seen the time. Just because we do have to I'm gonna have to go and walk the pooch.
Walk the pooch? That makes sense. Oh, I don't have the
Mm.
Lita Johns though. That sucks. That's
So
a
what I
good
might do
loss.
is drop the spice off we've got, take a couple of runs back to my base of what you're happy to give me.
Take
and then
all of the spice. I don't care.
Ooh. I will actually be able to make tier 6 gear now. I'm very excited.
Very exciting, isn't it?
Where am I dropping?
What else
this?
have I got in here? I've got Thif's Best. I don't need to carry. Full Suspensors. Oh, I do
How do
actually have a Shadam's Bladder
Yeah.
that I've got
Is
saved.
it just C to drop?
Yeah,
Oh, there we go.
you just lower it down the same way you did before.
And it disconnects. Amazing. I'll just land this here. That will need refueling.
That's fine. I can bring some fuel back. Hello, little lordship. What are you doing? What are you doing just sat there being a little goblin? You asking for attention? That's unlike you.
Can't transfer any out to the storage left, so I'm just going to take what I've got left in my assault back and then come back for more.
Man, it's almost like past me left a nearly full kit to replace my stuff if I ever lost it.
That planning, though. Whee!
Yeah, I've got 10 of those. Air kit. What else goes in here? I need a constructor. Did the devs find the cause of the old disappearing base many months ago? It was an issue to do with the Solido, not the Solido replicator, to do with the contact between the base and the ground itself, which is obviously a very interesting bug to have. But basically, it lost track of all of the foundations, and therefore it just immediately all broke apart. It was fixed when the Solido replicators were fixed, apparently. It's just an interesting bug. We're now a bit more careful about how we deploy our bases down in future, so that's stopped any of the risk from that. What was I doing? I came here to make something.
Oh, I swallowed air the wrong way.
Please stop dying live on air. You know that's against terms of service.
Get so much spice compared to doing it manually. Wait, did you say dying is against terms of service?
Yes.
Yes, I know.
As it stands, dying on stream is actually against terms of service. I don't know why that would be a shock to anyone, but hey. Yeah, I'll take the Mark V compactor with me, because that's actually, there's no reason not to carry that. I need 3 batteries. Heavy darts next.
Today.
Oh, hello, you've moved up there, have you? You want me to open the window because it's dark and cold outside and you think that you want the window open? Okay. Glad I've got a heat fan because you are a silly cat, aren't you? Yeah. 150... 270 of them. 66.
Sorry, just texting Nos.
That's all right. I'll do the same thing.
She's like, hi.
Greetings, Greg.
Greetings. Like,
So, have you received enough spice?
well, when I get it all back to my base, yes.
Okay, good. We like
Thank you
spice
very
here.
much. That is more than I could have hoped to get in 50, 60 manual trips.
Like I said, I'm happy to help people catch up and stuff. It's half the fun, I think. Like there's so
I'm doing it with Drew at the moment.
nice.
He
Yeah,
jumped on and I got him like level 5 gear.
yeah. Well, tier 5. Jumping ahead. Yeah.
Tier 5, not level 5.
Duralamin.
I'm hoping I have enough storage for all of this.
The chances are you won't. Now you see why the
No worries,
repositories
mate.
just have the stuff that we have on. Like, this is why I run the repository base the way I do. Like, you just kind of cram stuff into it and just kind of hope for the best. But like, the fact that I just lost a full end game kit and like everything in it, and yeah, I've already replaced all of it, and I'm still running around in the same gear as I was, but I'm running a more efficient build than I was. Like, that's actually just kind of underlines just to me how far ahead in the game we are. It's kind of ridiculous. Like,
I need to actually like spend some time organizing my base because currently it is not organized at all. Oh, before we go, once you're back and you've refueled your,
I need to fly I need to get my carrier, don't I?
Yeah. Hey, Digital Nuo. Oh, I also realized I probably need to make some more fuel. I don't have any on me.
Easily done. What do I have here?
This has been a really fun stream, though. Thank you, man.
I'm
really
glad
enjoyed
you're
it.
having fun. I've still got plenty of energy, so I'm just gonna keep going. I don't know when I'm gonna stop.
I would. If we didn't have to, Nos said she's jumping in the bath to relax because she's finished work. So once she's finished, we'll take the dog out. So I've got a little bit more time, but I suspect my time will be.
So what you're saying is
ferrying all
I
the
should
spice
send her
back
a
and
bunch of work crises right now, just in a chain, so that she gets so that we can keep playing Dune and she can do work while in the bath on it.
As much as I'd love to continue playing Dune, I think if you do that, she'd murder us both.
Well, I've got distance on my side, so as long as I can outrun you, I think I should be good. Yeah, but she has to drive down here, and she's had a hard, long day at work. Then she's probably not going to be willing to do that. So I've got time to run.
Don't underestimate my wife's
I've still got time to run.
You think you do?
I do. I know I do.
She will find you.
I'm surprisingly quick for a cripple. Just saying. I surprised our security at TwitchCon by how fast I can move on my cane. He actually had a conversation about it, being like, "Damn, that's kind of wild." Like I said, I only have good things to say about our security guy from Twitch. I know that obviously the situation was weird out there, but like our security guy was great. I mean, you met him a few times, didn't you?
He was wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a good dude. I know I think it's easy to forget how hard the people who are working on that are working at TwitchCon. It's like even Twitch staff, like they work an insane hours during TwitchCon. It's wild.
They don't stop. They really don't stop. It's one of the things, unfortunately, why when people really go to town and dunk on Twitch, I have a lot of friends who are Twitch staff.
Oh yeah.
And they put so much hard work into it, and people only focus on the negatives. Because it's drama content, you know, and there are lots of things that definitely need to be fixed, and I'm not saying that there aren't. There's no excuse for certain things that happened, but at the same time, it's very much
it's not like
everyone's
it's
human.
Everyone at Twitch is a problem. It's that they made a few poor decisions this year that can be improved upon, and that we need to be learning on. Like I've been saying to people, like we're now in the situation where we need to be involving creators in conversations around their own safety and security. So I think that's a real learning for Twitch this time around more than anything.
But also, it's sad that we've gotten to that point, where
that's for sure.
there has to be so much. It's sad.
It's dire. I'm sure all of us kind of in a situation now where we wish that wasn't the case. It's just it's very hard to see. I still feel like I'm missing an item that's very important. I don't know what it is.
You got your vehicle backup tool. You got your welder, sniper.
Yeah, damn got my sniper. I'm not going to bother with the sniper. I'm just using a sword now.
You don't need like a radiation suit or anything.
I tend not to run with a rad suit anymore, just because I so rarely use it that the times when I do need it, I've prepared for it, so I can take it with me by decisions. I could take a still tent, but again, whenever I deal with the sandstorm, it's one that I've chosen to deal with. And I'm not sure it's worth the 2.5 volume. So I carried the still tent around. Oh, Technocat, well, I'm really glad that you had fun. It was really great meeting you at Bang as well. We had a great time. Exactly. Most streamers are great. Twitch has issues, but I think that's true of every company. And I think that's true of every, there's always gonna be one or two people who'll make the wrong call in the moment at Twitch, and there's the same thing true of streamers. Like, we were talking earlier about IRL streamers. 99% of IRL streamers are absolutely great, but it's just the one that give them a bad name or don't think in the moment. And it's very important, I think, not to lump everyone in together, because it's not fair and reasonable.
Okay, I have that's second load. Fourth.
Okay, I'm gonna fly back out and grab my. So, and I'll bring my cat. I'm good on fuel cells. Like I said, chat, these things happen. These losses happen. We deal with it. Like, I'm not gonna get mad about it. It's a game bug. No vehicle loss? Well, no, because the vehicle was regained. The vehicle recovery tool can come out. That was quite nice. I did get to try out the new feature. That was very, very nice. Thanks, Balthazar. I'll grab them after the stream. That time, not a problem. You press 1 and it leaves the tool. But I was able to use it to bring back my my ornithopter. Yes, the carrier in fast mode. I'm guessing the quickest way to get to your base, Greg, is to enter Haga Basin at the 11 o'clock mark?
Yes. It is.
It can be a little bit weird entering those top areas.
Yeah. I've just entered again.
Yep, I'm just flying to the deep desert exit with the carrier to come bring it to yours. You can probably do an assault ornithopter run of spice, like you've just left. You'll probably get back at the same time as I will. Have they optimized the game
Maybe.
some? You haven't seen anyone play it since it got released? The game is
Play
definitely an
yesterday, thanks for
improved
the start.
state. Yeah. The game is definitely improved. I think you would agree, Greg. Like, it's more stable. It seems to work better. And while there are some
100%.
connection issues, like that's all I'm facing now. The actual quality of the game itself is still pretty good.
Yeah. There has been, that's the one thing about this game as well, is there has been that constant flow of updates
Yes.
and fixes. It's not been, I like, oh, that was a hell of a way to land, Greg. I like it when you get a constant flow of updates to fix small things, etc., rather than waiting. A lot of companies are like, right, big update, nothing for a couple of months. Big update, and then it fixes the problems. Where I prefer that steady stream.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that they've done some big kind of headline updates, but this, yeah, the small little incremental ones they've done as well along the way have made a big difference. There's been a lot of quality of life improvement along there. And I think that as we go forward, things will hopefully improve and get stronger.
Yeah, I hope so.
On super low end machines, stability has improved, much less so performance. Performance has been up and down. I think performance always goes up and down for these kind of things. Okay, we end up here.
Right, okay. Oh, hello.
Greetings.
I will turn around.
Where about? That's the other side of this rock wall, isn't it?
Oh, wrong lever. Wrong lever, Grunk.
Yeah.
You're there. Yeah. So go behind that rock wall, and you'll see the hangar. So other hangar.
Other hangar.
Yep, that's what I meant. Come behind.
Okay. Oh, that's a nice looking carrier base. I like that. That's going to definitely be carrier sized.
I hope so.
Oh yeah, that's definitely
And I
carrier
created a
sized.
landing platform for it, so let's see if it actually fits. Okay, yeah. And you could even back up a bit.
Oh yeah, I was just this is the front of the pad.
Yeah, amazing. No, I didn't mean you had to back up. I was meaning as in like there is actually, thankfully, space for it.
I didn't actually realize. I couldn't actually see how high up those stairs were, and I wasn't sure if they went up or down a floor, which is why I initially avoided putting my tails over that.
Gotcha.
But like that, actually, that's a good pad. Yeah.
Like a glove.
Like a golf, because that's what it was called in the game. That's what it was called in the game.
Amazing.
I know. Ideal, right?
Okay, I built that the right size. That makes me very happy. Oh wait, I need to fix my repulsor belt and make another large fuel cell because I am out.
Never have too many fuel cells. Actually, that's not true. I've actually seen Sabu do a bunch of stuff to fuel cells, which is... You can have too many fuel cells, I will be honest. I've seen that.
They are pretty large. Right, it is enabled. What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing actual fuel cells to make the fuel cells with. Damn it. Is there any? There's sometimes they spawn under my base.
Oh, you're actually low on the actual raw cells, are you? I normally get those in the deep desert now because you can just fly around the A-band and just get loads of them.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's like one of the most rich spawns for fuel cells in the game. The A-band of the deep desert.
I'm gonna have to do that then in the
Well,
assault.
I mean, you were gonna do that with collecting Stravidium and stuff anyway, weren't you? So.
Yep. At some point. Oh, and of course my backpack is full when I want to go out and quickly grab some fuel cells.
That's how that works. It's always the least convenient moment. That's my favorite part of it, right?
Yep. Okay. I want to try and get at least another spice run in before I have to log off. And
But we go out and gather more spice, or you bring more spice back?
no, me bring more spice back. I don't have enough fuel in the assault to go there and back. I don't think. Cool. No, I don't have any. Fudge. Okay, I'm gonna have to go out and find. I know where one has spawned.
I mean,
like a fuel cell thing. So.
Yeah, that's once you like know where some of the spawns are, you'll be fine with it. But like I said, the deep desert, you can just get a bunch of them. See, Prism, I'm not going to joke about that because actually I think it's a pretty horrific thing to do to a pet, and I don't even want to joke about it because it's kind of gross. There's just no need for it.
Right, okay. I need this one. I need this. Okay. There we go. I've got enough to make a couple of large fuel cells.
Nice. I'm just
gonna have to make another full suspensor belt because mine is about to die.
I get through about a full suspensor belt a stream, if not more. I have to replace them on a fairly regular basis.
Yeah, they are the worst for. They're the best. They really are. They're incredible, but they deplete way too quickly, I think.
Oh yeah, like they're basically just throwaway item. Like I carry 2 on me all the time, sometimes even 3. So like, this shows you.
Yeah, I don't have a second one on me right now. I might actually make a new one and keep that on me until this one dies.
Like I said, I always
vehicle cell.
I always try and keep at least 1 full health spare one on me at any given time. That's just kind of how I do it because that was.
Yeah, it's just
weird.
not worth being stuck without one. It really isn't.
Oh well, exactly. Yeah, it's just it's awful getting stuck with that one.
I wonder whether I've gotten all my drops yet from watching your stream.
I would hope that you have, given that we've been streaming together for like 5 hours. You'd
Yeah.
certainly hope so, wouldn't you? There you go, 990 darts.
Why is this not? Oh, it was paused for some reason. Wondered why that was taking a while.
Sometimes you'll notice that it'll just be like, oh, okay, that was paused. Whoops. Anyway,
I've got my tiny little fuel spice melange refinery going, making all the spice.
nice. Wait, have you not got the big one?
No.
Oh, dude, cancel your build. Can't cancel that creation. Like you'll lose the water, but like you're losing out on so much yield.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't have the resources to make one.
What's
That's
the
problem.
maths for you to like how much spice do you put in versus out for that you're currently doing?
Oh, I don't know. It's not enough.
If you go to the machine and you look at the job, it'll tell you how much spice sand it requires, and then in the top right of the box, it'll tell you like what melange you get out of it.
Water is 563, and then spice sand I use 75.
And
to
you
make
get how much melange? A melange. So you're getting 75 to 1. With the large one, it's 50 to 1. So you're basically 50% more. So what is it that you're short on if you go to make the large spice refinery?
Let me just get rid of that, all of that out the queue. Where is it?
You go to
all of my new observer stuff is in the game. I like that the fact it updates.
Yes.
I need to go and use all my new lights and things around. Refineries. If I wanted to make the big one,
yep,
I need 950. No, I've got 147 plasteel ingots. I need 950. I need 1,000 spice melange and 1,110 copper paste. So I am like.
So you're short on cobalt paste, you're short on melange, and you're short on plastinium.
Yes.
How do you feel about a loan?
What interest are we paying back on the loan?
No interest, just pay me back at some point.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'll just give you the materials you need for it. I just need to go get my assault ornithopter to transport it.
Yeah, just let me write it down somewhere, and I will quite happily pay you back. I need to also work towards the. This is why I needed the stravidium, mainly, is to get the plasteel ingots, because I need to get the large ore refinery as well. Honestly, it's a reason why I haven't finished the base, because I didn't know how big the big machines are or where I was going to put them.
They're big. It's a big machine. Like a real large machine.
Yeah, because I've got this large space here, which I was going to make into my entranceway, but I might just turn it into big spice area. I'm going to reland this.
See, Zilla, I don't want to give a bunch of materials to Gred that he doesn't need, though. Like, there's no point incurring more debt than is required. So I'm just going to give him the materials that he needs, which is 800 plastinium, 1,100 cobalt, and 1,000.
There's a thing with the game, obviously, as well as like free handouts can sort of ruin the game.
They can
as well.
Yeah, this is more just you doing as time to get forward rather than saving you the farm. So the stuff that you've just farmed is actually more efficient. Because if I'd known that you didn't have what's not good.
I have a load of spice just on the floor. Like several thousand.
Yeah, you just need to go pick that up and put it into a container. Lucky you.
Problem is that my container is the opposite freaking side of the.
Make a new container and place it down there. You can do this. I believe in you. Or move the container across with the construction tool. That's the other option.
I'm going to put it in my assault. No, that's going to take ages because of the way you get into the...
Well, once you put some in, you can basically go in and just quick drop off with F.
Storage. I don't know how that dropped on the floor like that, but Dune is incredible.
There wasn't storage in the crafting bench for all of that raw stuff, so it just drops to the ground. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. 800 plastinium.
Oh, is F still quick deposit with the? Oh, it is. See, still learning. Avico Gaming, thank you for that.
It takes a while to trickle back as well, like all of the various features and stuff. I don't know. Dune just sits in my head conveniently. It's I've played more of this than I have like things like Rust and Daisy. Probably about as much as Daisy.
This has had a longer sustained playtime for me than consistently than a lot of other games as well.
Oh, yeah,
It
same.
captured my attention in because I usually, like a lot of people, you know, spicy. I go through phases of being like, right, okay, hyperfixate on this game for 2 weeks, and then it's hyperfix game on the, you know, and it's lots of hyperfixations where Dune has just been that constant thing for me.
They've done very well with that. I think I think the game. It's the flight for me. I love the flight. Being able to fly around is just neat.
It's
Can't be the only person
real
out there,
nice.
but like, yeah, there's a lot of advantage to being able to fly around and just do everything that we need to.
Right, okay, that can stay there. So I'm gonna stay at my base then. If you're coming with stuff,
Yes, yeah, I'm just gonna get loaded up now.
come on, fuel up. Oh, I left the fuel cells in here. Literally came to drop some Lokis. I saw you on as loading up. Thought I'd poke it. I appreciate it, Ginny. I'll take all of that back. What do I have in here? How much? Okay.
Whole box of lube.
Lube.
Also spice.
I got me melange.
Oh god, we've got so much spice residue. Wild.
Wait, no, I can put that in my actual box for that.
So 800 of that. You also needed melange. Wait, melange 3 is probably the option. Oh. Melange 4? Melange 4. You needed 1,000 melange. And you needed 1,100 cobalt paste?
1,110.
1110. Wait, cobalt paste should be down. That's what I'm actually low on. Of everything, it's cobalt paste, funnily.
Yeah, I only have 300. This will deplete all my cobalt paste. I'll have to go out and get a load to repay you. Don't put spice with your lube.
That's where else are you going to keep your spice? That makes no sense.
In your butt.
Like, that's not where I keep my spice. I eat the spice. I swim around in it like I'm Scrooge McDuck.
I was about to say Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah, that's why I have those large chests full of it. I can just dive into it. I'm gonna roll around.
Just like, this is great. This is going to take me. You know what, actually, why am I doing this so ineffectively? I'm in the inventory system. Just use the inventory system, Greg.
That sounds too complicated. How dare you do that? What are you thinking?
My simple ass can't do it.
Oh,
apparently.
yeah, you need to use your complex ass. That's why.
Takes out the mecha ass.
Chrome plated. That's the General Grievous ass where you've upgraded to having 4 arms, right?
Yes. Yes, it is. How much is left in here? Okay, yeah. Let's try and... Okay. Cool, spice is worked out. I need to...
3,700 out.
Nice. Can I make any cobalt paste? Oh, I can actually make some cobalt paste. I didn't realize I had any. I'm going to make that. Oh, it's weird. It says I have 3,000 fuel cells when I go in my my refinery, but it didn't say... Oh my god, do I have the fuel cells? But I just don't... Oh, I'm an idiot.
Did you put them on a different circuit?
It's on a different circuit.
Easily done. Very easily done.
Speaking
We've
of
all
which, I
been
am
there.
going to refuel my base with that because I've only got 4 days. So now I've got 8 days.
You need to move to the industrial lube, man. That's what it is. That's where it's at. When you
Yeah,
can...
I need to get all.
Yeah.
This is why I need to finish my base because I refuse to put in things like the turbines and stuff unless it looks pretty.
Oh, okay. So you're not from the Chronos school of base building, where it doesn't matter if it looks like a shit box. If it works, it works.
Yeah. No, I can't do that.
Shame. Difficult for you. I see why that would be a problem. Hello, I've brought some deliveries.
Mm.
Where is your largest storage container?
There's 3 at the back. If you run through, there you go, at the back.
You
there.
keep your storage at the rear, okay.
Yes, I do. Where else do you keep your storage?
Well, I personally carry a backpack normally. That's where I keep mine.
Oh, I see. I'm out of the ordinary then.
Possibly.
I mean, we knew that already.
Okay, there you go. You should now have all the materials in Circuit 1 to build the large spice refinery.
Let's just check. Refineries. No, I don't. I am missing plastinium ingots.
How many?
I've got 877 and I need 950. So
Do you just use some up? Because you had like 150 before.
yeah, I made. Wait a minute. Wait. The small spice refinery uses plastinium, right?
Maybe. I mean, I would dismantle that anyway because we're.
Yes.
How much does it use?
I just dropped a load on the floor as well. No, it uses Dura aluminium.
That's fine. I'll just go and get you some more plastinium.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's only a flight.
I didn't use anything. That's the weird. I created one spice container, not spice container. Created one container to do the to fix the spice floor problem, which I thought took it, but
Yeah, the storage container you made will have used up 70 of it.
yes.
Which is
But
why.
I broke that down and put it back.
No. Like I said, it's only 70 plastinium. I can go farm that. It won't take me more than. Well, actually, I've probably got it sitting around ready.
No. I think I found it.
Oh, there we go.
I
Good
think I found it and
evening,
it was on a
Shigetsu.
different secret.
That is
circuit.
Greg's base, Emerald Brasser.
Oh, wait, what? No, that says I have less now.
What?
Is my build tool only? Does the build tool only work on one circuit?
Normally, I think it pulls from circuit 1.
Okay.
I don't know.
What's this on? This is on circuit 3. 1 second. Let me just do some depositing. Also, I can make plasteel. I just don't have stravidium. I've got loads of titanium. Well, I say loads of titanium. I have an amount of titanium. I am
How much titanium have you got?
I need 3 plastinium.
Okay, that's easily done.
Yes, I need 3. That's it. Thrust TV, thanks for the follow. And I have 5, 10, 750 plus titanium. Like 750. No. What am I doing? 5 to so 1,500.
Dude, just go into the ore refinery and
845.
look up how much you've actually got rather than doing the math.
That's easy. Why would I do that?
I know it's shocking, but when you play Dune, you've got Americans on the server. You don't let them do the maths. You make them just go and tell you the number rather than count the number, because you can't trust when they count the number. No offense meant, Americans, but some of you don't do good with counting.
Where does it tell me how much I've got? Because apparently, it's on.
Well, if you're making plastinium, it'll
tell
tell you how much you've got. Yeah. Matt, friend, thank you very much for that prime sub, buddy. Welcome on in. Enjoy the Bailey emotes.
1,845.
Okay, 1845. How many do you need for each ingot?
1 stravidium.
How many titanium do you need?
5.
So you need 200 stravidium to make 200 plastinium.
Yes, but I only need 3 plasteel, so you could bring me 3 stravidium. Which I feel is significantly easier than
I've not got very much tritium. That's the problem. There's only
Ah.
3,400 volume of it here.
Okay.
So I'll just bring you 500.
only-
How about that?
I mean, I only needed 3
Yeah, but this way I haven't got to count.
to 3.
Also, there was 72 plastinium in the chest, so I've just taken 3 to leave 69 there, so I'm fine with that as well.
Nice.
Good number.
Oh wait, no, wrong box.
Depends on which bench you're looking in for that. I'm just a Dave.
Right. Okay.
Why are you not drinking? Okay.
Ella, thank you so much for the 19-month resub. How are you doing?
You don't have a large? That makes sense. Oh, well, all
I love
streamers
how
automatically
fast
become
the new
American
shutter
adjacent.
doors open.
Oh, the Dune one. Yeah, those are nice. That's a good set. I'm very pleased with what happened around the Dune set, because when they released it with the DLC, there was only a few items with it, and people were a bit disappointed. I'm going to be real with you. The fact that like people liked it so much, and Funcom were like, you know what, we hear what you guys want, we're going to give you a full set, was ideal. Like that was a really good thing for them to do as a company, and that gives me a lot of faith and confidence in them as a whole, because that's the right thing to do. Yeah, it's 1 to 4 with the large, so it is a much better thing to build the large ore refinery. That's your next project, Greg. It's the large ore refinery, by the way.
Yes, I do need to make that. This thing is so big, I don't have... Maybe I can fit it there.
Right, I'm on my way back. I'm 2,000 meters out.
Holy crap baskets. Okay.
Oh yeah,
this is way
when they
bigger.
say large spice refinery, they aren't messing around.
Even if I put it up there, it doesn't fit in. Wow. I'm gonna have to redesign my base to fit this properly.
Yeah, it's 5 high and 2 wide.
As someone who hates who loves Dune but hates grinding, is this game not for me? Not solo.
With a group, you'd be good. Yeah, if you hate grinding whatsoever, like if you hate grinding resources and stuff, not necessarily ideal.
See,
That said, I'm not normally a big fan of grinding. Depends on how it goes.
This game makes it fun. I think the thing is that there are 2 parts to this game. There is the story and the progression.
Yes.
And you can do that without a significant amount of grind. If you just want to experience the story and all of that, you don't need to grind into the ground. It's when you get to like the multiplayer PvE PvP side, if you want to get to that point, then it can take, if you, again, solo, it's a grind for that. However, it has a fantastic story, fantastic premise, but also it does make the grind fun, you know. I'd need it to be like the scene of Wolf of Wall Street. The end game does need work, yeah.
The only thing I don't like about the Juneman thing is, like, I feel like if that door closed on you, you'd know about it really quickly.
Yes, it would splice you in half.
Yes. It would be 0 out of 10.
Gentlemen, you are looking at a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to grind pixels.
There you go. You have now got the stuff to make a spice refinery, and I left 500 stravidium with you, so you can turn that into into plastinium and stuff.
You're very kind, sir.
So there you go. You can now make. Well, this says you can that you can do 4 runs, but actually it should be 5 runs by me. And if you're a tradies, you should actually be able to do more than that.
Wait, what do you mean? It says I can make 5 spice melange.
That sounds about right. Yeah, so I think that's going to make you 1,000 melange just straight off the bat. Just easy, done. 1,000 melange.
Wait, how much melange is made per one in the
200. You're at 10,000 to 200 ratio, 5 to 1.
Oh, x200, right?
Yes.
Okay. That for a second there, I was like, that's reduced the amount. Oh, that's such a cool. Oh, that's so cool. Look at that.
And now it spins.
Eloise, thank you. Holy shit! What? Did you not mean to? You didn't accidentally add an extra 0 there.
Nice one, Ellen. 10,000 bits
Thank you for
donated.
10,000 bits. Yeah. Holy shit. No extra zeros. Okay, that makes me less stressed, but
Very kind.
holy crap, Ellen, thank you so much. That why didn't that start a hype train by itself?
Because hype train isn't based on the
I know
amount
it.
in, it's based on 3 separate interactions, sometimes 4.
I feel like there should be
Yeah.
the ability for something big like that to trigger a hype train.
Yes.
Like immediate. Thank you so much, Ellen. Truly, you did not have to do that. Thank you. The Lost One Pratt as well. Thank you for the follow. 10k bits refines into 200 bits melange.
Dude, what color is Bits Melange?
Purple. Naturally. Murwalk, thank you for the 100 bits. And Samjay, thank you for gifting the sub to John Prescott. Now I have a hype train.
There you go.
Level 2.
Ooh, the tropical taste.
If we get to level 5, I will lip sync the whole of Frictionless Wipe.
That's
There we
so
go.
oddly specific.
Have you heard Frictionless Wipe?
I might not by name, but I might by sound.
It's an incredible song. It makes me so happy. I think yeah. Grumpy Tiz, thank you so much for the follow. Dodge, thank you for the 200 bits. Foolish Sasquatch, dude, thank you for the 10
Yes,
subs.
Sprinkleman, it is.
Sorry, I will mute so I'm not yelling all of
Nah,
this
that's
out on
fine.
your
You
stream.
enjoy your hype train.
You sure?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Foolish Sasquatch. I can't pronounce things today. Foolish Sasquatch. Blah, blah, blah.
Blue, blue, blue,
Thank you
squish,
so-
squish. There you go. Got you.
I thought it said Grumpy Tiz. Grumpy it is, not Grumpy Tits. Grumpy. That would be a name. Thank you so much for the follow, Lynette Melody, as well. I really appreciate it. And Ellen, again, holy crap, I can't get over that. That came out of nowhere. Thank you so much for that and starting the hype train.
Nah, you're alright, Prism. Don't worry about it. I'm all good. Oh.
Holy fuck. Thank you for the 100 subs. Ellen, what the...
Thank you very much, Fuller Sasquatch. You're a legend. And others for supporting Greg, of course. Looks like Greg's lip-syncing Frictionless Wipe. Or having a stronk, one of the two.
I just have a bit of a strong. I don't even know what level it's up to. Twitch is like broken on my side in the chat.
You've completed
6.
5 and you are
Level
20%
6.
through 6.
I don't know what else I can offer aside from my body. I'm just
Nice. In terms of service.
Thank you so much for the Tio Ellen. Holy shit! Oh. So I will be right back, Kronos. I'm about to do something.
Enjoy. You guys go do that. You go see Greg was being broken. If you're interested, the link is in my title. So if you want to find it from my stream, you literally just go in my stream, click the title, and you click on his name, Mr. Greggles, and you can go across there. Let me mute myself. There we go. This isn't where I parked my car. Oh, 2 people, 1 stab. That is indeed Monsieur Greggles, Glorious Splat. Yeah, good friend of mine. The long blades are very, very good with that. Yeah, the long blades still feel good in the game. I just think that they've the nerfs to melee just feel like they're a bit of a weirdly placed change, and I don't really understand why they were. I'd like to understand more of when they make those changes as to why they're making them. I think that's my current issue. They nerfed a couple of the melee abilities that were the real staples in PvE and PvP, so it is effectively a nerf to melee as a whole, getting rid of some of the stuff from Blade Master and from actually I think it's both Blade Master. This is indeed a private server, Prism, so it was provided by Nitrado. They provided us a private world, which is very, very kind of them. It's very awesome. Oh yeah, everyone moves the shield wall at some point. It's we actually moved somewhere else, kind of just to avoid the shield wall, to be honest with you. You wouldn't mind starting fresh? You mean you're welcome to join our server if you want, Prism. That's it's open to any member of the community who hangs out, whether it's mine, Thor's, you know, Greg's, Annie's, everyone's. We're a pretty inclusive group. We just asked that he would try and kind of mesh with the culture and work with the other people who are there, rather than working against them and just trolling and being a general nuisance. So it's up to you, kind of thing, if you want to. If you are wanting a catch up, then people will help you catch up as well. Kind of sweet. Should probably remove that lurk it link now that that is done. Your body is being repurposed for the cause. You don't want handouts? Well, there you go, Prism. I hope you enjoy the fresh start then if you're doing it. The offer is there because I know that some people don't want to leave their servers without the ability to like jump back a little bit, because it can be a, there you go, I'll disconnect. No server has 0 downtime. Yeah, all the servers have a little bit of downtime. The servers reset every day. Two AM Central is when our restart is, yes. Okay. Telling me about the status UI, fine. Any benefits if we sub, especially the private server? No, I don't believe in doing any kind of paid benefit like that for our servers. They're just community servers. I didn't even think, to be honest, about benefits if subbed, but it's just not in my nature. Oh, an enemy still. I was looking for one enemy. Felt a little bit rude, to be honest. I'm going to leave one to tell my story. Remember me. Because also, it's not just my community that's in there. It's Annie Fuchsia's, it's Pirate Software's, it's Gregor's, it's Redzy, it's Vicky. It's a bunch of people, and it wouldn't be fair for me to provide benefits to only one community when it's a combination of everyone's community and every streamer's. I mean, his community is in there. He's not in there, or he doesn't interact in that server. Your private server side died out completely. I'm sorry to hear that. We've still got an active core, but it's definitely quieter than it was. That's why we're so excited to hear about server mergers and transfers, really, because actually that's kind of the future of the game for a lot of people. I'd say, well, like PvP and group, etc. Most people PvP where there's golds. Like if you're in a PvP wreck and you are fighting over the loot there, then that's a thing. But now that loot is instance, I don't know what reason people have to PvP anymore. I don't know what the goals people have when they are PvPing. I don't know the exact number, misinformating, but I think it's probably still around 40 or 50 a day, I think, if not more. So the servers still have some energy. How's the grief in our server-wise? We don't have griefing. Oh yeah, in the deep desert now, your loot chests are instant. So when you complete a research lab, it's not anyone goes, it's all of it, you know? The drops are indeed live, Glaudy. Yes, welcome on in, buddy. Hope you're enjoying the drops. Well, like I said, you're very welcome, Prism. Major important things to the bank. Guild not going to take the break from the game. I think that's true of a lot of people. I think a lot of people are taking a break now, waiting for the new content, waiting for things to be updated and upgraded. Like it's going to take them time to build stuff, and you know the end game patch and changes are going to be important, but they're not going to come immediately. So I wouldn't assume that they're going to come anytime rapidly, and therefore, you know, if you're able to take a break away from the game, it's probably a good time to do so. If that's what you're feeling like you're up for and that you need to, I'm not going to judge you, and no one's going to, I don't think anyone can blame you if you're in that position right now. I'm fairly sure I do have another Dune Watcher. I do. Don't want to use it yet. I've got a few sets of X core leggings, so that should be fine as well, right? We're on Blackbeard, but it doesn't really matter. Most of the interaction takes place in the deep desert. The server I'm on is locked down for the streamers and stuff, so that nothing gets messed with on there. So unfortunately, most people don't have access to the main one, and Bonnie, I think, is the other one, but the other ones are all around. The bank still scares me. The number of times June has lost inventory loss problems. There's not been bank losses, though, at any point. I've not seen anybody have a report of bank loss, as far as I can recall, so I'm not hugely worried about that, personally. Just waiting for Greg to do his lip syncing. But yeah, I've had no problems with the bank. I can go out and show you guys the bank now. If those of you who aren't aware that the bank exists, I'll take it and show you there. Definitely Tortuga. Definitely join one of the pirate ones. I would probably recommend any of the ones that are pirate named, to be honest with you. Yeah, okay, I'll go and show you guys the bank. Actually, it's been a while since we've been to there, and it'll be good to look what the new limits are. Hope you're all enjoying the drops out there and you're all doing well. Appreciate you all being here. Let's go to Harco Village. Oh, the next ads, I need to make sure I remember to get up and stretch my back out. That's going to be a problem. But I'm going to stand up now. Do this. Oh. The pirate ones under Tortuga, yeah, anything that's pirate named. So Bartholomew Roberts, you know, anything Henry. The mushroom ones are more visibly named. Unscrungling my leg. The time zone is your NA, you're fine. The time zone of the server, I mean, we generally work on, it resets at 8 AM my time. So that's 3 a.m. Eastern, midnight Pacific time is when we have our daily reset. Which isn't too bad, right?
On to, hello.
Welcome back.
My game crashed while doing frictionless wipe.
Oh my god.
It was too epic for stream, apparently.
Just too powerful. Your lip syncing was just too powerful. That's what it was.
It was too much for it.
I mean, fair. Honestly, fair.
I hope everyone enjoyed that. Thank you to everyone who did stick around during the crash there and having to restart OBS.
Oh, the whole of OBS went down.
Again, well, no, I had to resync it.
Ah, okay.
Because it did that freaking thing where it goes way out.
100% GPU usage.
Apparently.
Who needs GPU, honestly?
Right, okay.
I'm just checking out the new bank because it's been upgraded to have a new threshold. Let's see. Oh yeah, 500 slots with 30,000 volume. I mean, I'm already carrying 500 plastinium and 500 melange in there. Like, this is just extra.
Jeez. It gave zero context. I did fully send the stream to my partner just so he could also witness. He says, I have strange friends and now understands my strangeness. Well, I'm glad. Oh.
Kind of fair, to be honest. I can't even be mad, yeah.
I've never met a normal streamer.
I was normal once, and then I started streaming.
Welcome. Would you like how much Solaris would you...
How is our market doing? This is probably dead.
It is. I checked the other day. It's this.
It's mostly blueprints that I look for. Oh wow. Yeah, there's. Someone was farming Executor though. It's good stuff to farm. But this is exactly what I want. Like those of you who are finding that you've got neighbors in chat and that you have people that you can work with, you should definitely work together. Like, you know, we're a community. There's a group of single people, like single individual players playing with each server, and I got close then. With that sentence, didn't I? That was awful.
It's a group of single people.
A group of single players in your area who are interested in. Wait, no. I'm just doing this for fun now.
Oh, single space worms in your area.
I'm not sure I want single space worms in any area.
They do the good suck. Sorry.
That's yeah, exactly. That's the problem with the worms.
Literally, actually, BattleEye version is outdated.
Just restart your game and verify the integrity of your game cache.
Yeah, I think it crashing.
It gets upset sometimes. BattleEye is a strange being.
I hate BattleEye.
Yes.
It banned my Armor account in 2014 because I was on an Altis Life server and there was a hacker who dropped a load of cash and on everyone, and everyone got said cash, and myself and a load of other people then got accused of hacking ourselves.
Oh, that's nice.
Got banned, and therefore BattleEye picked up on the server ban and said, you obviously cheated, and banned us officially. So I had to rebuy. I basically started this Steam account I'm now on because of that. Because it was my main game I was playing. Really pissed off, and I appealed and everything. They were like, nope. I'm like, cool, but I have footage of it. They're like, nope, we don't care.
So wait,
no.
The EAC ban you appealed and they wouldn't lift it.
They wouldn't lift it at all.
The only ban I've received that I've appealed was the VAC ban that I got way back when, and that just got lifted very, very quickly. So I don't actually know what happens if you get an easy anti-cheat ban. That sounds wild, to be honest.
Well, it's BattleEye.
Well, yeah, sorry, that's
yeah,
BattleEye.
easy anti-cheat is Rust, isn't it? I think.
The other one. I lose track of what kernel level anti-cheat's what anymore. Like they all blur together because they're pretty much all shit.
We love a bit of basically malware DRM. Yeah.
I mean, look, it doesn't work anyway. So like,
It really doesn't. Like. Right. Okay. So just because of the time and everything, I'm waiting for Nos to say she's out the bath. So.
well, there's probably still spice here if you need to bring any more out. I can check, but.
There definitely is. I had to make the fuel cell, and then I had Ellen Louise just drop an absolute mother load. Thank you again, Ellen, truly, and to everyone else who, Balthazar Boo, the Laser, Fulu Sasquatch, Ekenstar, Dodge. Thank you, everyone.
Good people in that list.
Yeah. Fully Sasquatch, no worries, man. Thanks for being here.
I'm at 700 hours played Dark Dark. There's quite a bit of Dune, I guess. I can't remember the last time I put in 700 hours into a game in this shorter period of time span. Like over, you know, over a few months. That's actually wild to think about. See, we have the opposite problem to you in that we have loads of stravidium and absolutely like not enough titanium. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm just harvesting titanium.
I was gonna say I don't have much, but I can give you my titanium.
I mean, I brought you the stravidium to convert your titanium already, so you've already got enough to start making your large ore refinery. Yeah, I put 500 stravidium into your base, so now you've got the same problem as we do. Enjoy.
Yay!
Enjoy the stravidium overload, which actually might not be a bad name for a band, a Dune-based band.
Stravidium Overload.
Stravidium Overload. Yeah.
That would be kind of cool, actually.
Oh my god, there's so many power cells here. If any of you need to get batteries, you just come to A6 because there's 4 here in a pile just around this one titanium node. Bring a buggy and just fill it with power cells.
Thing is, how do you then get the buggy back? Because what's the point of bringing the buggy? You bring the buggy, you mine, you disassemble the buggy.
Yeah. So you just need to make sure you do multiple runs to make it worth it. 1,300 hours in, you are very Duned.
Jeez.
Are you around tomorrow, Greg? You streaming?
I don't usually on Saturdays, but depending on what Nos is doing, I could be on for some time.
I haven't decided if I'm going live tomorrow or if I'm going out. It depends on my back. Like, if I'm not well enough to travel, then I'm probably well enough to stream instead. So I may go live tomorrow. It depends on a few things.
Well, just message.
I'll let you know, yeah.
This has been fun today, though. Thank you.
I always enjoy playing Dune with people. Why can I not get into my vehicle? Is this another disconnect?
I love. The thing is, I'm not very good at game streaming. I don't think, anyway. I never have been. It's why the drums is great because I can drum and chat, but I find it hard to chat and game.
That's
so
interesting.
Nice. Yeah, weird thing. I can concentrate on changing cameras, changing lights, improvising to a song, drumming, and reading chat all at the same time. But playing a game and reading chat, impossible.
That's really interesting, actually, yeah.
I find it really hard. It's like, it's not enough to occupy my brain, so therefore I just can't do it. It's weird. My brain is a weird thing.
I mean, everyone's brain's a weird thing. I wouldn't beat yourself up about it, to be honest. Some people like
Piloting my meat mech.
some people are like just have like normal brains and like they just do each day. Like it's a bit like, here's a good question: how many of you in chat can imagine what it's like to not drink coffee? Like, imagine you just don't need any caffeine at all.
Oh my
Not
god,
even,
there's so many power cells.
Not
in
even
literally next to your base.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, on the
Jesus,
flight between
sorry.
the entrance of the deep desert and just the base that we've got here, there's probably like 12 to 13 spawns easy. You can probably fill up your
Yeah.
inventory very, very fast. Okay, those of you who don't drink coffee, like something else, like so you know, everyone will have like a thing. Like no one has just a completely like normal brain in quotation marks because there's no such thing.
I die of dehydration, Digital Newer said.
Got very. What's your
Didn't drink
ping at to
coffee.
the server?
How do I check?
Okay, well, it's not flashing up in the top right of the screen next to the
No, it's
next to the
not.
compass for you, which is interesting because my ping just jumped up to 374.
I'm an idiot. I've just flown all this way and I didn't empty the ornithopter.
Oh, we've all done that.
God damn it.
That's how you know that you're a streamer and B playing Dune, because streamer brain kicked in real hard there.
I've got to be quick because Nos is out the bath now, so I need to go and walk the dog. So I don't know if I'm going to have time for another run. Oh my god, let me pilot. Jeez.
You drink bourbon when spice harvesting? There you go.
Right. Go back to center. Jeez. What the? There we go. Have you sorted base pieces yet? I don't think I bought them. I didn't have enough.
You haven't
Solari.
experienced the true greatness of the Mark IV Radsuit farm then if you haven't had enough Solari.
Oh yeah, I was gonna do the 5.
If you're ever short of money, just make
that's
Mark
fine.
IV Radsuits. That's all it is, and just go and sell them.
Fair.
And I just just sit at like 2 million Solari. I don't need any more than that.
Jeez. I want the Harkonnen base set because I want the doors. The Atreides doors are horrendous for how slow they open. The Harkonnen doors, amazing.
Honestly, who needs doors? I just run through Penta shields.
I like to have the physical door, so if, you know, I do lose power, no one can come snooping.
Find a way.
Find your way in.
I always do. The cat powers activate, and I just kind of let myself in.
Bailey powers, activate.
That's basically how it goes. He's got special powers. He can convince people to give him attention.
Right, okay. Okay, I have time to drop this off. Drop this off. Go and get another, like, amount. Full inventory worth, and then I'll be.
And then you gotta go walk the pupper.
Walk the pupper, indeed.
Walk the pupperino. Oh, that's cute.
And then I'm having hot pot for dinner.
What kind of hot pot?
Chinese hot pot.
Oh, very nice. We were talking about having a Chinese when we were at TwitchCon, weren't we?
Yeah. They need
Still
to
haven't
hurry
had
up
one.
with this. The carrier storage container would be great.
See, the problem
Let
with
me
that
swap
is what that's tied to in terms of technical development. So what they're also working on there is the ability to carry things like the sandcrawler between server nodes. So like you can carry it off the rather than disassembling, you're able to carry it just as it is off of the map and then take it to your home base. But there's actually a huge amount of development to do that because there's so many interconnected systems that play there, and you do not want anything to get lost at any point on that journey because you could be losing imagine losing 11,000 volume of spice sand, for example.
The thing is, I think I don't think they should allow you to take the spice carrier between.
What, the
I think
sandcrawler?
you should have to yeah, the sandcrawler, sorry. But I do think, if from a technical point of view, what they could do is have the carrier actually, like, say there was a portable or detachable storage. When the storage is picked up, it actually melds into the model, becomes the same entity.
They've said pretty clearly that they are actually working on being able to carry the sandcrawler and the buggy across. That isn't they're working on as part of that.
To be honest,
That's when I'd expect to see the medium spice, the larger carrier container, which I would expect to hold 12,500 to 15,000 volume.
Yeah. The thing is, I can understand, obviously, if they solve the technical aspect, then it's solved. So
Yes.
I get the idea of putting in all the work and then it transcends over everything else. Hopefully, it will allow multiple people to come through in the same, like, assault
Yes.
into the
Same
Deep
time.
Desert 2.
Yep.
Thunderbird 2 style, exactly.
Yep. But in the interim, they doubled the size of the assault ornithopter inventory, which is very, very nice. Because imagine when we had to do it with only 1,000 inventory, which is what we had before.
Was that?
That's what the assault ornithopter used to be. It was 1,000 inventory, the largest thing you
did not
could transport
realize.
across. Yeah.
Didn't realize it had increased.
Yeah, they doubled it, which was nice, and they moved it from 10 to 20 slots, which was also huge. So needed. 15 to 20 slots even.
Yeah. I think that just really is the one thing about this game that isn't at the level I'd want it is I know we have the circuits, but I would love some form of actual production automation of some kind.
Yeah.
Without it, it doesn't need to be satisfactory levels.
I think it does need to be
circuit.
satisfactory levels. I'm going to be honest with you. If I can't make the factory grow, what's even the point?
Is this you I'm flying past? No.
You'll notice me because I'm just kind of throwing myself through the rock formations looking for titanium.
Yeah, John T, that would have taken a while. Should just get rid of volume. Volume.
Or
volume
rather than just
and
have
weight,
slots.
That would. I feel that would actually be too OP. Because weight and physical size are
I feel like
some
getting
games
rid
don't
of
have that as a
slots but
mechanic.
only keeping volume would be workable. I'm not sure the inverse is true.
Yes, actually. But also no, I can.
Even then, carrying 100 swords on you would be really weird, and they're only like one weight each, or one volume each.
There are wasted slots, but again, it's like if you have a backpack and someone gave you a tungsten block, you're only going to be able to carry one tungsten block, aren't you? You know.
And it would be the second densest thing in the area. The first thing obviously being the person carrying it.
Hey. For storage boxes, volume makes no sense. That I can agree on.
The numbers that
But
they've
the-
chosen make no sense. I will agree with that one, yeah. It's
Because
kind of weird.
if you have the physical space in a box, it doesn't matter how heavy the things you're putting in the box are. But for something that is movable, a person, a vehicle, then volume weight makes sense.
Yeah, because you're
Doesn't
talking about
even
what the
pay-
vehicle's
do.
rated to lift. You're talking about what the player is able to kind of support and sustain.
Yeah.
That does make sense, yeah.
Like I like the idea that the volume in the slots is based on quite literally the physicality. It's physics. It's standard physics.
Yes,
the idea
exactly.
that it's too heavy, but yeah, I agree. It doesn't make sense in a container. There should just be the maximum amount of slots, and that's it.
Just make 10 Halleck's pick and start just throwing them at the enemy like spears, yeah. Take that, you dirty casual. Parry this.
Filthy.
Just throw a rapier at someone. We can do another wing gamba soon as well. That's always fun.
A wing gamba?
Yeah, so what I do is I get chat to bet on what the integrity of the wings is on the ornithopter.
Ah.
We only do it with the scout and with the assault because we don't. The carrier is a it's tactical asset. I don't mess around with that one. I'm not gonna let it get lower on purpose to make the gamba more fun. But everything else I can kind of deal with.
Yeah.
Although,
If containers become carryable, then volume makes sense for containers.
yes,
But I don't think they will be. Like base buildable things should not have volume. Just slots.
other way around, I think.
Well, volume counts as weight in this game. Slots is the physical space. That's how I take it.
No, well, no. Volume is the physical space inside of a thing. The slots is just how many the number of items you can have in there. So if you had, say, like 100 blueprints, that's going to fill it up if it's 100, if it's got 100 slots in it. But the volume of that is actually much, much lower because what you're talking about is that all of those storage items have a physical volume. That physical volume is what should be respected above the number of slots. Like, if it's, I could put...
For me, it was more, I imagine a box as having an amount of slots, right? Like physical, let's just say that a box is divided up when you open the top into a grid. And that grid represents what you can put in there. So if it was like 10 blueprints rolled up, they would only fit in 10 physical slots. But if you have, then a cube of Stravidium, that would still fit in one physical slot, but would be heavier, which doesn't make sense.
It's not about the weight though. A cube, you're talking about a volume. You're talking about the slots of the physical space. We're going to be talking about volume, nothing to do with weight, and weight isn't in this. So I would stay away from using weight because that's your brain tricking you into using a measurement which isn't relevant. Volume is still the number of physical space, and that's, I think, easier to do via the volume versus the number of slots it has.
But the thing is, the way that because they're using volume and slots, they're sort of representing the same thing twice. That's what I'm sort of getting at.
Kind of yes, but kind of no. Because the volume of 100 swords is going to be 100, but the number, imagine having to carry 100 swords. Imagine how awkward that's going to be.
I guess. Right,
Hi,
Nosa's
Bailey.
just told me she is out the bath and ready to walk the pooch. So
Okay, good luck.
that will be my last. I was about to head back for another run, but that'll be my last one. Thank you so much for all the spice.
That's all right, my pleasure.
And the loan. I owe you basically just short of 950 plastinium, 1,000 melange, and 1,110 cobalt paste.
The melange, just call even. We're fine on melange. Just if you could just overpay on the cobalt paste, that's the only thing else. Maybe call it 1,500 cobalt paste instead of the melange.
I'm happy to do more cobalt paste. I will go out with the buggy and I will do a
good deal, because I hate driving around in the buggy. So actually that works for me quite nicely. Whereas I love me my spicing.
Feels weird because they're not actually using mass. I think that's the thing for me is we're trying to balance a lot of things which...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for being here, Jay is mad. I really appreciate it. I hope you've enjoyed your drops. Oh, there you go. I just got disconnected again. Nice. Hi, Bailey. Meow. Yeah. You want some food?
So you have to have 7...
Oh, no. That was a position validation failure. I bounced off of my wings and got disconnected because it thought I was yeeting myself through the sky.
That's a bit weird. It's saying I can't make more melange, but I have 7,500 spice dust.
If it requires 10,000, then that'll be why. You've got 7,500 out of 10,000.
Ah, no, it's water.
Ah, you're short on water. There you go.
I'm short on water. I need to load in some more friendly pals into the suction.
Ah, yes. Invite some of the hotel guests into the pool.
Exactly. They become the pool.
Yeah. Well, they're still in the pool if they're part of the pool. Hi, Bailey.
True.
Okay, I'm gonna go AFK and feed the cat for a second, so I will be right back.
I will be gone by the time you come back, so thank you very much.
In that case,
it was a pleasure.
No, my pleasure. I will be back in a second.
See you.
Bye, chat. I'll be right back. 1 second. Be right back. Yeet. Hello, delightful people of chat. I have returned. Let's press my live button. Hello. Let me just leave the Discord call I was in. Right, keep harvesting. How are you all doing out there, everybody? Great to see you all. Hope you're enjoying your drops. More titanium harvested. We'll have to do a wing gamber again soon as well. Hello, it is indeed. We've got the drops on, was it? So, people are here hanging out. Sound is here, Funny Bear, so it looks like it's all fine on my end. It might be locally muted on your end. I'm not too sure. I have no idea. This is We the Kings. It was you. It's very easily done. It's so easy to accidentally mute a tab or mute a window in this day and age. Honestly, I don't blame you at all. Thank you for guarding our drops, Winky. You've been doing a great job. Everyone in chat's been really happy to see you today. There's a lot of people who've been here for your drops. Did they actually? That's good. That's good. That's funny as hell. Why is my music so quiet for me? It's only at like 15%. No wonder I haven't been... Probably because I was listening to people. Mr. Greggles with the raid. 59 viewers. Welcome on in, all of you. I always thought that I... double of the same stream. I mean, that's... you get double stream for the win. Y'all got any of that spice? Welcome on in, Raiders. I hope that you're doing well. We'll do a wing gamber as well, chat, because look at these delightfully bright wings. So Greg's community can see the wing gamber too. So what we do here is, for a second, I go to this screen, I check the managed vehicle. Ooh, very nice. And then I go into Twitch and I go manage predictions. Here we go. The Gamba is live for 2 minutes. There you go. I will get into the vehicle and show you guys what it looks like so that you can see it. There we go. Look at those lovely red wings. Who needs integrity on all of this? Jeez, not me, certainly. Remember, chat, Twitch calls this gambling, but it's not gambling if you don't get caught. Wait, no, that's not right. That's something else. Not crime if you don't get caught. That's how that works. I can see why I'd get confused. We have 2 minutes on that gamba, so feel free to use your channel points. I'm just cleaning some hair out of my keyboard because for some reason there's cat fluff all over everything I own. Weird, right? How did that happen? Hello, baby cat. You are adorable, aren't you? Look at this little snuffleupagus. Look at him. He's so adorable. You can use your channel points. Although if you're in, you know, one of the nationalities where you're not allowed to use channel points, I'm sorry. Twitch says you're not allowed. Twitch says that you guys have got gambling at home. So, fairly sure it's Poland, Netherlands, a few other places that won't let you do it. Hi. Yeah. You're adorable, aren't you? A bit unreasonable how cute you are. Showing off for chat. Did you like your chicken? Was that nice? Are you feeling nice and full now? You gonna have a bit of a clean, or are you gonna want some more pets? Oh, thank you for the kisses. You're not letting me go. You want the head rubes? Okay. Right, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're all full of chicken. Of course you are. Right. That is over. Let me leave the vehicle. Definitely didn't get distracted during that. Oh, wow. So 23% of you think it's 15 to 16, 33 think it's 17 to 18, 8% 19 to 20, and 35 21 to 22. I can reveal, I know how excited you all are for all your channel points. A far smaller gamba than earlier. We're at 20%. 8% of you get the big payout. Some of you are very close, but a smaller gamba than normal. You were close. Some of you did very, very well there. And you give off by one slot. I know you were too confident. Let's have a look at what we've got on us. Okay, utilize that. You got me with. I mean, yeah, I also don't. That's not an ideal system. I don't find it's one that particularly it doesn't encourage what I would call good behaviors. Vlad the Vid the Impaler, even. I almost called you Vlad the Impaler because that's what I was expecting. Can't believe it. It's a fun guessing game. We do that fairly regularly, to be honest. Right, I think I'm going to do this. Let's go into skills and do a respec. Bindu Sprint is a must-have. We'll take that to max level. We use... What else do we use? Vehicle repair needs to be up at full. I don't necessarily need fuel efficient driver. Fuel efficient pilot definitely need. I do a lot of flying. That's being done. Vehicle cut array or detection radius. We'll come back to that one. I'm not taking cartographer. I'm done taking scans of the deep desert. Cut array mine not important. Rerouting power generation very important, and overcharge also a very good ability. The other one we use, conservation of energy. Again, more power usage reduction. Having an 18% power usage reduction from rerouting giving minus 10, 10 that minus 9, means that actually that minus 19% power, like kind of usage, adds up. Not power usage. That regeneration stacks with the power usage. That will recover us faster with more storage, and mean that we use it going slower. They combine together to make a very strong effect. The other thing that combines well together is trauma recovery. So healing regen limit, meaning that we can heal higher. Again, healing regen limit. Again, this one stacks very nicely. Have an additional 30% healing regen. Max health we increase because the vitality regeneration is a percentage of our health. So the more health we have, yet again, the better we will be doing with our health regeneration. We then will take knee charge, although it's an ability we don't use very often. 1 point in field medicine, and then we take disciplined breathing because stamina recovery is critical for our build and what we do. Again, max stamina, very important to have more of that. Very useful. We don't need any much more than that. We already heal pretty much to full with field medicine, so that's not a huge difference. But blade damage, absolutely king. We do most of our damage is melee based. Technique and an ability. Technique, we don't necessarily want to do. Ability, we will save. Again, blade damage 1 point, nice and cheap. We don't use short blades, but we do use long blades. So this one is still useful for us, whereas this one isn't. Weirding step is a good one to take. It's just, it's a natural thing to have. Whether it's one that we have very often, who knows? Shigawai Claw, I'm taking this. I need this. My main ability that I use all the time. The only reason I would take Battle Harden for this is because I use Shigawai Claw so often it would make it more usable. Hi, baby. You want to scritch? Yeah. He was a lovely boy, huh? This is Bailey, chat. Those of you who don't know, he's exceptionally cute. He's very friendly and very, very vocal. But right now, what he's trying to do is trying to demand chicken from me. That's what he's doing. He's trying to remind me how cute he is so he can have more chicken. And I love him, but he can't just have unlimited chicken. Gunsmith. And field maintenance, both key. We need both of these. These are must-takes for pretty much any build. Heavy weapon damage, we'll put 1 point in. It's useful to have. And then we'll take Sentinel, because this turret is, again, a very important ability that we use a lot. Garment Keeper and Tailoring are for gear, so we use these to heal and repair our gear better. We'll take less durability damage to that. We'll put 3% bonus into range damage. Again, we don't use a lot of it. His colors remind you of an old cat you grew up without the socks, though. He's got very nice socks. He's very proud of them. He keeps them very clean. One, three. That's one I want to think about getting to. It's going to take us 7 points to even unlock it. Not sure that's necessarily worth it. Let's go into Blade Master, take some more points in long blades. The Crippling Strike just got nerfed. You don't do hydration extra stam as melee? This is extra stam. The hydration bonuses, it's not made a huge difference. I sometimes take optimized hydration to 2 points, but I don't want to spend all my points on it. Dehydrated, I have the Shaddam's bladder. I don't get dehydrated, and if I am dehydrated, I've made a mistake if I'm entering combat. I want to make sure I haven't missed any of the abilities I actually functionally need. Oh yeah, I need this one in here. Sandcrawler Yield. Because I sandcrawl now. That. Three points for 5% weapon damage. We do like weapon damage. Points for that. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to take Sun Tolerance, but I just don't trust it. Catch you later, Vid. Thanks very much for being here, buddy. I appreciate you. We'll try it. You know, I better respec like tomorrow or the day after. Day after tomorrow. I'm just going to leave my 10 points up, to be honest, for now, while I decide what I'm going to want them in. Let's check the lands, Rad. Pincushion helmet, Valari stillsuit boots, Heinz cutter ray. Oh, deserters. That might be doable. Autorizer, replica pulse sword, Valaris. Vice melange. Yeah, jeez. 70,000. Pincushion boots, plasma cannon, Reaper gloves, compact compactor Mark 6, Jabal spit darts. I need to hand in 8 of them? 7 of them. He is doing really well, thank you. Yeah, he's recovering very, very well. He's doing he's back to his very much his normal self, which is good to see. It helps me that he's back to normal, if that makes sense. Oh, hello. I didn't know you liked being up there. That was your first time up there. Good job, baby. Okay. He jumped up to his cat bed again for the first time in a while. Hi. Yeah. You on the windowsill? He's so adorable, isn't he, chat? Don't you just love him? I'm not sure we deserve cats. I know you don't want to be out there. It's cold and dark. You don't want to go out? Hi. Meow. You can let me know when you want to open, okay? Yeah, it's too cold out there. I'm not leaving that window open at night time. It's 8 p.m. Like you're mad. Yeah, you want to curl up there instead? Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, he's gonna sit next to me on the bed. Not on his bed, not my bed. I don't sleep in this room as well. Imagine working and sleeping in the same room. It'd be awful. Emerald Brosser, is your cat called Hemingway? That's a great name for a cat. Okay, so we are going to test out going to collect some more friends. I just think that Hemingway's a great name for a cat. I can imagine him sitting there just looking very affronted that you've walked into his room and disturbed him while he's having a clean. Just a... You know the face that cats make? The face that if I make eye contact with him while he's having a clean, he gives me a... I don't like that. Why is Winky sitting there? He's just watching the drops, which have mysteriously gone see-through. Do you mind? Right, let me just do this and then go. Give me 1 second, chat, to fix this. let's fix this. Properties. There we go. Winky's now guarding his lovely drops. He's just watching. You require assistance. I bet you do. You've fallen, you can't get up. That's not what I wanted to do, but fine. How much is my full stamina bar now? Two and a little bit bars. Okay, we can work with that. We can work with that. You're coming with me. B's just trying to decide what he's doing now. He's can't decide if he wants to sit alongside me or he... Are you asking to go out? Where's the latch? There we go. You do want to go outside. He wants to go for his nighttime patrol, but it's dark and cold and windy and wet and he doesn't want to go out. So he's doing that cat thing where he just sits in there until he's going to finally build up the courage to do it. Well, that was silly of you. You weren't paying attention there, were you? Identify yourself. And you're like, okay, here's my sword and my identification. Wake me up. Hello. That melee person, I hopefully will follow me. You're coming back? Okay. Yeah, he was a good kitten. Hello, you just want to sit there? He's literally sat right alongside me, chat. Oh, the ads are about to start as well, so I might just pet the cat during the adverts if that's alright with you guys. Oh, he's having a clean. Okay, maybe I should take a photo for DB. If one of those isn't good enough, I'll be surprised. What a ridiculous animal. Look at him. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's post that now, shall we? Otherwise, I'll forget. And this was Daily Bailey 365, literally the year of Daily Bailey today. I think I'm just going to keep going. DB is indeed short for Daily Bailey, which is the photo of Bailey that I post every single day onto my Blue Sky. It's the only social media posting that I do because I feel like the internet was made for cats, and that was, you know, that's how it should be. Oh, I disconnected again. I love him more than anything else in the world, though. So yeah, there is that. Why did I get a PvP area flag when I entered this one? Not the one. I'm just going to leave. Happy 1 year of Daily Bailey, indeed, all of you. I might post an extra special daily. I might post an extra Daily Bailey just because it's the 1 year anniversary. 1 whole year. I mean, I didn't think I'd actually be able to remember to do it for a whole year. I'll be honest. I'm just gonna keep going. I might not start them all with Daily Bailey anymore, just as the word, but like I will try and keep posting a photo of him every day. It seems to have gone down pretty well. It seems like you guys approve. Will you keep me warm? Get back here. Lazing around. It is 1 year, yeah. Which is insane to think about. I originally started with just like, I'll post for a month. And then it was like, I'm just going to keep posting. And now we're over a year. Just cease. Catch you later, Emerald Brasa. Thank you very much for being here, and your love to sorry, my love to your pets, your cat. I think it was Hemingway, which is just a good name. Thank you for being here, bud. Great to have you here. I hope you've enjoyed the stream today. I still think I'm missing one. Maybe not. Catch you later, Emerald. Thanks for being here, bud. Hope you all enjoyed having Greg on the stream today. That was good fun. He was ready to do some serious Dune, so we showed him what was up with Endgame. Let's get the bastard. Okay, here we go. Let's see how well you do. And your friend. Oh, that was a shame. They just fell over. Someone removed all the blood from their body. Who would do that, chat? Who would do that? He's one of the Gregs, yeah. Gonna assassinate this guy and take his blood. We just make some water from these dead bodies and it's just good water discipline. When you went to the UK, you forgot to try Greg's, but it was before you were aware of it. It's okay. That's the one of the reasons to visit the UK is Greg's. There's a few other reasons. Like asking to have your stuff back from, like your cultural artifacts back from your country, from your museum, your country. That's another good reason to visit Britain. You'll be disappointed, but it's a good reason to visit. You see, they're just not finished looking at it yet. That's the problem. We're not done with it yet.
There's someone here.
Yeah, that's the kind of memorabilia that ends up selling on auctions for quite a lot in the US, I think. War memorabilia is a real big market in parts of the US. I know that. All kinds of war stuff, going back as far as American Civil, but all the way through from any like of the international wars that not even America was in. Lots of very big market, like Boer War memorabilia, very large market for that. Vietnam stuff is still very popular. I think just people use it as a way of not forgetting some of the horrors of war and stuff. Well, I'd like to think anyway. Yes. Do that, and then we'll move this here. Bit neater. Only slightly drizzle on your day traveling back. You bought a whole new umbrella for trip. Everyone's like, oh yeah, the UK it rains so much in the UK. It depends on where you are. Parts of the UK, yes, can be very kind of wet and rainy. Other parts of it, absolutely fine. Like you can get like 75 to 80% sun coverage depending on where you go. So it's very different. In Bristol, yeah, you're further south, so you're further away from some of the rainy bits. You can get some real nice stuff. You got sunburn, yeah, that'll happen. The UK, the sun will sneak up on you. Have we upgraded the guild base in Blue Protocol? I have not, Kawaiikos, but I did make a couple of admins and stuff so other people could do that while I was away, so I'm hoping that they have. I can ask them. Your Swedish friend turned entirely red, lobster style? That might have been an allergic reaction. Are they okay now? But if you're talking about the Pirates Guild, then that's Thor's one. I'm not sure what he's done with that since he was away. As was I. I feel like Luther will be happy with the amount of friends I've recruited. Apart from the Swedish thing, they're fine. Nice. Amazing. No, R1? Okay, yeah, it should have been, I think, Joy and other people had access while I was away, so I'm hoping that they've upgraded it. If they haven't, I can do it after stream. Remember, you already did this wing gamba. Don't get upset. You did this one. How did that take so much damage? I'm guessing this took a storm at some point. Now, you're the one with 400 ping? There's definitely some server instability going on. I'll pass on some information. I'll check if it's an Atrado problem or it's a Funcom problem. Bear with me a second while I type a message. For those of you who are here as well, yes, YouTube definitely something I'm working on. So if you are fancying following, give that a follow. We're at 420 subscribers, which is always very funny. Oh, sorry if that came across the microphone. That was. Have they added inventory to transport thopters? Yeah, well, assault thopters they've doubled. We haven't got the carryable module they've talked about because that's not going to come until they've sorted the server transfer, the server border and multiple people crossing issue, which is kind of a bigger issue than just a small thing. The streamers also have to watch Dune streamers to get the drops. Yes, and just streaming yourself doesn't count. Neat, right? So yes, Dune streamers have to watch their own stream or another stream in the category to get the drops. Which is a bit of a strange system with that. I'm not sure why Drops doesn't give it to you if you're broadcasting the category. I'm guessing so that people don't just go live for a few hours and then just do it to get their own drops. I don't know. It's kind of a weird one. Do 5 on that. You're such a good boy, aren't you? Having a clean, just a quiet little clean of your paws. He's such a sweetie pie. Honestly, I love this cat. Oh, I've already repaired this a lot. Why can't it be more damage when I want it to be, damn it? That'll do. I want to see it get that below 1,000 welding wire. We're 2 welding wire off. Insane. There we go. Done. I was transporting so much random shit before. I don't know why I was doing that, but fine. You have to go. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here, Dark. I hope that you are well. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for being here and choosing to get your drops. You're awesome. You have to open your own stream in a different window, though. Just your dashboard being live won't be a thing. Yeah, you have to have your own stream on, like the link to your live in when you see it by dashboard. It's very strange. I don't really understand it, I'll be honest. But hey, we are where we are. I know that there are drops live Twitch. Yes, I only just refreshed my view. Don't worry, calm down. It's very weird. What's going on, Twitch? It's the drop system on Twitch is certainly a useful one. It just sometimes can also be very strange to go with it. We are when we are, exactly. That is the concept. Have you got your paws crossed? You are a little gentleman, aren't you? You're so funny. Yeah, Funny Bear, he's waiting for there to be more content at the moment. He's not, I mean, there's just a bunch of other good games out, so I don't blame him for wanting to focus elsewhere while he's trying to do, other games. Drop these items into here. Hi, are you asking for the you asking for the window? What is it, baby me? Hi, what is it? What do you want? Yeah, you want this? That's a big old crane fly. Let's just get rid of that for you. You are the most useless with flies and bugs. He just kind of sits there and watches them. He doesn't deal with them. He's like, nah, that's not a me job. That's not delicious. You don't want that because it's cold. Well, you should. He can't make his mind up. Yeah, I keep an eye on his Oh, I didn't realize there was loads of spice in it still. Why? Why? God damn. This is gonna suck. I'm gonna see this a few times. I didn't realize it wasn't empty. It's my bad. I should have checked it before I took it apart.
You need help carrying that spice?
If you want.
I'm kidding, I don't have any space, sorry.
Baited. I might lose a lot of the spice, to be honest. It might happen. Okay, let's try a smarter solution. Oh, that sucks. I don't actually know if that's much better, to be honest. It's not. Oh no, maybe it is. I can, but I don't have that long to gather it up before it despawns. It's about time. I don't know if I'm going to grab it all before it despawns. Because those boxes only stay up for 5 minutes once they've been dropped on the ground, and I think it dropped when I unpackaged the Regis Spice container, which I did before I did everything else. See, that's now full. This would have been smarter. Ah, spice obtained and rescued. Let's not fuck up like that again. That would be great. I mean, there's just free spice in there for anyone who wants it, I guess. Hello, Okitengu. The Dune is going really well, thank you, bud. How are you doing? I'm looting my own deep desert base, so yes. There you go. It's a problem for someone else. I'm a great neighbor. I'll sort that out in some point. Dune is going very well, though. Thank you, Okitengu. How are you doing, bud? I'm not going to bother putting the crawler back together. That would have taken me even longer. I need to take it back across the gap anyway. Give it up. Hi, Bailey. Yeah, who's a good boy? Hello. Meow. Yeah, is it too cold out there? You don't want to actually go outside? Latch the window properly. And you've gone into the hallway for a snack because you're looking for chicken because it's dark and therefore it's time for food. He's such a silly cat. You slept 6 hours and you're still here? I've had a great day, Affair. How are you doing, bud? I hope you slept well. Oh yeah, I'm glad that the pets are still happy to now be back. Oh yeah, of course. The clocks change in the US next week, don't they? Wait. Oh wait, no, for a week. Oh, we go back a week before you do, that's why. You guys go back on the 2nd of November and we're going back on the 26th. EU does it this week on Sunday, the 26th, so in 2 days' time. And the US is doing it on the 2nd, apparently. Hello. Are you back? You okay, okay. It messes with your NFL watching, I can imagine. Very inconvenient. Time change should be... The DST change, I don't think is needed anymore, but then again, you know, I've been saying that for years. I thought the US was getting rid of it. I distinctly remember the US saying they were going to get rid of it. EU was getting rid of it too. Why? I don't know why they keep it. Like, it's just... I don't know. Are the farmers that attached to daylight savings time? Because as far as I'm concerned, it was always mentioned that it's, you know, for farming hours, but... New Zealand's already in daylight savings? God damn. Keen Kiwis. Just a consistent time zones, at least, or at least everyone going to daylight savings at the same week. Like, that just makes it so confusing. You're giving your feetsies a clean. Cleaning your socks. See, look, he's keeping his socks clean, chat. Not like you. I'm sorry. I was gonna go get some more spice sand, wasn't I? I love spice sand. Wait, there's one state without daylight savings time. Doesn't that just get really confusing for everyone? Who? Okay. Like I said, that just gets a bit confusing. Arizona is one of them. Okay. What's the other one? A portion of Indiana. What do you mean a portion of Indiana? What is this? So it's not even like a whole state out of the 50 plus states doesn't do it. A portion of that state, part of the state, doesn't follow daylight savings. What? I honestly... Hawaii? Okay. No, I don't think I want to go down the rabbit hole of history, to be honest. I apologize for even asking. Like, what was... I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why I asked. It's probably the British people's fault. Like, I'll be honest. You go back far enough in American history, and it's a British person sitting there giggling because they messed something up. Like, I just call it how it is. Oh, I don't know if Greg realized how much spice we actually harvested. Oops. Oh, the ads are here. I'm just going to do some quick stretching of my back briefly. Let me just get out to flight and then I'm going to stretch my back out. Don't forget to de-scrungle yourselves, chat. Look after your backs. Make sure you hydrate. Make sure you get a snack. You live at the heart of winter. It isn't. Is the darks we're going to work and going home at the end of the day? I mean, fair, I guess. I don't know. The oldest meme to exist is politicians arguing this to get rid of winter and summertime. True, Fred Eric, yeah. How much have I spent on my PC setup? I have a PC and 3 different monitors. So not a huge amount. The PC's pretty good. I'll be fair with that, but it's kind of how I do the stream. I'd need to pull the invoice, but probably like 3,500 if I put it all together, I guess. Thinking about cameras, lights, 3 monitors, desk, stream stuff, PC, like, yeah, 3-4 grand probably. Whereas Greg's office is, you know, $250,000 of like camera equipment and drum kits and very expensive bits of tech and server racks and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I'm using a single video card, but it's a, you know, it's a 5090. It was going to be a 4090, but when they replaced it, they didn't have any 4090s. So they were like, well, we'll have to give you a 5090. And I was like, okay, I guess that's my only option. Sadly, they stopped making 4090s when they started the 5090, which is a shame because I think the 4090 was a better card. Oh yeah, I'm very lucky that my machine is as stable as it is, but I got this specifically to stream on, so it would be nice to have a 2 PC setup, but that's just not financially viable. I'll be honest. Like that's a lot to move to 2 PCs of the type that would be able to do everything. That's a lot. The 1080 Ti was an absolute workhorse card. I still have mine. It's a very, very good card. It was pretty damn efficient and well running at when it came out. The 10 series was a reasonably good time, I think, for GPUs. Your whole PC starting to need upgrading. That is the case. When you're working on if you're on a 1080 Ti, you probably are at the stage now where like you need to do a rebuild now. But you've probably had some great life out of that machine. I'll be honest. Like I said, the 1080 Ti's were an absolute workhorse card. Most of the 10 series Ti's were good. Is it better to have 3 different monitors or the same one 3 times? That depends on the monitors. It depends on what you've got them set to. It doesn't make a huge amount of difference to this PC. I'll be honest with you. What I would like to do is go to a streaming PC on an ultra wide over the top, and then just have one screen for the stream, and maybe like a second, maybe 2 screens for the stream. No, my 1080 is someone has my 1080. It went to a good home, but I can't remember where it went. Can't remember. 1060 again. The 10 series were very, very solid cards, and a lot of people are still using them, and it's kind of good to see. I completely skipped the 20 series entirely. And I think I inherited a 3080 Ti from somebody when they upgraded. I think they went to a 3090 and they gave me their 3080 Ti. I've had enough PCs over the years. I'm starting to struggle to remember what was in each one. I'd have to look back at my information for the time. Used your 1080 for 7 years and sold it for $200. Damn, you go. I mean, like I said, the 10 series were a great series of cards. The 50 series, yeah, it's the power connectors that are the issue as far as I understand it. Mindstorm, man, yeah, that's great. Your 3080 is doing really well. I'm sure it is. The 3080s were a very good card set as well. It's mostly just individual parts that seem to have issues on them. Like you say, the power connectors are the problem with the 5090, and I think it's got a bunch of AI cores that I don't really know if I get the full use out of, but hey, they're there, so... How was your step up, Ruchi? Was it a game changer for you going to 3060? Well, yeah, VRAM is always, especially with how VRAM hungry games are becoming and systems are becoming now. Actually, a friend of mine is still using my 3080 Ti. They've got a machine with that in it now. I've still got my 970 knocking around somewhere. I mean, that's just it, Magic Man. I mean, I'm fairly sure I had a 1080 Ti. I think it was pre-overclocked and it had 10 gigs of VRAM, if I'm remembering correctly. But GPUs now are absolutely huge. You can use exclamation point song. Okay, bye. Jorel, I agree with you. As far as I understand it, there is nothing really at the 90 series, like, so, you know, the 5090, 4090 mark that AMD does. I think they're mostly down at the 70 and 80 mark, which is great, very efficient. No one really necessarily needs a huge amount of VRAM, except that when I'm doing streaming and I'm using a single PC, but this is using 70% of my VRAM, and sometimes this will spike to like much more than that. Like, so I need something that has more than, I think, what I was looking at the time AMD offered graphics card wise. The 20 GB is what they've got. I think there's 24 is Nvidia's largest. Meow. Hi. Meow. Yeah, you're so adorable. You're a little goblin, aren't you? Little goblin. Anything or anyone? AMD's new cards are apparently kick-ass. I look forward to seeing it. I think it's been a long time since Nvidia were challenged in their market, and it would be nice to see AMD doing that. Like we say, competition is how prices get driven down, so that's what it comes down to. Like, AMD need to come out with some good high-end cards that work really well and just like can compete with Nvidia, because competition will drive down prices for us. Yeah, the fake frames. I know what you mean, Afeo. Yeah. Hi, little quacker. Are you just quacking at chat? What is it, little baby? You want more food? You've had your chicken. I can't give you any more, B. You're running the risk of overeating again. You'll end up being all podgy. You're at a good weight. No more food. No. I love you too. Yeah. Meow. Yeah, you want me to follow you, don't you? Yours assistant sitting on the keyboard. Oh, Bailey doesn't like the keyboard, but he does like anywhere where there's food. Hang on, I'm just gonna run the ads chat, and I'm just gonna go and check on what he wants. Okay, I'm just gonna press run ads. I will be right back. Give me a second. Let me do this. Hello, I have returned, chat. How are you doing? It's good to see you all. Let's do this and this. Oh, let's actually put my hair properly in. There we go. How are you? What is this? AI frame gen tech. Mostly software based. If you disable it, I mean, I don't enable DLSS. I'm currently running at 100 native on this, like 100% resolution scale. So that's what I do where I can. That's one of the reasons why the game is graphically quite stable, but but it is quite hard on the GPU. Is likely because I'm not actually doing any of the frame gen. What was it he wanted? He wanted chicken. He just can't have any yet. He's just hungry early because as the sun goes down, the sun changes. He feels his hunger differently, I think. You have to remember that like animals are very tied into how quickly and how slowly we get light. And so he is telling me that he's hungry based on the fact that it's the time of day, the fact that he's still recovering from being unwell. And, you know, he still wants food. He's a predator animal. You know, he would love to have as much food as possible. That's how he ended up being 6 kilograms. If left to his own devices, Bailey would be a fat shit. Which I'm fine with, because that's technically the nature of any mammal in a successful environment. Like, fine. But, I don't have to help him be a fat shit. That's how that goes. If he's left to his own devices, I mean, if he's also left to his own devices, he'll absolutely decimate the local population of animals, but there is that too. You are a predator that has to watch his intake? I'm not sure you want to tell people online that you're a predator, Glorious Splat. That's a bit worrying. You walked right into that one. I'm sorry. What's that? Hoisted by my own petard. I mean, honestly, like, for a lot of people, gaming at 30 FPS is very doable for a long time, and that's what most consoles were basically like top end capable of. So it's, I don't know. I think there's a lot of ability to be very elitist about frame rates and about everything in our machines, but actually, we don't need to be. It's whatever works for you. You lived long enough to watch yourself become a masochist. You've been playing Dune at 15 to 20 FPS the whole time. I'm impressed and appalled all in one go. Oh, that's very interesting, Affair. I didn't actually necessarily know or think about that. That's very good and interesting feedback, so thank you for that. Interesting. the game won't run without your Ultra Potato Mode laptop setting. I mean, that sounds pretty fair and reasonable given that you're running at 15 FPS. I can imagine that it's struggling in a few areas. By sand is ammo, right? That counts. Spice Enjoyment Factory. Okay, we can make a fair amount of spice. Is this active? No. What is active that shouldn't be? Nice. 500 of that to queue. You guys do sound like you're torturing your cards. I will agree there. I mean, this is disgusting, but fine, it's gonna work. One power is enough. More melange. Exactly. All that matters is that one last piece of power. We're good. We are good. How are we doing on Oh, we've killed 20 of them. We're gonna have to do that. another 9 or 10 times in order to get the kind scatter ray. It's exhausting. Your weaponry is no match for my las gun. Oh, this is brand new. It hasn't even been used yet. I haven't even loaded it. There you go. You're coming with me. Oh, you came up to join me. That's really kind of you. Like Meals on Wheels. Yeah, every time I get in and take off, a new one appears. You reckon that's going to become a theme if I just keep doing it? Dune Dash, yep. Yeah, Dune Dash, exactly, Glorious Splat. Yeah. The Lands Rad kill rewards are just like unnecessary. You just eat Lasgun. Exactly, having to kill so many of them is just ridiculous. Nice, we're at 11 friends. It's never hit clear. You need. I mean, I know that these are deserters. All of these are deserters in this entire area, but like, it's still annoying to have to kill so many of them. What was this dude? Here we go. Thank you. I've been given food, chat, because if I don't eat, I'll get told off. These aren't deserters, these are deserters. Apparently. Deserters first area, I think. They're not. I think you're getting confused between deserters and like Harkonnen and Atreides deserters, which are different. House Troop deserters is different. I'm fairly sure this was called deserters, wasn't it? I might be having a moment. Per kill deserters, and this is what I'm currently working towards. Oh no, I'm working on scavengers. What am I working on? A second ago that said 560 personal contribution. What? I'm having a strong. I could have sworn that said 560 a minute ago. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with Stronk. We're going with Stronk. That's what we call a Bondulance. Bames non's having a Stronk. There are deserters elsewhere. I could have sworn that said 560. Like I said, I think I'm having a Stronk. Full of Bondulance. Bames non's having a Stronk. Oh, I only need one body, okay. You'll do. Oh, someone else died apparently when I was doing that. One tried to go for a ride. Rip. Rest in pepperoni. Whoop. Right, I'm just gonna go off camera quickly while I eat some of my food, chat. Otherwise, like I said, I'll get told off if I don't eat. Ah, it's so hot. Oh my god. Okay. Lesson learned. Food in a minute. What did I get? I was given pasta carbonara. Literally made of cars. This is normally when I eat for the day, like 9 PM. Never have a hold of me again. Again. One more week of box diet. I mean, I hope that your diet goes well. You probably shouldn't be eating boxes though. Yeah, like chat's saying, I feel like boxes are probably not like a part of a well-rounded meal. They're square normally. I mean, I guess you're getting square meals if you're eating a box, you know, box stuff. I like how people probably left because of that joke, and in which case I'm completely fine with that as well. To be honest with you, that's kind of fair. It's a new meaning to 3 square meals, exactly, Bracknagard. Catch you later, Kawaii Cos. I hope that you enjoy your evening. Thank you very much for being here. Have a good weekend yourself. I'm not sure what my weekend holds for me. I was potentially going to be traveling tomorrow, but my back is not in a position where I can really be doing that. I'm barely functional, so we'll see what happens this weekend. Ascendio. Thor gave up on the Dune forever. Not forever, just until there's more content that he wants to take part in. He came back to the DLC content and enjoyed it. So it's just he's a content cap. For him, he's peaked on it. Which is fair. I think that other people are, you know, at the same position. Mostly directionals, yeah. I think we also have one spice. Essentially, I leave the power generation to Luther. I just go and press the button every now and then, to be honest with you. Right. Time for me to eat my food. Or at least some of it. Nom nom nom. The pasta, Balthazar, is on rigatoni. Large tube. All-powerful large tube. He will come back for it, yeah. He'll come back when there's more content. Yeah, large tube. Small tube, not good enough. Large tube, better. Large tube, strong. Most people aren't a spice-powered gremlin, so they haven't just kept playing the game weirdly. I know, right? Next content will be DLC. Next content will be the end game rework in January. As far as I understand it. That's going to be the next big content release. But it does depend on a few things. Like, it will depend on their internal resourcing and what they want to get done and what they want to deliver. Which I'm kind of excited to see. I'm glad that the decision to not keep taxes on has actually kept you playing. That's actually really good to hear. I'm pleased to hear that. You haven't hit that wall yet? Well, I'm glad. And if you do hit that wall, it's really important to take a break. Like, a lot of you are probably at that wall. I'm going to be really honest. Like, a lot of you have probably hit that content wall, and you're like, you know what? There isn't that much more for me to do. There isn't that much more for me to engage in at the moment. Like, when you hit that wall, take a break. The game is not meant to be your only game. It's not meant to be a forced set of progression. I'm just going to go off the camera while I'm entering the game again, and I'm going to eat more of my pasta. Delicious. 10 out of 10 spare human. Good job. There's even a little bit of MSG in here, I think. Hi, Bailey. That's interesting. Okay. That's a bit strange, isn't it, B? Isn't it? Yeah, you little scritchable. Very few of your friends stick to only one game, so it's hard to play these kind of games on time. I agree, Spine. That's definitely a thing for a lot of people. I think in this day and age that so many good games come out, you kind of have to accept that you're going to move from game to game. And I'm actually really pleased with Escape from Duckov, because that's actually, I can tell already that I can get a bunch of hours and mileage out of that I'm going to really enjoy personally. So, and that was nice and cheap and a really good purchase. So I just kind of came across that a few months back and was like, oh, I'm going to put this on my wish list. And it came out during TwitchCon. I will take it easy yesterday. Thank you very much for being here, buddy. You are awesome. Oh, Joel, I'm really glad. Yeah. It was good fun. It's a great game, some good systems. And I'm excited to get into it more. Like, I feel like I'm only just kind of brushing the start of it. I did install a couple of mods as recommended by a few people. This is fine. We don't need land. I'm British. I'll just go and find some more of it. MacD85, thank you very much for that Prime sub, buddy. You are awesome. You are a legend. Thank you very much for that support for me and for B. I know that you're subscribing for the real streamer. That's absolutely fine. It makes sense. He is adorable especially while he's having a clean. Oh, I'm going to hit that. Yeah, just a little bit. A little dinky. What were the mods? Let's see if I kept a screenshot of them. One of them was weapon rarities. I know that. Oh, here we go. These are the mods that I'm using. Another streamer sent these across as recommendations. And to be honest, they all look good. Like showing where the keys are, showing where the bosses are, showing the count in my inventory, and showing me the item rarity value displays. It just makes a lot of sense. I went to the wrong base. You are very welcome. It's just quality of life, I think, to help with knowing how rare stuff is and what tier it is. Like knowing that, one of the items I've got is actually like a tier 5 item and it's top tier. I got it early on is really cool. So far, I haven't lost it. It will happen at some point. Hi, Bailey. You having a good clean? It looks like you're cleaning the chair caster. I have to be really careful not to move myself right now because I can't just see what you're doing. You're so adorable. I don't like it when you get close to that. You know it. Just flying. Oh, excuse me, B. No. Try not to inhale my food. Oh, are you the ads break cat? Is that what's going on now? Here we go. We'll do this. The real streamer is here. Yeah, this is for me, not for you. Ah, it's so delicious. Why is it also so hot? I can't stop eating it. Okay, I need to take a break. Here we go. We'll do this. Look at him. Look, he's checking out B. Yes, you are adorable. Yeah. Yeah, you're so cute, B. You know, don't you? You know that you're in a battle with Chef Thord and Ramsay? He's trying to make up his mind as to what he wants to do. He wants to go outside and do his evening patrol, but it's just not the weather that he wants. He wants it to be nice and warm and sunny for his evening patrol. Unfortunately, while I can control the rain inside in the bathroom. Oh, hello, meow. You are so cute. That was adorable, staring up at the camera like that. Like you know, you're a little fuss pot, aren't you? Yeah, meow. Meow, meow. You want a pet? Okay. I know you want me to go for food, but I'm not going to feed you again. You've just been fed.